Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen.
Listening to Billy for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Sunny in San Jose today with a high temperature of 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yeah.
I actually don't jerk it as much as Steiny does. Oh, he's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. And no, I'm not talking about Juwan Jennings, who's also back. I'm talking about the one, the only, Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky. Woo! After a week-long hiatus, he makes his triumphant return as we get ready for week 1 of the National Football League. Joseph, it's good to see you.
You know, the day after Labor Day is one of the great days in American society. And the reason why? We've got the final month of baseball. College football is in full swing. It's the best golf season of the year. You know that. For all you recreational golfers, the weather cannot be more perfect over the next couple of weeks. Kids are back in school, which means parents get a little deep breath, even though there's the whole craziness of dropping off and picking up and going to soccer practice and going to volleyball practice and this and that and that. And then you get the NFL returning. And over the next 72 hours, give or take, the ramp up on the waiver wire for fantasy as you gear up for the Matthew Berrys of the world, the Joe Shaskys of the world, to give you what you need when it comes to sports talk. You know it. Let's go. And did you see that around the corner?
What is it?
The Valkyries heading toward the playoffs as the Warriors are about to start. Everything is right in the world. This is one of the great seminal days in sports right now, today, because the NFL is back. Juwan Jennings is on the field, and let's start right there. Juwan Jennings, I told you guys the day I heard that he might be holding out, he's got a calf injury. Throw the injury to the side. Juwan Jennings is where I draw the line on holdouts. You're a solid player. You had a good year. I only pay for premium in the NFL. Now, I will give you a bargain discount if I think you're a solid player to stick around. Holding out? You have no leverage. No one is trading for you and paying you. No one is. You had one good year where the team went 6-11. Now, you were an awesome player on that team. The year prior, heading into the year, you were the highest paid number 3 wide receiver in the NFL. I'll say that again. Juwan Jennings got a contract extension and was the highest paid player as a 3rd wide receiver in the NFL. He signed the deal, not me, not Jed York, not Shanahan. Juwan Jennings did.
He did.
And whether he legitimately had a calf injury or not is literally irrelevant. The fact that he skipped down to the field yesterday and went out there, told me, dude, Juwan, we love you. I'm rooting for you. We need you. We need you. Your body type, you are a possession receiver. You're a 6'3" frame. Your catch radius is excellent. You move the chains. You're one of our few red zone targets. We could throw the ball up too deep, and apex a ball. You lost this 10 different ways. And I'm glad that you showed up, but you've learned nothing. And it kind of sucks because now Brock Purdy has got to get up to speed with you in terms of chemistry. Now the rest of the wide receiver room, which is taking a hit because of your absence, like this is a net loss for the team and for Juwan Jennings. Nothing was gained with him holding out, other than the fact that we had to sign a bunch of practice squad players and try to elevate them. And it's just, quite frankly, I thought it was one of the worst holdouts the Niners have ever had. I know Trent and Bosa and Ayuk, and those things had bigger ramifications on the actual makeup of the team. But what an awful holdout. And I'm glad he's back, and we're going to need him. There's no doubt about it. He gained nothing, and it just sucks.
And what version of Juwan Jennings are we going to get? That's going to be the question, because last year, this same thing happened with a wide receiver who's second-team All-Pro in Brandon Ayuk. And it took him a couple weeks to get right? And even then, it didn't look like he was right. So with Juwan Jennings, that's great that he's going to be there, it looks like, for week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks. Again, in Seattle this Sunday. Can't freaking wait. But what version are you getting? And that just means for me, Joe, that you got Brock Purdy, you got Ricky Pearsall now, you got Christian McCaffrey, you got Brian Robinson Jr., you got Juwan Jennings, you got George Kittle, you got Trent Williams. This offense should be locked and loaded and ready to go week 1. It should be.
Dominic Pooney back at practice, which is great. You got Trent Williams, who actually participated in the majority of training camp. And this team should be humming right now. And I think the number one thing is that you look at health going into the season. You can't predict week to week what's going to happen, but going into a year, it's about as close to optimal as you can find. And yeah, the Ayuk injury is just, that sucks. Who knows? It's a great unknown. But the rest of the team is as close to healthy as you can get going into week 1.
I'm feeling so much more confident about this team as the days go on leading into week 1.
Absolutely.
I really am. And I don't know what it is, because everyone that I keep talking to nationally, whether it's, my brothers that live in other states or just, talking to friends that are just kind of casual fans, no one's really talking about the 49ers. You know what I keep saying? Good. Don't talk about us. Good. Sleep on us if I'm a Niner fan. That's what I want. For the longest time, the expectations for this team was Super Bowl or bust, or some hosts like to say here, Super Bowl or try again. No. I don't think that's how fans are looking at it this year. And you know what? There is something refreshing about that, but I'll say this. The Super Bowl is at Levi's Stadium this year. The Super Bowl is at Levi's Stadium, Joe. Santa Clara. We were just there a couple weeks ago for joint practices. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers won it in their backyard in Tampa a few years ago. The Los Angeles Rams won it in their backyard at SoFi Stadium just a few years ago. Why can't that be the 49ers in February of 2026? Why can't it be the San Francisco 49ers? Is it health? Is it the question marks on defense? Is it Brock Purdy? Why not the 49ers this year? 888-957-9570 is the number.
They've got a long way to go. You're at the bottom of the mountain right now with everybody else in the league, even the Eagles, who are the reigning champs, who are as healthy as can be heading into the regular season. We're going to see them on Thursday night against the Cowboys. I'm pumped to see that game, just in general. Kind of stinks that the Summit's going right down in the middle of it.
Oh, is it?
But that being said, come down to San Jose and come see us at the Summit.
King's Fish House.
Where is it again?
King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair, baby. Let's go.
Okay, so the Summit, if you don't know, you're just tapping in. You're driving your kids to school this morning. The Summit is everybody of the hosts that we have here at 95.7 The Game. We're coming together. We're doing a 49er kind of round table, if you will, where we're going to discuss the season.
95.7 The Game, Red and Gold Summit. This Thursday, you got Willard Dibs live, 2 to 4, starting their show. King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair, Santa Clara. So go hang out with them. And then after it, 4 to 6, all the hosts, myself, Shasky, Steiny, Goo, Willard, Dibs, getting you ready for the start of the San Francisco 49er season.
And look, the fact that the Super Bowl is going to be just, a couple miles away in San Jose, in basically in Santa Clara, in February, that is awesome. And that is an opportunity. I thought the team around them would be better heading into the year. I'm talking about a couple years ago when it got announced that they were going to get the Super Bowl. I thought we were going to be rolling in with the most optimal particular team that you could find in the league. But the reality is that they needed to cut some fat, from this team. And they couldn't afford everybody. And they've gotten a little older, and their window is just slightly different than what it was a couple years ago. But you have the franchise quarterback. You've got the head coach. You got a defensive coordinator that I believe to be kind of like the recipe guy. I mean, he knows what the recipe is for success. Do they have the right ingredients? And I look at their last couple years of drafts, and I think that this whole season is predicated not only on CMC staying healthy and Trent Williams staying healthy, but can these young guys that they've invested draft capital into, Renardo Green, Ricky Pearsall, etc., and the young guys from this year, Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, and Nick Martin, can these guys be impact players right away?
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And it is a Tuesday, even though it feels like a Monday for some because it was Labor Day yesterday. We got Brian Baldinger, 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. That's when you know football is back. We had him last week, and we're going to have him every single week, all the way through the Super Bowl, Joey. So that's when you know football is back. And you said something on the call yesterday when we were getting ready for show. Like, there's certain people that you see, whether it's in commercials or products or whatever, that lets you know that football's back. Like for college, when I start seeing the Aflac commercials, that's when we're back.
What about the Dr. Pepper ones?
The Dr. Pepper commercials, I like those. Chick-fil-A.
Famville, or what is it?
Fanville. Fanville. Yeah. What was it? The Boz, right? He's like the sheriff.
I love those Chick-fil-A commercials.
Yeah, but like for the longest time, I would see the Chick-fil-A commercials. And like I grew up down in Monterey, there was no Chick-fil-A's. Like that was just great. I just see all the Chick-fil-A commercials. I don't have those. Or the Raising Cane commercials. Don't have those.
Well, it's like Sonics. There's like one Sonics in the whole Bay Area.
Exactly, right? I think there's one in Hayward, East Bay. There you go. So I love that. I love seeing Lee Corso getting his final shout out over the weekend. I love seeing Alabama being in trouble already. What is it? Already they want Saban back already down in Alabama? Oh, you hate to see that. Oh, and Bill Belichick, by the way. Picking up where he left off in the NFL
don't be
ranks.
stealing my material. I've got at 6:30. I've got basically a potpourri of things that I've scrolled through over the last 10 days that I've missed out on.
Awesome. So we'll get into that in the next segment, and I do have to mention, and you'll get into it probably. San Francisco Giants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up. Too little, too late. I don't know. 5 games back, the third wildcard spot. Crazier things have happened. So maybe we'll discuss that on the little news dump in the next segment as well. But it's Week 1 of the NFL season. Seahawks, Niners. Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald. Old McDonald? No. And then we got Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan. And I think that's where it usually starts, Joe. It's the head coach and the quarterback. As I was mentioning, Bill Belichick. For the longest time, that's what we do as fans. We go into the season, and who do you trust with that tandem the most? That's usually who you think is going to be in the playoffs and representing the Super Bowl. And for all the people sleeping on the Kansas City Chiefs, you go ahead and do that. I know it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And until that beast is slayed in the AFC, I'm giving them their respect. And this year in the NFC, I'm giving that respect to Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. I still have a whole hell of a lot of respect, though, for Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. And I think the nation is sleeping on that tandem.
Year 9 for Shanahan.
Yeah.
This is what year? Do we call this year 3 or year 4 for Purdy and Shanahan? Considering that Purdy kind of took over amid chaos.
3.5, yeah. So 3.
So 3. Okay,
yeah.
so year 3 of them. You would think that Purdy's confidence level, his synergy, his comprehension of the entire offense would be as high as any year for Jimmy Garoppolo. Would we agree?
Yes.
He's had multiple healthy off seasons now to be able to go through the entire playbook. Now, I would have preferred him to have Juwan Jennings to work with at practice every single week and every single day. But it seems like from everybody that I've trust that covers the team, Ricky Pearsall is a guy that feels like he could get 120 targets this year.
Dude, I'm telling you, if he's there to be drafted, I don't know what round, I'm taking Ricky Pearsall in the 95.7 The Game Fantasy Football Draft. I am. By the way, we got the listener that's going to make your first overall selection tomorrow in the draft.
What's his or her name?
Mark in San Ramon.
Mark in San Ramon. San Ramon, beautiful place to live.
He also won a $25 gift card to the NFL.com. So there you go, NFLshop.com.
Nice.
$25. You can get like a towel or something. So there you go. Or no, Sam found some nice shirts that you can get for $25 or fewer, right? There you go. Nice. There we go. So Mark in San Ramon is going to drop Jake Moody for you, number 1 overall.
I mean, that's
He can do whatever he wants. He either loves Shasky or he hates him, and we're going to find out tomorrow.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
I would have loved if Brian Palo Alto won.
I do have a bone to pick with you guys,
What?
and specifically this crew. I'm talking to you guys.
What did we do?
Spadoni, Carter, and Sam. We were, the 95-7 The Game Fantasy League. Oh, my God. You guys lose your minds about it. And, we're not supposed to gamble. We're not supposed to bet, but there's a little bit of money spread around it. The amount of money I've watched you guys waste on Uber Eats and Grubhub and Caviar.
I've been very
to you guys
frugal.
having to complain about drafting during the show. What about my team? My team. Guys. You guys blow $100 left and right on coffees and McDonald's and all this stuff, and you're worried about a $100 entry fee for a fantasy team? Check yourselves, all of you.
Shut up.
Oh, you guys get $106 tickets parking with your wheels not curbed the right way, and you're worried about a fantasy team?
I mean, I'm worried about those too.
I mean, my God, you guys.
It's not the price. It's the fact that there's 16 teams. That's what I care
Wait,
about.
who's ordering caviar?
16
Caviar
teams.
is a delivery service.
Are you done? What is going on here? We got Caviar we're talking about. It's week 1. It's Niners Seahawks. Lock in, guys.
You guys.
Logan Webb said it was a bad idea to Sam. I think that counts as something.
What was a bad idea?
Oh, in the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, which Logan Webb appears on, I brought up that we're doing a 16-team league in the station. He's like, wow, that sounds miserable. I'm like, yeah.
What if I told you Ricky Pearsall is the guy I want in fantasy? Not Christian McCaffrey, not George Kittle, not Juwan Jennings or Brock Purdy. It's Ricky Pearsall. Do you think I'm crazy?
I mean, if you take him in the first round, I'm laughing at you. I'm going to call you Stretch Armstrong.
I'm not going to take him.
If you take him in like the 4th or 5th or whatever, it's good value. We had but I believe my boy Della took him in the friend league, and I thought it was a good pick. I like Ricky Pearsall. I think he's going to be solid. Health is really the number one thing for him this year, and I look at like the synergy between Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall. I think one of the byproducts of Juwan Jennings sitting out for 5-6 weeks has been that Ricky Pearsall has been able to be the number one trusted target, and the fact that he's been able to practice day in and day out and get through all of training camp with what we believe to be full health as of right now, that's got to be a huge thing for this team.
I think 3rd and Juwan's going to get replaced by 3rd and Pearsall this year. I think it's going to be Ricky's going to be the go-to guy in clutch moments for this team this year. I really believe that. He's going to be that guy. And the name of the game for him is health. It always has been. And I'm not talking about the freak accident, or it wasn't an accident, but the freak incident, I should say, when he got shot. But prior to that, it was just, the guy that he liked to work out too much. We had Herm Edwards, who coached him in college. Obviously, longtime NFL head coach, Monterey High School legend. He joined you and Bonte last year. He says, you got to protect Ricky from Ricky sometimes. He likes to work too much. He gets too overamped. So the fact that he's been able to stay healthy during training camp has been massive. And I can't stop thinking about that second preseason game. Oh, Joe, it's preseason. No, it matters to me when it comes to the quarterback and wide receiver combination to get those reps. And whether it's against second or third stringers, I don't really care. But the fact that Purdy made him a priority, Pearsall that is, in that second preseason game, and it was 3rd down conversion after 3rd down conversion, I saw something there that made me think, okay, you know what? Even if they missed Juwan Jennings early on in the season, I think Ricky could be that guy.
Well, I think about two of the, and I'm not putting Purdy on this level, but two of the great quarterbacks of the last 20, 25 years, Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. Now, they had Hall of Fame level receivers or tight ends that were, number one targets. But when they needed a first down in a clutch situation in the slot, you had guys like Austin Collie. Yeah. You had guys like Wes Welker. You had guys like Julian Edelman.
Chris Hogan.
Yeah, Chris Hogan, exactly. And so to me, you don't have to be Mike Evans to be the number one target in a clutch situation for someone. Can you get open in a quick amount of time and separate and just catch a ball and go down and move the sticks? That is a big element to Shanahan's offense. Brandon Ayuk was that guy, and I think that he's more on the top tier of this in terms of physicality of this particular group, but I think Ricky Pearsall is going to have a monster year. I've heard actually a couple people who cover the team compare him, and Grant Cohn is one of them, like, hey, he's kind of a white Odell Beckham for them in terms of quick, intermediate spacing and catch radius and athleticism. Not a physical freak where he's going to catch the ball and moss it over someone, but is more athletic than you give credit for and a little undersized. I thought that was an interesting comp.
I mean, we had an Odell Beckham-like catch over the weekend. Shout out to Miami Hurricanes. Who's that, C.J. Daniels? Oh, my God.
Might have been one of the catches of the year.
Catch of the year, right?
Already.
Speaking of which, we'll discuss some college football on the other side, plus play catch-up with one Joe Shasky, who missed last week, and there was a lot that took place, and we're going to talk about it.
It's the morning scroll.
By the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, the Valkyries are taking on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30, and that's what's coming up, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per loans to AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Ooh, God, I love this beat. La 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 la. Shatsky's back. And again, shout out Sam Lubman for filling in last week, doing a hell of a job. And you can catch Sam Lubman and Steven Risotto's on the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. And again, you know who they had on? The ace of the San Francisco Giants. That's right, I called him one. Logan Webb, with his 4th annual appearance on the podcast. Hear all about the commercial Logan had with Eli Manning and more. Subscribe today wherever you listen to podcasts. Joe, we're getting ready for the start of the NFL season, but you missed a lot last week. You were out. A lot of things happened. A lot of stuff. And we're going to go down the list of what you missed and what you want to talk about. You want to get started? You want to jump right in?
Yeah, so you know how every single morning you wake up and you start scrolling? That's what we do now. It used to be a newspaper or, you turn on the television. Now we just scroll. So we're going to call this the morning scroll.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
The morning scroll. And I'm just going to scroll through all of the particular things that I had written down over the last couple of weeks. And I'm not going to, stuff from like 7-8 days ago feels so long ago. So let's just go current. You ready to start?
Do it.
Let's start in baseball. Of course the Giants aren't dead. Because of course they are. 69-69 this morning. You wake up, they're 5 games out of the wild card. They've won 8 of 9. Are you kidding me? Where was this in June? Where was this in July? Where was this in August? 8 of 9, and they finished August 14-14.
Oh, a little swiper? No swiping? I love that. Okay. Giants are back.
Drew Gilbert, 4 hits yesterday. Drew Gilbert, okay? This kid from Tennessee, it's just so fun to watch. Got a cannon out in the outfield. Drew Gilbert is why you move off of Yaz. To get a look at Drew Gilbert, Luis Matos, and what he's done this week is why you get rid of Mike Yastrzemski. Not that Mike Yastrzemski's not a good guy. He's a nice guy. We all root for him. He's going nowhere. If you don't get rid of Yaz, you don't get a look at Drew Gilbert and Luis Matos.
Bob Melvin needs a new nickname. It's no longer melatonin. He's awake, Joe. What are you going to call him now?
I don't care.
Look.
Yeah.
Listen.
He's sticking around with this effort.
I don't know. He's not.
Yes,
he's
he
not.
is.
Hit the swipe button. All right. 15 straight games with a home run for the Giants. The last time that happened was 2001. 15 straight games.
Pretty incredible.
If I hear another person talk about the dimensions of the ballpark, I might enter that UFC-led league where they slap everyone. I don't know. I've been seeing those all over my internet
so
feed.
much.
Like, honest to gosh, stop talking about the dimensions, you dweebs. Hit me with the swipe. Verlander, huh? 10 Ks? No player in baseball goes from being, I think he's done, to maybe next year you bring him back as a 4th or 5th starter, then a 1, 5, or 6 inning outing from Justin Verlander.
Listen, I've always had Verlander's back. I think the win-loss record is not indicative of how well he has pitched at times this year. But again, we're arguing about, hey, I'd love to see him back maybe next year as a 5th starter. Awesome.
Well, they need starters.
Sure, but does he want to come back to this at this point? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
You give him $15 million. I mean, he's going to be there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Swipe it.
Carter, you got to look at me so I can point at you, all right, doggy? All right, Adames, devastating season, disappointing season. These are his words, not mine, all right? Horrible defensively for the first 2 months of the year. And look, he's only batting .230, so I'm not here to say that he has some monster year. The fact that he's closing in on 30 home runs, it's pretty remarkable. It's pretty remarkable. He will be the first Giant since Bonds in 2007 to get 30 home runs. I think Adames has had a pretty good year, all things considered.
It's pretty similar to what he's been doing for most of his career. Now the average isn't awesome compared to last year, but again, last year it wasn't like he was batting 300; he was batting 250. So in a down year, yes, I would take this from Willie Adames. And again, we'll see what he does in the final month.
All right, poor Casey Schmidt. I mean, this guy, I've never seen a guy look like a magnet for getting ripped by an inside fastball in my life. Off the wrist 3 times this year, and the one off the inside of the elbow yesterday was just so unfortunate. And then he goes to first base, and I'm like, this guy's going to get yanked out of this game at some point. Next thing you know, batter later, he comes jogging off, and he's just holding the elbow. I hope he didn't break it. I don't know. But that's not the biggest injury news. The biggest injury news, and it's so devastating, Randy Rodriguez is going to have Tommy John?
Brutal.
You traded away Camilo Duvall, which was probably the right move. But Randy Rodriguez telling everybody, I've been pitching in pain for a year. What?
Yeah.
Tommy John? Brutal.
Fine.
And he's not going to be there next year. But we did get some good news last week, Joe. I don't know if you saw that. Landon Root, bone bruise only. So no ligament damage to his leg, which, again, that would have been a double down of dosage of blows.
Who's going to close games for them next year?
Well, we'll figure it out.
He's out
Ryan
a year.
Walker.
He's out a year plus.
Ryan Walker.
Okay, got it. Yeah. All right. And then my last Giants take before I transition to college. Rafael Devers is the best left-handed hitter in the Giants lineup since Barry Bonds. It's inarguable. I don't care what anyone says. It's inarguable. This guy for this year, and it's been a bad year for him, and he's admitted that in terms of he just hasn't felt comfortable. He hasn't been healthy. He's had 29 home runs and 94 RBIs. Do people know that? Do people know that? I know he played for Boston for the majority of the year, but he's got 66 games in a Giants uniform. He's got 14 home runs in the 66 games in a Giants uniform. He is on pace for 35 and 110. The last Giant to get 100 RBIs, Buster Posey in 2012.
His last 30 games, he's got his 10 home runs, 32 hits, 22 runs scored, 21 RBIs, 19 walks, batting .290. Yeah, he's been pretty freaking good the last month.
All right, let's transition to college. Neutral site games need to be abolished. I only want to see a college stadium with college kids, with the college atmosphere. Look, North Carolina got blown out last night. How great was that atmosphere? How incredible was that atmosphere? What about Miami the other night? How incredible was that? And I'll get to Miami in a second. My biggest takeaway, if I see a neutral site regular season game, my head is going to explode. Stop it with AT&T. I don't need to see a game on a neutral site. I want to see the college experience. I want to see the Clemson, whatever the hell their name is, go out there and rub that turtle thing that they do. All right? Yeah, I'm serious.
I think it's a rock.
What is it?
Howard's Rock.
Howard's Rock, thank you. Whatever that thing is.
I don't know.
I want to see it. I want to see Notre Dame go in to a college venue, even though I know Miami plays not at a college venue anymore. The Orange Bowl has been abolished. But I want to see college stadiums on college campuses abolish the neutral sites.
I mean, you hate to see it for Bill Belichick last night, but the atmosphere was great. Glad Michael Jordan and Lawrence Taylor had front row seats to watch that.
Wouldn't want to be a alcohol beverage in that particular suite. Get into Belichick over under 1 season. Where are we at with Belichick? You going to stay a whole season?
I didn't get it. Like we are going to forget the Bill Belichick era in North Carolina. Talk about Monday morning quarterback, overreaction Tuesday, whatever. We are going to forget that Bill Belichick was even a part of college football after this season.
I disagree.
We don't even care. I'm already over it. It's done. They don't have any players I care about in that program at all.
It takes some time.
No one. Did you get one player of significance on that team?
It takes some time. It's Freddie Kitchens being your on corner that kills me. All right, let's get to the next one.
You hate to see it. Swipe it. There you go.
College football is back When Michael Irvin is sweating off cocaine on the sidelines, pumping his fists, high-fiving and chest-bumping the University of Miami players, I was hyped during that Notre Dame-Miami game. It felt like the 80s were back. We were back. You had the U versus Notre Dame. Oh, the Notre Dame should have got blown out in that game. If that kid doesn't slip on 3rd and 1, I'm telling you, Miami would have ran away with that game. What a fun atmosphere. And when I see Michael Irvin sweating like prolifically on the sidelines, I know college football's back.
Well, Jimmy Johnson, whatever you guys got, that air horn thing, the wind-up horn, and he was doing it.
Hurricane siren.
By the way, the perfect hair. Like, that guy, I have hair envy of one Jimmy Johnson. Might be the most immaculate lettuce I've ever seen in my entire life. And I grew up in Salinas, where they got a lot of good lettuce.
And write this down right now. Miami's wide receiver, the kid Tony, okay? The kid Tony. Malachi Tony. He will be a freshman All-American. That's how good he is.
Oh, by the way, catch of the year already happened. C.J. Daniels. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen outside of Garrett Wilson and Odell Beckham. It was on the short list of greatest catches I've ever seen.
It was awesome. College football was on fire. ACC, Clemson versus LSU. That was the biggest win of Brian Kelly's LSU career.
I'm here with my family. It was. I remember last year. He was this time last year, Joe, where we're reacting to Brian Kelly banging the table after losing at Allegiant Stadium to who? USC, who didn't really beat anyone last year as well.
Nussmeier, right now, power ranked #1 quarterback prospect, in my opinion. I was very impressed with him over the weekend. And just right now, power ranked #1. We could slide, we can move.
They got someone over in Berkeley.
Oh, I love that little lefty. That little lefty. Look out for that little lefty.
Little, he's 6'3". 6'3".
Boy, he's skinny. He needs to put on some weight.
It's all right. He's a true freshman.
Speaking of people that are, kind of younger players, he's a redshirt sophomore. Arch Manning. I've been telling you guys for about 4 months heading into, I go, there's just no way this kid's going to live up to the hype. The hype is too big. And I'm not saying that his career is over, and I'm not even going to say that he's a bust. It was a very difficult environment to be able, again, this is why I love college games on college campuses. To go into the Horseshoe, to go against Ohio State, to do that on a big noon kickoff, that's a tough landing spot for a young player. He looked terrible. I don't think it was as bad as everyone else said it was, but this is why everyone's got to take a deep breath, let this kid play. If he's smart, because he's a redshirt sophomore, he could leave and go. He needs 2 full years of starting. The Arch Manning thing, let's just pump the brakes.
I think that game spoke more about Ohio State. That game spoke more about the Buckeyes than it did the Longhorns for me. I think the Longhorns will be just fine, but again, that has to do with the development of the quarterback, and you have to take your licks at sometimes. And Ohio State is the defending national champions. Like, they are legit. They recruit. They're always going to get recruits. Ryan Day, give him his flowers. Good God, the guy won everything, and we're still trying to run him out of town. Although, I don't know if you guys saw the meme going out there. A little nipple piercing for one Ryan Day. Huh. Continue, Joe.
Well, it's the fake dyed beard for me that I'm just so out on. Last thing is this.
Polish?
If I'm college football, listen to me. Listen to me and listen to me good. You should start your season 2 weeks before Labor Day. You will dominate August, and then you end your regular season a little early and have everything wrapped up before the NFL even gets into their playoffs. That is the calendar you should own. You should own the middle of August through September. If you're smart, we are dying for football in any form or fashion. I don't know if you know this, Joe, but my nephew goes to Arkansas. They went back to school in July. So the kids are on campus. If you're an athlete, you get early acceptance. You start earlier. They start earlier and earlier and earlier. To me, if I'm college football and I'm the powers that be, the Power 4 now, I would sit here and I would say, let's try to get our entire week 1 slated for the middle of August. We would dominate the television.
I love that. The morning scroll. Maybe we'll make that a fixture going forward. And that brings us to the Golden State Valkyries, strongest player of the game. To cap it all off, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. The Valkyries keep charging towards a playoff berth, beating the Caitlin Clarkless Indiana Fever on Sunday, 75-63. The Valks were led by Ileana Rupert, who took a flamethrower to the Fever with 21 points.
Rupert comes over for the screen. Burton rejects it, sprays it out. Top. Rupert, another one! Ileana Rupert is a flamethrower from downtown. 21 points
And that was right here on 95.7 The Game. And that was the strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's dive into this 49ers roster. We got week 1 coming up here in less than a week in Seattle. The 49ers on paper look pretty freaking healthy. So what's the concern about this team? Let's discuss it on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor portrayal. Terms and conditions apply.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it? We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today. So it's a home equity loan? No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt. Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started? It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Save on coffee cravings at Whole Foods Market. Get 33% off select ready-to-drink multi-serve coffees with Prime through September 2nd. Make mornings easier with a quick boost. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Marianne in San Mateo. Aaron Hagen replaced my garage door opener motor, keypad, and remote control today. He was amazingly courteous and efficient, arrived promptly, and was super personable. I highly recommend him and R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos? These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam. And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Are they winning the chip this year? And no, we're not talking about the Warriors, but that would also be nice. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Getting ready for week 1 of the NFL season. This Sunday, Niners in Seattle taking on their division rival Seahawks. And by the way, we still need to get Joe Chasky's thoughts on the new rivalry jerseys that were announced last week, because I know you're a big jersey guy.
They're just not for me. I'm just going to come out and say it. They're just not for me.
Why?
Because they're for a bunch of little kids that don't know the history of the game. It's fine. I'm not going to get triggered by it. I'm not going to lose my mind about it.
What if a 50-year-old adult man likes it? And he's been a Niner fan his whole life.
Well, if they've been a Niner fan their whole life, they know that black helmets is sacrilegious. Okay? Like the Niners have, like the Yankees, like the Lakers and the Celtics, like Penn State football or USC football, there are certain teams that have iconic uniforms where you don't need alternates. Or if you do, you go to throwback alternates. And so to create a brand new uniform is unnecessary. Now, I understand there's marketing and there's money and there's Nike and there's this involved. And I get all that. This is why the NBA is suffering, because there's not brand recognition. There's too many. And I would just argue to you, the Yankees don't have a City Connect for a reason, because they have iconic pinstripes. Now you can say, oh, no, the kids, oh, good. Look, it's not just about selling $10 million of merchandise. Not everything is like that. Like, I think having a proper brand is the way to market yourself. There's a reason why Apple has Apple branded products, and then they have non-stuff that they will not sell unless it has the Apple symbol on it. All right, they've done a great job with that. Not everyone is Walmart, and not everyone is Apple. And so if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you're Walmart in this scenario. You can have some bummy, crummy, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th alternate uniforms. Go ahead. Be at it. If you're the Seattle Seahawks and you don't have 90 years of existence, have a million different uniforms. Go at it. When you're the Niners, the red and gold 49ers, I'm sorry, you don't need a black helmet. It's not for me, and that's okay. I'm not going to be triggered by it, but it's unnecessary.
We did a poll, and I think it was pretty accurate of how I've talked to like most of my Niner friends and buddies, and it was split. It was like 50-50, and most of the people that said no, it was basically not really like I'm so anti. It was just more of like I don't need it. I didn't need it. And the fact that they made it, now that I'm like kind of thinking about this more, Joe, these new jerseys, them and the Seahawks, it was the NFC West and the AFC East, and they made this whole rivalry thing. The fact that it's the very last game of the season, which might be meaningless anyways, that's when they chose to unveil them, week 18. Kind of tells you all you need to know, right?
I just think they're stupid. And I would say this. And oh my God, the saloon font numbers. Has anyone seen a UCLA jersey from the 90s?
No one cares about UCLA football. I'll just say that.
Well, the Niners drafted J.J. Stokes, or, they had Cade McNown one year. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar went to the Dolphins. Like that, they were a team in the 90s that wore saloon font numbers. That I know there are others. I believe Utah's had saloon font numbers. I'm talking about college football.
Wait, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar went to the Dolphins?
He was a running back, yeah. There was a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar who was a running back.
Oh, not that because he played for... Oh, I was so confused there for a second. Okay, continue. What?
This is you're who that black jersey was marketed to. You.
I like the black jersey. It's fine.
I don't.
But I'm not going to go out and buy one.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I don't.
People can like things, Joe. It's okay. It's all right.
I told you, I'm not triggered by it. It's unnecessary.
No,
That's just my personal opinion.
Can you just meet me halfway here? They're better than the old black jerseys. These ones are better than the other ones.
Wow. Your liquor store knockoff crapola jerseys from 2017. These are better than them. What a bar to clear.
Well, I just asked if you agree with that.
I don't even know if I do agree with you.
Like the other ones, you like the
unnecessary. You're asking, I'm telling you.
All right, so here.
You know what? If they have a winning season, the whole damn Super Bowl, I'm going to be one of those jerseys as the reason.
If I were to just remove the red and purple, they look like Ravens jerseys.
Do you like these ones or the Giants?
Oh, they're both off. I mean, the purple. Willard Dibs, someone needs to get to him. Put the purple glove away. I love
purple sick.
Put the purple glove away.
I'm all into it. When you're playing the Rockies, like, bro, put it away.
Brought to you by Golden State Serving the Bears generations when you succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. There was so much that happened last week. We couldn't even fit that into the morning scroll. So there's going to be some other things I'm tossing at you as the show goes on. I want to get your thoughts on. One of them, by the way, being the trade of the offseason so far was one Michael Parsons. We'll get into that. Plus, we got Brian Ball joining us about 35 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on that as well.
Look, I am someone who's always going to respect history and understand like the origins. My grandmother was a genealogist, and like she wants to find out where your history is, and she would give you, when you marry into the family, a book that would give you the history of your family and where you came from. And I'm talking about generations deep.
That's really cool.
It is cool. I thought it's like one of the really nice, touching things that she would do to anyone who joined the family. And I love the history of sports, and I love kind of where things originated and how things come about. And not every single organization should have classic uniforms, and that's all they have. Like if you're the Oregon Ducks, part of what makes them the Oregon Ducks is having a bunch of quite crazy wild jerseys.
Correct.
Like that's cool. Like
that is their thing.
Yeah, that's cool. If you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, okay, and you don't have a 150-year history, like, yeah, have as many City Connects, the Serpentines or whatever they're called.
That one's pretty cool. Yeah.
I like those jerseys. And I actually like the Arizona Cardinal rival jerseys. They're like an off cream. Like, I think they're good because their normal uniform sucks, which we all would agree.
They're pretty bland.
When you're the Niners, kind of like Ohio State or kind of like the Boston Celtics, to me, you don't need alternates. That's always going to be my setting because I respect the history of the uniforms. They have 94 throwbacks. The 94 throwbacks are glorious. The all whites and then the red with the black shadow and the white pants. Those are glorious.
Oh, there we go.
I would have left it there. But again,
Before
these
we
are for
get
young
into
people.
that, so what I did was I went to choose.
I am so
now that George Jennings has returned to practice, now the Death Star, we hope, is fully operational in San Francisco.
The
black jerseys, let's dive into this thing. And let's start with the offense. Now we're going to start, Joe, first and foremost, now that Juwan's back.
No, let's start on defense. Because I think, to me, if we were talking...
Let's start there.
The reason why I like to start on defense is because I just think that this team was horrific defensively.
They were bottom 5 when it came to points allowed per game. They were awful. They were quite frankly atrocious. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop anyone when they got into the red zone. It was tough to watch. So let's start first and foremost with the line. Let's start there, right? You got Mykel Williams. What are we going to expect from that
TBD.
guy?
How can anyone have a feel for what he's going to do?
I have zero. Like, that's probably the most frustrating thing of this offseason would be Mykel Williams. A lot of people will go to Juwan Jennings, and I hear them on that with the hold in, the calf, whatever. You invested a first-round pick in this guy, and he needed to be a difference maker this year. And now he's already behind the 8 ball, and we're going to be thrusting him in week 1. And like, am I going to be mad at the guy if he comes away and just looks lost? How could I be mad at him?
And they had the 11th pick. I think that's the most important. This isn't like having the 28th pick or the 31st pick. Like when you have the 11th pick, you want a difference maker who is ready to start and have impact right away. The year that they went from 2018 to 2019, they took Nick Bosa.
And it was an immediate difference maker.
Okay, who was their second-round pick that year? They took Deebo Samuel. Yeah. So they had 2 starters, boom, 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 right away. Impact starters, both Pro Bowl level players almost from the jump. And so Mykel Williams, like not seeing him at all in preseason on your television for most fans, it's pretty disappointing.
It is. And now we got Yetur Gross-Matos back. Again, you invested some money in this guy already. Can he do anything? I already see Carter rolling his eyes, but you know what? They need all the depth they can get. They got Bryce Huff there as well. One of those guys needs to step up. One of those guys.
Bryce Huff is a known commodity, but having such a down year last year with the Eagles when they switched to Vic Fangio's defense, I'm very interested to see, does he have anything left, or was he a one-year wonder?
So we got those guys on the defensive end alongside the likes of Nick Bosa, which you know what you're going to get, right? Like we think we know what we're going to get, which is consistent production. Now, we need more than that this season. We can't just get, 8, 9, 10 sacks. No. I need him to be a leader on that defensive line. I need him to be a run stuffer at times as well. I know your job is to get the quarterback, pressure, get the sacks. I need more, though, this year. If I'm going to be depending on a guy in Mykel Williams and Yetur Gross-Matos and Bryce Huff, I need Nick Bosa to play like a DPOY this year. I need him to play like it. Like when I'm seeing articles from Bleacher Report, and you know what, we see these all the time, but I see Nick Bosa referenced in an article talking about the all overpaid team in the NFL this season with the likes of Ramondre Stevenson and Deshaun Watson. Yeah, that makes me a little bit concerned. Now, is he the most, overpaid player? I think that's a little harsh. It's him and Montez Sweat that are referenced in his Bleacher Report article about the most overpaid. Obviously, Nick Bosa signed a 5-year, $170 million contract worth $122.5 million guaranteed. And I do think, how do you live up to those contracts being a DPOY level? I think last year a lot of people are giving him a pass, Joe, because the entire team was just such a dumpster fire around him. But there is no pass being handed out this year. They need him to produce if they're going to be a team that is going to go to the playoffs. If
we're going to talk about Nick Bosa this year, I just want everyone to keep this in the back of their head. After this season, in 2026, okay, as that season concludes, so it's this year and next year, he can opt out. So what I think is going to end up happening, he can opt out straight up from that contract. So what I think is going to happen is he is playing this year out like it is a contract year. And if I'm Bosa and I'm Bosa's representation, and if I understand Bosa as an organization and I know how his team, financially operates, how are they going to view this season as an extension year?
Yes.
Meaning I'm going to ball out, hopefully, and have a monster year so that I can come back to the table in 2026, because I'm going to dangle the opt-out of 2027, meaning February of 2027, over their heads, and I'm going to try to get a deal that is more commiserate to what Micah Parsons just got.
Well, and the cap hit this year is doubling next year for Nick Bosa in this contract. So it's a $20 million cap hit this year on his contract. You know what it is next year, Joe? $42 million.
I mean, Micah Parsons just got $47 million essentially per year. So if you're Nick Bosa, you think you're better than, I'm just telling you how he thinks. Yeah. He thinks he's better than Micah Parsons. And the cap's going up. And this is why the Niners had to hold firm on Juwan Jennings, because I want to be able to have flexibility to keep my premium players.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're rolling, getting you ready for week 1 of the NFL season. We are all football all week long, baby. Getting you fired up for Seahawks, Niners, again, in Seattle, week 1 this Sunday. We got Brian Baldinger joining us in about 30 minutes. Baldy's Breakdowns. Who is Baldy? Well, if you don't know him, you should. He is the greatest when it comes down to breaking film, and he's our guy, and he joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30, former NFL offensive lineman, host for NFL Network. He does it all. Baldy joining us to preview the start of this season. What does it mean for Nick Bosa this season? What does it mean for Juwan Jennings, Kyle Shanahan? We're going to be discussing all the storylines heading into this one, into Seattle.
So I look at the rest of their defensive line. You got C.J. West, Kalia Davis, who's healthy, who's a guy that's been dominating at practice, but most fans haven't seen him play because he's been essentially injured multiple years now. Alfred Collins, who was one of their high picks as well, a second rounder, has really underwhelmed, I think, at times in the preseason when you've watched. The defensive line as a whole is a huge question mark.
Yes.
Then I get to the linebackers, all right? And I look at these linebackers and I say, D. Winters is a guy that's been hyped up for now 2 consecutive off seasons as someone who could be the heir apparent to Dre Greenlaw. He had an opportunity last year. He couldn't stay healthy. Devondre Campbell got those looks, got all that run, and he wasn't good. And then you look at Nick Martin, who's pushing him to get playing time, maybe be their weak side linebacker. And then you got Fred Warner in the middle. The linebacking position as a whole, I feel like the arrow is going up on it because of how highly I think of Fred. And these two young players under Robert Saleh's tutelage, I feel like one of the two is going to pop. I don't know which one.
They've been so good at identifying young linebacking talent during this regime of Lynch and Shanahan. So I almost want to just give them the benefit of the doubt there. But last year, that Band-Aid or whatever the hell it was, that was Devondre Campbell, was just so bad, Joe, that anything that they can get that was better than that will be a positive for this team. They cannot get worse at that position is how I'm viewing it, because it was the guy quit on the team last year. And quit on him.
I would say that, D Winters, you haven't really seen much in preseason. I thought Nick Martin in games 2 and game 3 in the preseason looked incredible.
Yes.
He was flying around. He was hitting hard. One thing I look for in linebackers, do you play fast?
Yes.
If that pops on the television, I'm always going to lean towards you. Now, you can over pursue, you can miss tackles. There's a lot that comes with playing very, very fast. But to me, he's a guy, I see what they see in Nick Martin. I just hope he can reach it.
Well, the Niners have been kind of the team that has changed, how other teams view their linebacking core.
Yeah.
I mean, with the tandem that was Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, they identified speed and power. That's what it used to be for linebackers. You just want them to be big, burly, lay the wood, the Ray Lewis types. No, you got to be speed heavy now with this new generation of that Shanahan type of offense that is installed all around. You got to keep up with the Tyreek Hills of the world now.
And I look at the defensive line and the linebackers playing in tandem, and I think it's extremely important. It's a team that gave up 4.4 yards a carry last year. 4.4 yards a carry.
Awful.
So if they can't stuff the run, clog lanes, and allow these linebackers to fly, they're in trouble. And we know that we get to the secondary. I just think there's a lot of question marks when it gets to the secondary. Renardo Green showed a little last year. I'm still kind of TBD on him. To me, I'm treating him almost like a rookie in the sense that I don't know what to get from him. I think Diomino Lenore is excellent, but I don't know if they're going to play him on the inside or the outside because it depends on Upton Stout. And the other guy who I thought looked great was Chase Lucas during preseason. And those are two kind of nickelback slot guys, Upton Stout and Chase Lucas. I hadn't seen Upton Stout. He didn't play when I went to practice, and he didn't play in any of these games. I saw Chase Lucas. What a revelation he looked like. And then I get to the safeties, and I go, Jason Pinnock, okay, let's see. Okay. I like Marquise Siegel a lot. Jair Brown doesn't just scares me. It terrifies me.
What happened? It was so promising.
He's a box safety.
We had Baldy on here, though, but he was so high on this guy.
I don't know.
When he kind of came out and he's like, you know what? I think Tig Brown's going to be that next guy. He's going to take over for Hufanga, and it's going to be an easy transition. He had a pick in the Super Bowl, Joe. And really, since then, it's just been going back in reverse.
I know.
Oh, no.
I don't know what to make of it. And I think Malik Mustafa returning probably goes to that position, strong safety, at some point. I guess they're going to start with Jair Brown there. I don't love it. So we'll see.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, it's pretty obvious why he's kind of had a regression, because he's had his third different defensive coordinator. That kind of matters in this. As much as we talk about it with the quarterback and the quarterback coach and the offensive coordinators, remember, Alex Smith had all these different offensive coordinators, right? And we're all trying to figure out what's the problem. It's this guy's had 5 or 6 different ones his entire life. Oh, he finally has consistency with Andy Reid. Look at that. We don't really give that the same benefit of the doubt when it comes to other players around offense or defense. The fact that a young player like Jair Brown is going from Wilkes to Sorensen and now Saleh, there is something to be said about that.
That's a good point.
So maybe Saleh can find something there.
But what does he do well?
I don't know.
He doesn't cover. He hasn't stuffed the run. He is not fast in the sense of at least Hufanga was extremely quick.
Yes.
You could see his speed pop up.
A risky player, but he flashed.
And he would separate people from the ball, and he would make turnovers. And I know that the majority of those came in the first 6 or 7 games a couple years back. But Jair Brown hasn't made a lot of plays. Since that Super Bowl interception, what's he done?
That exactly.
Positive.
It's been in reverse the whole time. But quite frankly, you could say that about the entirety of the 49ers defense outside of maybe Fred Warner and a couple others.
Heading into the season, what position group on defense is the strength of the defense?
I want to say the linebacking core.
I kind of lean that way too.
Like, that's because I want to say, and it needs to be, by the way, it needs to be the defensive line. There's too many question marks outside of Nick Bosa. Like, seriously, can you trust anyone outside of Nick Bosa on that team right now? Anyone? And I'm saying trust
on D-line.
On the defensive line.
I think it's just ask me after 5 or 6
Correct.
weeks. I think that's the only assessment you can make.
That's the biggest question mark is that for me. And then I would feel most comfortable right now, Fred Warner, D. Winters,
I would agree.
Nick Martin, but because they flashed, and again, it's preseason. What does preseason mean? Well, at least they flashed for me.
I've seen some things.
I've seen some things, exactly. And then a close second to that defensive line of concern level is that secondary.
Well, and I think this gets me back to coaching.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh, the Elixir. And we'll get into him at 8 o'clock because I have like my 6 biggest storylines heading into the NFL season for the Niners because they're going after 6 Super Bowls.
There you go.
And then we'll get to the special teams before we get to offense. We'll do offense on the other side. Jake Moody, and I'm just going to say this now, and I'm going to say this the rest of the season. If and when Jake Moody costs them a game, it's on Shanahan and Lynch. I'm not even going to be mad at Jake Moody. It's on them for setting themselves up to have to rely on this individual. We all know a game or 2 or 3 or 4 will come down to the kicker. And the fact that they have stuck with this guy, this is on them. Either he's going to sink or swim. If I were to bet, I would bet sinking. I like Thomas Morstead. I actually do. I think he's going to be a solid punter, older, obviously. I'm very iffy on their return game as a whole. Cowing was one of their guys. Jordan Watkins was one of the guys. Both hurt right now. Isaac Orendo, I do not trust at all. Maybe it's Sky Moore, the guy they acquired. I don't like it at all. Their return game, I'm very up in the air on it. Like the punter, despise the kicking situation in terms of I can't believe Shanahan and Lynch stuck with Jake Moody.
I mean, we're special teams already, right? The year hasn't even started, and special teams is already a problem in San Francisco.
Joe, I've told you, as a Niner fan,
unbelievable.
Our best success has been with that older veteran, kind of like flamed out at his last spot. Phil Dawson, David Green Acres, Joe Nedney, Robbie Gould. Like, that is the way the Niners have always found value, and those guys are always available.
Well, Dustin Hopkins is that guy people were talking about last week. Obviously, longtime Cleveland Browns kicker.
He's solid.
Had a bad year last year. Had a worse year than Moody. But people are saying, like, hey, get him a change of scenery. Come and bring him over here. He's had more consistency throughout his career than a Jake Moody's had.
Joe, watch back the first 10 games of the year, 8 games, 9 games of the year. Special teams cost them as much, if not more, than defense.
Oh, yeah.
I misremembered how bad, and I'm not just talking about Moody. Moody's one element. Punting game was terrible. Their return defense was terrible in terms of coverage, and their returns. Isaac Orendo fumbled the ball in I believe, the Patriot game. It was horrible to start the second half.
Yep.
Horrible.
All right, so we broke down the defense there and the special teams. Let's dive into the offense right now because I'm feeling damn confident about this offense with Juwan Jennings suiting up yesterday. We got Ricky Pearsall healthy. We got Brock Purdy healthy, Christian McCaffrey. All of that on the other side, plus Brian Baldinger at 7:30. By the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the New York Liberty. Hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and also the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30. And what's coming up with the game is brought to you by Safeway. Brian Baldinger, Baldy Breakdowns on the Morning Roast.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef Ribeye, New York Strip Steak or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, Bone-In Steak or Untrimmed Tri-Tip Roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. See you in the aisles.
Are you designing a new home, or maybe you want to upgrade your existing one? You should consider Golden State Lumber showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance, all from the top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed on all corners of the Bay Area, and you can count on their expert staff to help you make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the entire area. Take a look at windows and doors. They have a page specifically on goldenstatelumber.com, and you can scroll through the image gallery and take a virtual tour of the showrooms to find inspiration. When you get some ideas, have questions, or you want a closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom. It's family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today. Now back to the Joes on the morning roast.
What?
Shasky, you're my guy, but calm down.
So unfair. Stop talking down to me.
Don't put words in his mouth, Mark Willard. Don't you do that. By the way, Mark Willard, Is he gonna be the host again? He's always the host at these 95 the Game Summits, but he's gonna be hosting with Willard Dibs from 2 to 4 this Thursday, September 4th. We have the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. And again, Willard Dibs going to be live from 2 to 4. And then the summit officially begins with all the hosts from 4 to 6. Myself, Shasky, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs coming out, hang with us, getting ready for the football season, which officially begins actually kind of during that summit because Eagles and Cowboys are going to be kicking off. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang again with all of us. Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. And you can catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. We got Brian Baldinger, Joe, joining us in about 12 minutes, courtesy of River Islands. And man, I got another announcement. You know who's joining us tomorrow? 8:30. He's on your shirt, actually. It's the GOAT, Jerry Rice. 8:30, greatest football player of all time, and he's back on the roast. 8:30. It's going to be appointment viewing. Can't wait.
Pumped up for that. He made a lot of he had a lot of sit down interviews on the Dallas Cowboy doc that's on Netflix, which is excellent. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I'm not sure how many people have seen it, but it's excellent. It's basically, to me, it's a love letter to the Niners.
Well, to the 90s, really. Like for someone that was literally born when that was happening, it was really cool to go back and revisit all that footage, all the drama, and just the ridiculousness nature of all of it. Like, they're preparing for a Super Bowl, and Jimmy Johnson is basically admitting, like, yeah, I like to keep my options open. Maybe I'll interview with the expansion franchise Jacksonville Jaguars. What? That's like Steve Kerr saying, like, this year, like, getting ready for the Western Conference Finals or semifinals. Yeah, I'm keeping my options open. Maybe Las Vegas, they get in a franchise, I'll interview with them. Excuse me? It's just insane.
Did you notice what happened in the 92 NFC Championship game? Not just the hold that they always talk about, which Guy McIntyre probably did hold on that play on the Jerry Rice touchdown early in the game. But did you see what ended up happening in the 92 game?
What?
I don't know if you paid attention.
What happened?
And this is why. There's many of these opportunities. Going back, one of the first ever botched onside kicks in NFL history was Niners-Cowboys.
Yeah.
Way back in the day in the playoffs in the early 70s. And it was when the Cowboys came roaring back down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, the game that my dad left on Muni, and he never left the game ever after that with John Bologna. But they muffed a punt in that game. They missed a field goal in that game. And you wonder why Niner fans are scarred, who are older and have perspective and know the history of the team, why they're scarred for life regarding the special teams.
Yeah.
It's not just, Kyle Williams. It goes back generations. So, special teams, we've seen it firsthand cost us not just a game or two, it's ended your season.
Well, what makes it more infuriating is that the head coach I'm just going to say it, he just doesn't care about special teams. Like throughout his tenure as 49ers. Well, he literally has said, he's on record saying, yeah, I just want them to not lose us the game. How about you make it a strength and say this about what Bill Belichick, we're all laughing at him right now, he's struggling and North Carolina got destroyed. He always made special teams a priority, no matter what. Like, who's my guy? Slater, that was there forever, all-pro guy. Yep. Like, he always made that a priority. It matters. It mattered in a Super Bowl multiple times for the 49ers. Jacoby Jones on line 1, right? Like, for the Baltimore Ravens to open up the second half. Gut punch after gut punch. And again, we had our boy Brian at Palo Alto calling last week, Joe. He's giving it 1 week for Jake Moody to last as the kicker. He says he misses one kick in week 1, he's gone.
You referenced Belichick's affinity for special teams.
Yes.
A guy like Steve Tasker, most people probably don't remember that name. If I think of the Buffalo Bills in the 90s, I think of Steve Tasker. Well, he was a specific special teams weapon.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Let's get to
I think of him more as a broadcaster these days because he's been a broadcaster for CBS for so long now, too. I'm just telling you, he just has been.
I mean, I know, but when I say the name Steve Tasker to an older group of people, they're like, yeah, unbelievable special teamer in the way that you talk about Slater, Matthew Slater. It's exactly it. Let's get to the 49er offense because we're going to have Baldy here in about 8 minutes. Let's start on the offensive line. Trent Williams, Ben Barch, maybe Connor Colby, who's the rookie at left guard, Jake Brendel at center, Dominic Pooney at right guard, and Colton McKivitz. How would you rate that offensive line?
Am I rating them on a A to F scale? Am I rating them around the NFL?
Good.
Solid.
Okay.
How about that? I think it's a solid offensive line. Do I think it's sexy? No. Do I think there is a Hall of Famer in there? Yes. Trent Williams, hot take. But outside of that, do you trust any of those other guys to be elite? Dominic Pooney, I do trust. Now he's working back from an injury. Let's see it. I didn't think we were going to get him back this soon, but that is good news. You need a guy like that who came off a sensational rookie season last year. It always goes back to the right tackle, right? And I get people want to go Trent Williams. He wasn't there in the offseason last year. He didn't look like the same old Trent Williams. I hear you. Trent Williams on a bad day is better than whatever you're going to get at that right tackle position in Colton McKivitz, who I don't think is god-awful, like Niner fans like to portray him to be. But if there is a weak link on this offensive line, it would be the right tackle, right?
I'm very interested to see how this unit plays out this year. Connor Colby's the rookie who I referenced earlier, number 75. I think he'll be your left guard at some point this year, and that will give you 2 team drafted, controllable assets on the offensive line making nothing.
I mean, he's got the size. The guy's like 6'6", 315 pounds. He's massive.
And he moves well. I really like him. They got this guy, Matt Hennessy, who they like, backing up Jake Brendel at center. I don't know if he's going to play. Like, Jake Brendel's probably better than we give him credit for. I would call this entire offensive line serviceable. And I think that it really is predicated on what version of the running back room we get. We'll get to that in a second. Let's go to tight end. Tight end and fullback. I'll loop them together.
Sure.
Kittle, Luke Farrell, Jake Tonjes. And then you've got Kyle Juszczyk at fullback. How would you rate that group?
I mean, it's if I have George Kittle, I'm rating it an A. Like, I feel great about it.
I think this could be the deepest. If I combine tight end, fullback, I think this could be the deepest position on the team.
And I know we like to laugh at the fullback, Kyle Juszczyk. He's pretty freaking good still. Like, I don't think he's like to fall off. Now, I know Steiny likes to make fun of it. It's just like, the juice worth the squeeze, all of that. Again, Juszczyk juice. But I didn't even mean to do that. But George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk, they're good, old, reliable targets. And George Kittle is still a top 2, top 3 tight end in the National Football League. So, yes, I feel great about it. Now, can I get him more involved in the passing game this year now that I paid Luke Farrell? Like, what do I expect from Luke Farrell after getting paid all that money? I expect him to block his ass off and George Kittle to be going out there and save him because he's getting older, Joe.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need him to get an unneeded punishment throughout the season. I need him to be fresh in the passing game.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think this is the strength of the offense currently.
The strength.
Yeah,
okay.
I do. I think it's the strength of the offense currently. It could change. It could fluctuate, and we'll see how health goes. Let's go to wide receiver. You got Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and the questionable Russell Gage Jr. Behind them, you have Sky Moore, Jordan Watkins, Jacob Cowing, and Brandon Ayuk. Cowing and Ayuk are obviously out right now. Jordan Watkins is hurt. He's coming back. So let's just go Jennings, Pearsall, Gage to start the season. How are you feeling? And Demarcus Robinson
exactly. He'll be back after 3 games, which I think is going to be a huge piece going forward. But right now, like the fact that they got Juwan Jennings back, I feel a whole hell of a lot better. Whole hell of a lot better with Ricky Pearsall, with Juwan, and then we'll like Sky Moore. The guy can't catch. I mean, that's literally he's a wide receiver that can't catch. I can't expect anything out of him right now. Is he going to do like end around sweeps? I don't know, but he can't catch the damn ball. But Juwan Jennings and Pearsall, let's just leave it right there. I feel great about them as a tandem, adding on George Kittle in that passing game as well. So I feel pretty good with where they're at, and I'm actually going to feel, I think, great a couple weeks down to the season when you get Demarcus Robinson back, and then whatever version we get of Brandon Ayuk potentially, Joe, you could be cooking with some hot oil here 7-8 weeks into the season, potentially. But early on, I'm feeling better than where I did a couple weeks ago after this Jennings thing. Now, the question is, Joe, with Jennings returning to practice, how long is it going to take for him to get on that same page with Purdy that he built last year? And then obviously the medical.
Can he make it week to week?
Can he make it week to week right now? I don't know. Is it horrible if I expect an injury to happen these first couple weeks? I hate to say that, but a guy that's missed all this practice and just thrusting him in there week 1 makes me a little concerned if there was a lot going on there with the calf. Again, we don't know the severity of it because there is a holdout attached to it. I don't know what to make of the calf. I don't.
No, I don't either. All right, let's go to the running back room. I barely had a chance to talk about it because I went away that Friday when the news broke in the 9 o'clock hour when we had Bonte in studio. You got Bijan Robinson. You got Brian Robinson.
Oh, it's like they got Bijan? Sweet.
backing up Christian McCaffrey with Isaac Guerrero as your third back and Jordan James, who's questionable as of right now. I don't know what to make of CMC. I love the Brian Robinson acquisition. I think this is a tough one, though, because Shanahan fails to get two guys humming simultaneously in that running back room. It feels like feast or famine for these guys back there. And I think it'd be malpractice to not get Brian Robinson and CMC on the field together.
Well, I think this is their strongest, duo on the offense. I don't think it's Pearsall and Jennings. I don't think it's, Kittle and, Farrell or wherever it is on the offensive line. I think these two at the running back position is their deepest position on the offense, Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson. And the fact that Robinson could be used as a pass catcher too is massive for this team, because I don't really think there was a reliable, pass catching option outside of Christian McCaffrey last year at the running back position. Jordan Mason, I didn't really ever believe that he was that guy. Guerrero, not really either. Like, that's the guy I'm looking at too when we're divvying up these touches, because let's also keep it honest, Joe. Christian McCaffrey's going on 30 years old here. Like, we need to limit those touches in the running back, obviously, lane, but also in the pass-catching lane, too. And Brian Robinson, I think, is going to help that. Now, we had Baldy on last week, and he's going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes, Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands. And, he said he's not as powerful, Brian Robinson, as a Jordan Mason, right? He's not as powerful. He's not a really big speedster breakaway guy, but that's okay. I actually felt like that power that Jordan Mason had was kind of, it was good, but it was a blessing and also a curse at the same time, because he got hurt. And it felt like he sought contact, after the fact. I don't want to see that with Brian Robinson. I want to see him being a little shifty, and stay upright and stay healthy. That's the name of the game for this team, is staying healthy. And I think Brian Robinson is going to be a great number 2 option for Christian McCaffrey this year, a guy that they're trying to keep healthy, obviously, all season long.
There is a scenario, I don't know how realistic, but there is a scenario where CMC underwhelms, underperforms, doesn't play well, and is not on this team next year, and Brian Robinson is.
He's a massive question. Like, how can Christian McCaffrey at this point not be one of the biggest question marks as we're talking about fantasy football drafts? Everyone's wondering, do I take Christian McCaffrey right now?
I know.
Right? And he's going to be falling potentially, and we'll see tomorrow, by the way, where we're doing our first round here on 95.7 The Game for our 95.7 The Game fantasy football draft.
And then you got Brock Purdy, Mac Jones, Carter Bradley on IR, and Curtis O'Rourke. By the way, Carter Bradley. What are we doing? Of all the organizations that should know that your third string quarterback is actually kind of important, it would be this one, and it would be that coach. And you're doing the nepotism thing with Carter Bradley when everyone, like my grandma, 98
Explain the
years old.
nepotism factor for those that don't know.
His dad, Gus Bradley, who's the assistant head coach.
There you go.
And my grandma's like, this guy can't play. She's 98 years old. She doesn't even like football. She's like, get this guy off the field. What are we doing?
I think he stinks.
I don't even think he stinks. I think he's awful.
Wait, awful's worse than stinks?
Yeah.
I love that there's the levels of this.
He's awful.
Oh, my God.
But Mac Jones, obviously Mac Jones getting hurt really threw a monkey wrench in their plans. He looked better at practice than he's looked in the games. He has not looked good in the games.
No.
And then obviously Brock Purdy staying healthy. And I've got some questions. In 30 minutes, I'll give you the 6 biggest storylines of the Niners heading into this season. And Brock is a part of it.
888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Do we have Baldy, by the way? Thumbs up? Nope, we're still waiting.
And
thumbs down.
I want to ask Baldy one question that's not NFL related to start. And it's specifically about somebody that had a weekend. And I know there's a couple days removed, so time has forgotten it. When I think of people in sports and in broadcasting who make me smile and who are champions of the sport, John Madden is obviously one of the most seminal. Yeah. And I think Bill Walton in basketball was that way for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Baldy is that way in the NFL now. Lee Corso's that way for college football. And I think that Lee Corso's kind of final, swan song over the weekend, it made me smile. It made me tear up a little. Because he's obviously getting up there. I mean, he really is. And we're getting up there, most of us that grew up watching Lee Corso all the way through. I want to hear from Baldy what a guy like Lee Corso, what kind of impact he had on him as a football player, a football fan, and as a broadcaster of the sport. Because when I talk about the sport of football, Lee Corso is one of the biggest characters of all time.
Well, he's synonymous with putting on, that whatever mascot helmet, whatever it is, and doing his little queen wave.
Oh,
and
he
it's
made
hilarious.
you smile.
He's 90 years old. like to be able to go out on his terms at 90 years old. And I know like we all kind of watched it and, last couple seasons have been kind of rough at times, but again, him being able to leave on his own terms. And I always respect, and that's why I always root for Kirk Herbstreit when it comes to this. He's like another father, Lee Corso is to Kirk Herbstreit. They've talked about it a lot. And Kirk Herbstreit, obviously a longtime broadcaster, college. He's been the color analyst for 25 plus years now at ESPN. Now he obviously does the NFL on Amazon Prime. But I always loved that relationship that he talked about. That second father to him, and Lee Corso talked about Kirk kind of being another son, and how Kirk and him and Kirk's taking care of him on that broadcast. Really, just I have so much respect for him and that entire crew. Reese Davis, Desmond Howard, all of them. They do such a good job. Pat McAfee's been a great addition there. Say what you will about the guy, it's been a great addition. And for him to go out on his own terms, and for him to go 6-0, Joe, 6-0 on his final picks. That's pretty impressive, man. So that was really cool to see that over the weekend. That was probably the best thing I saw all weekend was Lee Corso doing his thing and going 6-0 on the College Game Day. It's pretty cool.
His smile, his effervescent nature, and then just his connection to the game. Florida State, Maryland, Navy, Louisville, Indiana, doing the Orlando Renegades when he was with the USFL, being a player, a two-way player at that. Like, I think he was one of the seminal figures of, if I were to say someone who helped forge my bond, my love, my passion for sports, Lee Corso is somewhere in the mix. I don't know where, but he's in there.
Lee Corso, you mentioned John Madden. I think Chris Berman for sure for me, NFL.
Absolutely.
Who was it? Him and Tom Jackson for the longest time. I would just associate those two with just, okay, Sunday Night Football's over. Boom, right there. I'm going over to ESPN and they're going to recap everything. Maybe just, and I know they're going to talk about my team because they talk about every single game. And Lee Corso stepping away from College Game Day. It's not going to be the same. And, that's what makes life so hard sometimes is you have to walk away and it's going to change. And now Pat McAfee is going to be there and he's going to be the new face of everything. You still got Kirk Herbstreit, you still got Reese Davis, Chris Fowler prior to him. Now Chris Fowler's on the broadcast. But did you know this? Lee Corso's final ESPN College Game Day was the most watched episode ever. Topped out at 5.1 million viewers was watching that quarter hour for College Game Day. It's pretty cool.
We got Baldy? Let's get right to him.
Let's dive into Shark Week. Let's do it. Come on. We got it, Carter. Let's dive right into Shark Week. I'm on Jaws, baby. Not Ron Jaworski. I'm talking one Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. And is it time for you to discover the island's River Islands in Lathrop? Brian Baldinger joining us on the Morning Roast, heading into week 1.
Yeah.
Seahawks, Niners. But Joe, you want to start somewhere else?
Baldy, when I think of people in sports media who had a big impact on my life and my love of the sport, like I think of Bill Walton for college basketball, for example. I think of Hubie Brown, in the NBA, and I think of yourself in the NFL, or John Madden, who had a big impact on my love of the game. Lee Corso is one of those people for me that I see him on television and I smile, and to see him, go out gracefully with the applause that he had, it hit me in my soul. I'm getting older and I love Lee Corso, and he meant so much to my childhood mornings. Lee Corso, Baldy, as someone who has been around the game of football your entire life, when I say Lee Corso, what do you think?
Very similar things that you just said, Joe, and I'm glad you brought his name up. It was my favorite show on all sports and all TV. Maybe TNT with Charles, and Ernie, those guys, but I mean right there, And honestly, I did college football for Fox for 10 years, and I did a lot of early games, and I would wake up wherever I was, and I had College Football Game Day on, and I worked at Fox, and they had a pregame show, and no offense to anybody there, but I tuned in. I go back to Craig James's day when Craig was there before, Kirk, and I grew up watching Craig James. I got to know Craig really good down in Texas, but I went to his broadcast school. But Lee Corso and that show, for me, was as good as sports television got. It just did. It did everything. Aaron Andrews, broke onto the scene there. Like we all know. Like college football game day actually set the table for me for the whole weekend. It started the weekend. College football all day Saturday started with college football game day. And it led into Sunday pregame shows and then the games. But I'm with you. Lee Corso was special because he did it with class. Because Bradshaw told me something a long time ago when I went to work at Fox. He goes, Baldy, I know you love X's and O's. You love talking about all this stuff. But let me just remind you, we're in the entertainment business. And Lee always kept that, that little thing. We're there to be entertained. We want to laugh. We want to smile. We want to cheer. We want to be entertained. And Lee understood all of that. No matter the gravity of the game, the sport, it was still an entertainment focus. And Lee brought all of it, the tactical part of it and the entertainment part of it.
No, it's a great point. It's Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky, and it kind of leads us into these NFL Week 1. Like, that was a perfect weekend to get us started, right? I always root for a good college football Week 1 weekend because it gets us ready for NFL Week 1. It gets the juices flowing, if you will. And by the way, shout out Lee Corso. I don't know if you saw this ball. He went 6 for 6 with his picks over the weekend. He was crushing it. So good for Lee to go out on top right there. But this leads us into 49ers, Seahawks, Week 1 in Seattle. And Jauan Jennings returns yesterday, Baldy, to practice. It was the big talk of the last month. Is it the calf? Is he holding out? Is he holding in? What's going on with Jauan, who returns to practice yesterday? How big of a boost will that be for the offense if he's able to suit up Week 1 in Seattle?
Well, I mean, he needs someplace to go with the ball, and I'll never forget this when Jimmy Garoppolo was there and the quarterback. And Jauan was just sort of breaking onto the scene. And, and I said, what is it about this guy? Like, what's his strength? He goes, well, he's not very fast. Doesn't run the greatest routes, but he always seems to be open. Like, that's kind of how they describe Jauan Jennings. And I don't think that's a knock. Some guys just have an ability to be open. Maybe it's, he's bigger than the other guys. He's got some size to him. But he does seem to get open a lot. And ultimately, the quarterback has, and in Brock's case, it's no different than the other side, this, what Sam is going to be doing for Seattle. But, you basically have 2.5 seconds to find an open receiver and make a decision. I mean, it's the ultimate speed test, is to find an open receiver. And then put it in a great location against guys that basically can run routes as good as you can. So it's a challenge. But to me, to answer the question, Brock has a place to go with the ball that he might not have had, last week at this time. That might be really important to extend a drive, to finish a drive, to, get a chunk yards, whatever. And so he's important. He's important to this offense.
Baldy, I wrote down 6 different questions, or I guess themes that I have for the Niners this year in terms of importance. If you were to narrow it down, just from your vantage point, what is the number one biggest topic for you regarding the Niners heading into this year?
All right, I want to see if my notes concur with yours here, Joe.
All right, let's see.
Sometimes we think alike. But to me, like, I was just listening to the question, and I was already jotting down notes. But to me, it's McCaffrey. Is Christian McCaffrey Christian McCaffrey? Like, am I right, Joe?
It's my number one, right? It's my number one question. I don't know. Is he cooked? Is he great? Is he somewhere in the middle? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. Running backs, they all fade differently. Some guys go, Emmitt Smith went 13 years. Like, some guys can go a long, long time. Josh Jacobs still looks like he's running really, really good, right? Aaron Jones, who was in Christian McCaffrey's draft, still looks like he's going at a pretty good clip. You just never know. Like, I saw Derrick Henry this summer. So he's going into his 10th year. There doesn't look to be any loss of speed in Derrick Henry, even though nobody has more carries over the last 9 years than Derrick Henry. But he's built different than everybody else. So that's That's my question. And none of us know. I don't believe Christian knows. I don't believe Kyle knows. I don't think John Lynch knows. I don't think anybody knows until he gets 10, 15 carries into the game on Sunday.
How would you utilize him and Brian Robinson? Is it I'm giving carries to one guy and trying to limit his action, or would you utilize both players on the field simultaneously? Like, I'm trying to just think, if I'm Shanahan, how am I utilizing Brian Robinson while also maximizing CMC?
Well, I'm giving the majority of the work to McCaffrey to start. Now look, if you get a 12-play drive to start, you're going to rotate McCaffrey at some point in those 12 plays. But, I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey to start this year, to let him build some timing with the offensive line. Nobody's had any work in the preseason. So I'm giving him all the work I can to start the season. We kind of know Brian Robinson is going to be the backup. He's going to, and all that. His role is defined. Now, it might become a bigger role depending on what McCaffrey gives you. But I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey as I can to get him started, to find out what he is and what he has.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. And Baldy, you can go on the offense there, and that's a major question mark. And I'm going to flip it to the defense for a second because, we were going through the depth chart right now, and there's a lot of question marks outside of the big names, right, that have gotten paid. Bosa, Warner, Lenore. Outside of those guys, there's a lot of positions up for grabs right now. Mykel Williams, obviously, we haven't really seen much of him. The expectations there for a first rounder, 11th overall, are massive. But I wanted to stick with the big boy because we were talking about Micah Parsons all last week, right? Obviously, rightfully so. And hell, we can get your thoughts on that at some point as well. Micah Parsons getting traded within the conference, now part of the Green Bay Packers. And obviously a lot was made there because of what he means for not only the Dallas Cowboys, but now for the Packers. Like, you need one of those top 5 guys. And the 49er fans like to think that they have a top 5 guy at the defensive line position in Nick Bosa. What are your expectations for Nick Bosa this year? I know, you were hard on him last year, and rightfully so. You don't sugarcoat anything, Baldy. That's why we love you. You just call it like you see it, right? Like, I'm looking at Bosa for this team to go over the top and for this defense to, crawl back into the elite because they were bottom 5 in scoring last year. They just could not stop a nosebleed defensively when it came to the running game, passing game. They were bad. What are you expecting from the former DPOY Nick Bosa this season, Baldy?
Well, look, not just Nick, but Fred also. Fred did not have a great season last year. He didn't look like Fred. Well, I know the ankle was bad, but he did the second half of the season. He wasn't making the plays that we're used to seeing from Fred. And so I think both of them, you got to put them under a microscope because they're paying them to be elite players, to change the game, to take the ball away, to make key stops, to, sack the quarterback. I think for both players, like this is they both played a lot of snaps. And at some point, guys slow down. Now, has that begun? Or do we give them a fresh start this year and see how they roll through? So, to me, both players, I'm watching both of them against Seattle because I think Fred is better than Charles Cross. Nick. I think Nick is better than Charles Cross. He's better than Abe Lucas. But those are the 2 tackles he's going to see. And he's seen them over the years. He's seen them in playoff games. He's seen them in regular season games. Like, I want to see him ruin both those guys. He's going to flip-flop both sides. Like, I got to see him win against those guys. And Fred, look, they're going to see a good running game with a new offensive line. Graves Abel's in there at left guard. I want to see, Fred sideline to sideline, Fred popping the ball out. Like, 3rd down and 2, they want to run the ball against you. I want to see Fred make the stop. Like, I got to see both those guys in big moments in the game come up with big plays.
Baldy, is Brock Purdy the least talked about franchise quarterback to get paid this offseason? Like, whenever a guy gets paid a lot of money, it feels like we obsess about how they can carry the organization, carry the franchise. Really feels like he's flying under the radar, doesn't it?
It does, in large part because he was where he was drafted. It's easy if Trevor Lawrence is the franchise guy and we're talking about him. Coaching change again with Trevor Lawrence. Like, he doesn't look like the number 1 pick in the draft. Joe Burrow does. So, yes, I think he's, in large part, he's probably not talked about as much because of where he came into this league. But he's now been paid like he's a top 10 quarterback, top 5 quarterback because of where he's slotted salary-wise. So those expectations go up. No longer is he that unbelievable find by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Now he's those days at Iowa State and Mr. Irrelevant, all that stuff that travel with him, that's over. Now it's a whole new standard. It's a whole new standard. Like, he has to play at an elite level. This isn't Jimmy Garoppolo level. This is a new level. And the expectations have now gone skyrocketed. He's expected to make plays that we're used to seeing from Aaron Rodgers, from, Joe Burrow, from Patrick Mahomes. He now has to make those type of plays.
The way the season ended last year for this guy, I think most Niner fans dismiss him. And I'm like, look, I get it. The last couple games were awful. He finished 10th in MVP voting, was a Pro Bowler, threw for 4,400 yards, 35 touchdowns, 12 picks, had 5 game-winning drives. Sam Darnold. What are they getting with Sam Darnold and the Seattle Seahawks offense this week?
They're getting an elite player. Like Clint Kubiak, that system is very similar to Kyle's. That system, it goes back to Mike Shanahan, honestly, with Gary Kubiak, his dad. But the system is proven. He makes good decisions. He is very mobile. He can get through his progressions, and he has a good arm. Like, they're getting an elite player. They just are. Like, look, you go to the Jets, you go to Carolina, you go to some of these places, you're not going to be successful. It can't be just about the quarterback. You have to have other pieces in place. He's got everything else in place there in Seattle. He's got a team that's committed to the run. He's got a team that has a good defense. He's got a bright young coach in Mike McDonald. I think they're getting an elite player. They really are. You can talk about the last game of the year against the Rams. That there's a reason why their number one priority in the offseason was addressing the offensive line. And that's what they did.
Mike McDonald was the defensive coordinator in Baltimore the night that on Christmas when Purdy looked terrible and Kyle Hamilton intercepted a bunch of passes. And really it felt like his MVP chances kind of diminished after that evening. And then last year, they really stymied the Niners in the second half of the game at Levi's. What is it that Mike McDonald does on defense that's so tricky for this 49er offense?
I wish I could bring Rod Woodson into this conversation. He's the voice of the Baltimore Ravens. And Rod Woodson is one of the great football minds of the last 30 years. As a player, broadcaster, I worked with him NFL Network. But Mike plays this matchup zone. He sits on top of your routes. They read routes. They don't show you what they're doing until the ball is snapped. They sit in these shells, and they come out of the shell. It's almost impossible to get the ball behind you. They have chess pieces like Devin Witherspoon will be the Kyle Hamilton of this defense. They're going to move him around. He'll be in a lot of different spots. He'll be a designated blitzer. But they really understand formations, down and distance, and they freaking read these routes and these concepts with these matchup zones, and it really makes the quarterback hold it. They're not sure. And at some point, they hold it so long that last year in Baltimore, they led the league in sacks and takeaways. It leads to sacks and it leads to turnovers is what it does.
God, I love talking football with Brian Baldinger right here on the Morning Roast. Baldy, sticking on the head coaches right now, let's talk about the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. And, it's always perception versus reality. And it feels like there's just a disconnect right now within some of the Niners fan base and the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. Why is that? Because nationally, this guy is still viewed as one of the top 5 head coaches in the league. I truly believe if he was out there as a free agent, like 90% of NFL teams are trying to go get that guy as their head coach. Why do you think there's such a disconnect between some of the Niners fan base and their head coach, Kyle Shanahan, heading into this season?
I just think because Kyle has gotten to Super Bowls and haven't won Super Bowls. And there's been plays and decisions in Atlanta, in San Francisco, where he said if he had done this, they would have won the game. Brady comes back. If So I think that travels with him. But I'd like to challenge any 49er fan out there that questions Kyle Shanahan and says, what other coaches would have done what he has done with Brock Purdy? Would you be an elite team, an elite offense, if Trey Lance didn't work out and you had to go to Brock Purdy? Would you have been able to do this? And then you go, Debo got paid. Ayuk got paid. Like everybody got paid in this offense. They've all benefited. And on defense too. Like would Lenore have gotten paid? Would George Kittle gotten paid twice if it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan? Like there's a reason why these guys have become the top of the leaderboard at their positions. So all those guys that I just mentioned, Aaron Banks, it got paid. Like, would have Aaron Banks been paid if somebody else was the coach of the 49ers? Probably not. Like, they've got 8 or 10 of the top players at their positions under Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams been paid 3 times. Washington gave up on him. Like, you just have to kind of look and scratch your head. Like, these guys, because they've been an elite team, they've gotten elite players have gotten paid. And so I question some of those people that question Kyle at this point.
Baldy, if I were to ask you, the most important player, if you gave them a career year and you think it would have the most impact on winning for the Niners, and you could wave that magic wand on that particular player on this team, who would that player be for you?
McCaffrey. Like, if McCaffrey looks like he did 2 years ago, I think San Francisco is going to win the division. Like, I think they're going to be that good. Like, I think he's that much of a difference maker. And he's that type of talent. And the offense, whoever Brock is throwing to, like, it will change if Christian McCaffrey is giving you 100 yards a game. If he's giving you 100 yards a game and then 100 and plus total yards a game, like he did 2 years ago, then I have much fewer reservations about this football team.
Hey, Baldy, great stuff to kick off week 1. Seahawks, Niners will be reacting next week. Oh, I can't wait either. We got 2 more days. Less than 2 days. We got Eagles, Cowboys.
Listen to this, guys. I'm doing, for national radio, I'm doing Cowboys, Eagles Thursday night.
Wow.
And I'm doing Giants, Washington on Sunday.
Whoa.
And then I'm coming back, and I'll be at NFL Films with San Francisco, Seattle on the TV, breaking the 1 o'clock games down. Like, it's just immersion, complete immersion in the game right now.
God, I love it.
Who had a worse weekend, Arch Manning or Bill Belichick?
I got to say Bill. Like, that was pretty ugly last night.
Hey, Baldy, I had a take, and I want your opinion. All these college games need to be played at college stadiums. It's just the environment. I hate the neutral site games in the regular season. It drives me nuts. There's nothing better. Like, seeing Arch in the Horseshoe was unreal.
Yeah. No, there's no question. I'm doing Texas OU this year. Like, it's at the Cotton Bowl, which is still pretty good.
That is good.
It'll be half OU, half Texas. But yeah, I agree. Like, I said, like, I went to Duke. I played it at Chapel Hill many times, but they'll never have another atmosphere like they had last night. It will never look like that for a football game. Maybe Belichick next year, maybe, if they get this thing turned around. But I'm with you. There's nothing better than college football venues.
Baldy,
I'm with you.
Baldy, I know you don't sleep, so sleep is for the week. So just be locked in all week, and we'll do it again next Tuesday, all right?
Miss you, pal.
Got it, guys. I look forward to it, guys. See you next week.
There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger, and that leads us to the injury report. I mean, I should have a new injury report that they injured Mike in the producer's studio because Carter Chickering snapped that thing in half. He's jerking it around back there. The Giants, though, they got brutal injury news over the weekend when a pair of doctors recommended, it says Timmy John surgery. It's actually Tommy John surgery to Giants all-star reliever Randy Rodriguez. After considering his options, Rodriguez will undergo the procedure that will not only end this season, but could wipe away his chance to pitch in 2026 as well. Just brutal. Rodriguez said he had been dealing with discomfort in his throwing elbow since last year.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, that's a red flag right there. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Joe Shasky's 6 themes of the 49ers 2025 season coming up on the other side. Why number 6? Because the quest for 6 is back on, and it starts this Sunday. Niners, Seahawks. We're getting you ready all week long. We'll react to what Baldy had to say. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Save on organic summer produce at Whole Foods Market. Get organic heirloom tomatoes for $3.99 per pound with Prime through September 2nd. Used as a burger topping or as the star of their own sandwich. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mont Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mont Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Here we go.
Starting with a Week 1 NFC North rivalry between the Lions and Packers.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint project, saving is at the top of your list. That's why when you shop today, you can buy one, get one free select Valspar and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams one-coat coverage interior paints via rebate. Shop these deals in-store or online today at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 8/21 through 9/3.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Halfway home here on a Tuesday. It's Spadoni at Shasky. It is beautiful. The sun is shining. The weather has been fantastic all across the bay. And we are previewing 49ers, Seahawks, Week 1.
Why are you talking so quietly?
Sunday.
What are you doing?
I'm pumped up and I'm trying to create. No. I'm creating an atmosphere, a mood here, Joe. All right? This is some serious stuff. This is football we're talking about, all right? This isn't, 160 games of baseball talk and the slow grind and the dog days of August. No. This is do or die. Every single week, you're either going to be elated or deflated.
Yeah.
Heading into the week.
I'm well aware.
You are well aware. You're wearing the Jerry Rice shirt right now, and the GOAT's joining us tomorrow, 8:30, courtesy of River Islands. The GOAT, Jerry Rice, joining us tomorrow. We just had Baldy on. So football is in full swing, and we are getting ready with your top 6 themes for this. What are you calling it?
I would say it's more storylines.
Sure.
Some of them might be questions. Some of them might be statements.
Top 6 things. How about that?
Yeah, heading into the year, and for the Niners specifically. And the reason why 6, because we're chasing 6 Lombardis.
And where's it at this year? Where's the Super Bowl at, Joe?
It's in Santa Clara.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking enough about that. The Super Bowl is here. It's here. If any other big team, right? If the Eagles or the Chiefs or the Green Bay Packers, they had any notion that they could be playing a Super Bowl in their home stadium, they would be gassing the hell out of that. It's all under wraps right now. We're not talking about that at all. We're talking about, maybe, we could sneak in. No. I truly believe if this 49ers team, again, this is a big if they stay healthy, they are a playoff team. Point blank. They stay healthy, this team is making the playoffs. Now, that's incumbent on a lot of things. Your running back, your quarterback, your star defensive end, your linebacker, all of that. But again, health is the name of the game for me. But you got 6 things to represent potential 6 Lombardi for the 49ers.
Yeah, before I get to that, though, you think this is a playoff team right now?
Yes, right now. I do believe this is a playoff team. I do not think highly of the NFC outside of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm asking you about this team. So,
team, but this team is making the playoffs in this conference, which I do not think highly of.
I think a lot of things need to go right, and they can make the playoffs. I don't think 10 wins gets it. You've seen last year, Seattle had 10 wins. They didn't make the playoffs. The year prior, there's been other teams having 10 wins in a division and not making the playoffs. So I think they have to get to 11 to guarantee a playoff spot. And I don't know if I can go that far. I think a lot has to go right to win 10. I'm not giving you my final prediction right now, but you seem very firm that this is a playoff team. I think they're very thin beyond the top 6, 7, 8, and I think a lot has to go right. I will never say before a season starts that a team has no chance, no shot, no whatever, because we see it in the NFL. Teams go from worst to first. It does happen, but I think a lot has to go right.
All right, and you have 6 things in regards to that I want to get to.
Well, listen to some of these questions that I have. All right, let's talk about this. Let's give me the music, please, when you get a chance.
Ooh, there you go. It's back. NFL primetime, baby. Doesn't that get you going?
Number 6.
Thank you.
There we go. Number 6. Will the real Nick Bosa please stand up? Who are you?
We're going to have a problem here.
Are you 2019 through 2022 Defensive Player of the Year on a trajectory as a first ballot Hall of Fame player, Nick Bosa? Or are you the guy that's been injured, hasn't been the same impactful player, in and out of the lineup, playing hurt, which there's something to be said for that, just not putting his mark on fourth quarters the way he had in years past, and really doing it by himself, Nick Bosa, of 2023, 2024. Even though they were good in 2023, I don't know if it was necessarily his best season. 2024, he was better than we, I think, remember, but still not the same Bosa. Is Nick Bosa primed for a DPOY runner-up or top dog finisher this year? Or is this a guy that's just going to end up being a really good player, not an all-time great player? I think this is a huge year for him.
It's a massive year for him and this team right now, which we talked about last segment, Joe. The amount of question marks that are on that defensive line, really, it's everyone that's a question mark outside of Nick Bosa. But what Nick are we getting? Are we getting a 9-sack season like we got last year, which was, let me check my numbers, 18th in the NFL? Is he the 18th ranked best player defensively in the NFL? No. On a good day, he is a top 5. I want him to be in the conversations with the Myles Garretts, with the Trey Hendricksons, with the Micah Parsons, with the Max Crosby. Like, those are all the guys we still think are the top 5 dudes. We got to produce like it. And it is, part of it is getting the sack totals. That matters. I know it's superficial. We know, it's not always that. It's the pressures, everything. It's all of it. But it's not just that, Joe. It's also the leadership. And that's something that's been, talked about this summer that's different than the previous years with Nick Bosa. Taking on a leadership role. We had his dad, John Bosa, on. And, we were talking about him taking on this new role and being a leader for the young guys, for the Michael Williamses of the world, right? For Bryce Huff coming over here. Him being a leader on this team. We're going to find out if that's a good thing or a bad thing potentially, and how much those other guys are learning from him and learning by example. And him being, we know he's never going to be a rah-rah guy. That's Fred Warner. That's what he's there for. That's okay. I need him to lead by example, though, and get those sack totals up this year. 9 is not going to cut it.
If he's great, I bet you Bryce Huff's great, and I bet you the rest of the defensive line takes a big step forward in all the young players. If Bosa's not great, and we don't see him popping in fourth quarters, I bet you there's a lot of inconsistency, not just with him, but up and down that defensive line. So let's get to number 5.
Number 5.
Is Robert Saleh the defensive whisperer?
Ooh.
They've invested high draft capital, linebackers, and obviously the defensive line. They swung a trade for a guy who had a career year with Robert Saleh with the New York Jets, in Bryce Huff, who I just referenced. We talked about Bosa. They went 5-man front in the preseason to stop the run. This is a team the last 2 years, okay? The last 2 years had 48 sacks in 2023, 44 sacks in 2022, and only 37, which was bottom third last year. They gave up 2,200 yards on the ground last year.
Oh, no.
4.4 a carry, and had 11 plus 20-plus yard plays last year. The Eagles only gave up 9. 9 total touchdowns on the ground. The Niners gave up 24, tied for the worst in the NFL. Now, when they were good, they gave up 1,300 yards on the ground in 2022. That was with D'Amico Ryans. Last year, again, 2,200 yards on the ground. Can Robert Saleh fix this defense?
I go to points per game always. You can give me the yards, you can give me all that. Are you letting the opposition score on you or not? They were a bottom 5 points per game defense last year, Joe. They gave up 25.6 points per game. You know what's in the company of? The Jacksonville Jaguars, the Cleveland Browns, the Carolina Panthers, the Cowboys, the Titans. All teams picking in the top 10 last year that are god-awful, and we all think are going to stink this year probably too. Can they be better than that? God, I hope so, because the bar is low. And I think we're going to feel that a lot more with the presence of Robert Saleh this year. Can you get out of the bottom 10? Can you be mediocre defensively, first and foremost, allowing points per game? Because even if you're mediocre, that would be a massive improvement than what you were last year. It was awful.
Joe, they gave up 24 touchdowns on the ground. When they've been good, it's been, in 2022, 2023, 11 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns on the ground. 24. They have to stop the run. They have to stop the run in the red zone.
Do you want to hear what Mike Florio had to say with us last week on Robert Saleh in the edition of him? Here it is, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, on with the Morning Roast last week.
He brings back part of that edge that propelled the team that made it to Super Bowl 54. And when you have a coach in Kyle Shanahan who is so skilled in the offensive side of the ball, you need a defensive coordinator who can do things the way that you want them to be done, who can be trusted to do it without the coach being involved very much, if at all, in the defensive side of the ball. And just because things didn't work out with the Jets, look, anybody who fails with the Jets needs to be given some consideration. And also, there's plenty of guys who are great coordinators and just aren't great head coaches. It's a fundamentally different job. So this, I would assume, rejuvenates Saleh, and it rejuvenates the defense. And it's another reason, you know, at a time when there may be that sense of pessimism or uncertainty about what the 49ers are going to be, an idea that maybe the window's closing, that's something you can point to say, hey, that's a reason to think that this will be the jolt that we need.
Optimistic Florio on the Niners last week, by the way, Joe, if you missed that. He's pretty optimistic about the Niners, which is not usually Florio's wheelhouse.
Look, they need an emotional leader on the sidelines, and I think having Robert Saleh back is a big thing, and I think this team with the veterans really trust him, and they're going to need him. Again, 4.4 yards a carry. Just say that out loud. That's terrible. Let's go to number 4.
Terrible. Number
4. Is Brock Purdy that type of franchise quarterback? We know that just because you pay a guy, they could be your franchise quarterback, but that doesn't mean you're that kind of a franchise quarterback. And what I mean by that is, no matter who the weapons are you able to still make plays? Are you the guy, Brock Purdy, who started off his career 17-4 through his first 2 seasons, 70% completion with 44 touchdowns and 15 interceptions, only 39 sacks? Or are you the guy who went 6-9 last year, 65% completion, 20-12 when it comes to touchdown interception ratio, and was sacked 31 times? Who are you? Which Brock Purdy are you? Are you that franchise quarterback who was the 17-4 guy? Or are you last year's franchise quarterback who was 6-9? I want to know.
Brian Baldinger spoke with us last segment about this, and I thought it was very well put. Hey, when you get that paycheck, I'm expecting you to be Patrick Mahomes at times. I'm expecting you to be Aaron Rodgers at times. I'm expecting you to be Joe Burrow at times when your team needs it. I'm not saying you are those guys, but you need to step up and make plays. Make those plays that only the elite guys can make. I didn't pay you to be Jimmy Garoppolo, and I thought that was a great line that he had. You can't be Jimmy G when he got paid.
How many last year, how many Sam Darnold game-winning drives, I said it earlier, do you remember?
Ooh, couple of them.
5.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold last year had 5 game-winning drives, 3 fourth-quarter comebacks. In his career in the regular season, Brock Purdy has 2 fourth-quarter comebacks, 2 game-winning drives. Last year alone, Darnold 3-5. That's pretty incredible.
I mean,
now I'm not saying I would take Darnold over.
Are you saying he's a front runner right now?
No, I'm just saying that like the elite great, and I'm not even saying Darnold is that, but Joe Montana is known as Captain Comeback, Joe. That's what he was. Patrick Mahomes is Mr. Comeback guy. Even Jalen Hurts. This is how these guys make their money. Where did Jimmy Garoppolo falter? Fourth quarter is in the playoffs.
It'll be the no throws.
They're
right?
awful. Now,
Awful.
I'm not saying Purdy is there, but, these tight ball games, you got to go out and win them. All right, let's get to number 3.
Number three.
Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and company. Can you offset the loss of Ayuk and Debo? Ayuk and Debo, 17 game a year averages. Their averages before last year. 1,100 yards for Ayuk, 7 touchdowns, 75 catches a year. Debo, 1,100 yards, 4 touchdowns, 75 catches. But Debo also added 5 rushing touchdowns a year and 300 rushing yards a year. Can they find that production, basically 2,500 yards and over 10 touchdowns and 150 catches from their current wide receiver core? I don't know.
Well, it actually ties into the one you just had right there previously, is Brock Purdy and the level of him, because we had Baldy on last week, Joe, and I actually want to play this one for you because it ties into what you're saying. Is it the receivers that makes the quarterback or the quarterback that makes the good receivers? Because you alluded to it earlier in the program, too. What made Peyton so elite was not when they had the Dallas Clarks and Reggie Waynes and the Wes Welkers. It was the Chris Hogans, the Austin Collies of the world, and elevating what we deem as lesser talent around him. Now, I don't think, Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings are some like scrubs, if you will, but let's just say they're not Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Is that fair to say? As a tandem. They are not.
Jamar Chase probably a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Thank you. Brian Baldinger last week.
What are we talking about?
No, that's what I'm saying. Again, I just want to be respectful. Here's what I'm trying to be. No one thinks that. But Baldy said it's actually up to Purdy to elevate.
Maybe Lombardi thinks that.
Stop. Baldy says it's up to Purdy to make the receiving core.
Look, you lose Ayuk to start the season, then during the season, and all the stuff you're talking about. McCaffrey is out, had 50 carries last year. Ultimately, the quarterback has to make the receiving core. If you go back and you look at Drew Brees, he threw touchdown passes to over 70 different receivers. So Tom Brady. Now, that's over an extended period of time. But there's names that you will never even remember that Drew Brees threw winning touchdown passes to. So whoever's playing wide receiver for the 49ers, it's up to the quarterback to get him the ball and to make him, part of, whether it's Juwan Jennings or Pearsall, whoever it might be. Like, it's up to the quarterback to be able to put the ball in the right spot. The quarterback makes the receiving core, DeMarcus Robinson, whoever it might be. The quarterback makes the receiving core. It's not the other way around. And so it's up to Brock to be able to locate the open receiver, throw a guy open, thread the needle, in a certain coverage in order to get the ball to the receiver.
They're looking at about 250 targets, give or take. That's what they average per year, Debo and Ayuk combined. Where are those 250 targets going?
I would hope it'd be your first round investment of last year. Ricky Pearsall is a part of that. I would hope it's Juwan Jennings, who seems to think he's a $20 million a year type of player.
He's the only one in America who thinks that, but that's fine.
But hey, you got to believe.
He's a really good
you
player.
You got to believe if you wish to achieve, baby.
I know, but let's be
and then
real.
George Kittle as well as a part of that conversation.
No.
You're just saying just wide receivers.
No. Basically, Ayuk was targeted 110 times per game. That's including his rookie year. Leading into last year, that's what he would get per year, 110 targets.
Got it. Okay.
Debo would get 115 targets per year. That's what they were at. That's targets, not even carries. Okay. So you're looking at 250 touches potentially to be had by other players not named Debo and Ayuk. That has no bearing on George Kittle. George Kittle's going to get his 1,000 and his 80 or 90 targets.
But I would also like his targets to increase. I don't want 80 or 90.
Agree.
I want 100 plus for George Kittle going into this year, especially if we sign Luke Farrell.
But you need some wide receivers to touch the ball.
Absolutely. But this is also a tight end is like the name of the game right now. If you have a legit tight end, you got to isolate those matchups.
Yeah, but he's not getting 200 touches. Well, someone else has got to get those looks.
I hear you on that, but he is literally the only mismatch that they have, I feel like, from a athleticism and size standpoint. I know Juwan has size. He doesn't have the athleticism as a Kittle, is what I'm saying. Continue.
Yeah, yes. Sure. All right, and then we get to the last two. I think number two, Kyle Shanahan. It's year 9. Show me a coach that sticks around a decade that hasn't won a Super Bowl. It's hard. It's hard to find him. I'm not saying that I'm getting rid of him. That's not what I'm getting at. And this thing that he has, he's going to be out of the job forever. Like, nothing's forever. I'm also not running him out of town. I just don't know what to make of what's going on right now. Like, the first 2 years, you were 6-10 and 4-12. Dude, you took over an expansion team. Then you went 13-3. The next year, like, Jimmy got hurt. Like, a lot of guys got hurt. Bosa got hurt. You went 6-10. You backed into the playoffs at 10-7. You had an unreal 13-4 year, followed up by an unreal 12-5 year, which would have been 13 wins had you played the final game of the year. And then last year, you face planted down to 6-11. How many 6-11 seasons can you have in a row? I don't think you can have 2 in a row. And I'm not saying that I'm firing him. I'm just saying I don't think any business in the NFL right now, no coach outside of the Super Bowl minted winners gets multiple losing seasons in a row before they start feeling the pressure. So I think it's a big year for Kyle Shanahan and his draft picks to start hitting. We know you got a core that's aging. We know you're super thin. Develop these young guys. I want to see it this year.
If you're just joining us, we're going into the top 6 thing Joe Shasky is looking for heading into the 2025 season. We got Niners Seahawks this Sunday in Seattle. We got our Red and Gold Summit on Thursday. We just had Baldy on. We are all locked in on NFL, and Shasky's giving his top 6 things he's looking for the 49ers heading into this season. We're going to do the number 1 on the other side, by the way, because I want to be able to tease that. And shout out to those on YouTube that are also getting involved. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And that's a great point. Are we going to come out of this season saying the stock is back up on Shanahan, or the stock is down?
They win 10 games, and this team shows a lot of promise, and things are upticking, and the young guys are all clicking, and Pearsall gets 75 catches, and we're feeling good about him, and he lasts the whole year, and CMC and Robinson look good in the backfield, and they somehow sneak into the playoffs. They're dangerous. You go 8-9, you go 7-10. 6-11 is unacceptable.
So we were talking about the Niners defense being a bottom 5 when it came to points per game allowed, and they were awful, right? And I'm just going points per game scored for their offense. Mediocre last year, 22.9, middle of the pack. That's not good enough. Of the pack. That's not as they were top 5 year after year. Exactly. So if they can make that jump back into the top 10 and being at minimum a 25 or more points per game offense, you're going to feel that with the likes of a Christian McCaffrey, a Ricky Pearsall, a Brock Purdy. They're going to need to be part of it, and it comes back to balance. They're at their best when they are a balanced offense, and they are running the ball down people's throats. And that goes back, again, to the running back position, the running back core, and what are you going to get from Christian McCaffrey, from Brian Robinson, from all of that, and the quarterback himself, Brock Purdy. But Kyle Shanahan's always going to be that guy where we're going to go back to. We can't quit the Kyle Shanahan conversations. He's the coach. It's massive. And rightfully so, right?
In this sport, coaching matters more than any other sport. It just does. And this is also the region that had Bill Walsh, that had Jim Harbaugh at one time and got ran out of town. So we've seen everything in between. We've seen Jim Tom Sula. We've seen Dennis Erickson. We've seen Chip Kelly.
Your boy.
We also seen Mike Seifert.
Yeah.
So we've seen, or George Seifert, excuse me. We've seen it all.
By the way, we are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're going to unveil Shasky's number 1 thing he is looking for this year for the San Francisco 49ers. That's going to be on the other side. And also, I want to ask the people, what's your number 1 storyline / thing you're looking for the 49ers heading into this season? 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll reveal it on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm just saying to this defense, that's what he is. He's a generational player, man. I never believed any of this. And these reports, real quick, Steiny, he's not getting traded. That's what they're not going to do. Shout out Richie Rich from Oakland, the rapper. Oh, no.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
Oh, you're so funny, Mark. It's actually a new one. I'd never heard Spadonuts. I've heard everything else when it comes to my last name, and some of them X-rated that I can't say on air. But thank you, Mark Willard. You can find him on the crossover, 145 with Steiny and Goo, and that was Goo before that, saying it was a lock, Joe, that Micah Parsons wouldn't get traded. We were quick on that because we do have your number one thing for the 49ers heading into this season. I do want to get, what did you make of Micah Parsons going to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round picks and Mr. Clark?
I think Micah's a very good player. He's dramatically overrated. That's
really?
number one.
Wow.
Yeah. How?
No. Well, like, wow, you said that because I'm pretty sure he's like one of the few guys that have had a minimum 12 sacks every single season.
No, there was one other guy. His name was Reggie White.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the few, I said. I didn't say it was the only one.
He's a really good player, but I think playing on the Cowboy brand elevates him significantly. And the reality is that guy hasn't shown up in January ever. Ever. Now, I did see him throw Mike McGlinchey onto his you-know-what in that playoff game. But, the great players show up in December and January, and he, was injured a lot last year, and whatever's going on with the back, whatever.
I think he's injured now. Yeah,
I think it's a good trade for the Dallas Cowboys. The problem is the timing of it. It's the same thing with the Raiders. You cannot trade a player days before the season is about to begin and then get draft picks that can't help you this year. You needed at least one pick to help you this year. Now, you can have picks into the future. There's no doubt about it. I like this trade for the Green Bay Packers as well. Kenny Clark is a solid player. It's a good return. He's an older player who's making some money. These are going to probably be late 20s picks at some point. I think if they shop him on draft day, maybe you squeeze another pick or two and take a lesser player. I don't know. You still got to nail the draft picks. That's number one. But Micah's really good. I'd rather have Myles Garrett. I'd rather have Nick Bosa. And I like Micah.
Wow.
I'd rather have TJ Watt. Again, I like Micah. He talks too much. He's got an NBA feel. Like, I don't care about your podcast. Play football, doggy.
By the way, he might not be available for week 1 due to an L4/L5 facet joint sprain in his back. And apparently he may have to get an epidural injection for that. So Micah Parsons gets that 4-year, $188 million contract with the Packers. Might not even be available for week 1.
Like, you've been watching the new doc. People like, Micah Parsons he's like Lawrence Taylor. He's like Charles Haley. Charles Haley is one of the greatest defensive players of all time because in fourth quarters of huge December and January games for the Niners and for the Cowboys, this guy he dominated. He had to be triple teamed. Like that is, I know you guys were all in love with the sack numbers in the regular season, and these guys are the truly great players. What made Von Miller so special the year they won the Super Bowl, he was dominant in fourth quarters for the Denver Broncos, and then got traded to the Rams and did it for the Rams in fourth quarters.
With Aaron Donald, for sure.
Yeah. What makes Aaron Donald? I watched him in the fourth quarter of an NFC Championship game completely take over. Like, that's what Richard Seymour did. That's what the truly great DeMarcus Ware, who went into the Hall of Fame, he did it when he was a Bronco player. He did it when he was a Cowboy. Micah's really good. He's really good.
He's great. He's literally his first 4 seasons, 13 sacks, 13 and a half, 14, 12
no one's
sacks.
saying he's not good. No. The great Reggie White is great.
No, I don't think it's a hot take to say
players.
Micah Parsons is a top 5 defensive player in football right now.
He might be.
He is. Like, I don't know where this Micah Parsons hate's coming from.
Joe, I love you. Your setting for everything is the guy I just watched is one of the greatest players ever.
The guy I currently watch is one of the greats. He is.
What did he do last year?
All the metrics, all the statistics.
Okay, what did he do last year? How many games?
He was on a horrible team.
Yeah, well,
that's not his fault that everyone else around him
Garrett,
sucks.
double-digit sacks on a horrible team.
He did.
Those guys play every single game. Like, I like Mark. He's a really good player. He is a very good player. We talk about him like he's an all-time player. He's just not there yet.
No, he's not there yet, but he has the trajectory to be a Hall of Famer. I don't think that's any sort of a hot take.
Yeah, that's different than he's one of the greatest players. The way people were talking about it the day of the trade, he's one of the greatest players of all time. He's not there yet.
Not
he's
there
really
yet,
good.
but he's currently on the trajectory of being one of the greatest players of his generation.
No. Stop that.
Yes.
Stop that. 4 years doesn't make a career.
All-Pro in his 3 of his first 4 seasons. What are we doing? By the way, coming up tonight.
I'm saying exercise a little bit of like perspective. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm using is perspective. I said of his generation. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, by the way, the Valkyries are taking on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame starts at 6:30. All right, we teased it, Joe. Enough of Micah Parsons. Let's jump into your number.
We watched Russell Wilson play himself out of the Super Bowl. Out of the Hall of Fame. Guys, we have to have a bigger than a 5-year run.
Micah Parsons at his positions at his peak is better than Russell
I'm just saying, you got to
Wilson.
have more than a 5-year run. That's neither here nor there. You guys got to stop crowning everyone. That's all I'm saying. Stop crowning everyone as the greatest you've ever seen 4 years in.
I never said he was the greatest player I've ever seen. I said he is on the trajectory of being one of the best of his generation. That's not a hot take. Speaking of hot takes, is your number one thing you're looking for the 49ers heading into this season a hot take, Joe? What is it? Do we have
it's
a drum
the number
roll?
one storyline for the Niners.
What
and
is it?
Baldy picked it. I've picked it. I said it before we came in. Is CMC good? Is he great? Is he cooked? Is he decent? Is he injured? Is he healthy? What the hell is CMC? What is he? What is he? I don't know what he is.
He is anywhere from, you ask some people, they think he's cooked, or they think that we're all sleeping on him and he could be comeback player of the year. He could be a offensive player of the year again. That's literally, it varies from he's done or he could still be amazing. It's probably somewhere in between.
I don't know.
It's probably somewhere in between that, but I have never seen this sort of a franchise back who should technically still be in his prime, be viewed in such a way like this because it's such a unique injury, Joe. Like bilateral Achilles tendonitis, it's all about wear and tear, and it could flare up at any given moment. So we're all just kind of holding our breath watching this guy. And, we didn't see him in any preseason games. We've just been going off what we've seen in practice. And by all accounts, yeah, it's practice. Like he's looking great. He's looking fine in practice. But what's he going to look like against what we think is going to be a really good Seattle defense week 1 this Sunday in Seattle? I don't know. But if he is a semblance of what he was, if he's just, let me just say this, Joe. If he is 80% of what he was a couple seasons ago, this will be a playoff team. If he's even 80% of that offensive player of the year that he was, that's still better than I think 90% of the rest of the backs in the NFL.
80% of what he did 2 years ago would be 1,600 all-purpose yards.
There you go.
It would be a monster season.
Yes, that is what I would like to see from him, but I don't know. And I hate being that guy and just saying, I don't know, because it's not sexy.
How can anyone know?
You need to have a hot take. He's either going to suck.
How can anyone know? How can anyone know?
I don't know.
Like, the thing that made CMC so great wasn't just like straight line speed. It was the ability to break tackles, make multiple guys miss through jukes, through stiff arms, through whatever. Like, he was a monster, an absolute monster. And then his ability to sniff the end zone, right? Like if he's 8, 9, 10 yards out, he's finding a way to get into that end zone. And he was what made that, and obviously Debo was a part of it as well, but he was what made their red zone offense so great.
Brian Baldinger joined us last segment, Joe. This is what he had to say when you asked him what's his biggest question mark heading into this season for the Niners. He agreed with you. He said it's the health of Christian McCaffrey.
If McCaffrey looks like he did 2 years ago, I think San Francisco is going to win the division. Like, I think they're going to be that good. Like, I think he's that much of a difference maker. And he's that type of talent. And the offense, whoever Brock is throwing to, it will change if Christian McCaffrey is giving you 100 yards a game. If he's giving you 100 yards a game and then 100 and plus total yards a game like he did 2 years ago, then I have much fewer reservations about this football team.
But he also continued to say that nobody knows what to expect from the guy this season.
Running backs, they all fade differently. Some guys go, Emmitt Smith went 13 years. Some guys can go a long, long time. Josh Jacobs still looks like he's running really, really good, right? Aaron Jones, who is in Christian McCaffrey's draft, still looks like he's going at a pretty good clip. You just never know. Like I saw Derrick Henry this summer. He's going into his 10th year. He doesn't look to be any loss of speed in Derrick Henry, even though nobody has more carries over the last 9 years than Derrick Henry. But he's built different than everybody else. So that's my question. And none of us know. I don't believe Christian knows. I don't believe Kyle knows. I don't think John Lynch knows. I don't think anybody knows until he gets 10, 15 carries into the game on Sunday.
That was Baldy who joined us last segment. If you missed any of that interview, find it. It was really good stuff. Brian Baldinger joining us each and every Tuesday at 7:30. It's the biggest question mark right now for the team. And do you agree, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. The biggest question for this team, for this season, is Christian McCaffrey. And what version of him are you going to get? Are you going to be a guy that you're just worried that's going to get hurt the entire season, who's going to be running, kind of gingerly, not the same? Like, that's the one thing I don't expect. I do think we're going to see a balls-to-the-wall Christian McCaffrey week 1, Joe. I don't think he's going to be, trying to find his footing, kind of be nifty, anything like that. I don't even, you're shaking your head right now.
I don't worry about week 1. I worry about week 3. Week 6. You know what I'm saying? Like the totality of a heavy workload early in the season. Part of why we're in the predicament we're in now is, A, the sport is very violent. Everyone falls off physically. But B, dude, they had so many multiple score leads where they continued to put the ball in his hands, what I deem to be unnecessarily in 2023. And it was like, hey, it's not about like just winning that game. It's about also having the perspective to have your guy not waste bullets between the tackles in games that I felt like you had in the control, and you could have given the ball to someone else to take that unnecessary punishment. They didn't put the restrictor plates on it, and I think that there was a huge mistake. So I look at week 1 this year, for example. Right. Let's say the Niners get up in this game by 10 points in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying you take Christian out of the game, but yeah, in week 1, I know you want to win and say, work in Brian Robinson. That's all I'm saying. That's always been my perspective. Work in Jordan Mason. After seeing what we saw in the first 5 weeks from Jordan Mason last year, weren't you thinking to yourself, like, why didn't we get a little more Jordan Mason last year?
Right. No, the year prior is
that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
yeah, I'm saying
yes.
Last year, while watching Jordan Mason, didn't it occur to you, how come we cannot find a way to work this guy? No one's saying he needs to take all the carries from him. Just ease him in a little.
Well, Baldy, who just joined us, he was talking about during that Super Bowl season, he kept talking about the touches for Christian McCaffrey. He's like, as he kept seeing week after week, towards the end of that season, he's like, yeah, I'm not loving all this work that he's getting. Like, I understand the goal is to win a Super Bowl and it's Super Bowl or bust, but it's going to be a big bust for him next year because all of that wear and tear. He had all the stats and all the data. When these guys hit 300 plus touches, they don't have the same season the next year. That's why I'm very interested to see what Saquon Barkley looks like this year, Joe. I'm very curious to see what Saquon looks like in Philadelphia. I still think they're going to be pretty freaking good, but again, you're relying on just him to be that special like last year. It's the nature of the game. It's physical. And running backs, again, we kept making fun of the acronym, NFL, it's not for long, but that's basically what it is for running backs outside of a handful. Derrick Henry, Adrian Peterson, hell, Aaron Jones having had the season he had last year, being 31, 32 years old, was surprising. I don't think he could replicate what he did last year. I'd be very surprised if he could do that. So it's a young man's game. It's a young man's sport. And that's why I think getting Brian Robinson, Joe, was massive for this team. This is what Baldy had to say to us last segment, talking about how to use both of those guys, CMC and B-Rob.
I'm giving the majority of the work to McCaffrey to start. If you get a 12-play drive to start, you're going to rotate McCaffrey at some point in those 12 plays. But I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey to start this year, to let him build some timing with the offensive line. Nobody's had any work in the preseason. So I'm giving him all the work I can to start the season. We kind of know Brian Robinson is going to be the backup. He's going to, and all that. His role is defined. Now, it might become a bigger role depending on what McCaffrey gives you, but I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey as I can to get him started, to find out what he is and what he has.
So he's trying to give him all that workload early on just to see what I got with him. And then I'll adjust from there going forward, which makes sense.
No, that makes a ton of sense. I just went on this long deep dive, and this I'm getting to Christian McCaffrey, so bear with me here. I just did all this advanced analytics on where was Purdy struggling? Where was he not? You look at the fourth quarter. So the fourth quarter quarterback percentage isn't as good. The completion percentage, the QBR, he has more interceptions. In the fourth quarter, they were trailing in some of those games, so teams are able to kind of drop back a little. In the losses, they had 9 losses that Purdy played in. He went 11 touchdowns, 11 picks. In the wins last year, 9 touchdowns, only 1 pick. And then I was like, all right, I want to dive even deeper. Like, what specifically is it? And PFF put out this article that I was looking at. It's basically every single quarterback's kryptonite.
Ooh.
Okay? What do they not do well, or what didn't they do well last year? Play action boots for Brock Purdy. A 55.5 PFF rating. Now, you can say, I don't believe in PFF. That's fine. But basically what it told you was that when the 49ers ran the play action and then Purdy got out, who has good legs and is a good decision maker and a good playmaker, last year, the productivity dropped off the cliff. Why is that? Because linebackers didn't bite on the running backs in the flat, which is where CMC was doing the bulk of his work last year when he was healthy, prior to getting injured. And so I think it's going to truly help the play action game and the boot game, which is the biggest kryptonite for the 49er offense last year. Offenses weren't as potent for the Niners because the linebacking core of the defense they were facing didn't honor the running backs in the flat.
888-957-9570 is the number. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Your number one storyline heading into this season is what, 49er fans? We just had Shasky's top 6 things for this 49ers team. And number one, without a shadow of a doubt, it's what Christian McCaffrey are you getting this year? We're reacting to it.
He, Brock Purdy, that is, had a lot of big-time throws. That's what PFF would describe as big-time throws in 2023. He didn't have one big-time throw on a play-action boot last year. And that's
actually incredible.
Isn't it incredible? And because he's a good playmaker, when the play breaks down, you expect him to be able to find somebody. Why is that? Well, A, weapons around him weren't as good. B, I don't think that they honored the underneath stuff, so they sagged off and he wasn't able to hit anyone deep. When you put CMC back there and he shows that he's somewhat healthy, you have to cover him. You have to honor him. It's not about the big-time play CMC makes. It's about the gravity he creates for others downfield because you have to honor his presence.
888-957-9570. By the way, a little update here as we're talking about football, and people are drafting their fantasy leagues like these next couple days, Joe. We're talking about Christian McCaffrey. He's a major question mark for a lot of these people. We have the 95.7 The Game fantasy draft order lottery happening at 9:40 today, and we're going to discuss who picks where here at 95.7 The Game. And remember,
how does that work?
And remember, well, it's going to be randomized, and we're going to reveal the list.
Are we pulling it out of a hat?
Yes.
There you go. We're pulling it out of a hat.
Okay.
And Mark in San Ramon, remember, Mark in San Ramon is going to be picking your first round pick tomorrow.
Is he going to help me or try to go
I don't know.
Me?
I don't know. He might love you. He might hate you. He might be indifferent. He doesn't know, Joe. Who do you want, by the way? Do you know who you're scoping out top?
I don't know.
If you have the number one pick, who would you be taking?
Well, are we in a PPR league?
Yes, always PPR league. What?
I'm just asking.
Sorry, I got offended at the notion because if you're not in a PPR league, what are you doing?
Most people are probably taking Justin Jefferson, but I'm so iffy on, what's going to happen with McCarthy. I don't know.
Who do you feel best about drafting on the 49ers? No, it's a great point. Who do you feel best about drafting on the 49ers team right now? Like if you were to draft this person on the Niners, you feel pretty good about them for the most part of the season.
Kittle.
Easily?
Yeah.
See, I want to say Kittle, but he's getting older. I hear you on that.
Tight end, it's not that deep.
It's not that deep at all.
I mean, there's a big drop off.
It's Bowers, Kittle, and then McBride. Really, I'm not taking Kyle Pitts. Please miss me with that. I'm no guys. I don't draft anymore. He is one of them, alongside Justin Herbert. Get out of here. Do not pick. Is there any do not drafts on the 49ers right now for you? There's I'm just not.
I love how invested into fantasy everyone is.
Do not try to tie it to the Niners here.
To me, to me, CMC. I can't touch him. I just can't because I have the touch of death When I touch someone who's a Niner, they end up doing nothing.
I hate drafting my players
It's
that I root for. I don't like doing it.
Hard. It's so
I don't.
hard.
That's why for the longest time I draft players that I knew were gonna own my team. So that way, when they did play them, it's at least all right, well, at least our team's getting smoked, but this guy's doing well. Like Patrick Mahomes for the longest time. It's I drafted him. By the way, I kind of don't like drafting Patrick Mahomes anymore.
He's my quarterback in my friend league.
Oh, no.
He sat there. I just took him. You had to.
He'll have some games, but the production level is not what it used to be. He started off so hot that we're always looking for him to have that 50 touchdown game or season again. I feel like he's never going to reach that plethora again, that plateau, I should say. Yeah,
I do like Niners defense at the end of the year situationally, because I treat defenses as a situational thing. I took the Texans defense because they're in the worst divisions in football, and I believe that they're going to be able to feast on the Colts. Right? He's nodding his head. He likes that.
Good pick.
Yeah, because I'm all about division. Who do you play twice, right? And so if I would have the Niners as a bench defense, but you could just pick those guys up.
I think we're sleeping on the Niners defense. I actually kind of wonder what we're sleeping on more as a fan base. Is it the defense or is it the offense on this team? Because we were going through the depth chart, and obviously Christian McCaffrey is a huge question mark right now. And, you go to the defense, and it's Nick Bosa, it's Fred Warner, and then Diamador Lenore. And outside of that, it's who do you trust, right? And I think we were both in agreement. We were talking about D winners. We think we know where that linebacking core could be by season's end, and we're feeling pretty confident about that. I think we're both very iffy on that defensive line outside of Nick Bosa. What are you going to get from Michael Williams? What are you going to get from Yetur Gross-Matos? What are you going to get from Bryce Huff? Alfred Collins, Jordan Elliott, that running game. We're talking about the running game for the 49ers. What about that run defense for that 49ers team? It was awful last year.
I think the most terrifying part of this season for 49er fans, and it's the number one question on the team. It's if CMC is good and healthy, I feel like we'll be good. 10 wins, 11 wins, something like that. If he's not good, we could be a 5, 6, 7 win team. And that's terrifying that it's all in the hands of his health.
Well, it's a great point because it's a trickle-down effect. Like anything, with any good team, it reverberates elsewhere.
Absolutely.
So you're able to dominate the run, and this is why it's so important, right, to establish the run, right? And some people say, you could throw to establish the run, vice versa. I don't really care about that. If you're running the football, what are you doing? You're making the opposing defense tired. You're chewing up clock. You're dominating the time of possession. Again, this all goes back to healthy legs and making the other team tired and keeping your guys fresh. And that is what you need to do. You want to keep those young guys, those young legs, guys with a lot of question marks, fresh. I want to keep Nick Bosa as fresh as possible. Fred Warner as fresh as possible. Keep those guys on the sidelines so that they could be retooled, refocused, and he could get after the quarterback if I'm Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, all these, Diamador Lenore, everyone, right? That's what you want to do. So it's a trickle-down effect for sure. That's why I always kind of scoffed at, Oregon with Chip Kelly, because they would score so damn fast that their defense couldn't get a breather. So their defense was out there constantly. I know, Chip. I know. Chip. I just like bringing up Chip Kelly now because I know it triggers you. And we'll see Chip Kelly this week, right? Offensive coordinator for the Las Vegas Raiders going up against the New England Patriots. So can't wait for that one.
Let's play a game.
Yeah, let's play it.
All right, you guys want to play a game?
Let's play it.
I call this Finish the Sentence.
Ooh, okay.
All right? This is a new game I've created. I think we should do this at least once a week. Finish the sentence. At the end of this year, 49er fans are going to feel what about Brock Purdy?
They're going to feel blank about Brock Purdy. Okay. They're going to feel confident. That's the word I'm going for. Confident in Brock Purdy that he could win games coming from behind. There's going to be moments, and I'm glad you brought it up earlier in the show, that separates, the good from the great to the elite is whether or not your team is losing in the fourth quarter and you trust your quarterback to come back and win you some games. And we haven't seen a lot of that. You said 2 games last year for Brock Purdy that he did that? 2 games?
He had 1 fourth quarter comeback and 1 game-winning drive last year. And in the year prior, he had 1 fourth quarter comeback and 1 game-winning drive. Now, the devil's advocate is, hey, they're blowing teams out. Correct. In 2023. But, I found that number to be kind of staggering. Sam Darnold had 5 game-winning drives, 3 fourth quarter comebacks. You're rolling your eyes, but that's... Wow, that shocked me.
No, listen, Sam Darnold had an incredible season last year. The question mark with him is Let's see what it looks like in this offense with this team and this. It's
totally
different.
fair.
Exactly. And I was rooting for Sam Darnold last year, and I'm going to be rooting for that because I like comeback stories, and I like guys that go in that has bad situations, bad teams and organizations. He actually gets some stability in his life, and he succeeds. I'm rooting for Sam Darnold, not against the Niners, but I'm rooting for Sam Darnold. But that being said, and I love the question, how you phrased it, I would answer confident. I think 49er fans are going to come away from this season looking at Brock Purdy with confidence. What say you then, Joe? You ask the same question. And we're finishing the sentence is what we're doing for the 49ers. 888-957-9570.
I think at the end of this year, 49er fans are going to feel that Brock Purdy is a winner. I think that somehow, some way, he's going to find a way to win enough games to keep everyone optimistic and as positive as we've been on Brock Purdy, because the guy he's very steady and he's very consistent. Will he leave a little to be desired in regards to ball security? I want to see what the playmakers look like before I make that determination. Because, again, I brought it 9 touchdowns, only 1 interception in games they won. 11 touchdowns, 11 picks in the 9 games they lost last year. That was interesting to me. Ball security.
We're doing fill in the blank right here on the Morning Roast. By the way, Football Talk on 95 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, so we're both kind of in agreement that we think Brock's going to have a good year.
I think he's going to be solid. Yeah, I do. I think he's going to be solid. I expect him to have 25 touchdowns, 10, 11, 12 picks, somewhere in that range.
Okay. I'd like it to be in the single digits, but I don't if they make the playoffs, I won't be mad about it.
Yeah, definitely. And all right, let's get to the next one. Finish the sentence. At the end of the year, we will be viewing Nick Bosa as?
Ooh. By the end of the year, we will be viewing Nick Bosa as, I'm going to say it, a DPOY candidate.
Wow.
Nick Bosa, DPOY candidate. Lock it in. Lock it in. He will be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year. We are sleeping on Nick Bosa. I have a lot of confidence in him. Who's going to step up beside him is going to be a major question mark. Robert Saleh is back, and I think Nick Bosa is back as well because of it. Those two together, they made magic before. They're going to make magic again. How about that? DPOY candidate, Joe. Chew on that one.
I am just chewing on it. Now, the sack numbers didn't become real until, I believe, 1970-something, 78.
They were dying for someone to get DPOY outside of Pat Surtain last year. It's wide open as far as I'm concerned this year.
It is.
And I think it's primed for Nick Bosa to go out there and grab it.
Yeah, Cedric Hardman is a guy who recorded a ton of sacks, but they didn't count as official sacks, so it's not on any of the 49er all-time lists. If you ask me the question, hey, Joe, finish the sentence. At the end of the year, you'll view Nick Bosa as the greatest pass rusher in 49er history.
Wow.
Bryant Young has 89.5 career sacks. Charles Haley, 66.5. Nick Bosa, 62.5.
And that's with missing an entire season.
That's in 24 less games. He's only 4 sacks behind Charles Haley in 24 less games. Now, the game's changed a lot since Haley was here. I think Haley's the gold standard for pass rushers for the Niners. You can make an argument. For some, it might be Aldon Smith, 44 sacks in only 50 games. But I think when it's all said and done, he's going to have the playoff record. And when his career is over with the 49ers, by the end of this year, I think we're going to view it that way, he will be the greatest pass rusher in 49er history.
When we look at Nick Bosa, if he plays 14 or more games in a given season, so basically all of his seasons outside of 2020 when he missed the entire season, tearing his ACL, at worst, he gets you 9 sacks. At worst.
I mean, he's a stud.
He's an absolute stud, and I think the next evolution of his game, and you've talked about it, Bonte's talked about it, we've all talked about it, is kind of the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. Get those fumble recoveries. Get those trick out fumbles. And honestly, I want to see him dominate the run game a little bit more, too. I would like to see that add, because they're going to need it, because I have major question marks with the D tackles right now. Major question marks. But we both agree. We're both lockstep with Nick Bosa. We think he's going to have a huge year. I love it.
All right. Love it. Finish the sentence. At the end of the year, you're going to view Brandon Ayuk as?
Not what he used to be.
Ooh.
I don't think he's... This injury, Joe, I'm very concerned. And I hate that I said that, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong about Brandon Ayuk, but if we're expecting him to come back after tearing everything in his knee, basically, halfway through the season, and him to be some sort of savior, if Pearsall's having a down year or Juwan Jennings, that's too much to put on his plate right now. Not to say he still can't be good and serviceable, Joe. I think we're going to see him slightly have a step, that's a step slower than what we're used to seeing. Not to say he can't come back and, be close to what he was, but I think it's asking a lot for a guy halfway through the season just to throw him out there and expect him to do anything of significance. I don't want to be pessimistic and sound like that dude, but he's got to show out there. He's got to prove it to me, right? Like, that's kind of where, as you're saying with Christian McCaffrey, I mean, this guy, he shredded his knee last year, Joe. He shredded his knee, man. I don't know.
Yeah. At the end of the year, I think we're going to view Brandon Ayuk as one of the hardest workers on the team.
Okay.
I think he's going to end up being very optimistic at the end of the year. He's going to probably play 4 or 5 games at the end of the year. And I think he's going to look better than what people think. I'm banking on his internal motivation. When I watch him on the sideline, this guy looks like he's dying to get out there. And I'm not going to bet against him. I'm not going to bet against Brandon Ayuk.
That's fine. And listen, I
get where you're coming from.
I'm wrong, and I hope that, this isn't coming off like Spadoni hates Ayuk.
No, I think you're taking the reasonable approach.
But I don't know what to expect from the guy, and I am going to err on the side of caution here. The guy tore up his knee. Sometimes it takes a year and a half for some of these guys to get back to maybe what they were. This guy was second team All-Pro in a stacked competition. It's like, as far as we know, like, he might never be the same player again. That doesn't mean he still can't be serviceable for this team. He can be. And they're going to need him, I think, at some points, like towards the end of the season, if they're fighting for a playoff spot. They're going to need the depth. Absolutely. I just don't think he's going to be that dude that he was a couple seasons ago. I don't think that's a hot take. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're doing fill in the blank for the 49ers season.
Carter, I'm going to throw it to you because you're like, your eyes are opened and you're ready to contribute.
You did a smelling salts.
At the end of the year, 49er fans are going to view Brandon Ayuk as
overpaid.
Damn.
The reason I say that is because he can literally come back with they expect him back, week 10 maybe?
Give or take.
Let's say. So that gives him 7 weeks. If he is literally at first team All-Pro level for 7 weeks, that is the only thing that will give him an out on the overpaid status.
What if he dominates and they make the playoffs and I'm trying to go real.
He still missed 10 games.
I know.
I think if he hits a couple 100-yard receiving games, people will calm down.
Yeah, I think too.
I think that's what it is. Like, if he looks like he is separating at least, and he looks like he shows flashes of Ayuk, that will calm some people down. It'll calm me down.
I do think the money now more than ever, fans lose their minds. And so I'm kind of with Carter. I get his point of view on that. It sucks. He almost can't live up to it this year, which totally sucks.
And especially if Ricky Pearsall balls out this year too.
Well, that's my next one.
Okay, there you go.
At the end of the year, 49er fans are going to view Ricky Pearsall as
the number 1 wide receiver on the San Francisco 49ers. I believe that. I think he is primed to be wide receiver 1 after this season, Ricky Pearsall. See, and that's what you want because he was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
I'm going to go in another direction. A great number 2.
Oh.
I think this is the year that they go, all right, we need a guy like Juwan Jennings, but who can run. We need a 6'3", 6'4" guy who can run. That's what our number 1 is going to be. I think next year's the year they draft a legit, physical, number 1, 6'3", 6'4" wide receiver that they have failed to land for a decade. That's what they've needed so bad. And Ricky alongside a true Apex 1 will be a great number 2. That's what I think at the end of the year we're going to view Ricky Pearsall as.
Again, we're talking fantasy football PPR. I think he's going to get a lot of dinking and dunking, and I think he's going to be that slot receiver that we've been waiting for in this Shanahan offense. I want him. He's not Wes Welker. Okay, he's not Julian Edelman.
But was Wes Welker ever a 1?
I think so. I think, dude, you look at what some of
his production might look like a 1. See, to me, a prototype 1 is the whole stadium knows you're getting the ball, and the entire defense is game planning to double team, bracket you, and take you away, and you still get yours.
If you're an all-pro first team, that means you are the best at your position. Right? Are we all in agreement on that? If you are a first team All-Pro,
if
he was 2-time first team All-Pro. So yes, I'm telling you, Wes Welker has.
I didn't view him as a 1. No.
09 and 2011, he was a number 1 of those.
See,
teams.
I viewed him as a slot 2. To me, we just view the position.
That's fine, but again, like those teams also had like Gronk at times. They had Randy Moss at other times. I hear you.
That's kind of where I'm going with the Niners offense.
Sure, and George Kittle probably is the number 1 like receiver on that team. You would want him to be, but I think we're going to look at the end. We're doing the fill in the blank exercise. The 49ers at the end of this season, we're viewing Ricky Pearsall as, and I'm saying, the team's number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm going to go a great number 2.
Okay.
And I don't think that's a knock. I don't think that's a knock at all. I think you could be unbelievable and be a great number 2.
Sure.
Like, I mean, John Taylor on line 2.
I think Cooper Kupp is going to be viewed as a great number 2 potentially for the Seahawks this year. They're hoping Jackson Smith and Jigba
I like that.
is their number 1.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, let's go to the other side of the ball. Mykel Williams.
Oof.
At the end of this year, 49er fans are going to view Mykel Williams as
a work in progress.
I think I agree.
Yeah, I think this guy can show some flashes, and I'm hoping to see some flashes from him, but he didn't have any training camp, and to expect this guy to start the ground running week 1 in Seattle, and even if he does, I caution everyone, just to don't week 1 overreactions. Remember what Drake Jackson did a couple years ago in Pittsburgh? Remember that?
Yeah.
What did he do? He had 3 sacks.
Yeah.
And then you never heard from him again. And then since then, he's literally been MIA. Haven't seen the guy.
Well, I saw him on a cart injured at training camp last year, and he said, I'm almost right. And I was like, I don't think so.
No, he's wrong. So there you go. I would say he's going to be a work in progress. That doesn't mean he's a bust. That doesn't mean he's horrible. It's going to be a work in progress. And you know what? I think we're going to be talking about Bryce Huff this year more than we're talking about Mykel Williams, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, Joe. But
all right,
he is your number 11th overall pick. He kind of needs to do something this year.
By the end of October, 49er fans are going to be viewing Levi Stadium as...
Wait, you didn't answer the question.
What?
You didn't answer the question to your own Mykel Williams one.
No, I said I agree with you. I think that's a great answer.
Okay.
It actually was better than the one I was going to give, and now I agree with yours. And so I
thanks.
went in that direction.
Hey, thanks.
Forget the end of the year because it's the Super Bowl. At the end of October, 49er fans are going to view Levi Stadium as the hottest place on the planet. They are wearing white jerseys with gold pants for the first time ever in the regular season at home because of the heat. Tell me that they didn't make a horrific design mistake when building the stadium. How did you not account for the heat? How did you not understand that?
Is there any way that could do what Hard Rock Stadium did and revamp it and build a roof or something?
Apparently because of the way the planes fly over, they can't do something like that. I just, here's the thing.
The planes?
I know why they promised these new $250 million TV screens or whatever, what do they call it, Jumbotrons?
Yes.
I would have just saved the $250 million and put it into shading. What are we doing?
Well, that's what I'm saying here.
It's
can
so
you build
stupid.
something there? And again, I'm not saying it's a full-on dome you're trying to build, but some sort of shade or something where you can a tarp. Something. Seriously. I feel bad for the people having to pay there, and that's what I'm saying. It's going to matter about the wins and losses. If we're winning, I can handle the heat, Joe. If we're losing, I'm going to complain about it.
They're wearing all whites one week against, I believe, Arizona. And then against Jacksonville, they're going to wear white with the gold pants at home.
Well, remember last year they tried to change it to the white jerseys because they knew it was going to be
the hottest day ever.
It was 100+ degrees.
No, I was not there. I gave them to Michelle's uncle.
There.
I did not go because I knew how hot it was going to be. Love you, Uncle Ted. And I gave him the tickets, and he goes, people were spritzing themselves with water.
And Kyler Murray, what did he do in that game? He went deuces to who? Was it Fred Warner or was it
Devondre Campbell?
There you go. Deuces, see you later, and he ran away. And they won the game.
I've got a feeling Levi's will be a topic of discussion all season long.
So it was really hot. We had record heat waves over this past weekend. Then I look at the weather, and it's supposed to rain on Thursday. What the hell's going on?
Is it going to rain?
That's what it says.
This Thursday?
That's what it says.
Possibly.
Wait, is King's Fish House indoors or outdoors?
We're going to be broadcasting in the elements. I'll be the Brock Purdy of
You're
hosts.
going to fumble the microphone?
Yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth.
Sorry, I did it. I took it over for you.
I mean, that's okay.
I intercepted it. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, man. This is fun. Fill in the blanks. You want to do that?
You like that game?
Year long?
Yeah, I do. Is there somebody else that we're missing? Because I just think Levi's is going to be a topic of discussion all year.
Jake Moody.
Well, no.
I already know where that ends. At the end of week 1, I'm going to want this guy fired.
Well, here's one that you could chew on and you could answer on the other side. By year's end, how are we going to view Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. We're going to discuss that on the other side. Wait till you hear what Baldy had to say about Kyle Shanahan. 49er fans, you need to be grateful for your head coach. How about that one? By the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the New York Liberty. Listen to all of that right here on 95.7 The Game. Also on the Valkyries channel via the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pre-game starts at 6:30, and that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per loans to AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Experience hands-on automotive history at Cars in the Park on Saturday, September 13th at History Park in San Jose. See restored classics that once roared down America's earliest speedways and watch skilled mechanics assemble an authentic Ford Model T right before your eyes. Cars in the Park offers activities for automotive enthusiasts of all ages, and children under 5 attend the event free. Adult tickets start at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Are you kidding me?
Duh. Nobody do, it's your boy P-Lo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
What up, P-Lo? We're rolling, baby. We got football back. You know what else we got back this Thursday? It's the 2025 95-7 The Game Red and Gold Summit happening again this Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard Dibs is going to be hosting live from 2 to 4. Then right after that, from 4 to 6, that's when the summit starts with all the hosts, myself, Shasky, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs. Come on out, hang with us, get ready for the football season because it officially starts that night. Hell, during our summit, it starts with the Eagles versus the Cowboys. Again, this Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Coming out, start the season with a bang. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans, Joe. And we just did a fun little exercise, a little fill-in-the-blank action for the 49ers season. We had Brian Baldinger join us earlier. Coming up in about, 20 minutes, by the way, we got our 95-7 The Game Fantasy Football League lottery, and we're going to be doing it live. I got all the different names in a 49ers helmet. We're going to go from 16 teams, all the way down to 1. And again, tomorrow, we're going to be doing the first round in the 9 o'clock hour right here on the Morning Roast. And Mark in San Ramon was the lucky contest winner last week. Is going to be picking for Joe Shasky, his first pick of the fantasy football draft. We'll go to Mark in San Ramon. He's going to do it on air. He's going to call in. That'll be a lot of fun. So we'll do the announcement for the draft order in about 20 minutes. But I teased something to you as we were doing the fill in the blanks for the 49ers season. I just simply asked, how are we going to be viewing Kyle Shanahan after this season's over? How would you answer that, Joe? You had a whole 5-6 minutes to marinate, and you've had the whole offseason to think about, Kyle Shanahan and how we're viewing him. But I fast forward this season, and you're going to be grading Kyle Shanahan. Is it a pass fail? Whatever it is. How do you think we're going to be viewing the head coach after this season, Joseph?
I think it's one of two ways. We're either going to view him as outdated and stubborn, or we're going to view him as innovative and flexible.
Ooh.
I think the last couple of years has taught us anything. It's that he is very rigid, and his drop-back passing game leaves a lot to be desired, specifically when there is no Christian McCaffrey. And so, if this guy even doesn't get Christian McCaffrey, let's say he doesn't. Let's say, for whatever reason, CMC doesn't perform well, but yet they still find a way to move the ball like they did last year, and they're better in the red zone, and they end up winning a bunch more games, and they're a work in progress, but all these young players take big leaps forward. The old guys still got it. I think we're going to view him as flexible and innovative and cutting edge. If not, I think we're going to be calling the same things we were saying at the end of last year. He's stubborn, he's rigid, and he's outdated. And I think it really depends on how the team does. Like, I know that sounds, pretty like, oh, duh, Shasky, if they win 10 games, you're going to love them. That's the NFL, everyone. When Sirianni lost the last 7 games of the year in a row out of 8, and they got blown out in the playoffs, everyone was like, Sirianni's an idiot. Then he hires 2 coordinators, everything changes. Well, let's see what he looks like with a new offensive coordinator this year. Doug Peterson won the Super Bowl. A couple years later, he's getting short in the door. You are only as good as the results of the last couple of years. And so I really think that this year can go in one of 2 ways for him.
Here's what Brian Baldinger had to say with us earlier before I give my thoughts on how I think we're going to view Kyle Shanahan at the end of the season. You can get involved, Niner fans, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. How will we be viewing Kyle Shanahan when this season is over? So what Baldy had to say in regards to the fans who doubt Mr. Kyle Shanahan.
I'd like to challenge any 49er fan out there that questions Kyle Shanahan, says, what other coaches would have done what he has done with Brock Purdy? Would you be an elite team, an elite offense, if Trey Lance didn't work out and you had to go to Brock Purdy? Would you have been able to do this? And then you go, Debo got paid. Ayuk got paid. Like, everybody got paid in this offense. They've all benefited. And on defense, too. I don't know. Would Lenore have gotten paid? Would George Kittle gotten paid twice if it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan? There's a reason why these guys have become the top of the leaderboard at their positions. So all those guys that I just mentioned, Aaron Banks, it got paid. Like, would have Aaron Banks been paid if somebody else was the coach of the 49ers? Probably not. Like, they've got 8 or 10 of the top players at their positions under Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams been paid 3 times. Washington gave up on him. You just have to kind of look and scratch your head. Like, these guys, because they've been an elite team, they've gotten elite players have gotten paid. And so I question some of those people that question Kyle at this point.
So let me stop at the beginning. How many coaches would be good with Purdy? And that I'm paraphrasing, his question there. I think that's an interesting one. Let's just go I'm going in order of wins, okay? In order of current wins with their current team. All right. Mike Tomlin. Would Purdy be good with Mike Tomlin? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think it'd be very similar to what we've seen from the Steelers last 5 years.
Yeah, very mediocre.
Yeah.
Okay. What about John Harbaugh? I mean, he's won 6 AFC North championships.
Yeah.
Done it with 2 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, but
12 playoff.
No, I don't think so. I think
I could be talked into it, I think.
Maybe, but I do think that we did sleep on Flacco's arm talent a little bit early on there. And then once Flacco, you had to pay him, and then all that other talent was out the door, you kind of got a taste for the Baltimore Ravens, and
I'll
they
step
weren't
down.
as good. Yeah.
That's fine. Andy Reid.
Yeah, he'd be. Yeah, I have faith in Andy Reid.
Yeah,
yes.
I do too.
Yeah.
How about McDermott?
No, I'm not high on McDermott. Sorry, I'm not. I am not.
7 playoff appearances for the Buffalo Bills is pretty incredible.
They need to move. He's Mr. Can't Get It Done. As much as we like to think that Kyle Shanahan's Mr. Can't Get It Done.
86-45.
I know. I'm still taking.
I know.
In that conference,
he's
I'm taking,
the one who developed him. Okay.
He's a defensive guy though too. So
I'm gonna lean no, but I think we underrate him in general.
Okay.
Sean McVay.
Yeah, Sean McVay he would work wonders with Brock Purdy.
Okay, that's 3 guys. Shanahan, let's take him off the board. What about LaFleur?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Matt LaFleur
4.
can do it. Again, same system. Yeah.
How about Sirianni?
Ooh. Ooh, that's an interesting one. We haven't seen Sirianni without Hurts. So there is a little bit of
4 playoff appearances is pretty impressive.
I know. I do think we sleep on how important Jalen Hurts is for that squad right now.
I agree with you.
But I do think with that offense and that team, again, you're just talking about the head coach combination, I think it could work.
I think so, too. Yeah. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's 5. What about Zach Taylor?
Stock's down on Zach Taylor
now. Let's agree no.
Yeah, no.
Okay. What about Kevin Stefanski?
Yes, I like Stefanski.
All right. What about Dan Campbell?
No.
You don't think so? Jared Goff doesn't kind of remind you?
Let's see Dan Campbell without Ben Johnson.
Okay.
Give me a season and I'll get back to you.
We're going through the exercise of how many coaches would Purdy be really good with. What about Kevin O'Connell?
Yes. I love Kevin O'Connell.
Okay, that's 7. Okay. What about Mike McDaniel?
I actually think they could succeed together.
All right.
Yes.
That's 8. What about Todd Bowles?
No. Todd Bowles is like a defensive head coach. Like, just what does he even do? Like for the like, I guess if Baker Mayfield is doing it well there, so like I guess yes, but again, it's not really his forte. So that's kind of a cop out.
So you're gonna say no? That's fine. That's D'Amico.
Do I think Brock could succeed in that Houston Texans offense? D'Amico Ryans is the head coach. Yes.
Okay, it's 9. What about Brian Daboll?
I think Dayball's a dead man walking.
Sean Payton.
Yes.
Okay, that's 10. What about Dan Quinn?
No.
Okay. Shane Steichen?
No.
What about Jim Harbaugh?
Yes.
Okay, it's 11. What about in Atlanta with Raheem Morris?
No.
Brian Callahan, we don't know, Tennessee Titans.
No.
What about Ben Johnson in Chicago?
Question mark. So no, right now.
Okay. Schottenheimer, no. Liam Cohen, we don't know. Pete Carroll, Vegas. I actually think
yes, he rejuvenated, I should say, Geno Smith's career. Yes.
What about Vrabel?
Yes.
I do too.
He won with freaking Ryan Tannehill.
As we do this exercise, you know what this proves to me? I think as great as Shanahan's been with Purdy, I think it speaks more to how good I think of, or how well I think of Purdy.
Yes.
League wide, and how I actually think he'd fit in a lot more offenses than people give him credit for.
Now, I think Baldy's argument was, though, like how many of those other coaches could have been thrust Kyle Shanahan's situation when not only their starting quarterback went down, but their backup went down.
Oh, that was,
and then navigated that way. I think that's kind of what he was getting at. And then the year after that, make him an MVP candidate.
I would agree.
I think that list probably is cut in half at that point.
But are you surprised that you found 13 coaches in the league that you think Purdy would be really good at? I am a little surprised when you do the exercise. I think the number's higher than I initially would think.
Well, does that speak to like how good the coaching is right now, though, too, around the league? I do think we're sleeping on this. Is a kind of deeper NFL when it comes to the coaches around there, and I do think you need it's like just look at the AFC West right now. Andy Reid, Sean Payton. We got Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll.
Well, we did this exercise
stacked.
Well, we did this exercise 3 weeks ago. And
yes.
Regarding Shanahan, where I said to you guys, like, hey, look, everyone says this thing. They'd fire their coach to get to Shanahan. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of teams that are pretty dug in with their current coach.
I like that question. Sam just got in my ear. Shout out producing. Which coaches are doing better with Brock right now than Kyle Shanahan? Is there any other coach out there that could maximize Purdy more so than Kyle Shanahan has? 888-957-9570.
It's going to be this. Some group of this 4 or 5. Andy McVay. I'm going to go Sean Payton and maybe Kevin O'Connell.
Ooh, Kevin O'Connell's a sexy one right now.
Maybe Ben Johnson. I don't know.
He's that sexy candidate that everyone loves right now because of what he did with Sam Darnold.
Would we agree?
Yes.
The list is not big. It's typically the Super Bowl champions: Sean Payton, McVay, and Andy. Like I think we're all in agreement there. That's who we think he could do as well, if not better.
And let's be honest, we're doing Sean Payton only because of this past season that he had with Bo Nix.
Well, and 15 years with Drew Brees.
But a lot of that's Drew Brees. So like as much as we're looking at it with, and again, I know it's a little
remember
different.
Drew Brees before Sean Payton. He was solid.
He was good with the Chargers. He was good.
He was solid. Again, he was solid, but like Sean Payton and him they were perfect together.
Yes.
Perfect.
No, absolutely. And 888-957-9570 is the conversation. How are we going to be viewing Kyle Shanahan after this season, Niner fans? And also, what coaches are doing a better job with Brock Purdy right now than Shanahan?
And I do think LaFleur, as long as they're not playing in the snow or in the rain, I do think LaFleur is someone that I would be willing to be talked in on. Like he could be as good, if not better.
Something about
I'm higher
him,
on LaFleur than everyone else.
I know something about him when push comes to shove. Maybe it's just his face, as we're talking about, like Jake
He looks
Moody.
young.
No, he just looks like he's just he doesn't know what he's doing towards the end. Sometimes like this, he just looks like a deer in the headlights. A lot of times they pan to him on the sidelines. He just looks like I don't know what's going on. Like I can't get that NFC Championship game out of my mind. That COVID year going up against Tampa Bay. And Tom Brady, and they just gagged that thing away. And it was just, oh my God, how are you doing this? They were the best team all season long. And it was basically for the Super Bowl at that point because the winner of that game was winning the Super Bowl as the Kansas City was out both their starting tackles. I just can't get that. And also, you know what else I can't get out of my mind? Them hosting the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo also being a deer in the headlights as a quarterback, couldn't even throw a ball, and you still lost that game when you had Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams in their prime. In their prime.
Is the only way to judge Kyle Shanahan based on wins and losses for this team? Is that the only thing that he is judged by now? Or is there something deeper?
I actually think this, if he has this, if the 49ers have a season like the Cincinnati Bengals had last year, I'd actually come away looking at Kyle Shanahan a lot better. And it sounds insane because the Cincinnati Bengals didn't make the playoffs last year. But Joe Burrow was incredible. Like if there is somehow a way that Brock Purdy has an incredible season statistically, but they just missed the playoffs because let's just say
the kicker. Well, the kicker.
Maybe. Well, yes, maybe that.
But that's on Shanahan.
Okay, but let's say Nick Bosa has a Trey Hendrickson type of season last year. But the defense around him isn't very good. The secondary takes a huge step back.
Do the young guys take steps forward, or do the young guys look completely lost on defense?
Let's say they show flashes, but overall, it's not a very good year.
Let's say the Niners go 9-8, and those same things happen. I actually think we'd all feel really confident.
I would feel confident about knowing my head coach
I
and
would
quarterback
agree with that.
tandem is good. Like that is at least one thing as we're talking about Zach Taylor. Like you have seen the head coach and the quarterback look incredible together. Now, part of being a head coach is also getting your S together elsewhere and defensively. Like I would have some question marks then, is Robert Saleh the guy? Can they get this thing figured out defensively? Are those young guys, can anyone step up around him? Like I do think there is a way, but that's the only way that we could come out of this season and this team not be a playoff team and still looking positive is if Brock Purdy looks amazing.
Kyle is only signed through 2026 and 2027. They make the playoffs this year. I bet you they give him an extension.
Does he deserve an extension?
Right now, I think he just let the season play out. He's got 2 years left on his deal. I don't think there's any, drum beat in one direction or the other. I think you got to kind of let it play out. Don't you?
Yeah. And you said something when I asked the question about, after this season's over and 888-957-9570, how will we view Kyle Shanahan? You were saying are we going to be viewing him either one way or another? Either the league has passed him by or he's still one of the top innovators when it comes to offense. It's one or the other. And this is what Greg Cosell had to say last week. And Greg Cosell obviously joins Willard Dibs weekly, just like Baldy joins us weekly. We got the two best when it comes to breaking down film. Greg Cosell, one of the best at it. This is what he had to say when, he was asked on if Kyle Shanahan needs to change his scheme at all or retinker it, if you will.
I would say maybe it's a tweak, not a system change, because I think his system does, because of the formation usage and because of the motion and the shifting, it does present a number of ways for receivers to be open. So I don't think he's going to all of a sudden have a brand new system. One thing I learned from coaches who've been in the league for years and years in the league, coaches who are friends of mine, is that coaches coach what they know. They don't change dramatically from year to year. Can you tweak things? Can you add a wrinkle in? Maybe maybe there's a different kind of player. Look, you can go back years and years to when Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator for the then Redskins, and he did different things because he had RG3. But I mean, but that's not the case this year, obviously. He's got the same quarterback. And you ultimately are designing your offense, the pass game in any way, based on what your quarterback is, and the quarterback's the same. And he has a certain set of positive traits and a certain set of, I don't want to say negative traits, but limitations. So you're working off your quarterback.
Now, that is true, and that's what Greg Cosell had to say when asked about whether he needs to change the scheme. And he's basically saying, like, for the most part, these schemes don't change. They know what they know. They're going to stick to it. They might have wrinkles here and there. And I guess this is how I would say, the identity of a team may ultimately change, but, the fundamentals and like the soul of the offenses and the defenses are going to basically be the same. Like the Kansas City Chiefs, their identity shifted the last few years. They used to be just, 30, 40 points every single game. It's guaranteed, and try to keep up with us, and we'll be opportunistic defensively. Now, they ended up losing in the AFC Championship game to Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, and they realized they needed to have a shift. At some point, their identity needed to shift a little bit, and it did. They started to become a defensive team first and foremost with the hiring of Steve Spagnuolo. And it was a slow change. It wasn't like that immediately, but it slowly started to turn into that, and that's what they were hanging their hat on. It was ground and pound. We're going to be opportunistic. We still have the greatest quarterback on the planet, so he could win us games still with his arm because he's that special. But the identity of the team changed, Joe. I'm not saying we need to see a change in identity this year, but we cannot be, if I'm a Niner fan, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, we cannot be a bottom 5 scoring defense. We cannot be that awful. So can we just get back to being at least mediocre defensively, first and foremost? And then offensively, can we jump from mediocre last year to top 10? That's kind of how I'm viewing this season. If they can do those things, then they can be back into the playoff picture. And by the way, we got the 95-7 the game playoff, or not playoffs, let's relax. The top 16 team selections. We're going to be doing that in the next 3 minutes here. So we'll find out where Lubman's selecting, where Shasky's selecting, where I'm selecting in our draft, which starts tomorrow, by the way, our fantasy draft. So there you go. We'll do that coming up here in a couple minutes. There you go.
Yeah, the Tiger's not going to change his stripes regarding like Shanahan, but it is interesting. Like we talked about Jordan Mason and CMC and how they refuse to just utilize both of them in the offense in the same game. It just felt like it was either one or the other. You got to go with the whole CMC. Yeah. There's no room for him. Like one thing that I've thought about long and hard. Let's go back to 2 years ago. How did you not find a way to get Juwan Jennings on the field more?
Oh.
No. Like, Tom Brady brought this up. He's like, look, I like Kyle Juszczyk. I like the fullback. Your best 11 players include Juwan Jennings on the field.
Yeah.
And you need to find a way to change formations to get that guy on the field more. This is Brady, not me. Brady was talking about this. And I found that to be quite interesting. And that I think that's philosophically where I do believe I get a little frustrated with Kyle Shanahan. He is very insistent on playing his way, his formations, and that doesn't mean that like their best 11 out there are the best 11 that he's playing. And so now, let's go to this year. I think Brian Robinson's in your best 11 somewhere, at least week 1.
Yes.
Right? So let's talk about week 1. I'm not trying to see Brian Robinson on the sideline for 95% of that game. If Brian Robinson can help you, put him out there. And if that means CMC needs to line up in the slot or you need to have both guys in a formation in the backfield, then so be it. I think this is a big litmus test. I'm talking about week 1. I think it's a huge litmus test for Kyle Shanahan in terms of evolution and adaptivity to the actual lineup that you have available to you. DeMarcus Robinson is not going to be available. I don't know where Juwan Jennings is going to be week 1, having missed weeks and weeks of training camp. I know Brian Robinson's ready, so you better find a way to get him on the field with CMC because that's your best 11.
888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. Christian McCaffrey in week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks. I'm very curious to see how this guy's going to look early on in that first drive. As we're leading up, we got a couple days to the start of the NFL season, Joe. I'm just looking at that opening script that Shanahan loves and all these offensive gurus love so much, the opening script, right? And then how it looks after the script, After you see Mike McDonald, after he shows you different wrinkles, how it's going to look.
Yeah, okay, Brian, I don't know. Did you watch? I don't know if you ever seen the Paul Feinbaum show?
Yeah, I know the guy.
So he had Brian Kelly on yesterday.
He's already crying for Nick Saban to come back to Alabama.
Yes. I was watching Brian Kelly, and he was talking about in-game adjustments, and Paul Feinbaum's like, hey, halftime adjustments. He's like, halftime adjustments are kind of overrated now. And Paul's like, why? He's like, because we have so much data and so much technology, we're making adjustments series to series, play to play. And I found that to be quite interesting.
Well, that's what Peyton Manning said on the Manning cast these last few years. He's like, there's the biggest myth ever
of all time.
This halftime adjustment. He's like, you know what your game plan is, and you just got to stick to it. And you're probably not executing your game plan, so you just go back to that at the start. Speaking of executing the game plan, Joe, we teased it. Let's execute our game plan right now when it comes to our 95-7 the game fantasy football draft order. Are you ready? We have 16 teams in our 95-7 the game fantasy football league. And you're going to be a part of it. We got Joe Shasky here, guys. All the hosts, all the producers, we're all a part of it. And remember, tomorrow we are going to be doing the first round live right here in studio, 95-7 the game. And Mark in San Ramon, one of our lucky contest winners, who also won a $25 NFL Shop gift card, is going to announce Shasky's first overall selection mañana. So let's decide the order, shall we? And I got right over here. Let me reach. There we go. Oh, I got a Niners helmet. Did you bring this one?
That's my Niner helmet, and that's from Kezar. So
I thought that was Willard's. The joke is that Willard took it from you because it was yours, yes.
Did you see the face he just made?
It's from my grandpa.
Wait, Mr. Joseph Shasky?
Yeah, so don't be stealing my helmet.
No. Dude, I love your grandpa.
That's a legitimate, real helmet. Can you believe that?
I actually can.
That's what they used to look like.
I wish it still had the single bar. Those were my favorites.
Yeah.
All right, let's do
Badass.
it. Number 16. We're going to do that right now.
Number 16.
Thank you.
So
All
we're
right.
going backwards.
Yes. Whoever gets this pick, you're cooked, by the way. It's over.
All right.
It's over.
Are we keeping order? Is Lucas getting a note?
I got it.
No. Oh, you're doing Lucas's work again. All right.
Well, then Lucas is going to go back and verify.
Uh-huh.
A lot of integrity in this league, as you can tell.
I mean, gotta win my $100.
Shasky is number 16.
Are you kidding me?
Moody might be the only guy left on the board at that point.
Oh, no. Listen, hey, you guys all saw me on the YouTube chat.
You know what? Because I'm 16, we're going to let that guy do 2 picks for me then.
Oh.
He'll do the end of round 1 and the top of round 2. How about that?
That is allowable because no one else.
Perfect.
Yeah, so
because I don't want to pick.
Okay,
Right.
there you go. So
And by the way, when I win this league, because I know you guys are all worried, he's not going to pay, he's not going to do this, he's going to do that. I'm going to laugh at all of you.
We're laughing right now because Shasky's number 16 in the 95-7 the game draft order. That's what
Just
we're
like
doing
Joe
right
Montana,
now.
baby.
All right, there you go. All right, number 15. Let's
Just
go.
like Bruce Bochy the year they traded
Number
for Carlos
15.
Beltran.
There you go. We got Cam, number 15. There's our guy, Cam, right there. All right. Cool. Cam is coolin'. I think he goes by on Instagram. So
I don't
there we
like
go.
that you got to pick. It should have been me.
Would you like to now?
No, it's too late.
All right.
Just do what you guys want to do.
Sound like my son at the playground when I said, it's too bad we got to go home. Oh, I guess. All right. Number 14, Chris, producer Chris is right there. The American
Keep
Ninja.
going. No one knows who that is. Keep
He's an
going.
American Ninja Warrior.
He is an American Ninja Warrior.
There you
Keep
go.
going.
That's-
Cam and Chris.
there you go.
Okay. Guys no one's heard of.
All right.
Keep going.
filtering
Got to
through here.
fly this through.
13.
Number 13.
We got
Is that Willard?
Lucas.
Oh, yeah.
Fight on
Yes.
Alexander. Lucas, number 13.
Yeah.
Director of sports. All right.
Number 12.
Number 12. Let's go through here. Steven Risotto.
Oh,
Don't
pasta.
you know, though? I like how this one has like the full name.
This
There you go.
sounded so much better than it's actually playing out on air. Keep going.
All right, what are we on? 11?
Number 11.
There we go. Steiny, number 11. Steiner.
Yay.
Little Clay Thompson, little Alex Smith, little Quentin Patton, little Bruce Ellington.
And what are we doing right now, Joe? What are we discussing?
We're doing a fantasy draft for the station.
The order. All right, there we go. We got it right here. All right. So we're on
Number 10.
Number 10. We got Willard.
Oh. I love how Steiny's behind Willard.
The Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's at number 10 in a 16 draft. Take away the W of Willard. He's Illard right now. He's sick that he's number 10.
Ooh.
Like that? There you
Number
go.
9.
Number 9. We got Ken. Kendall.
Okay.
Number 9. Again, I'm just going through. You guys see me right now. I'm not even looking in. I'm just going in. Lil Wayne.
Number 8.
Zach Attack, producer.
Not playing out on air the way I thought it would.
I'm just going through.
It's just hilarious.
What? I'm just saying.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
Keep pulling.
Number 6.
Number 7. Grandy Man.
Grandy Man.
The Grandy Man can.
Oh, I can't believe it. That's like I turned into Mickey Mouse.
No, that was Paul Bearer right there.
Yeah.
By the way, Grandy.
Oh, my Undertaker.
This is Grandy's report card getting number 7, it's about a C on Grandy's report card. If there's C+ maybe. How about that? Is that coming back, by the way? I love the Grandy report card. Red and gold show.
You should ask him that. Number 6.
E-Dog, Evan Giddings.
Okay.
I hope this doesn't end with me, number 1. This is, I swear I'm not fixing it, people. I swear.
I don't even want this high of a pick.
We're going to number, getting the
We're
top
sweating
5.
bullets back here in the producer studio.
Speed it up.
It bothers me. Number 5.
Number 5.
Guru.
Oh,
Guru.
For the number of Super Bowls the Cowboys have.
I swear the fix isn't in. We haven't gone to any of the producers on the show, nor myself.
4, 3, 2, and 1. Give it to me.
Number 4. Carter.
Number 4.
The Carter. Number 4.
Good old Brett Favre's number.
All right. Number 3. Dibs.
Number 3.
Dibs is a 3.
Number 2 is coming up here. It's between
Number 2.
Lubman or myself.
Are you kidding? This is ridiculous.
Number 2.
You can't tell me this wasn't a frozen envelope in this helmet.
Spadoni is number 2.
You are a number 2.
Sam had first pick last year and picked McCaffrey.
Oh, Sam Lubman, that means is going back.
I hate this.
You got back-to-back
Sam Lubman
number
right
1
here.
picks.
There you go.
Dude, you're the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Anthony Bennett? Wow. And thus concludes.
Okay, for those that are just tuning in, this is our 95-7 The Game fantasy draft order.
We did it.
Lubman number 1, Spadoni number 2, Dibs number 3, Carter number 4. Carter takes it very serious. For a guy that gambles on everything, it's a little surprising.
That's why I take it serious.
Guru number 5, Evan number 6, Grandy number 7, Zach, Ken, then Willard 10, Steiny 11, Risotto, then Lucas, 13, Chris, Cam, and me dead last.
And then tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be doing the first round. We're going to be drafting it here. Mark in San Ramon's going to be drafting the number 16 and the number 1.
I'm going to let him do 16 and 17. Yeah. I'll let him do 2 picks.
We'll allow it. Lucas, director of sports, and our commissioner in the background overseeing it all. Make sure there's no funny business. Again, I had no preconceived notion. I was just pulling names out of a helmet. All right? I wasn't trying. The fix was not in. You all saw it. All right? So number 2 overall.
Lubman, I'll trade you. I'll
Sam,
trade you 16 and 17 straight up for 1.
Who you taking number 1, Sammy? Who you got?
I don't know.
Justin Jefferson?
I'm definitely not taking Christian McCaffrey again.
Saquon? Who you taking, Saquon?
I guess we'll find out tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Bijan Robinson? We'll find out.
What are
That's
you
a
waiting
tease.
on? Say it now.
No.
Put Spadoni on the clock.
There we go. Well, it's do I take Christian McCaffrey? Do I
I'm
take
taking Malachi Tony, number 1 overall.
Carson
right
Beck
now.
Carson Beck.
Might be Cam Ward number 1. Who knows?
Oh, relax. Jesus. Calvin Ridley, by the way. Calvin Ridley. Yeah. Go get that guy.
Spadoni. I have a feeling that Lubman was sweating bullets like Michael Irvin while watching that Notre Dame-Miami game. Let's go to Fast 5.
Thank you. Did you see that Carson Beck ripped off the calluses on his hands? It was gross.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5.
There you go. You know fantasy football is back when we have controversy already. People saying on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, the fix was in for the morning roast. Well, if the fix was in for the morning roast, Joe Shasky wouldn't have been the number 16th overall pick. He would have been also in the top 5. I didn't mean to do that. I just pulled his name out of the helmet. So
I find it to be a little ridiculous that I went dead last. That's ridiculous.
You saw it. I drew
It was
it out.
ridiculous.
I wasn't
No, I
looking
didn't
down.
see anything. You're covered by screens.
What? You see me right here.
You guys are all smiling. I think you guys set this up.
Stop. Who are you thinking right now? 16 overall.
It doesn't matter what I'm thinking because is it John or Mark in San Ramon? Who's the guy?
Mark. Let's make sure
Mark
remember
in
the
San
name.
Ramon is going to be picking. So Oh, I'm a little worried.
Well, maybe
he's got 2 picks. He can really do me in.
You can get in your ear, maybe. You can be the coach for him, like Kyle Shanahan coaching up Purdy.
Are there defensive players in this league, or is it
give
just
him a hint?
What?
You can give Mark a hint right now. This is a good chance.
No. As a good coach does, I let the GM select whoever he wants to select, and I'll figure out a way. Unlike Steve Kerr, I'll figure out a way to get that guy on the floor.
Trades are hard.
You're not going to sugarcoat it? Hey, by the way, you were watching that Cowboys.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat
You were
job.
watching that Cowboys doc of Jerry Jones and thinking, let's just hope Joe Lacob doesn't turn into this. And you know what, Joe? He's not going to. Because Joe Lacob, he puts people in position to succeed, and he lets those people make their decisions and doesn't shoehorn himself in there for all the credit all the time. Warriors are going to be just fine post Steph Curry because they have Joe Lacob. How about that? How about that one for you?
It's a great final thought. My final thought is this. Happy birthday to Boogie Ramirez. He turns 10 years old, the big double digit. Boogie was golfing with no shoes on, him and his father at
John
Northwood.
Daly?
And he was wearing, I believe he was wearing a 49er jersey, and I thought it was Patrick Willis, but I could be wrong. And so shout out to Jason Ramirez Jr., my buddy Jason, Cheese's kid, and great family. I love them both, him and his wife and his sister, and obviously little Boogie. Just a great family. Boogie's a heck of a little ball player. He runs hard like Isaiah Pacheco does, and he made a little all-star team this year. Boogie, happy birthday, buddy. I love you, pal.
Why do they call him Boogie?
That's just his nickname.
Is he just a boogeyman? Does he scare people?
We do nicknames, doggy.
Does he pick his nose, boogers?
No,
Okay. All right. Hey, are you going to get him?
Like Boogie Cousins.
Are you going to get him? Because he's 10 years old, right? So you're going to get him one of the new jerseys of the 49ers just released, right? Get him
I'm sure his
Patrick
parents will do that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, by the way, you're wearing a shirt right now with who on there? The GOAT? Jerry Rice. He joins us tomorrow, 8:30.
Can't wait.
Yeah, we got him in there. So that's going to be my final thought. And by the way, if we did have like this version of fantasy football back in the 80s and 90s, I mean, Jerry Rice. I mean, you get that guy. Production every single year. It's not even close. You'd be drafting the GOAT number 1 overall every single time, right?
Yeah, I would definitely take him every
PPR
single
league,
year.
Always. What do you got, Carter?
Yeah, I'll keep mine short and sweet today. Spadoni, you don't have to worry tomorrow because Sam's going to pick Jamar Chase.
Are you? No, that's already.
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
what kind of a tease is that?
Oh, come on, Sam.
I mean, I might take Bijan Robinson. Who knows?
It's actually pronounced Bijan these days. Did you know that?
Well, then I'll have that pronunciation down.
Thank you.
When it comes.
What's going on with Drew Encarnacion? Is he back?
No, we'll find that out tomorrow.
Is so angry too. Like we cannot do the draft during the show. What about when I pick? And look, now he's got the number 1 pick, and he's got all day to think about it.
Anyway, my final thought, it's a pretty simple one today. Carter, if you could, please.
Let's go. Where's G-Reg with the third leg when you need him? Greg Olson, baby.
This is all my final thought is.
It's all about the
Mario Cristobal can recruit. No one is doubting that.
The minute it comes to coaching, though, ooh, buddy.
I know.
Hey, my biggest takeaway of the college football weekend, Bill Belichick's cooked. It ain't working over there.
So why do we do this? It's his first game.
Awful.
TCU's good.
Dude, you can't tell me there wasn't a part of Bill Belichick that was standing on the sidelines yesterday, zoning out into space after just getting destroyed
I'm sure
against Sonny Dykes and being like, the hell am I doing?
You think he's really
73 years old?
You can't give him a half a season to figure it out?
I cannot.
They have 40 transfers.
I've already forgotten the Bill Belichick UNC era. I've already forgotten it.
His girlfriend on the sideline with him while they're warming up in pregame. That is so inappropriate.
Coaching him up.
No, that is inappropriate.
Even the coach needs a coach.
Was it more inappropriate for Aaron Boone to be there on the Yankees off day? People are asking as well. The Yankees manager.
What are his ties to North Carolina? Did he go there?
I think his son goes there.
Oh.
So there you go. No, he went to USC, I'm pretty sure. Fight on.
Future Giant manager.
That was Fast Five. No, not the way Bob Melvin and these boys are playing right now. He's playing himself into another year. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee you, Steiny and Guru have something to say about their draft order, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Shut up, Evan.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. What's going on, everybody? I was going to say happy Monday, but it's Tuesday. What's up, Goo? What? Get the scowl off your face.
No, I can't hear you.
You can't? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, you sound faint, but yeah, I got you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that you or me? Because remember, I had problems Friday.
I think it's you. I'm okay right now. How we doing?
All right, better.
Does it feel?
Yeah, a little better.
All right.
What's up, baby? You look good.
But what are you mad about?
Why would I be mad?
Just you came in with a scowl.
I had one of the greatest weekends of my...
Kenny on Friday was a little...
No.
Remember?
Oh, yeah. Evan's back, so I'm good.
Who's this guy?
That's our producer extraordinaire.
Well, you said you had a great weekend or something?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you do?
So Treasure Island was the locale of one of my fantasy drafts, and then there was a delay, a 2-hour delay. So I'm solo dolo, guys, on Sunday, Evan, and I have been, shout out Carl Booschek. Because if you don't know about him, he formerly worked here at 95.7 The Game. He is the modern day, let me show you the beautiful places the Bay has to offer. Steiny, I got in my car after the delay, solo dolo, went to the Golden Gate Bridge, parked, and walked it up and back and did the fantasy draft as I did it. But seeing all the people that I don't know, the Bay, from that view, we are lucky. And I know Evan's back from New York, but it did something to me. I'm just going to tell you that. And it was a reminder of how beautiful we have it here, man. And I'm going to just say that. It's tiny. I'm proud of myself, man. Evan, it was beautiful, spectacular. That's all I got.
Welcome back, Evan.
Thanks, Scoo. And Steiny,
how was your trip?
I'm so glad that you're just happy and revved up, ready to go here on a Tuesday.
Last time you walked the Golden Gate Bridge, you and Evan. Have you ever done it?
Yeah, I did it.
Years ago?
Let me guess. It was cold.
I don't remember it. It was... I
Dude,
did it, though.
Evan, how about you?
Golden Gate?
Yeah.
Like a couple months ago.
2.7 up one way, so about 6 miles.
Is it that far?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, congratulations.
Beautiful day, man. I'm ready. Jennings is back at work.
So let me get this straight. Juwan Jennings hasn't practiced in 5 weeks, didn't get a new contract, and now he's practicing? Does anyone else not convinced this is over? I gotta raise my hand.
Oh, tell me. Well, the important part is, to me and Niner fans, it looks like he'll be out there in Seattle week 1.
The rest, Steiny, what if I told you I don't even give a rat's ass? He came back because he knows what time it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I'm not convinced this thing's over. I can't believe that he,
right.
he put out all the stuff that he put out, and he wants $20 million or more, according to Tim Kawakami, and now it just doesn't look like it's going to go his way. And okay, I just practiced now.
You played poker, right?
Harm,
it's called
no harm, no
Fold'em.
foul.
He played. He fought to Kenny Rogers. Steiny. No one don't hold him.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that the poker game's over. That's all.
I mean, where could he go from here, though? If he's, they're putting in a game plan, they're practicing.
I could see that calf flaring up again.
You're not letting this get personal.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm not convinced it's over.
Wow.
Why would it be over?
I guess he's back at work. Now, you're right in regard to discussions and conversations, but I guess the part about him not being available was the scary part in all this. And again, unless you know something, Steiny, and you're not saying it, but you're right in regard to the paperwork. But I just feel like for the betterment of the team, himself, the coaches, the players, him being out there in practice is saying, I'm ready to play, regardless of what happens, as Steiny alludes to.
It just seems a little interesting to me that, I remember the Ayuk situation last year. It kind of kept going, and there was no, there was no end in sight other than a trade or whether they were going to sign him. I just feel like he was making a lot of noise about how they messed with the wrong guy, and he wants more money, and I don't know. Do I think he's going to be healthy and play Sunday? I guess he might. I'm still not convinced that. It just feels weird. Like, why would it be over unless they've given him his word? They've given him their word that, tell you what, get in here, and then we'll start talking about maybe bumping you up a little bit. Maybe that's what's going on.
Okay, and you might be right, but what if you're wrong, Steiny? And I would just say to that, well, if that's all it took, why didn't they try that weeks ago so he could be out there for Brock Purdy and the rest of the gang and get more practice time? But the bottom line is, what about, do you give any credence to this? Somebody just got in his ear, or he was brushing his teeth and looked in the mirror and said, I'm going nowhere fast. We talked about the bonuses you did last week, and Lynch saying that was last year. So, Steiny, maybe player A, in regard to player A being Juwan Jennings, didn't want to take any losses or lose any money by not being out there Sunday.
Yeah, I guess so.
But if you're a Niner fan, you're happy, though, on the surface that 15 will be out there most likely. We hadn't heard anybody, and he hadn't talked, so hopefully he'll talk today.
I saw something in Matty Barrow's column in The Athletic that he's going to talk at some point this week. We're talking about Juwan Jennings, and he practiced yesterday. First time in 5 weeks that he's practiced, and the 49ers open up their schedule on Sunday against the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So it looks like Jennings will be out there, at least
football
as of
is
now.
back.
So we will see what happens there. This team right now, and I gotta make a point here because I've seen a bunch of headlines on this. So I'm just going to nip this in the bud right away, Goo.
Let's do it.
The 49ers right now, they're as healthy as they've been in a long time.
I saw that.
A long time.
I saw that.
So
health is wealth.
We can't use that as an excuse right now. We got Jennings back, and everybody seems to be healthy. McCaffrey's healthy, Bosa's healthy, Williams is healthy.
And this is how you want it.
They would seem to be ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm excited just on all aspects of it, and just the fact that football's back. Steiny, I got drunk on college football over the weekend, but nothing like the NFL. Got a game Thursday and Friday, but I got to tell you, I'm I'm excited about the seeing Brock Purdy in the next step or possibly the next evolution of this offense, how Robinson's going to fit in. Is Kyle going to use the Michael Jordan of their offense in regard to McCaffrey any different? But, man, Steiny, what's tickling your boy Pink as I wear this pink shirt this morning is how is Robert Saleh and this defensive unit, how soon are the youngsters going to pick it up? Do they hit the ground running? So that's a big part of it because we haven't seen Bosa or Warner play it down since last year. So I'm excited about that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Juwan Jennings practices yesterday for the Niners, and they obviously open up their 2025 season on Sunday against the Seattle Seahawks, and they are healthy. And, one of the things that I think is there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with the Niners as we head into the season. And how about this one? I mean, this seems like for the first time in, 2 or 3 years, the one guy we're not talking about is Brock Purdy. Like, it seems to me like Brock Purdy, over the course of 2 or 3 years, has stopped being a question mark on this team. At least when you look at this team and what surrounds him right now, I think you got to acknowledge that Purdy is one of the more proven players on this team.
Yeah, Steiny, and I think that's easy. And I think the most important people that matters to is John Lynch, Kyle, and York. And obviously with this contract, he got the bag. When you have the bag and you give a player and identify him as being the face of the franchise for the next umpteen years, you shouldn't have any question marks. And the Niners feel like they don't, so we'll see how it plays out and what type of offense we're about to buckle up and watch week to week.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Juwan Jennings back at camp, and the San Francisco 49ers look like they're ready to roll. 888-957-9570 is the number. What does Jennings' return mean? I mean, this team right now is about as healthy as it can be. Obviously taking into account Brandon Ayuk's situation and Demarcus Robinson's suspension, but 888-957-9570. I guess it's officially week 1 in the NFL. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Interest rates as low as 0% APR long-term financing on your next new Honda. Honda of Vallejo's Labor Day sales event going on now. Low interest rates means lower monthly payments. HondaofVallejo.com. 0% APR and only 2025 per launch through AHFC. Super preferred credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Ends 9/2/2025.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Rupert comes over for the screen. Burton rejects it, sprays it out. Top. Rupert, another one! Ileana Rupert is a flamethrower from downtown. 21 points.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the Valkyries with a big win over the Fever on Sunday.
Yes.
Ileana Rupert with 21. And coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30. And if you're just joining us, Evan Giddings was not in yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he...
oh, boy. He had to do that one. He did
my
that
bad on that one. He wasn't here last week.
Yeah.
And he missed something pretty interesting. Evan, this was... so Micah Parsons got traded on Thursday.
Oh, I know.
And
it was the talk of the U.S. Open.
Was it this? Do you remember?
Is this how we're starting? I'm just saying to this defense, that's what he is. He's a generational player, man. Yeah. I never believed any of this. And these reports, real quick, Steiny, he's not getting traded. That's what they're not going to do. Shout out Richie Rich from Oakland, the rapper.
All right, so.
Oh, boy.
You know,
I've got to fill him in.
Yeah,
that's all.
Boy, and you went there.
Well, you and I were on the same page. I didn't think he had the you-know-what.
I was shocked as all outdoors. Now he's got a problem with the L4 and L5 disc in his back. So, epidural? Who knows?
Well, he's got a lot less money to pay Jerry Jones does, but I'm sorry, you can't trade that guy.
Yeah, you can when he has 1 sack in 4 playoff games, and guys like LaFleur, Kyle twice in the playoffs can render him ineffective by running at him.
I mean, when you guys give up 30 a game this year, then maybe we can have a different conversation.
I
He's
smell
in the
a
playoffs.
bet. I smell a bet. Speaking of which, I owe you.
You're about to owe me too.
What's
I already know.
Oh, boy.
No, let me say something.
Before, sure. Go ahead.
So after my walk on the Golden Gate Bridge, I parked the caddy at my guy Mello's house.
Beautiful.
All 8 of my guys there that I graduated high school with. And my best friend, Reg B, says this to me as we're sipping. Just talking. Nobody's drunk. He doesn't even, if he's listening, he don't even know he said this. Yeah, you take a lot of L's on that show. And I almost spit out my drink. He goes, how do you not, he took it back to this, how do you not know the rules of knockout? Reg, relax. Okay, I didn't go get the rebound in part 1, but I had the rest of the thing. I'm following him, Snotty, well, what about when I won this? Anyway, Reg B, I don't take L's, but I took one this weekend with the Giants. They didn't sweep Baltimore, Evan. I thought they were. Got trashed Saturday, but 2 of 3, 8 of 9. And Evan, I know Devers is about to hit 30 home runs.
But that's the thing.
Dude, where was this offense?
Steiny only makes sucker bets, and that's one thing I really don't like about him. No, you only make bets when you are at such an advantage that you think you can't lose. It's the only time you bet.
Well,
which is really not a bet.
Well, what do you think about the bet I made with Goo last week regarding the Packers and the?
Oh, I like this one though.
And the Cowboys. Did you hear that one?
No, I didn't listen.
Okay, so obviously he was despondent after the Micah Parsons trade.
Strong,
at least at the beginning. And I said to him, "Well, look,
this is easy.
Look at what happened with the Red Sox and the Giants. Everybody thought the Red Sox made a terrible trade. They took off. Devers got to San Francisco. They got worse. So I made a bet with Guru. I said the Cowboys will win more games than they won last year.
7, which they will.
And the Packers will win fewer than they won last year, which is 11.
No way. I like where I'm at, baby. Willard and Dibs I like where I'm at.
I could see the Packers losing less, but the Cowboys winning more?
They won 7 with Dak missing almost like 7 games last year. They're going to be – Kenny Clark is going to help. That offense is going to be a top 5 offense. I like the bet.
Who's
but
the
we
running
both
back?
Agree. Javonte Williams.
And he's running behind who?
One of the best offensive lines in football, Tyler Smith.
Sure.
I'm just – come on now.
Isn't he hurt?
No, he's about to get a new deal.
Who's that guy they just paid?
Bland, the cornerback.
Yeah, so they trade Micah Parsons and give $90 million to Deron Bland?
Yeah, and some others are about to get their chicken.
So why not Micah?
He's got a bad back.
He's 25.
He didn't want to be there, and he had a podcast. Dak didn't like it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But anyway, really the bet is only Green Bay because we both agree that Dallas is going to win more than 7. I just think Green Bay is going to win more than 11.
How about I'll take the under on the Cowboys?
All right,
let's do it.
In there.
Yeah,
okay, well, that's the only thing we disagree on.
Yeah. And Steiny paid his debt Friday for another bet I won. He just bought the whole bar, got everybody's tab.
That's not true. I bought you. You know what? That's it.
Steiny, you're the only guy that will pick up a tab for everyone and then complain about it.
No, I'm not
complaining. And it was
about
my day. He wasn't supposed to get everybody else on my day. Let my day be my day.
Why was it? It was your day because you
Cadillac took my check.
Right.
Yeah.
So
anyway, Reg B, I don't take L's, baby. That cut me.
Well, I mean, you got, the Giants won a couple games last week.
They're still in it.
And then you said, oh, Steiny, they're going to sweep the Orioles. I said, you want to bet? They didn't. So you lost that bet.
Have you heard
You're going to lose the bet. You're going to lose the bet with Evan on Devers. He's got 29 homers right now. All he needs is one more the rest of the year. You lost that bet.
Okay, Einstein. Have you heard of something called show business?
Okay.
Somebody's got to make the bets. Come on, God. Look at Evan. Come on.
So then give Silk Basie his credit.
I didn't like it.
Well, he's right. He's
My
right.
man. Wow. Anyway.
Let's go to Kay Bueno in Oakland. He wants to talk about Juwan Jennings. Everybody praise the Lord. The third receiver's back in camp.
What's up, baby?
Kay Bueno, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, the third receiver who wants that $20 million is back. Woo! So what you asked her, like, what does that mean? I mean, that tells me, obviously, that him being back, his calf was just fine. That it's about the dough. I mean, I think it's just a little. I mean, happy to see him. Glad he's back because we want our horses back, and he's a dude for sure. But I think it's just a little funny that he also comes back right when Bourne is coming in for a visit, and I think Jennings knew he was just costing himself money. Not just money for this season, but he's costing himself money in the long term, too. So it was definitely a business decision. Maybe it could have been something with this calf at one point, but I think for the past maybe couple weeks, I think it was just down to the nitty-gritty of getting his money. I get it. He's, business decision, but he got to the point where it's like, all right, I need to come back. The Niners, I think, showed they're ready to move on. They brought in Bourne for a visit. And I think Jennings was like, damn, okay, I better get out there now. So happy to see him back. I think it just came down to the funds, and that's just my take on that situation.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Kay Bueno. We'll see if we'll see what happens between now and the start of the season. But at least for now, he's practicing. Juwan Jennings.
And are you telling me or anybody else out there, Steiny, to slow down by thinking because he's out there that that's a 100% shot that he'll be out on the field Sunday? Because that's how I'm taking it. And there should be no bad blood amongst the fans, and we know not his teammates. He played his cards, and I believe he saw the handwriting on the wall, even without, with the stuff that he put on Instagram for everybody to see. He was mad, but he got happy or okay to get back to work real fast. Now, and he probably saw it. Bourne left the Bay without a contract, but maybe that was the wake-up call.
That's too
give it to me.
That's too, what's the word? Is Pollyannish? Is that the word? Evan, I'm looking for goo.
But what about when you lose something or
I find it hard to believe.
Don't you just come back to work?
Okay. I find it, I find it hard to believe that he sits out 5 weeks with either an injury or a gripe about his contract, and now he comes back on a Monday, the day before the season starts, and now he's happy, content, and going to give 100%. I guess, but then why did he take it this far when he knew that they weren't going to do it? Because clearly they told him that a while ago.
Well, Steiny, you look at his age, you think of how many more contracts he's going to get. I'm not saying he's not going to get any, but he's almost 30. He felt like he had some leverage, and he thought he had it. And when it was all said and done, just from my vantage point now, that leverage went bye-bye, night-night. So I believe we should know what he was thinking he was going to scare him into, getting some new chicken, and apparently that has not happened as of today.
Hey, Sports Talk on 95.7. The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Steiny, when you say this isn't over, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Like, you think that he's not going to play? You think that he's going to play on the same contract? You think that the Niners will eventually give in and give him a raise? Like, what do you mean?
I mean that I don't believe that he's just, it can't be just over. There's got to be some kind of residual, I think. And maybe he is going to get a bump at some point, maybe before the season, just by showing up. But I just, how do you go from what he was posting and what he was saying to, okay, everything's fine.
I think we just saw, we're watching it.
Yeah,
like the biggest part of that to me is coming back to practice.
Yeah, and I think that's like I'm not buying it. Like I'm just not buying that everything's fine. Like something's had to have happened. Like I just don't believe that he woke up over the weekend and said, "You know what? I've lost. I'm going to practice Monday and we'll just start over and I'll be good." It just sounds a little strange after the way he's played the last 5 weeks. That's all.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. And to Evan's point, the bottom line is this is how I believe you really would irritate your teammates and the coaching staff if you were to pull some type of, mischievous act and come out to practice and then somehow before the game say you're hurt or you're not available. I don't see that happening. And Steiny, there could have been a conversation had, and maybe tomorrow, later on today, we find out he got that bump that you talk about. But normally you find that out before the player gets back. But I'm not dare dogging him like you lost or you came back with your tail between your legs. You truly tried to play a card that you thought you had that you didn't have. So now you come back to work to get paid.
Yeah, with your tail between your legs. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he gained out of this. If he doesn't get hurt / hold out for the contract, is Valdez Scantling even here? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. The one thing I was thinking, Goo, is, we've talked about Jennings. We've talked about McCaffrey. We've talked about Pearsall and what his role is going to be.
Can't wait.
The one guy we haven't talked a lot about is Brock Purdy.
I think is that a good thing?
I don't know. Is it a good thing? I think it is. Although it can be looked at as maybe it isn't. But I look at it as it is a good thing. He got paid. He's going to be here for a while. It doesn't mean that he's not going to make mistakes, but I just think we're still at the start of the process with Brock Purdy. And, this year, how important is this year? I don't know. I mean, every year seems to be hugely important, but I actually think this is just kind of the start of where the 49ers are and kind of where they're going. I see it also as a transition year, and I don't think anybody knows what to expect. So you go out there, you have a season, and you see where you are, and then you decide whether you think you're close enough or not.
Yeah, and last year, Steiny, in 15 games, Brock Purdy had 3,800 yards, 20 touchdowns to 12 picks. Obviously, the team won 6 games. Nobody saw that. All kind of stuff went into that. But it doesn't take much when it comes to football. But your partner is exciting, and let me tell you why when it comes to Brock Purdy. Because the first 2 years were magnificent. He, to me, and I stand on it, he earned that contract. But the bottom line is, last year, didn't come into focus as much, and you could be unfair at times if you thought, they won 6 games because he took a step back. I don't see it that way, but that wasn't like the first 2 years. So we're about to get, hopefully, 17 more games of clarity. And fans are going to say, and others that are not even in the Bay Area, Steiny, that love the game, okay, let's see what you got, young man. And I believe this is a year where Purdy can remind me personally, hey, Goo, I'm that dude from the first 2, and I'm capable of putting his team on my back? Or was there a little regression last year that kind of grows? And the beautiful thing about it that adds up to excitement to me is we'll be able to see it if it's out there. And that's why this Sunday we get the start of that. And Steiny, I'm going to sit here and ask you this. When you say transition, does that have anything to do with wins and losses? Or are you saying, nah, Goo, hear me. I'm saying I don't know how good or bad they could possibly be. And him and Brock included.
Well, I mean, just, that's, and I don't, when you talk about Brock Purdy and you say, let's see what you got. Like, that's where, and I'm not, trust me, I'm not picking a fight here.
Yeah.
But don't we know what he's got? I mean, he's been a quarterback for 3 years. He's been steady. He's been solid. He's been really good for 2. He had a so-so year last year. But, like, I don't know what he has to prove.
Well,
like, he can only be Brock Purdy at his best, and Brock Purdy at his best is pretty good. But, he's not a guy that can put a team on his back. But do we know that yet? Like, he hadn't had to, and we've talked about it. I don't think he can.
Since he came into the league, can't we say his weaponry or things around him, even on both sides of the ball, were excellent? We're good to excellent. So now some of that, the teams had some losses. Guys are in different locales. So is it out of the question if I tell you there's going to come times where Brock Purdy is going to have to make something out of nothing, and I'm eager to see if he can handle that. But as far as something to prove, he doesn't from the prism of his team just gave him the bag, Steiny. So he's just got to be steady Freddy, but can he take it up some? And I think this year with what they've lost, no Debo, no Ayuk, new receivers, D-Rob, you got new guys in the backfield with B-Rob. I'm just excited to see how Kyle dials it up, and we'll be able to see if he can handle, more. And I love you saying so-so last year because that's how I felt, but now I don't think another so-so is good. If the Niners are going to be all they can be, Steiny, he not a gunslinger. He's got to do more.
888-957-9570 is the number. What are the biggest questions facing the Niners as we're inside a week till the start of the NFL season? Jennings practices yesterday. That's good news for the team. Brock Purdy healthy. Christian McCaffrey healthy. Trent Williams healthy. Bosa healthy. Warner healthy. They're in a good spot right now. 888-957-9570. We haven't talked a lot about Brock Purdy this year. There's been other stuff going on, quite frankly. Yeah. And there's a lot of new players on this team. Brock Purdy now quietly year 4 as the 49ers starting quarterback. And it does feel to me like we're not talking about him as much as we have in the past, but that makes sense. I mean, he's been a pretty good quarterback for 3 years for the Niners. He got paid, and now he's got to play under a different contract starting next year. And the question is, do you now view Brock Purdy differently? Do we have to view him as a $50 million quarterback?
Man, that's incredible when you put it that way. I need your help real quick here. Last year, the Niners' red zone efficiency, Steiny, was 29th in the NFL after being the best the previous year. Now, again, I bring this up to ask you, where do you put that? Is it a combination? Because I know their best player wasn't available the first umpteen games of the season, but is that a quarterback stat? Are you looking like who is that on for the offense to improve that and get back to where they were number 1 just a year before? And they were number 1 with Brock Purdy at center.
I mean, a lot of it's got to be McCaffrey, I would think. When he's not healthy, you're probably not going to be as good in the red zone.
Yeah, because field goals will get you beat, man.
The other thing is, the red zone defense wasn't great either last year. So they've got to be better inside the 20s on both ends of the field, you would think, this year. But no, I'm starting to really look forward to this season. And man, what is your prediction for this year if you're a 49er fan? I mean, I have no sense. Like, now that Jennings is back and I look at the roster and everybody's healthy, they should go up. Shouldn't they go up to Seattle and win?
I think
they're favored by 2.5, according to Evan.
Yeah. And I'll take it from
according to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
according to Evan, too.
He's got some pull. He's got some juice. But like Steiny, hey, Reg, if you're listening, I'll take that bet. I'll feel confident that they'll go up to Seattle and handle business, but I'm going off of the old Niner metric. Like, I can't wait to see what Robert Saleh, dials up, and then what he sees areas of improvement. What Bosa, is he going to be a game wrecker along with his new teammates? Like Renardo Green, the secondary, like, I'm ready for it. But I guess, Steiny, I got to ask you and the listeners, are you still saying the best part of this Niners season, and there's no wrong answer, is this schedule that a lot deem as easy street?
See, to me, the schedule is it's like everything else. It's a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that it looks very, very favorable. The curse is that, they start, racking up 9-10 wins.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're a good football team or they're just beating teams that they should beat? And, they're outside of the division. I'm not saying they're not going to have close games, but
you think they're good? Kind of easy?
They're not really going to get tested, you would figure, outside of the division to measure themselves against an elite team. And, maybe they'll take advantage of that schedule in the regular season, and then we'll have to see if it means anything in the postseason. But yeah, I think the schedule helps them in a way, and then it may hurt them if they're able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and again, you talked about it real quick here, Steiny. They open up at Seattle, then they go to the Bayou, come home for the home opener against the Cardinals, division game, Jacksonville with A.B. Better, and at the Rams. So those are the prime time. Those are the first 5 games. So we'll know something here soon, man. But Seattle not going to be a walk in the park.
All right, it's the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit, and it's happening this Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs, they're live from 2 to 4, and then the summit with all the hosts will be from 4 to 6. Come out and hang with us as we get you ready for the football season. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang with all the hosts. That's Thursday, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season started with a bang, and you can experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair. It's your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House. That's the go-to spot for sports fans, and that segment was brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Mark Willard, and our dog Penny means absolutely the world to our family. That's why I'm excited to tell you that on Saturday, September 6th from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about here. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early, bring patience, and maybe leave with a new best friend. Details at hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley.
Sources had said Stafford's fine.
You did.
That he was going to be back for week 1, and that's the case. Let's go to some big picture stuff with Brian Baldinger. He was on with the morning show earlier today, and if I were to ask 49er fans a list of the 3 most important players on the team,
3.
Who would you say, Goo? The 3 most important players on the team this year?
I don't think I'm going to shock you, but number 1 is Christian McCaffrey.
All right.
He has to be there 14 games at minimum. That's 1. 2, Bosa. I just will not let up on that. Bosa. And then 3, Steiny, is Brock Purdy. I wanted to say Fred, but Fred is going to be Fred, so he's steady Freddy. But the bottom line is those are my 3. You tell me what you think of those. Do I got them out of sequence to you, or do some too high? But those are my 3.
Yeah, I've got Christian McCaffrey 1. I don't think you can. I don't think you can read too much into it.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, I think they got a shot. If not, who knows? Number 2, I would say is Trent Williams.
I didn't even mention Trent.
He's got to stay healthy for most of the season. And then my 3rd one is a little bit of a sleeper, but I think Ricky Pearsall. I mean, he's got to kind of be the number 1 for the first half of the season. And can he do that?
I'm mad at that.
He's going to get a lot of opportunities in the first half of the season. And I get the sense that if he can respond and the 49ers, I look at the 49ers season like they got to hang in there early and then hope their defense gets better and then their offense starts clicking. But I think you got to, I think you're going to have to win some games early to get a little confidence, particularly with the defense because they have so many young players.
Yeah, and he's going to be a big part of that. 11 games last year for him, Steiny, after dealing, a year ago with the trauma he had, fighting for his life. And now, to be honest, what other receiver on the Niners has worked more with their starting quarterback than Ricky Pearsall? Jennings, he didn't do that. Ayuk can't. Debo's not here, so DeMarcus Robinson caught some balls, but he'll be out the first 3 games. So I'm excited to see if Ricky Pearsall, Steiny, not just a player, because I feel like he's got the gifts, and Shasky brought up, and I won't forget the practice, him getting off the line against good defenses. So we'll see how that goes when he's playing, facing mad coverage against some top-tier DBs. But the bottom line is can he remain healthy with this bigger role that he's going to take on? And I don't know why I feel like, Steiny, obviously he was out due to what happened before the season started last year. But maybe I'm hanging on to Herm Edwards, who joined Willard and Dibs a couple years ago, just talking about you got to save him from himself and showing up to camp with a hammy. But I got to be proactive and think, okay, you know what, Steiny? You are right. He's got to perform, and you want him to get off to a good start because to me, as he goes, so is this Niner offense, along with Kittle and Jennings, and I'm assuming is going to be out there.
All right, this is Brian Baldinger from the morning show, and he was asked the $1 million question about Christian McCaffrey.
Running backs, they all fade differently. Some guys go, Emmitt Smith went 13 years. Some guys can go a long, long time. Josh Jacobs still looks like he's running really, really good, right? Aaron Jones, who was in Christian McCaffrey's draft, still looks like he's going at a pretty good clip. You just never know. I saw Derrick Henry this summer. He's going into his 10th year. He doesn't look to be any loss of speed in Derrick Henry, even though nobody has more carries over the last 9 years than Derrick Henry. But he's built different than everybody else. So that's my question. And none of us know. I don't believe Christian knows. I don't believe Kyle knows. I don't think John Lynch knows. I don't think anybody knows until he gets 10, 15 carries into the game on Sunday.
Wow. Just
Brian Baldinger.
And do you have a problem if I'm in that assessment? And I love that Baldy says nobody knows, not even Christian. Steiny, we're hearing all the reports. He's looking good, moving good. But the bottom line is I felt like Baldy, he used the word fade, and we're not talking haircut. I feel like he's talking about father time at this running back position that naturally zaps some of the best. So hopefully we're not at that point. But, man, the Niners are not going to know if this dude's going to be a bell cow until he takes that pounding, Matt.
I don't think I don't know. It's hard for me to predict. But I do feel like the 49ers are very concerned about McCaffrey and whether he can make it through a season, and that's a big reason why Robinson's here. I don't know how Kyle Shanahan's gonna divvy stuff up. I mean, we know that Shanahan, if he's got McCaffrey back there, loves to use him. But I do think that this year you've got to figure out a way to keep McCaffrey healthy, and if that's to just have him touch it 15 times instead of 20 to 25, then that's what you got to do. I mean, it's the nature of football, but like, how the hell is he going to make it 17 games? How is Christian McCaffrey going to make it 17 games? It just feels like that's a long shot.
And, we were talking about Micah possibly having something with his back, but this is a running back, and that's a big deal too. But, Steiny, this is a running back that the calf issue kept him out. You know what I mean? So those are your legs. You're a thoroughbred. But if you let me just real quick here run down, numbers are powerful, right? And you can make them lie and say whatever you want. But 2017, 18, and 19 for Carolina, Steiny, and he was a younger man. 16 games, 16 games, 16 games. After that, the next 3 seasons, 3, 7, and 6. Not good, right? So when he got to San Francisco, Steiny, 11 games in the initial first year, 2022, followed that up with 17, 16, and then 4. So the key number in all that we're watching is how does he bounce back physically from only playing 4 games last year? The death knell to me, Steiny, would be, and that's too strong, but just from him being out there is if you got that number of games played in single digits again. That wouldn't be a good year for anybody.
No, obviously. Yeah. I think they need McCaffrey to stay healthy for sure. Yeah. I mean, the one, you never really know how to look at it. Yeah. He was hurt last year. So does that mean he's injury prone, or does that mean that this year he's going to come back fresher because he didn't have all the wear and tear last year? I mean, he's had great years after being banged up before, and so maybe this is kind of a year where McCaffrey bounces back and he kind of looks like he did a couple years ago.
Now, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
There was a line Kyle said right after the season ended. You tell me how it resonates. Does it still resonate, or is it fade to black and it's over because they've had, so many departures and new acquisitions? But he said maybe the silver lining, I'm paraphrasing, to last year's Niners season, Steiny, was the fact that they don't have a long, gruesome playoff haul, and maybe guys could have got healthier and not spent that extra energy. You say what to that now?
I say I'll give them credit because where they are right now is as healthy as they've been in years. So maybe there is something to that. Now, I don't know if it's going to be able to leak into the season, but it sure seems like week 1 they are going to have everybody available that they believed would be available, months ago, with the exception of Ayuk. But Ayuk's ideally coming back midway through the season. So at least heading up to Seattle, they're as healthy as they've been. So maybe that is a reflection of last year not playing deep into the postseason. That's very possible. Here's more Baldy on what does the division look like and what do the 49ers have to do to win the West?
If McCaffrey looks like he did 2 years ago, I think San Francisco is going to win the division. Like, I think they're going to be that good. Like, I think he's that much of a difference maker. And he's that type of talent. And the offense, whoever Brock is throwing to, it will change if Christian McCaffrey is giving you 100 yards a game. If he's giving you 100 yards a game and then 100 and plus total yards a game like he did 2 years ago, then I have much fewer reservations about this football team.
Seems like Baldy's all in on McCaffrey. McCaffrey's himself, Niners got action. If not, All bets are off.
Yeah, and that's why you talked about Robinson, B-Rob, so he could be the Geico, but hopefully you don't even have to use him. You can just use him organically and see both of them out there on the field at the same time. But, man, Steiny, I'm just thinking about what McCaffrey's meant for the Niners. He's played in the Super Bowl, got him to an NFC championship. He's looking like the MVP, just incredible. So if he can bounce back and get to that, then league, watch out. So we got our popcorn, and we'll see just how close he is to that metric. But, man, Steiny, this time last year, I keep revisiting Evan and I at week 1 against Green Bay, thinking we were going to see the debut of McCaffrey and how that news in that stadium got silent and what it meant. It meant a season he would only play 4 games. If that bad boy can be 14-17, then the Niners are going to be a problem again in the NFC.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what would Vegas have the over-under on games played for McCaffrey?
I wonder if that's something you can bet.
I
got to
too.
believe.
I mean,
what would you do? Because it seems like we're in the same boat.
I
don't know.
If I put the number at 12.5 games, would you say over or under?
I'm going to say over. I got to believe he's healthy, man. I just got to, right? Because we're talking about a coach, a system, 2 defensive coordinators that have parlayed the job here as coordinator, DC, and the head coaching jobs. And now, we got Saleh back for another tour of duty. I'm just a guy that looks and won't ignore the fact that the Niners built something so powerful that I hold Kyle accountable that they haven't got it done. But if you're saying right now, Steiny, the bounce back is he plays more games than that number you just threw out, I got to believe then they're a problem again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. More Baldy. This is on how to use Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Christian McCaffrey a couple years ago with a lot of touches. Last year, he kind of paid the price, so he's getting up there a little. How do you handle his role right now if you're Kyle Shanahan?
I'm giving the majority of the work to McCaffrey to start. If you get a 12-play drive to start, you're going to rotate McCaffrey at some point in those 12 plays. But I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey to start this year to let him build some timing with the offensive line. Nobody's had any work in the preseason. So I'm giving him all the work I can to start the season. We kind of know Brian Robinson is going to be the backup. He's going to, and all that. His role is defined. Now, it might become a bigger role depending on what McCaffrey gives you, but I'm giving as much work to McCaffrey as I can to get him started, to find out what he is and what he has.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger saying load up on him early to see if he's going to be able to do
count
it.
At all, right?
Well, not early, I guess.
I got you.
Not early. The one thing that's interesting about this season, too, is Kyle Shanahan. So I'm looking at The Athletic. Well, here, let me tell you where I'm coming from right now. So I'm looking at the soundboard, and there's a sound here of Brian Baldinger. It looks like they asked him this morning about the doubters, the Kyle Shanahan doubters. And so I'm looking at that, and then I'm opening up The Athletic, and I see a story by Ted Wynn of The Athletic. And he took a poll of 6 defensive coordinators and defensive assistants from around the league.
Oh, wow.
And he asked them who the top play callers are in the NFL. You know who number 1 was? Kyle Shanahan.
Man.
Sean McVay, 2, Ben Johnson, 3, and Andy Reid, 4th. Kevin O'Connell, 5th. And Matt LaFleur and Todd Monken. My point is that, man, if you have doubts about Kyle Shanahan, like, what are they specifically? Because if you're telling me he's the best play caller in football, what is the downside that he's not calling great plays when the chips are down?
The high level, like the Super Bowl, Steiny, the high leverage situations to when you're so smart as he is, and you got so much at your disposal to throw all that out and just get simple as all outdoors. And when you got Mostert in the gang gashing the Chiefs on a drive that could put you ahead late in the Super Bowl, there's no reason to throw it. So. But great, geniuses are like that, Steiny. They got so much stuff going through their head that they don't just dumb it down. And that's the only thing and critique I got on Kyle. When it's go time and you got one thing going, why go away from it? And I know you're going to sit here and have fun with me is fine, but I just think of that last drive on the 19 Super Bowl, allowing Chris Jones to wake up when you could have just kept gashing their ass, and maybe you're hoisting that Lombardi trophy. But as far as this dialing up, that's why I call him the boy genius. So I didn't know where you were going to have him, but I'm not going to sit here and say I'm shocked that he was number one. And those other threes are dogs too.
This is Baldy on Shanahan.
I'd like to challenge any 49er fan out there that questions Kyle Shanahan and says, what other coaches would have done what he has done with Brock Purdy? Would you be an elite team, an elite offense, if Trey Lance didn't work out and you had to go to Brock Purdy? Would you have been able to do this? And then you go, Debo got paid. Ayuk got paid. Like everybody got paid in this offense. They've all benefited. And on defense, too. I don't know. Would Lenore have gotten paid? Would George Kittle gotten paid twice if it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan? There's a reason why these guys have become the top of the leaderboard at their positions. So all those guys that I just mentioned, Aaron Banks, it got paid. Like, would have Aaron Banks been paid if somebody else was the coach of the 49ers? Probably not. Like, they've got 8 or 10 of the top players at their positions under Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams been paid 3 times. Washington gave up on him. You just have to kind of look and scratch your head. Like these guys, because they've been an elite team, they've gotten elite players have gotten paid. And so I question some of those people that question Kyle at this point.
Oh.
You said, ooh.
Yeah, there are a lot of fans out there that aren't crazy about Shanahan.
But when you give him the proper respect, like, I just did in regard to, I'm mad at Kyle for not having one. How can I be more mad at the guy that's, trying to do it? Because I'm not going to sit here in front and ignore what they've built. But the amount of people on the text thread, Steiny, that think, oh, it's easy to look, just from a Brock Purdy standpoint, it's easy to look good with Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey. Is it? But Brock Purdy, 2 out of 3 years, has done that. And last year, he wasn't the sole reason they went 6-11. I hold Kyle to the standard of, Steiny, you should have one. And maybe he'll get one, and I learned that with Reed, but that was somewhere else.
Well, what is it? If you think Kyle Shanahan should have one,
Steiny,
what does that mean? Like, do you judge him differently?
Like, when I hear he's the top play caller, I'm not shocked at all. So I guess when I come in here on a bad day, I don't need you to back me up. But when I'm having a conversation with my Niner friends and here at this station, when I critique him, I'm not blowing past what he's great at and what he's built. And I think that's what life's about, is just being real and giving somebody their flowers, but also recognizing, okay, there's some areas where you're not deficient, but you've come up small, and I'm going to call that out as we see it, especially on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I
got a question for you.
What?
That Super Bowl rule thing.
Here we go.
No, I'm asking you, did you think that was missed by, forget Kyle, any head coach in that situation, the way it played out and what we found out and how the game ended? Do you look at whoever the head coach was there like, you need to button that up?
Yeah, he probably should have known that rule, obviously. But you still win the game if you score a touchdown and you hold. Or you still win the game if you get a field goal and you get a hold. So, I don't blame that loss on Kyle Shanahan. But, yeah, he probably should know the rule. But I think, I mean, I guess the way I look at it sometimes is we hold it against Kyle Shanahan. 2 games. 2 games is what we're talking about with Kyle Shanahan. He's been incredible as a coach of the Niners, right? But for 2 games, 2 Super Bowls. And it's just amazing the way those 2 Super Bowl games that he's lost have now, basically tainted his image. And it's so funny because it does feel like outside the Bay Area, everybody feels like Kyle Shanahan's one of the top 3 coaches in football. But out here, it feels like more people than, I don't want to say more people than not, but it does seem like more people out here are dissatisfied with Kyle Shanahan. And it's got to just be the Super Bowls because it can't be anything else, right?
Yeah, well, it can. I'll say this. It's just me you're asking. I remember, and I know what you're going to say, but I'm ready for you. I got my NHL goalie mask on. The NFC Championship game where Brock Purdy got knocked out, but before he got knocked out, there was a play where Devontae Smith caught a ball. He really didn't catch it, and Kyle was he was stuck on the holster in regard to drawing the flag. You throw the flag and get that play overturned, who knows? Maybe Purdy's not hurt. But the bottom line is, to me, that was, and I know I'm nitpicking, but in the grand scheme of it, Steiny, and we're in the era now challenging everything on when the stakes are that big. All you got to lose is the challenge, man, and he didn't throw it. And I know they got their butts kicked, but I do wonder, had somebody been more true blue to the game and the ramifications, that flag comes out and maybe everything else changes.
Well, and that's where, just to my way of
I'm
thinking,
being too tough.
Yeah, I mean, to me, and there's people who agree with you. I'm not saying you're the only one, but they lost that game by 4 touchdowns.
Okay, what about the 2 Super Bowls, the way that you lost it, where the leads just evaporated? That I feel like from a fan perspective, that's a hard pill to swallow. Like week 2, that's fine. Week 8, but in the Super Bowl up 10 in the 4th, I guess, Steiny, I don't know if the people are blaming him, but I think Kyle gets the respect he does. Like, people know he's good.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Baldinger, listen to it real quick again. No, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I just want to play the beginning of it. All right. Let's see. I'll play it on the other side. That segment brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack a $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th Annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness Event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Got to be delicate with those calves. We tried to.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. Thanks, Grandy. Appreciate you. Got the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line back up.
Now you're back.
Was struggling.
Hey, I came in real quick about my weekend. How was yours? Like, what'd you do? You had an extra, like, Evan must feel that's how you feel today.
Yeah.
I didn't do much.
Golf?
Just Sunday.
Did you watch the hoodie coach yesterday or attempt to coach?
Absolutely not.
TCU kicked
I watched one college game.
Cal, we got a quarterback. We got to get him on, Evan.
No.
Evan, pronounce his name for me. Reg got me scared. I ain't even going to attempt his name and butcher it.
The whole name?
Yeah, the whole name.
Jaron.
Oh, I got it. Steiny, we got something in the bay.
Relax.
Did you see him throw? Okay. Dude, I didn't say they're going to the whatever bowl.
I showed him this morning. He didn't see him.
Okay, God, Steiny.
No, but you tell you who I did see. Retzlaff.
Why would you do
It's Tulane won.
How did you find it? You ordered the college football package.
Every game's on like YouTube, right? Pretty much. Between YouTube and Fubo.
Evan, he don't even know he got something.
Maybe for whatever conference Tulane
you got
plays in.
something, Steiny.
The American?
That's right.
Anyway, how'd he look?
Great.
They
70-yard run. Yeah.
Don't look at me like they're
Northwestern.
Bama. Speaking of Bama, they're going to need a new coach here soon.
Go Green Wave.
Well, good for you. I'm glad you had a good weekend.
All right, so I got to say, and he doesn't know him, but Evan said something here in break that I thought was interesting.
Well, you say that like it's abnormal.
No, welcome to my world.
You know me, I like to challenge conventional wisdom. And Evan said, if you want to win at the highest level, you don't trade a Micah Parsons. And then he threw in or a Luka Doncic.
But there was a caveat.
Is that fair?
No, finish the caveat that he said.
That's it. Go ahead. Maybe
You don't do that and tell me you're better.
Oh.
That's what hit me.
Yeah. That's
like,
which also means you're not trying to win at the highest level. Like this year. You know,
Evan,
I'm right.
What if they got better just in this particular instance in their run defense? Like they were not good with Micah. And look at the playoffs. They ran at him. What if somehow, crazy as it sounds, pass rushing, you take 2 steps back, but your run D takes 2 steps forward, and you got a great offense and 2 new first-round picks, $45 million in cap space next year, 22 from this move? I'm just, what if?
I wasn't talking about next season.
Okay,
I was talking about this season.
Now you said it.
Am I wrong? I'm sorry. I think I said something wrong. You were going to correct me on.
No. I just
because he has a point.
Who?
They're not better without 11 right now.
It wouldn't appear to be so.
But like the Red Sox with Devers. Evan, that guy, I don't know what happened there.
But there was an issue, everyone said, between Devers and other parts having to do with the team.
Plus,
I don't know. If Devers is swinging the way the bat,
boy,
the way he is now,
no doubt,
would the Red Sox be better with him?
And would they had traded him?
They were winning when they traded him, or they were beginning to win.
So many ways to look at it. But to that point, I know it's not Dallas radio, Dak, it seems like, and some of the players in that locker room had a problem, Evan, with the podcast. A podcast before you play the Green Bay Packers in the playoff game, you're saying, whispering sweet nothings about Jordan Love, who almost laid 50 on you. And if Dak and guys in the locker room don't like how you get down, Steiny, I think that stuff matters. And that's why I think Juwan Jennings is not in jeopardy for doing what he did, using his leverage, because nobody said anything publicly about, hey, dude, try to get your chicken, especially when you're, and this is not to be demeaning, you're not a superstar or an A-lister. Look how they just welcomed him back. Him and Ricky Pearsall working on the fun stuff, man. Just saying.
I mean,
if Devers was a problem, maybe that's why they're performing better without him. And I don't know if he was.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if and I guess Parsons said he wanted to be a Cowboy. Luka, I think, is a little bit different. I like Parsons. When I look at Parsons, I think, yeah, obviously something was going on between him and the owner. Doncic
is greater than Parsons to me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that Dallas looked at Luka Doncic and said, I don't think we'll be able to get where we need to go with him.
Even though you got there. You got to a Western Conference Finals, and then you just got to a chip, and I averaged 30, played the most minutes. Yeah, I got a little tummy.
Yeah, he doesn't play defense either. So, I mean, I think that, like, that made sense to me.
So when do we find out, just real quick, I'm sorry, #random, who won the Laker-Maverick trade? How do you gauge it?
I gauge it as it's a non-issue at this point. We had two teams make a trade of two players that are pretty good, but what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Like, nothing happened. The Lakers were, they got swept, and the Mavericks, they were in a play-in game and lost.
Yeah, they got hurt.
So there's no way to judge the trade right now. But
were they better?
Who?
The team that traded him?
The Mavericks?
Yeah.
Probably about the same, right? Well, the problem was that Anthony Davis then got hurt.
No, but
oh yeah, I couldn't see that coming.
Ooh, you on fire?
Yeah, I mean, I just not a huge Doncic fan.
It's not about Doncic.
What's it about?
It's about trading your best player.
Dude.
That's how it applies to the Cowboys. I mean, I did think it was interesting that John Lynch, this is one thing I did pay attention to when I was out. John Lynch said literally the day before Micah Parsons was traded, we're not trading Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
And I thought it was fascinating that the Niners shut that down immediately, and the Cowboys were willing to open up talks to arguably their best player. I mean, it's just a difference in philosophies.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't, I don't write off a season because a team makes a big trade like that.
But if Green Bay was the vault to the Super Bowl, would you be shocked? Because I sure as hell will not be. And I'm going 2 years back when they almost beat the Niners. Now you add this guy, like my guy, Steiny, you better with what he's not worth $200 million, Evan. I guess that was the last thing. I didn't want to pay Micah $200 million. That was my other thing. And maybe you didn't want to do that with Luka because of his conditioning.
Yeah, I just, I look at the Parsons trade. I don't know what to make of it. Obviously, there was something going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, that it was.
Maybe Jones thought he wanted too much money. That one went that way. The Doncic trade, to me, is a little bit different because that was an organization that clearly was worried about paying him over $300 million for a guy who only plays one end of the floor. I kind of get it. I don't know if I would have done it. Gutsy move, but
you can understand how some people hate it, like Mad fans.
Yeah. Let's see how they do this year, and they may. I think they're going to be pretty good.
You were going to play something before we went to break.
Yeah,
the Baldy.
Baldy's challenging 49er fans to tell him what is the problem with Kyle Shanahan.
I'd like to challenge any 49er fan out there that questions Kyle Shanahan and says, what other coaches would have done what he has done with Brock Purdy? Would you be an elite team, an elite offense, if Trey Lance didn't work out and you had to go to Brock Purdy? Would you have been able to do this? And then you go, Debo got paid, Ayuk got paid. Like, everybody got paid in this offense. They've all benefited. And on defense, too. I don't know. Would Lenore have gotten paid? Would George Kittle gotten paid twice if it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan? There's a reason why these guys have become the top of the leaderboard at their positions. So all those guys that I just mentioned, Aaron Banks, it got paid. Like, would have Aaron Banks been paid if somebody else was the coach of the 49ers? Probably not. Like, they've got 8 or 10 of the top players at their positions under Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams been paid 3 times. Washington gave up on him. You just have to kind of look and scratch your head. Like, these guys, because they've been an elite team, they've gotten elite players have gotten paid. And so I question some of those people that question Kyle at this point.
All right, that was Brian Baldinger. Now, the thing to me that I find interesting with what he said there is he's making a case for Kyle Shanahan, which is easy to do. But he's saying, what other coach could get guys paid? Like that's an interesting way to look at a coach and whether or not he's had success or not. Like, it's true, all those guys have gotten paid, which must mean Kyle can get them to put numbers up. So if Baldy's challenging 49er fans to ask them what they're seeing with Shanahan and what they don't like about him, I mean, it feels to me like what they don't like about him is what they don't like about him is just a small percentage of
lemon booty
of what he's become as a head coach overall. Like, I think the only thing that's working against Shanahan is the losing 2 Super Bowls. Other than that, and that's where I'm with Baldy. It's like, yeah, okay, they lost 2 Super Bowls, 2 crushing losses. Okay, what does that mean? Should you fire him? Should he be on the hot seat? Is he never going to win a Super Bowl because he lost the first 2 he's been in as a head coach? I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Steiny, forget the Super Bowls. You could add on to a couple more NFC championship games that they lost to Philly, but they did a whole hell of a lot of winning to get there. Same with the Rams in the year that the Rams beat them and went on to get their Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, I think what Baldy was talking about, that comes with the territory of winning and winning in the fashion that the Niners have. And my friend, that's been dominant. They have been dominant. And I will say an exception to the rule is Ayuk got paid and didn't put up Jamar Chase type numbers or Justin Jefferson or CeeDee Lamb. So it's almost more of a kudos to him is that they can see it and know how much he means to the offense. But, man, I think, Steiny, when you have built something like John and Kyle have, the winning and the guys getting paid, the money comes with it. Super Bowl, I mean, this team has been winning as much as the damn Chiefs damn near.
Yeah, all right, I'll be honest here with Shanahan. If the overtime rule, should he take some heat for that? Sure, he should take some heat for that. There's no doubt about it. He should take some heat for that. And I also look at it as, yeah, he should take some heat for that, but it didn't in and of itself lose him the game. They still could have had a chance to win that game. And then, I mean, I just got to say it, and you might be mad at me, but
nothing hurts more than Silk Basie. But go ahead.
If you really are holding it against Kyle Shanahan for not throwing a challenge flag in the first quarter of a game that they lost 31-7.
I didn't know you was going there. Okay.
I mean, like, I would be like, what are we doing? They lost. They lost Purdy. They had no chance of winning that game. I think that's a little unfair. That's all.
All right, and I'll say this to that because I'm not a guy that says when Kyle was the OC in the Super Bowl and they let the Patriots come back, I think that's hogwash. He even has blood on his hands. But do you feel like that nitpick goes in the same file as the one of, oh, he was OC in the Super Bowl? Or you kind of like, it's bad, but it's better because he was head coach and had his hand on the flag?
I don't care about him being an assistant.
I'm with you
in the Super Bowl. Right. Like, that has nothing to do with the Niners. And like, if you're a Niner fan, I think it's unfair to say, well, he's been on 3 Super. No, he hasn't. He's been 2.
All right,
been head coach on 2.
Right.
And I've never heard of an assistant coach get as much attention as Shanahan did in that Super Bowl. But
do you? Oh, go ahead.
No.
Do you have a problem with me because you started to show off brilliance, Donnie? Just asking where are we at, and I don't know where we're at. Has Kyle had his best opportunity to win a Super Bowl a few times compared to what this team is about to show us? And let's just say they come up short and they're not a Super Bowl team this year, Steiny. Then the question and the answers start to come out. Well, how long is it going to take? How far are they off? And that's what excites me about this iteration of the Niners is they might be closer than I think. They might even win the division. But we are going to know once the season's over, Steiny, and it's yet to start, but we're excited just how close and what the car needs, if it needs any upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're close. Or they're certainly not as close as they've been in the last 3 years. But it doesn't mean you couldn't get good again in a year or two. I mean, that's been proven. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Larry. Larry's in San Francisco. Hey, Larry, how you doing?
I'm all right. How's it going, fellas?
Hey, going well.
Yeah, first thing I want to say is I'm not an advocate for firing Kyle Shanahan, but I am an advocate for holding him accountable. And so I listen to Baldinger, and we can give him credit for Purdy, but you also got to give him credit for drafting Trey Lance, which was a failure. You got to give him credit for the C.J. Beathard. You got to give him credit for the Nicky Mullen. You got to give him credit for, in close moments, Kyle Shanahan tends to get tight. And I don't know why that is, but I watched both Super Bowls, and I'm like, there's a killer instinct that's missing. Like, Wilkes had that defense humming in the Super Bowl, and we should have been up 20-3, not like by a little bit. We should have been blowing those cats out, and for some reason, like, we're not dialing it up to, like, kill them. And then the last thing I'll say is, like, how many times you got to hit your head against the Mike Moody brick wall? Like, those things matter. An extra point matters when all things are equal. Teams are equally talented. Like, the little things matter. And right now, Kyle he's got to get over the hump of the little things. And you don't want to talk about the Atlanta, but I'm going to throw the Atlanta in there and say Dan Quinn wasn't calling no offense. He probably wasn't even in the room. That's why Kyle Shanahan is getting hit on it so hard, because we know Dan Quinn is not that guy. He's not a Bill Belichick saying, wait a minute, we're not doing that. He's not that guy. And so, yeah, you know, like you killed Pete Carroll on that dump call, not giving it to Marshawn Lynch. Cal got to take his lumps. And he can have his credit, too. And, yeah, cats got paid. But we do know, like, if you don't have a certain type of quarterback, he's not C.J. Beathard. He couldn't make, you know, water out of wine, make water into wine. It just, you got to have certain things. And so, you know, I think there's a balance sheet with Kyle Shanahan, and we just take the good with the bad, because if you look at the landscape, there's nothing better, really. Like, if we thought we can get better and get over the hump, then, yeah, the fans would be like, Kyle got to go. But there's nothing better out there right now. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate the call.
Let us know how you feel. He did a good job. Well, but he's holding the thing that we don't like, the Atlanta on Kyle. But the bottom line is, Steiny, I think Kyle's created way more equity in regard to whatever happens this season. If they don't get it done, he's not on any hot seat. I'm seeing people have fun, because that's how I'm taking it in the chat about if they don't win it this year, he's on the hot seat.
They don't win what?
They don't win it all. Get out of here with that. This dude has more job security than you think, if you think he didn't have any to start with.
I mean, I do think that let's just say they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
That's not going to be the determining factor. To me, if they miss the playoffs again this year, and they're going into the season healthy, and they just paid their quarterback, then I do think it's fair to say, well, let's really look at what's happened here. If they don't make the playoffs this year, that means they will have missed the playoffs more than they've gone to the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs this year, that means Shanahan will have missed the playoffs 5 times and made the playoffs 4 times. You know, that's a little bit different than, you know, a guy who, and I know the first 2 years he didn't make the playoffs. So you could just, I get it. You can look at it. Well, they didn't make the play. They were, the first 2 years don't count. Okay. Then if they don't count, if those first 2 years don't count, then I do think, you know, we're kind of a long way from having another coach here. Like, I don't think we're very close to that.
Yeah. And again, I just said it. To me, I don't even need stats to back this up. The eye test tells me outside of the Chiefs, the Niners have been Billy Badass during this run, and they haven't got it done. But, yeah, you didn't win the hardware. You didn't get the ring. You didn't get the bling. Steiny, but you got the stamp of we built something so damn good with two different versions with two different quarterbacks that it was good enough to almost get it done. That means something in the grand scheme of things. And that's why it's interesting to see what they'll do, how much he'll depend on McCaffrey. Will we finally see a pitch count? Or, Steiny, we used to play this game, not last year, but the year before. Is he going to have 25 to 28 touches combined with the pass attempts, receptions, and the ball handed off to him? Like, is there finally a threshold in Kyle's mind about how he uses the Ferrari and how much of that is B-Rob, or is there not? And we're going to just see Kyle attack, defenses like he's been in the past and see how that works out.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where does Kyle Shanahan fit into this season for you 49er fans? They went 6-11 last year. They had off-season turmoil. They had injuries. And now, as of September 2nd, 2025, they're probably as healthy as they've been in a couple years. And they're heading into the season against the Seattle Seahawks on Sunday. And if the 49ers were in a Super Bowl window the last 3 years.
Oh, man.
And they're in transition now. My question is then, how do you evaluate Kyle Shanahan? It can't be Super Bowl or bust anymore, can it?
Well,
everything.
With 6 to 8 new starters on defense.
And 10 of 11 of your draftees made the team or a part of your team. So we got all that, and their play is going to, be up to us to go to the autopsy table and see how they did. But in order for Kyle to get on the hot seat, to me, Steiny, Brock Purdy would have to turn back into a pumpkin, and I don't think that's on the bingo card at all.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. Make the playoffs this year. If you make the playoffs this year, I think that would be a great goal to achieve, to make the playoffs this season. If they don't make the playoffs this season, depending on how it looks, we'll probably have more questions and answers at the end of the year. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, the Red and Gold Summit is coming up on Thursday, September 4th. King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs, 2 to 4. All the hosts from 4 to 6. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang with the hosts. That's Thursday. That's in 2 days. September 4th, King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair, Santa Clara. And you can always experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair, your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to for sports fans. And that segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef Ribeye, New York Strip Steak or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, Bone-In Steak or Untrimmed Tri-Tip Roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
A mix of sun and clouds in San Francisco with a high temperature of 71.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
You imbecile.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You better be careful, buddy, with what? Just your mouth.
Ooh.
So I'll let you get out of here Friday pressing them buttons, making fun of me to Willard and Dibs, and I still pulled up on you and had lunch with you. I didn't appreciate, and I'm going to start pressing buttons. That's what's going to happen. But that's how close you were to skating on thin ice with me Friday. Somebody in the chat during the break, Evan, goes, hey, Matt Steinmetz, how do you describe a fair weather fan? And then all of a sudden, I see my government name, Daryl L. Johnson. You better be careful, Steiny. I'm a diehard playing with me. Leave my name out of stuff.
Somebody asked me
on my name.
How do I define a fair weather fan? It's somebody like you.
Please.
You give up on your team every time they lose. And
it's called reverse devil tongue. Evan knows me. That's all.
To be fair to Goo, he's probably the only Cowboys fan who wasn't unhappy last week.
He was. Evan, did you hear
goes
him?
up and down.
Evan.
Never mind.
Evan, this was Goo from Friday on
How you doing?
KCBS. This is KCBS.
I caught up with the building's resident Cowboy fan, and that is Daryl the Guru Johnson, who's the co-host of Steiny Guru with our friends on 95.7 The Game.
I told my partner, my good buddy Matt Steinmetz, before I left yesterday, the station here at Odyssey, there's no way in hell this would happen, and it happened. Jerry Jones, you are done. You need to hand the keys to somebody competent, and to get rid of Micah Parsons for what you got in return is just sad, it's shameful, and it's a dark day in Dallas.
Why is that? Like you look
Who was that?
He caught me in a bad moment. He got me in a bad time, but I'll be all right.
Save that for Langford.
Dude, oh, man.
By the end of the day, he was feeling better about the trade. Goo.
Yeah, until we had the Nico. the Nico. Steiny, if you press play.
If I press play, what?
I might come over there, man.
Wait, it's Nico Harrison?
No, Nico Collins. You think Nico Collins is better than Juwan Jennings? Take a listen. Just for context, let me throw some names at you, Goo. Compare them to Jennings.
All right.
Because you love receivers.
All right. I used to be one.
Is Jennings better or worse, in your opinion, than the following player?
Okay.
Nico Collins.
I'm going to say yes.
Jennings is as good as Nico Collins?
The wide receiver? You're giving me receivers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying yes.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, then Nico Collins is making 24. He's making 24.
See, and they're in my ear, but I'm looking at this for what Jennings has meant and done for the San Francisco 49ers. I explained to E during the whole thing.
Oh, that's why early in the show you said you were having issues like yesterday.
Yeah, right.
Last week.
Yeah, you were yesterday. Yeah, last week. But anyway, we moved on.
But
I thought you hit that a little too much. It was brought to my attention, too. Yeah. Like when Willard and Dibs came in, you hit it like.
Just for context, let me throw some names at you.
Come get
compare them.
Fair weather. Like that hurts a real fan. Steiny's not throwing haymakers. All you got is a button.
All right, let's get back to Kyle Shanahan. And
we got some news, too. Depth chart came out.
Okay, tell him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Evan. Looks like Juwan Jennings and that calf are starting.
Oh, yeah. Juwan Jennings.
Pay me or trade me.
Yeah, guess what?
Neither.
Jennings is gutless.
And that's all you've been wanting to say. Well, we don't know. What if we find out later he got a bump? And I'm learning bump has a different term. I live my life through the Lord.
You got to be careful.
When I use bump. Boy, whoa. Okay, noted.
Yeah, you're great on those rhyme words. Bump and pump. Yeah, you got them both down. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug. This guy is such a D.
Doug.
Hey, Doug, what's going on?
Hey.
Doug.
He sounded like he was about to let off.
We got your job.
Doug, call back. We got a bad connection.
So, what if I told you, Evan, I don't care if my man was finessing the calf issue, Jennings. If he wasn't hurt, who cares? He tried to get their attention. It didn't work. Bottom line, he's back and he's practicing doing his handshakes with Pearsall. Or are you holding it against him?
Hell yeah.
But you don't know for fact.
Fact what?
If they got better over the weekend. The calf.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
To you, it sounds like it does. Now you got to let it go.
I just don't like third-string receivers holding out. No, I'm just messing. I don't really have a strong opinion, but I just am not convinced that this is over.
But to Evan's point, Steiny, what does that mean?
He's going to get hurt. That's what it means.
That's different.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You don't want that. That's
football.
Yeah,
exactly.
Hello.
But will it be football or will it be wink, wink football?
Are you saying he's got some bad karma?
I didn't say that. Hey, just wondering.
So you're saying Ayuk tore his ACL and MCL because he held out?
Nah. Maybe.
No, it's not.
Maybe.
You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't.
Oh yeah, because he was himself when he came back. He was perfect.
Not
great
being
shape.
good is different than tearing your knee.
And that's what he did.
49ers threw him out there too soon.
Got hurt in like week 6.
Exactly.
Dropped a touchdown week 1. End zone against the Jets.
Yeah, but he's. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in San Francisco. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. I'm doing good. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
I just want to say about Shanahan. Definite lemon booty in the Super Bowl. Definite not knowing the rules. But then last week something came up about him being kind of flippant about the kicker and kind of disregarding his importance.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm 100% with you, Guru. You had it's 100% right. This is from Ray Wershing in regards to Bill Walsh. Former kicker Ray Wershing, 49ers, echoing a sentiment expressed over and over, added that Walsh always treated his teams like they were a large family. That approach contributed to his talent for getting people to perform at their highest level. He brought out the best in us, Wershing said. He just instilled us with confidence. He'd say with such assurance, hey, relax. All you've got to do is perform. We've got the scheme, and we'll succeed. And by gosh, we did. Shanahan needs to read this or listen to this. Moody needs help.
I love
100%.
it.
100%. All right, Guru.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Chuck went up for the Gipper. Evan was out. Evan, we played some sound last week. Kyle saying, I basically don't talk to kickers. And I said, where Moody is at, and we kind of discussed it. I just feel like maybe come over, have some lasagna, had a wife cook for you, and just chop it up. And Willard and Dibs and Steiny had fun with me. Some agreed, but like that Bill Walsh, I know it was a different era, but you can't tell me if it's we've all identified it's mental. Make him just feel like one of the guys. You can cut him, Evan, if he goes 1 of 6, but don't tell me keeping him in mental isolation is good. What happened to the old school? I'm going to build you up, E. I'm going to treat the janitor just like I'm going to treat the top CEO.
I actually think he's been building him up a lot this preseason to the extent that no one believes him when he talks about him.
Oh, what do you say to that, Guru?
Well, he kept his job, so that's Exhibit A. I'll give you that, E.
Well, he's saying he made a great kick against the Raiders, and he looked really good in this preseason, and everybody's watching him kick and is just thinking, Kyle, what are you looking at?
But what about this, Evan? And I don't dispute that. Come over and let's check out this Lil Wayne album. Evan's about to go see him tomorrow, or this Friday. Like, that type of stuff matters to me. And to hear that that's how Bill Walsh was successful, treated everybody like family, I got goosebumps.
I mean, I do appreciate that. The one thing that does concern me, though, is you can't have a horrible special teams unit and then be known as the guy that doesn't care about special teams. Which Kyle Shanahan kind of has made himself known to be.
That's it. The great ones are Jimmy Johnson. He did everything. Even get out of here, Harbaugh.
What about Harbaugh?
He scoped out every facet of his team. Put his nose in there.
Mm-hmm. How's that working for him?
He's got a new job, and he's won a national championship.
Speaking of Harbaugh, I saw something interesting on the internet. Some dude was at an airport and he just bumped into Harbaugh, and he was from the Midwest, and he had a he had a phone.
Tell me it went well.
It went great. Like, he just walks up to Harbaugh with a camera and he's like, hey, I'm from the Midwest and blah, 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 and I know this guy, and Harbaugh just stands there and talks to him for about 10 minutes at the airport.
Real one. I love that.
I don't know. It was pretty cool. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. He's calling back. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks. I was driving through Tilden Park,
Nice.
Beautiful day, and reception's not great there. So thanks for getting me back on. Couple things. One, I don't think Guru being upset about the Parsons trade. He's not a fair weather fan. He's upset. He's a fan. He's hurt. He wants an explanation. So I think that's my hat's off to Guru for that.
Yeah, I'm talking about when he gives up after they lose a game.
And I don't, Doug, but go ahead.
Come on now. Come on. Listen, if he's still a Cowboy fan after their long suffering, he is not a fair weather fan.
Wow.
Okay, come on. I gotta support you on that. But the thing you're talking about with Shanahan, I just want to ask you to consider the opposite point of view. Okay.
All right.
I'm not saying fire him. He's an excellent coach. I don't know there's anybody out there that you can immediately replace him with that's going to do a better job. But he's come close, but maybe he is responsible for not getting over the hump, okay? He's the guy. Look, we were all ecstatic when Lynch signed McCaffrey. We were all, what, really? We got Christian McCaffrey? What does Shanahan do? He runs him into the ground. Now, why did we get McCaffrey? Because he had an injury history. That's why we were able to get him. That's why we were so ecstatic. We were able to get this guy because of that history. And what do? You then you wear him down. Okay, that's one thing. The rule at the end of the Super Bowl. He shoots himself in the foot at crucial moments, running Trey Lance between the tackles. I mean, he's a great coach, and he gets us there. But maybe, just maybe, he lacks that it to get us over the hump. And you know how when you continue to, fail, or you continue to not get it done, it kind of gets into your head. You kind of almost start to expect that from yourself. I want him to get over the hump. I want the 49ers to win. I'm just saying, when you look at it from the other perspective, when it comes time to get the job, to complete the job, I'm not sure Kyle is the man for that.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And speaking of the Valkyries, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Plus, pregame starts at 6:30.
Man, they're balling, Steiny, right now, the 6th seed. A half game up on the Fever without Caitlin Clark. They just keep making it happen. Held Aaliyah Boston to 4 points, and she's a bruiser down low. And they've had injuries. No excuses, Steiny. Well, I'll be in my Guru personalized Valkyrie jersey.
Oh, you're not watching the Giants tonight?
No, on the first playoff game, Mouth, if you let me finish.
Oh, yeah. You're not watching tonight? See, that's kind of a fair weather fan. You don't watch till the playoffs. People were asking, hey, I'm just settle for a second.
Hey.
People were asking how I would define a fair weather fan, and one way would be, you don't watch during the regular season, but then when they make the playoffs, they're good enough for you to watch.
And that's what life's about.
Right.
Yeah. Like you. So you're a fair weather Valkyries fan. I don't know why I'm doing this.
And it's not working. Yeah, I watch every game, but it's not working today. Well, it's bad material. Brush it off. Come back. But I'll say this about Kyle, and I'll stand on it to Doug's point. It is fascinating when you just bring up has his best chance here in the next future.
We got into this last week,
yeah,
too.
it's the best chance come and gone. And that's what this season is going to reveal, just how close or further, or it's going to take more time, need enhancements. But, man, I'm not going to sit here and act like he wasn't the maestro behind something that's been great and got him to 2 Super Bowls and 4 NFC championship games. I don't know. We'll have our preview show tomorrow. You're surprised. You didn't even know. Because Thursday kicks it off.
Evan, when Goose says, how would you answer this? Evan. This is what he does. Evan. How would you answer this? Has Kyle missed his best opportunity to win a Super Bowl?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Doesn't mean he can't.
No, exactly. Andy Reid that I took on line 1, no doubt. But, man, last year, I was thinking they were going to the NFC Championship game at minimum. I just knew it. You take step for last year.
They didn't last year. They went 6-11.
Thanks, bud.
Because
we know that.
They had a lot of turmoil in the offseason. They had a lot of injury. Quarterback took a step back. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Leroy.
Our guy.
Leroy's in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? Happy Tuesday. What's up, Goo? Happy Tuesday, man.
I hope you had a good weekend.
Thursday. Real quick. Hey, man, I did. Look, guys, I have been so hard on Shanahan. You guys know me. What genius? I haven't seen any genius. But I'm not an idiot. And I listened to all the coaches. I heard the ranking where they have Cal Shanahan in play. So I'm going to rely on them. If they say he's a great play caller, then they know, right? So I'm over it. I'm over that. So I'm going here. Can Kyle Shanahan get the 49ers to play when they have momentum? And when they don't have momentum, to keep that momentum, right? When they're playing with momentum, to keep it. And then when they're not playing with momentum, can he grab it back? Like it was just so many games where I'm sitting and the clock is just ticking. It's like a sand in an hourglass just ticking. And I'm just like, okay, 4 quarters coming. How are these teams are still in the game? How is this team still in the game? How is this team? And then the 4th quarter comes, and then we blow it. And then a team takes momentum, right? And Kyle Shanahan never seems to grab it back. So I'm just hoping that he can get this team to go, hey, when we're playing with momentum, put the foot on the gas and keep it there. And when we're not playing with momentum, or if the other team grabs it back, hey, how do we get that back? How do we get that momentum back? And I just don't think he's done a great job of doing that. So I hope he's cured that, and you come into this season with momentum in a game, and we keep it. And we keep it.
Thanks. Yeah. Appreciate it, Leroy. Appreciate the call.
That juju back, Steiny. Momentum.
Hey, Evan, did you hear did you listen to any of the show on Friday?
No.
And that's what I wanted your answer to be. You better be getting it in.
So we had Marcy.
Just a little ago.
We had Marcy in on Friday.
Oh, how'd that go?
So
this dude, it went great.
So Goo goes, and people are asking about it on the text line.
I was going to pull out the little thing, and I can't remember what it is.
She was talking to you.
So Goo said, so can I ask you for some advice, Marcy? Marcy said, sure. And Goose says, I'm having a little trouble at home.
But tell the whole story.
All right. I'm in a little, I got a little trouble at home, trying to rekindle and struggling a little, I got to get that spark back. And
no, oh my gosh,
are you single?
No, Evan.
The
Inquirer, they need him back. But I'll just say this, because that's not how it went down. I said my wife tricked me from the outstart, acting like she was a great sports fan, and now I've burnt her out. And I think about it. I said, Marcy, what do you think of that? So we had some fun. And then for the people in the chat just loving her voice, they were like, is Marcy single? So I'm not scared like my partner. So I wanted to get that out and let everybody know in the U-verse if our girl was single. And she said it was complicated, but it was not back-to-back like – I'm on what's a date nap? Give me a date now.
Tinder.
My brother uses Bumble.
Bumble.
Yeah, Bumble. Yeah. So, of course, he'll make it into that. But, yeah, me and Marcy are good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you are. And good thing Fridays are done, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean they're done?
Football season. She's gone.
Who made that decision?
Me.
You are a coward.
Why am I a coward?
How is she? She works with us. And you don't make decisions without me, so I'll get that
She's in the
fixed.
cluster.
No, I'll get that. Did you tell her? She ain't done.
Not yet.
I look forward to that on Fridays, dealing with you. Then she comes in. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm having a lot of problems on the home front. Hey, are you single?
It did not go down.
I will say, this is where the rules are different. You can ask a question like that and get away with it.
I'm a conversationalist.
I
man.
know you are, and you're A1. But a lot of us can't get away with asking that question.
See, you guys need to watch Harry Met Sally, one of the greatest movies. Men and women, they can be friends.
It's a movie.
You guys are telling on yourself that a man can't ask a woman a question without there being some type of...
in
it's
that
called
movie,
conversation. I'm trying to teach people out there.
They weren't
that don't
friends.
Have
they
it's one of the
weren't
best
able
movies.
to be
Don't
friends.
mess with my movie. Okay.
They weren't able to be friends. That's the thing.
Yeah,
she thought they could. He said no, and then they ended up being together.
Yeah, but don't mess with my favorite movie. I know what I'm talking here.
I thought it was Oppenheimer.
Dude, seen that 5 times. Listen, before we get out of here, Joe Montana, the greatest quarterback ever, has spoken. And I want to play a little game with you and Evan. He gave us 4 top quarterbacks right now, currently, he would start a franchise with. Briefly, can you guys name who's on the list?
All right, hold on.
Let's do this on the other side for one.
But don't look it up.
And I have the sound for 2 because there is context that's needed
Thank
to
you,
the
Evan.
question.
He always wants to jump into things when if he just waited a second, we would have so much more production value to what we're trying to get at here.
All right, Pinocchio.
So Evan will give us context.
He thinks he's Geppetto.
Dude, he's Pinocchio because he's just a fibber.
Talking about. I'm ashamed.
You should be.
By the way, I like your shirt, and I like it now more. You do realize, that's a nice shirt.
Well, there's some racial jokes coming. Because you pulled it off last week, Evan didn't see, and now they're saying it's clashing with whatever. But I just...
Your shirt clashed with one thing and one thing only, and that was your dumb backwards hat.
Which
but
I have
now you've taken it off, so you look respectable now.
You just go cowherd right there?
He did.
You can't wear a backwards hat with a nice dress shirt like that.
I was going to say this for the summit.
It's salmon.
You can still wash it. All right. Coming up on the other side, Joe Montana's 4 greatest quarterbacks of all time. And then I'm also going to show, I'll give you more definition. I'll give you another definition of a fair weather fan.
All right.
On the other side. What's coming up on the game, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket, throwing back of the end zone. It's caught, and the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown. San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was not cool what Camille Madrazak did.
That man should be stoned. You can't take something that wasn't meant from you, especially from a kid. He had to be 5 deep into whatever he was drinking.
Let me set it up.
I didn't like
US
that
Open.
at all.
The hat was from, who was the player, Evan? He usually knows this stuff.
He was there.
Wait, what?
Who was the player?
Signing autographs and gave his hat to the kid, and then the other guy
this wasn't the center match.
I can't. Anyway, a guy, tennis player, signed his hat, was going to give it to a kid, and this old guy just took it.
Well, the camera angle makes it look like he was going to give it to the kid.
Evan, it was going to the kid.
Dude, I'm telling you, in those scrums, so after every single match, they'll sign stuff, and they'll hit a couple sign balls, and they'll throw, wristbands, hat.
Yeah.
It is a pack of hyenas.
I understand that, E, but I don't know who you are right now. As you finish this off, he clearly was giving it to the kid, and he went in aggressive as if he was in prison, the man, and just took it and cut out.
I thought it was interesting that the athlete, after giving his hat away, didn't do anything about it and turned away.
I don't think he really noticed.
Now, he did eventually get a hat to the kid because I'm sure someone brought it to his attention, and the kid got a signed hat. But in the moment, I think the video is far more incriminating than the actual situation.
E, we are going to hell in a handbasket. I'm telling you, I wrote Bart all last week. Society, it's not the same, guys. It's just, and you're over there laughing. I would have gave him a knuckle sandwich.
You're so soft, it's unbelievable.
Please.
I've never heard
I let a kid.
A guy so scared of public transportation. You get you out of the caddy and you fold.
From the Yoon, baby, please.
Exactly. I would like to unequivocally apologize to the young boy, his family, all the fans, and the player himself. The dude said, he made a mistake. He gave the hat back to the kid.
But
no, I think the tennis player just gave another hat to the kid.
And then the guy gave him the original.
Bro, after he was out, he knew he was caught on camera. He's I'm probably going to get fired. I'm done. Yeah, he did what Jennings did. He did. Yeah, I'll show back up. Anyway.
It's a dog-eat-dog world.
So you didn't cheat for this exercise, Joe Montana and his quarterbacks. Evan's going to set it up, but
I didn't.
I watched you to see if you would.
Okay. Set it up, Evan.
So Joe Montana,
the great,
no further explanation needed, was on the Pat McAfee show today on ESPN, and they had a segment where they were asking him just a variety of NFL questions, and I believe this one was from Bruce Arians, former head coach of the Buccaneers, and he asked him essentially who he would start his franchise with if he had 3 quarterbacks. So there's context included in the clip, so I'm going to just play it, and you guys can react.
Take Brock.
Boom.
Okay, Brock is your number 1 pick. We know that.
Yep.
So you love Brock Purdy. You love Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I'm taking the guy in Buffalo.
Okay, Josh Allen.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Josh. The guy that surprised me that I thought would obviously Joe Burrow's another guy I like a lot.
Okay.
Joe Burrow. And believe it or not, I like the guy with the Chargers. Just Justin Herbert. I think they've kind of gone by the wayside there, but. I don't know. I just like the way those 3 guys are.
BA, how do you feel about his top?
I do also like the guy in Philly though.
Jalen Hurts. Okay. Just won a Super Bowl. We do like him. Brock Purdy, obviously number 1. He was left out.
Right.
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, and Jalen Hurts is his Mount Rushmore outside of Brock Purdy.
Does he not know the names of the quarterbacks?
Dude, because where was Patrick Mahomes?
Where was Lamar?
Well, I can understand that he's watching his playoff film, but the playoff tape. But Jalen Hurts, I tried to defend him, and he's just a system quarterback. There's evidence. I'm not even
Wait,
one of them.
Hold on. You would take Justin Herbert over Lamar Jackson? Justin Herbert just threw 4 picks in a playoff game.
But I guess if I'm starting a team, that's what they asked him.
Yeah, so if postseason resume is is the main factor, they both stink.
I'm not a Lamar guy, Evan. You got it out of me, all right? There's all this hot shot stuff in the regular season. Come playoff time, leaves them a little meat on the bone. But I would not take Herbert over Lamar. That's just that. But I mean, he looks like he was made in a machine, right?
Can I give people a hint, including Joe Montana, the great? It's Joe Burrow, not Burrows. Jeff Burrows used to play for the Texas Rangers.
We got our own Matt
and
Burrows.
Spelled it different.
Yep.
Burrow. Let's go to Gary and Martinez.
That's it?
What do you mean?
Anything jump out at you on the list?
Oh, my God.
Omissions? Bros before phones. I got to pull my Dibs card out.
I mean, do you really want me to say what I think? There's no way he's taking Purdy first. Stop it, Joe. Stop it.
Well, even with these 4, no Mahomes.
But he said Purdy would take Purdy first. What are we doing, Joe? Joe. And Joe's a Pennsylvania guy. He should know better.
I'm shocked Hurts made it.
Well, technically, so he had
Josh,
the guy in Buffalo, guy in Cincinnati, the guy in L.A., and somebody else.
Yeah, it hurts.
Hurts. By the way, I think
that's
you
got
asked
to feel good.
I think you asked me this. I think you asked me this a couple weeks ago, but some of my buddies from back east still aren't sold on Hurts.
See, then I don't know what didn't. At what point do you just?
He's got to win 4.
You quit shopping because there you go.
He's got to win 4.
Now it's personal. Now I would follow back and say it's personal.
Standards are high.
I've doubled back on Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, but I was told Philly's they're just ready to go. So at what point the dude's been to 2 Super Bowls and played good in both? So I'm just talking about Hurts. That's got to feel good. The best, one of the best to ever do it. Had you on his list? No Mahomes.
That is weird. Don't you think? Why wouldn't he have Mahomes in his top 5?
No bleep.
Huh?
No bleep. Patrick Mahomes has never played in anything less than an AFC Championship game.
So, is there anything to do with him playing at Kansas City? I don't know.
Or him being 1 Super Bowl away from having as many as him.
Man.
That might be it.
No doubt. It's got it. Hurts. Hey, Jalen, I love you.
But he played for San Francisco, too, and he loves Purdy. You'd think he played for the Chiefs. He would love Mahomes, right?
Well, they said he loved Purdy.
Come on now, Steiny. Wink, wink.
I mean, I get...
Let Joe cook. Apollo Cruz in the chat.
All right, let's go to Gary and Martinez. Let's talk about Purdy and Shanny. What's up, Gary? How you doing? Come on, Joe.
Good, fellas. What's up, fellas?
Hey,
Good to listen to you as always.
Oh, thanks.
And, I mean, we're talking about everybody hitching all the ropes to one quarterback. And, I mean, it's hard. But Shanahan's put everything into Purdy here. And there's no doubt about it because, I mean, everybody talks about Shanahan's job. I mean, we've been talking about it for the last 2 years. If Purdy doesn't produce this year, I mean, that's his pony right now because, damn, he's got Mac Jones, who he's talked about before. Kirk Cousins, we all have heard that story before, but he has Mac Jones as a backup now. If Purdy doesn't produce this year, I mean, damn, that's his boy. And so, I mean, there's a lot riding on this year. I mean, it's crazy to me. And so, I love Brock Purdy. I hope the best, and I think it's going to work out. But, damn, I mean, this is a huge test for Shanahan right now to make this right.
Can I ask you?
I want to hear your guys' thoughts.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you a question before you hang up. It feels like you're in page 1. I'm not saying you're wrong of, oh, boy, Purdy's got a pop to save Kyle. And I feel like we're on page 5 because you saw that when he came in, when he didn't know he was going to take over, didn't follow that up with a trip to the Super Bowl. I'm like, don't you kind of got the answer to that question?
No, I hear you, man. But, I mean, the bag is the whole situation. I mean, it's like That's the thing. I mean, there's no doubt that the front office went to Shanahan and is like, is this your man? You sure this is your man? And he's like, yes, this is my man. So sign him now. And so, I mean, that pretty much attaches you right there. So if he don't produce, that's Shanahan's, you know what?
Yeah. And
so he brought up the contract, Steiny, the chicken, because he definitely got it.
Yeah, I can't see Purdy. I can't see Purdy getting a lot better, and I can't see Purdy getting a lot worse.
Steiny, that's golf, like down the middle. But what if both are wrong? What if it could go great? He could be way better than you think, and then if it got ugly, it could get uglier than anybody thought, and then they're really behind a rock and a hard place.
But I think, to my way of thinking, essentially, we've seen the best of Brock Purdy, and we've seen, I don't know if it's the worst of Brock Purdy, but if last year's the worst,
20 and 12.
2 or 3 years is the best, 2 or 3 years ago was the best, then I anticipate something in the middle this year for Brock Purdy. And we'll see if it's enough.
But let me ask you this to your last point. Steiny, I think it would be negligence then for them to place the bag and the money in regard to the contract they given Brock without them thinking he couldn't get better.
Well, you said he earned every bit of that contract already.
Well, that's to me, but they're projecting too. He's just still in the embryo stages of his career, Steiny. So I got to believe they really think he could take it up a notch or two. And now that, no Ayuk for the beginning and McCaffrey, we're going to have to see Brock do more. My point is, you don't write that check unless that answer to the Shannies and John Lynch's of the world are, I think this guy can be, we haven't seen the best of him.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if I'm giving anybody that chicken if my answer to that is maybe.
Well, a lot of people didn't think they had a choice with Brock Purdy. That he was good enough, and if you have a quarterback you like, you got to go pay him no matter what. And that's what they've done with Purdy. Let's go to Jay in San Francisco. Hey, Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing, fellas?
Hey.
Doing well.
All right. Let's put a possum on the table. Let's skip over the rat. Let's put a possum on the table.
Brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. We got it.
So the problem with Kyle Shanahan, guys, he's an offensive coordinator. He's not a leader. Let me name a couple of names off for you guys. Tom Coughlin, Bill Belichick, John Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, Bill Parcells, Sean McVay, Mike Tomlin, Andy Reid. These are all past Super Bowl winning coaches, and they all are leaders of men. Kyle Shanahan is a glorified offensive coordinator.
Who?
Look.
Why do you feel that way, Jay?
Yeah, go ahead, because I got something for Jay.
Why would you not put him in that class?
Because he's not a leader of men. All these guys I named off, they're all leaders of men. You look at them, and they're up on the podium, they're speaking. They are leaders of men. People follow them. Kyle Shanahan just calls plays. Like you said earlier, Goo, he's not talking to the kicker. He's not getting involved in contract talks. He's not a leader of men. He's just a play caller.
No, hey, I love that term, and I believe it to the caller, leader of men. I reserve it for some of the best, Steiny. It's a skill that all don't have. But my man, I got to say this. Would he be feeling differently, Steiny? Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I'm keeping it real. If they win the Super Bowl in Nevada, and let's just remove Kyle's name, can you say that about any Super Bowl winning coach that they're not a leader of men if they have one? Like he's this close to, it's minute, as close he is to having the hardware, then you couldn't put that term on him, or any coach for that matter.
But he didn't.
If they win it all, they're a leader of men.
But he didn't. Like that makes it easy to say that.
Okay, but again, I don't wear Kyle underwear. You know this. Steiny, he led them to the Super Bowl twice. He's never had a player throw him under the bus. I believe that stuff matters. And there have been some high leverage situations. Even with Jennings, he went to IG, but he didn't say anything about the coach. He said if he was talking about the Niners, we saw the whole Ayuk debacle that worked out. But I'm just asking you, when you hear leader of men, can I lead you to the promised land? We don't get it done, but I still get the box checked if I led you? And I did that twice.
Well, if you want to give it to him.
No, I'm asking you.
It's fine.
I'm asking you.
What?
What constitutes a lead? Like, you got to win it all to get that box checked? He led them to the Super Bowl twice, 4 NFC championship games. Never had a spat with a player that played out publicly.
I don't know about that. What about Deebo Samuel complaining about touches?
Well, that's different. Deebo was seeing his mortality in front of everybody, Wayne. But, I mean, you feel how you feel. I'm just telling you, I thought that at times, but where do you draw the line of lead?
Well, I mean, it's easy to say he's not a leader. Like, he wouldn't say he's not a leader of men had they won a Super Bowl. The reason somebody can even say that is because they haven't won a Super Bowl. And so
getting there don't count is what I guess to that caller's point on the metric. Like a leader of men, you got him revved up to get to the ball is what I'm saying, partner. Doesn't that mean something? Or you got to win it to get that box checked?
It can't mean anything to not win a Super Bowl.
So Andy Reid in Philly was not a leader of men until he got to Kansas City?
No, what I'm saying is it's easy to say that somebody's not a leader of men if they haven't won a Super Bowl. Like or a title. And, I don't know if he's a leader of men or not. He's a leader of men.
No, I love the
There's something about that phrase that annoys me. I don't know what it is. It's like
everybody can't be a leader of men. Are you?
No, I'm not.
And you don't try to be.
I'm not.
You think I am?
No.
You think I can be?
No.
Outside of here?
No.
I got 2 black sons. None of them went to jail. So I would think I'm a leader of men.
Well, you're a good father, but being a leader of men, completely different.
Steiny he had nothing left when I'm but I give you that. Like, come on, Goo.
No, you're a great father,
but man.
2 different job applications.
You ain't Malcolm X, Goo. Oh, man. But what about this, E? The caller cited Kyle, and this is prerogative, not being a leader of men. But if you led some men to the Super Bowl, does that count? Or you just got to win it? Come on. He led them to the Super Bowl a couple times.
Right, but that's never enough for you when you're bringing up, has Kyle Shanahan missed his best opportunity?
No, that's a question.
Right.
Does knowing the overtime rules mean that you're a leader of men? I think they're different jobs.
And do we all know that he didn't know? Or he just didn't convey it to the players? Like, I'm just keeping it real?
That's not keeping it real. Of course he didn't know. Like, what would make you 2 years later say, I think he might have known?
Because if you ask, he's never fell on the sword like I didn't know the rules.
When has he ever fallen on the sword? I mean, that's one thing where I think it might be a little bit fair is
Heaven with the kid.
Shanahan doesn't.
I hear you.
He doesn't point the finger at himself very often. It doesn't feel like.
Well, let me ask you this. Steve Kerr, 4 championships. Is he a leader of men?
Sure.
See, I get it. You just want to throw it in there because
I don't care, like, in a way. Like, I just.
Yeah, but where do you not care
They're
at?
all leader of men. If you're a coach, you're a leader of men. And if you're a women's coach, you're a leader of women.
But you do understand.
And there are
some can be,
degrees.
Some can be bad at it and get fired, and some can be great.
Okay.
Yeah, what about Mark Jackson?
Wow. Know what I think.
What?
He led you to church.
The other part about being a great leader is you're able to galvanize most of your staff. And Mark Jackson failed miserably at that.
Come on, I ain't going to argue that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
But Kyle excelled at that, if we want to keep it real, getting 2 guys a job. I mean, they got it by their play, but you know what I mean?
Who's more of a leader of men, Kyle Shanahan or Robert Saleh?
And I'm going to be honest, before I answer, people out there think like what I'm about to tell
Shanahan.
you. They look at who's got more muscles, who looks more scary. Like, that's so ridiculous. But tell me, we're not body. Come on, Steiny. Robert Saleh's going to win in that.
No, he's not in my book.
It's being demonstrative on the field and yelling.
Oh, that's a leader. See, and this is where you don't want to hear it.
What?
But if he was a great leader of men, he'd still be in New York. Shanahan.
That team stunk.
Okay. Yeah.
It?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he didn't get in with Aaron Rodgers, and that was like, see you later.
Yeah, you remember this?
Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Okay. Sure he did.
But go ahead, start listening to you.
I don't, if you say who's a better leader, Shanahan or Saleh, who knows? But Shanahan's resume is significantly better than Saleh's as a head coach. Let's squeeze in Nick in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Good, man. Hey, leader of men, that's like a military term, man.
Exactly.
That's like a guy who's going out there and putting his life on the line and, taking the bullet, dragging somebody out into safety. That's the leader of men. These cats that get paid millions of dollars to play games, they got to lead themselves. The coach ain't supposed to be leading them around. The coach develops the team so the leaders manifest themselves by their performance on the field. You know what I mean? It's like, man, don't sit up there and expect the coach to lead you to victory. Yes, he's got to have a game plan, but the players got to play. And all this whining and stuff like that about the diva receivers that we've had the last few years has put Shanahan kind of in a hole because we had a lot of too much whining going on. And we had some contract extensions that shouldn't have been made. You know what I mean? Early on, that the money should have went some other places like the offensive line. You know what I mean? And I think quarterbacks are going to be getting smashed this year, and that's one of Shanahan's problems is that he doesn't have we lack a backup. We finally have a decent backup, but who knows? I was wondering why we didn't sign a better backup. When Purdy was hurt before he played the Eagles, they had somebody out there. You could have put Kaepernick in there. At least he could take out and run down the field instead of that dude they put in there. He's shaking his boots and fumbled on the first snap. I mean, come on, man. You got to be smarter than that. But leader of men, that's a military term, man. That ain't got nothing to do with no sports. The players got to be stepping up, and somebody on the team got to be a leader. Like, Bosa, where you at? Bosa, you going to be a leader? You going to lead show the youngsters how to do it on the D-line? It's the old veterans that got to show the youngsters, and the youngsters step up. That's being a leader of men.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call.
Nick with the heat, as always. But no matter what organization or outfit you're a part of, even the generals need somebody to talk to. And that's why I believe Harbaugh is the true example. And our guy in Detroit, even though I think he's a meathead at times, Campbell, I feel like his style – the players will run through a wall for him.
And I feel like who's a better leader, Harbaugh or Shanahan? I think most people would say Harbaugh.
That was going to be my answer.
Okay. Well, he's not as good a coach as Shanahan. I mean, I know that you can disagree with that, but
he's gotten more done in the one. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, one of the ways
I don't agree.
One of the ways you lead is by giving your team a game plan and a strategy that they're confident in and that they can execute and win with.
Like hitting a break.
888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, I'll tell you all about the Red and Gold Summit that's coming up on Thursday. That last segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef Ribeye, New York Strip Steak or Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, Bone-In Steak or Untrimmed Tri-Tip Roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Juwan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
He cannot be that guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, we'll see if I roll over like Juwan Jennings.
Boy, and that bothers you. Let it out. It bothered you that this looks like
Well, I think the idea
was C on the test where you thought the answer was A and B.
Well,
this is gutless.
I think Vintage Goo is like, oh, he's happy, and the team's embraced him, and they are ready to go. I don't know that. I don't know.
I got
I just don't think it's over. That's all.
Yeah, and I'm like, Evan, what's that look like? But I think all that's left, Steiny, is not what you're thinking. It's some numbers exchange, if that. But it might just be – this will be the first time in a long while a Niner guy went to the counter to get some new chicken and came back a little disappointed. But we were talking about leader of men.
Ugh.
And we got – I don't know if you know.
Can we just say leader? Does it have to be men? Can't we just say, is our coach a great leader?
For the sake of this exercise.
Because many staffs now have women who are on the training staff and the coaching staff. So technically, a head coach has to be a leader of men and women.
But what are those women?
What do you mean?
They're also leaders of men.
Yeah, I'd like to just say leader. Because when you say leader of men, that almost...
He's ruined the whole
It almost means, well, they can't lead women.
We were talking about football.
No, the point is the women are also leaders of men.
Yeah.
I know that you're trying to pander there, but which is
that's
fine.
what you're doing.
No.
You know how many female staff members are on the Niners?
Now this is going somewhere. Here we go.
I would
this
say
is what you want.
4.
Just throw a
No, they had one last year.
They don't have one this year.
Mouth.
They do.
I'm looking at the coaching staff.
Wrong.
Do they have any women in the PR department?
Yeah, the PR department.
There you go. Well, they need to be led. What do you think? A PR department just runs on its own?
You're saying women need to be led?
I'm saying.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, anyway, you remember Raymond Chester, the old tight end for the Raiders?
What about him? Oh, no.
Do you remember him?
Yes. He used to own the Chabot Golf
And I
Course.
spent many days up there. So his son, TC, is a good friend of mine.
Oh.
Listening to the show, loves it. And he said, Ray Lewis always said, a leader of men is not letting the people around him fail. I like that.
Yeah,
but then what if you do?
Then you're not a leader.
No. How do you? No, you do what? Like I'm just telling you, Jimmy Harbaugh would have Moody over to his house for dinner before the season started. And
that makes him a better coach than Shanahan?
Nah, I just think that stuff matters. Even though I know all these meatheads thinking sports thinking pay guru. But sometimes the most simplistic form of communication is time.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that could be more meaningless than Shanahan. Hey, let's have lasagna. That'll make him go 21 for 22 this year. Hey, Betty, get in that kitchen and cook up some lasagna.
Well, then you're saying
Moody.
Moody needs a ride over the Bay Bridge, the Golden Gate with Gary Payton. That's all it takes.
Sure, that's all it takes. Dave's in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey, guys, doing good, man. I was calling because I kind of want to articulate, I think, what the previous caller was trying to say.
All right.
I think it's not the fact that he's the leader of men or women, whatever, how you want to say it, but I think with the disconnect with Shanahan, I think his arrogance and his willingness to make things harder than it actually needs to be. You know, you can get teams to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championships, but let's just step back and think, they say, oh, well, he won with Jimmy. He got there with Jimmy. Well, who's to say that if he actually used better resources in that position and got a better QB, if you might have won. But Shanahan is the type of coach that I can win with anybody. I can win with Mullen. I can win with Beathard. It doesn't matter who my quarterback is. Okay, I found Brock in the 7th round. Did I plan on doing that? No. But I can do it because I'm Shanahan. And that's where the disconnect comes from. And it's stuff like that people do not give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, you can lose games. Harbaugh never won, but people loved him because he wasn't like how Shanahan is as far as his personality. It's not about wins or losses. That's not the deciding factor, at least for me. It's like, bro, did you do everything within your power to make sure the team had a good chance to win? And with Shanahan, there's a lot to be desired. In-game decisions, your lack of focus to the offensive line, things that fans have been saying for years, and we all kind of, throw underneath the rug because we've been to a couple of Super Bowls, which is great. But it's like, what if we took care of our business and when we got to the Super Bowl, we had better QB player, better offensive line player, better offensive line players? Who's to say that we actually wouldn't have won with? So the frustration is not like, he's not a good coach. It's just if he would put his pride to the side and not tell Brady, you know what, I'm good, Brady. We're good here. I'm going to roll with Jimmy. Stuff like that. It's
right.
Like, come on, man. Other coaches probably would have gone the other way, but Shanahan, we put up with it because we've been to 2 Super Bowls.
All right, man. Thanks, Dave.
So he's doing something right. I love the call, D.
There's definitely something about Kyle's arrogance. It's not the first time that word's been used.
Yeah, but Steiny, I'll say this, and this is just me from afar and everything I think I know being on this earth for the 40 years I've been on it. Sometimes a phony is smelled out, and Kyle Shanahan has had a bunch of players he's been responsible for. He's had to coach. He's had some contract situations, and to my way of thinking, Steiny, nobody's ever really, really threw him under the bus to where, you could tell he didn't have the reins of the team were slipping out of his grasp. I've never felt that, so I got to double back as mad as I get at him for certain play calls or what have you. As far as that part of it, I think he's hit it out the park, man. Guys haven't threw him out the bus, and these players know that they're the prize. They'll smell and sniff out a phony in a second. And Kyle, to his credit, Steiny, doesn't have nothing that's gone public to where, his own teammates were questioning how real he was.
Well, to me, a phony is,
and I hate that word,
somebody who you can see, like, I don't believe Kyle Shanahan's phony.
Either do I.
I think this is the way he is. He's a little bit arrogant. The other thing is I got to believe there's nobody in the locker room that doesn't think he doesn't know football. Obviously he knows football.
And that's half of it, right?
Well, but there's another big half of, getting the message across. But I don't think anybody in that locker room thinks that Shanahan isn't a smart football coach, because clearly he is. He is. All right. I know you wanted to do this. So go ahead. Go ahead. The floor's yours.
Do what?
You said you
I'm
you don't know?
Like Nico Collins again. What? You're the worst setup man ever. What are you talking about? Right, Jay. And I love you.
Well, you came in today excited about
that's
but now be careful.
You
here.
are truly my radio spouse. So take this with a grain of salt, but sometimes it's hard dealing with you. And you're trying not to say a word because I'm so happy about the prospects of the San Francisco Giants. And I think, Evan, you've been gone. This is an indictment that they're playing better baseball. It's almost an indictment to, like, where was this at a couple weeks ago? Maybe we wouldn't be 5 back with 27, 26 to play, however many there's left. I'm just telling you, for all the fat cats that were sitting out here saying, blow this thing up, they had some dudes. And finally, the dudes, along with the other guys on the team, are hitting the hell out of the ball. I'm just telling you, mathematically, the 2025 Giants are not done. I think the Mets, they're a head case themselves, but they have the spot. So, Steiny, I owe you a beverage because I thought they would sweep the Orioles. They didn't, and so they got it handed to them Saturday. But, man, I know it's football, and I'm ready. But I thought I had my funeral for the Giants this year. And, Steiny, all I'm telling you all is, and Evan, they got a shot. Now, can you get it? You got a shot to sneak in? You don't control your destiny. But if you look at their strength of schedule, outside of the Dodgers, it's the 4th easiest, and the Mets got the 2nd hardest. I'm just saying. Yeah. I hear your Joker laugh. That's all.
Yeah, no, and
I don't know what to make of it.
How many times do you have to do the schedule thing to realize that they haven't been able to beat teams that theoretically they should be able to beat?
Right. No, got you. But they took to the. My point is, Steiny, I know you laughed, and before Evan dipped out on us to New York, I wouldn't mention the math is there, but that's now back. The math is there. Now, is it a long shot? Yeah, but what do you make of them playing better baseball?
I make nothing of it.
So Melvin hasn't. You don't think this bodes well for Melvin?
I don't know what to make of it, and I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. Is this helping Melvin? Probably.
Could it be hurt? Could you see how somebody say, Steiny, it might be hurting him? Like, why
would it be hurting them?
Where was this at weeks ago?
They're not good enough to be 10 over.
Well,
here's my thing.
I have nothing for that.
Here's
but
my
this
thing.
thing is trending to where, what if they got to 10 over?
You want to bet?
No,
they got
I
to go 24.
No, my point is, you got to care. You got to have something to say about it. It's either helping his cause, or could it be an indictment on the cause?
I have seen the Golden State Warriors year after year after year after year back in the day put together a good 20-game stretch at the end of the year, and it didn't mean squat.
Gotcha.
The fact of the matter is, whether we like it or not, they've started to play better the minute the pressure was off. And I'm sorry, I can't just wipe that out.
Yeah. And I hope I don't sound like I am.
When the season was at its most important, they couldn't get it done. And now they're making a run. And they're still
500 today. Yeah, you're right. But I'm just like, wow. Where did the offense come from? And now, you're without a lot. Rodriguez is gone for the near future in the bullpen. And all of a sudden now, the bats are just talking as loud as Evans' concert he's going to on Friday to see Lil Wayne. It's just like, where was this? That's just my question, Bomel. And he might not have an answer.
I don't understand, though, how when a team's bad, you kill the manager, and then the team starts playing better, and you're still killing the manager.
But you're saying that to the masses, or do I sound like I'm killing the manager?
No.
I'm not?
You do. You sound like, well, why couldn't he do this the whole season?
Or sooner. Like, I think that's fair. You had this season.
Melvin or Devers?
Melvin. There were standards, and this team was so below those standards, we thought they were done and the fight was over. But now, Evan, they're showing life. I'm just scratching my head as asking, okay, Melvin rallied them. That's one way to look at it. Or two, did they get so low, which they never should have gotten to, the abyss, that this doesn't even matter, like Steiny's saying?
I don't think he's done anything differently. Like, I don't think a single thing has changed about his managerial approach.
And I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. I'm saying I don't know what it means. Like,
I'm with you there.
I don't know what it means. Again, I look at this team and they're a 500 team, and we've got 20 plus games left. Yeah. I believe this is a 500 team. Like, I don't believe they've underachieved by 6, 8, or 10 games. I just don't. And Devers and Adames are hitting now.
Man.
They're winning some games.
9 home runs last month for Devers.
Right. And now if you look at Adames, what's he hitting? 230?
Steiny, go ahead. Now it's go ahead. Like you almost forget that he got off to a slow start.
I mean,
I'm not saying that. But the bombs, the power, man, at home. These homers are coming now.
Okay. And that's the thing about baseball. They had a 50-game stretch where they were the worst team in baseball for 22 and 39. Yeah. They were the worst team in baseball for over 60 games. So I don't, how do I want to put, if you go 22 and 39 over 60 games, which is more than a third of the season.
That's a big sample.
I can't then say, well, they underachieved during that portion of the season. Maybe Melvin has been such a good manager that they wouldn't even be 500 if they had another manager. I don't know how to judge Bob Melvin.
I think it makes it interesting, but I'll say this: if somehow this car does back into a wild card berth, then I'll take back everything I said in regard to him, showing ineptitude all season long and being stoic and stone-faced and they're taking I got to eat that, and I will, because they've gotten off the mat. But to Evan's point, I'm not arguing it. If he's not doing anything wrong, then finally they woke up collectively at the same time. But Steiny, this offense looks like it was supposed to the day that trade was announced.
Right.
And it might be too late.
And I think we got to factor in, and they played better before this, but playing the Orioles, and they're in Colorado.
Now, what about the Cubs? They swept them.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah. But, and the other thing is they're not going to back into anything.
Well, they got a ball, right.
They can't back in. They're going to have to go 18-6 to get in.
And hope that New York does another, lose 7 out of 9 or something like that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And don't forget, tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty. And you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. All you got to do is download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 6:30. So the Giants have gotten to 500.
Yeah. And 2 more left with the Rockies. So, again, like you said, and I ain't going to fight you on it because I can't, the games that they're supposed to win are the teams they're supposed to beat pretty much most of this season. They have not done that.
When fans, somebody asked me earlier, what, do you think, somebody was asking about how you define a fair weather fan. Wouldn't it be defined as giving up on your team and then liking them again in the same season?
And this Willard, is why when my book
like when Willard said that he's done with the Giants.
But you didn't believe him, did you? You know he's watching. And a fan's job has no impact on the game. You can sit here and be mad just like you are in a relationship, mad at the spouse, but you're not going anywhere. You're going to let it die over, and then they control if they reel you back in. But I'm sitting here, I never stop watching, and I'm just like, damn, 162, that's a lot of games. And I'm just telling you, partner, at this juncture, 5 out with the Mets, and we've seen all kind of teams get cold and hot. There's no way they're going to sneak in, are they? And we'll find out.
Yeah, we will see. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Joe.
Willard?
Oh, no, Shasky just sent me a text.
What'd he say?
You don't want to know.
Read it.
You're going to be mad at him.
I never get mad.
Did Guru really just say in my 40 years on this earth?
Oh, yeah, that was probably looking good, Joe. Yeah. Hey, you're the first one that caught that.
No, I caught it. I just don't.
Well, why? Your Wi-Fi slow.
No, I caught it.
I did it for you, and you didn't say anything because you're stale. You're in a stale mood today.
No, I don't. No, I just don't want to get into it again where you lie about your age.
I have no problem that I lie about my age.
I know, and I don't want to get into you lying about your age. I don't want to get into you lying about the fact that your earphones
don't say
didn't
Golden
work.
Gate Bridge.
I don't. I mean, you're just
please. I mean, Evan, what are you really when your hair is 37? Your athletic game and prowess is 37. That comes off the big number. I'm sorry.
You are what your record says you are.
Shasky, don't hate me because I feel great, man.
See something here just to put this to bed.
Yeah, you were poodleish on the Giants. They got a shot.
You've done this every year. Every single year with the Giants. You did it last year, too.
Hey, Steiny, I'm not telling you anything, but they're playing better baseball, and they're only 5 games out.
Right, and you're mad at Melvin now because they're playing well.
Why would I be mad at Bumel?
Because you just said maybe you could have gotten something out of him earlier in the season.
It's a thought. I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers. I mean, what do you think's happened to him? We knew he could hit, but now he's just the thing looks like a beach ball up there.
Evan, do you want to come in and explain baseball to Goo?
It's almost like at the end of the year, the numbers you see are going to be right about where he usually is.
Yeah.
That really...
I hope you don't think you just did something.
That would be discouraging.
So
think about it. Adames and Devers, they're going to have the numbers they've always had, and you're going to be a 500 team.
Well, they got more than enough time to not be a 500 team. You're 500 now after, let's be honest, you thought Armageddon set in on their season, but they're 69-69. Man, who's to say they're going to be 500?
You think they're going to be better? Worse?
No, because then you're going to try to get me on some bet. But I'm just telling you, they control it, not me.
They control nothing at 5 games back.
They also could be above 500 and still not make the playoffs.
Yep.
Steiny, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Giving up on your team and then rooting for it if they turn it around. That's the definition.
Tell Willard when he comes in here. No, you're not. You're going to just turn into a poodle.
I will.
Colin Cowher.
Yeah, that's an 8. You got something going on. You need to get it out now.
What are you talking about?
Because tomorrow's going to be a whole different day, man.
You had a 3-day weekend. What the hell?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
There's something I did that you want to get to, and you're not getting to it.
Well, it wouldn't have been you coming in at 10 of 10.
You got earlier than that.
Well, it wouldn't be that.
I like to prep. When I don't prep, then I don't feel like I'm myself.
Well, you went in there with Marcy, didn't you?
No.
You didn't do it today?
It takes 1 minute.
Is it because Guru said something on Friday?
No.
What did I say, E?
To Marcy.
It didn't go like that. Only a warped mind would have you thinking that conversation
Everybody
went
on
that
the text
way.
line made a comment
Because
about
everybody
it.
on the text line in the chat, I don't know if you know it or in high school, pull my finger. That's what the chat is, and you just jump in there. Tried to dime me out today.
How so?
Spelling my government name. Don't ever let me see you spell my government name in the chat, fair weather fan.
What do you mean your government name?
You put Daryl Johnson when they go, hey, Steiny, what do you consider? Don't do that. You should have put Mark Willard.
Somebody had a great line here. You can't spell Daryl without the L.
Evan, you're laughing. It's funny because it was so
When's
weak.
my draft pick in this?
You heard it.
Draft?
And I thought
you literally listened to it as a show.
This is what gets me mad about what I do and how you do it. You know you got the 8th pick.
No, I don't.
I
thought it was 11.
Yeah.
But I'm re-asking because somebody said
11.
Somebody said Steiny's down bad with the 10th pick.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked.
Shasky got the 16th, but he actually got 2. Might be the best, Evan. He gets 2 picks.
Shasky's done. He knows it. You could hear it in his voice.
I like how they did it.
If you got the first or the last pick in a 16-man league,
about everything.
You are done.
I've been holding back. You two will find the negative in everything. Sometimes just enjoy.
Have you paid yet?
Mind your own.
Have you paid yet?
My pockets got the mumps these days.
I'm not. Yeah,
Holla
no kidding.
back.
By the way,
Prize
you know
Picks.
what? You know what? I'm coming
Cash
down.
me
You know
out.
what? I'm coming down your road.
Please,
after the,
you can't
after
come
the
down
break.
my road. It's closed to
Because
you, Jack.
You displayed
trying to steal my thunder.
You displayed a selfishness beyond belief on
My
Friday.
pockets got
Other side.
Hey, call me D Parlay. That's my new nickname.
Yeah, that's part of the issue.
Yeah, so you're winning all this money betting, but I got to take you out.
Well, you
take
open mouth. You
Please.
open.
Please.
You were so desperate for company. Okay, man. Okay, sucker.
What's coming up on the game?
He deserved it.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. I am mad at you now.
I don't care.
No, you will.
Yeah.
And the Bay Area is going to see a side of you on the other side.
And then I'm going to
that
show
they're
them
not gonna
another
like.
side.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got my Steiny deodorant on, repellent. And that's
I'm
what
ready.
life's about.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times. But he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off 80% lean ground beef with Prime through September 2nd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make burgers or bolognese with this versatile protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A strong heart. A steady stride. A life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you. With expert care for women, men, and new moms. Supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
I am mad at you now.
I don't care.
No, you will.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I believe that yes, and this is nothing for anything, but yes, I believe if you cheat in golf, you'll cheat. You're just a cheater. Golf is the easiest sport on planet Earth to cheat in. So if you do it, you're truly a loser of the highest proportion. I just needed to get that off my chest.
All right.
I think
Secondly, you're being unfair.
Ernie Chavez and the 510, you realize the bet we made on the Giants, that was a $20 bet, not a drink bet.
We work in the city. What beverage is not $20?
No, Matt, the bet on the Giants sweeping the Orioles was $20, not a beverage.
Okay. Where we go, a beverage is about $20. I got you.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Narragansett is $4 at the old ship.
Dude, that might be the best thing going.
It's the best bargain in the Bay.
Evan, to the point your boy can't even remember the name when you two aren't around, but that thing, man.
A pop and a cheeky.
Yeah, there it is. What was our bet with them?
With who?
The Giants. We didn't have one this year.
Said they'd sweep.
No, that
the
I
Orioles
got.
For
That's
$20.
Nothing. Yeah, that's
so you're
nothing.
not going to give me the 20?
I got you.
When?
Right now.
I don't want it.
Here.
Look at this.
Look.
Somebody get this on camera.
Hey, see, that's the stuff I don't like. Look, why is it? I'm showing it to the camera. $20 bill.
Give me that.
And the Giants still got action.
Okay.
They truly do, man. And the boss put out a tweet. I disagree with every part of it. But go ahead.
Okay.
I'll read it to you.
I want people to know how. Okay, so Friday.
I can't believe he has the 20.
Yeah, I took it. I'll give it back to you after the show.
I don't want it.
So Friday, Evan, Guru starts singing a sob story about the caddy.
We'll be fine.
The caddy was in the shop.
Yeah, it will.
So I say to him, tell you what, Goo, I got you today. He says, okay, cool.
Oh, man.
So we go to the ship. And it was me, Guru,
Carter,
Ken, Carter.
Who else?
Talk.
Yeah, Talk. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so the bill comes, and I say, I got Guru.
I'm proud and I'm cheesing, Evan.
So I go, I got Guru. So Carter then looks, and I look at Carter and I say, wait a minute, do I owe you some money for something? And Carter goes, yeah, you owe me $25 for something. You don't need to know what. And I said, well, how much did you have to drink, Carter? He said, a couple beers. And I said, all right, I got Carter too. So I was like, how much is it with Carter? And they brought the bill. Well, now I got Kenny sitting next to me and Talk. And it's a Friday, and we just got paid, and I'm like, you know what? Put Kenny's on there, too. Let me see what that looks like. So he puts Kenny's bill on it.
The whole
like,
while I'm watching, Evan, what happened to Guru Day?
Now poor Talk is at the end of the bar, and I'm like, all right, how much is it with Talk? And he comes back. He gave me 5 separate bills, one alone, one with Goo, one with... And I just said, fine, I'll take care of it all today. And Guru's mad. He's mad because I said I was going to get him, which I did. But he's mad that it's not special because I got the other 3 guys.
It was supposed to be, but when did it turn into, hey, if you know Steiny, I got it today. That bothered me. I'm happy for my comrades. But, Evan, the day my man treats me, everybody got treated. And I drove off feeling kind of like, I feel disappointed. That was all.
It's really...
Just because everyone else got lumped into.
And here's the other thing. I'm in big trouble, too, because what happened? I think Susan might be listening right now.
The lovely Susan.
And I don't think Friday I told her. Expect that.
I got you now, though.
Well,
and
you're the old ship's consigliere anyways. It's
your boy ran into something, a little parlay or two. I got you.
Do you?
Yeah.
What'd you run into? Do you mind?
8-teamer. You want to hear the teams? Nah.
No, go
ahead. Look at Grandy. It's a couple. Which one you want? That's how hot I am.
Give me them all.
All right.
So you're telling me you hit an 8-team parlay?
Yeah.
And I'm paying at the ship? What the hell's going on?
But I'm the type of dude that'll win and then text it to people. Who does that?
You. That's what Evan means about the rules are different.
Euphoria you want to share, Evan.
But that's
why
when you said it, it's like when you make a hole in one, you got to buy shots. That's
just coming tomorrow. A little difficulty getting it out. But here we go.
Pause.
Hold on. See, that's...
I didn't say a word. No, I'm waiting for your teams.
Keep talking. I got to leave you alone with that stuff.
Everybody's saying no way on this 8-teamer.
Oh, I got it right here.
He did hit it.
Yeah, I got it right
just,
here.
Like, take your time.
All right. And I appreciate... We need that more in the show.
Let me hear...
All right.
Let me hear what you got.
Hold on. Give me a second, guys.
I know it wasn't the Giants on Saturday.
No, but I hit them on Friday. But here we go.
All right.
Graded wagers. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. And who does this?
Let me see if I can
143 IQ.
Let me see if I can figure out like what happened in those games. Right. So go ahead. Well, first team.
Chicago Cubs playing the Atlanta Braves. Okay. And I was like, Cubs need the game. Braves quit. Just money line to win.
You can actually go a little faster.
Philadelphia, Milwaukee over 9.
Was this yesterday?
Yesterday. San Francisco Giants. 10-8. San Francisco Giants, that was a super lock. Boston Red Sox against my Pirates. They were not sweeping the Pirates. Bam. Houston Astros, Tampa Bay Rays, and Kenny's New York Mets, and the Toronto Blue Jays and Cincinnati Reds over 7.5. And the only problem is I put $3 down to net me my return, but that's responsible gambling. And let's be honest, thanks, man. That felt good, like sharing good stuff that happens in life. The caddy went in. I was having fun with you about covering me, and the Rick Tittle calls it scholarship. But you're bit quick, so I was like, okay. But I think, I'm being honest, we're talking to a third person now. I feel like why you offered everybody else to cover them is you had a problem with it just being me. So that led you to say, hey, anybody sitting at the bar, I got you. Because that's how.
So you think somehow I paid for your tab,
yeah.
But
you had a problem with it to the degree that you needed more people. You needed a parlay. You wanted to pay a parlay, and you put everybody else in. That's how I took it. It was a great gesture.
I think you knew it would bug Goo, which is why you did it.
I'm watching it in real time like I'm not a hater.
And I hope.
Hey, Kenny, what's yours down there? Hey, come down here on Tommy. Come down. Bring your paperwork.
So I would rather annoy Guru than save $170.
100%.
No chance. No chance.
Yeah, people saying you didn't want me feeling special. SP Matt's on the thread, and there is something to that.
I got to tell you, listen, and sometimes we joke here and sometimes we don't. You've gotten your last drink if this is really how you feel.
I just gave you 20.
No, I don't. It's right, because you lost the bet. And I'll start collecting on all the bets.
Hey, stop. You lost the last one.
The deal was I would buy your drinks on Friday. What do you care what I do with other people? It's none of your business.
Well, it is.
I paid for your drinks.
It was my day.
Who said it was your day?
You did to start the show.
I'm over this. Like that's cold.
Well, you want to be honest?
No,
seriously, do you want to? You have turned into alligator arms. You used to, when we first started the first 4 years, my man had me. Evan, I don't know what happened. My man then turned into gator arms, so I know not to expect Steiny to get my tab. That's just it, and it's all good. I'm a grown boy. I'm a big boy.
He's actually let me pick up a few lately. It's kind of
different dynamics.
It's been concerning.
Yep. I know where I'm at. Man. Oh, man. That was a special day for me, Steiny.
You're changing.
Yep.
No, I'm changing all right.
You think just because of age you can't change? You are.
And thank God for Shasky getting my 40-year-old line.
Wasn't a line.
No good deed goes unpunished. There it is. You ought to be ashamed. Can't believe this.
One more in there. I got you. What do you need? PG&E? What do you got? Just let me know. I got you.
No, we're just done.
We're done what?
We're done.
We never started, Steiny.
I'm not.
Keep it 100.
Did you get food on Friday? Did you get one of your salads with chicken in it?
No, I didn't.
So did I pay for your food too that you're not happy with? Or just the drinks? What part weren't you happy with?
Everybody else getting taken care of.
So you're mad that I was generous on Friday.
Yeah. Too generous for me. That was my day.
Usually generosity brings people happiness, but...
Well, I just told him about himself.
It doesn't really apply to you.
To me, E? Oh.
No, it's Steiny.
Yeah. Because that's what you've been holding in all morning.
Is this why you were angry today?
No, I'm not angry.
Well, you just said we're done.
Yes, we're done, but I'm not angry about it. Let's go to Steven in Oakland.
That says it all.
What?
If you're not angry about being done. It wasn't.
I just always am done with you.
Yeah.
I can't, that's different. What you've just done here is a little bit different.
Stop.
Go ahead, Steven. How you doing, buddy? Yep.
Hey, guys. I just want to give Steiny some relief. You guys are getting on the geriatric guy because, he's tightening up the belt. He's getting ready for retirement. He's been trying to drop hints. That's the first sign when they start tightening up. When they start bringing back lunches to work, they're getting ready for retirement. And you guys berating this man, it's almost elder abuse, okay? Let him bow out great. Let him tighten the wallet. He's counting the days. Let him help him out.
All right. I got you, man. And you have been dropping hints, Steiny. I apologize.
No. Apology not accepted.
I only apologize because we're Shaq and Kobe. Only I could tell you that honesty. That's all you want from me is honesty. And I appreciate the gesture you did Friday.
I have
meant a lot.
My last drink for any Odyssey employee,
Evan,
not
sorry.
just in the Bay
Randy,
Area,
I'm sorry,
but in any of our satellite offices.
Hey, Kitty, everybody out there, I'm sorry, man. I got you, baby.
Jerry, don't.
I was bragging what you did for me Friday after I left. Stop.
Geriatric's a little strong.
Yeah. Sorry, that was Jerry. Boy, not Jerry Jones.
Yeah, by the way, Steven, I didn't really care, but that was cheap too.
What?
The guys I work with are cheap, and that was a cheap shot by you.
What
Geriatric. That means old, Goo.
I know what it means. I didn't say it. It's just.
Let's go to Rose.
Oh, man.
Let's go to Roseanne. Roseanne in San Jose.
Hey,
Roseanne.
Hi. Hey, so Guru.
Uh-oh. Hey.
Come on. You need to shut up and manage because come on. Steiny just went with the role, and whether it's, not as frequent as others, whatever. He was being generous, and you just lost your opportunity to get that handle again and again and again, and you know that because you're in sales. So how much love do you need? We all need love. Hey, we all want it. We all want attention. So what you get, you take and you receive and you have it. And don't do all that other because it's not the karma. It's not going to come back to you. So there.
All right,
yeah,
I got
Roseanne,
you. I'm big into karma too, Roseanne. And I did apologize, but
it doesn't matter.
Keep it real. Tell the people in real time. I said thank you, Steiny, for what you did for me Friday.
Actually, if you really want me to get into it, you didn't say thank you. You know why? Because you didn't show up to Grumpy's when you said you were gonna. You left without saying goodbye.
That was my Irish
thank
goodbye.
You.
No, what did I have to
Evan,
do? No,
we're at the old shit.
Now we're
I just pay the whole tab, right?
Evan.
Let's go have one more. And I said, this is what I said. I'll go have one more. Is there any way? Is there any way that someone could buy me one drink at Grumpy's? And of course, Ken was like, I will. And Guru's like, I'll meet you up there. So Guru didn't say thank you or goodbye.
Okay. All right, now we're getting real. Mm-hmm. Let's do it. It was rude as hell. We never do that. Pack up camp and then go start a flag somewhere else while I'm still eating. That was disrespectful then.
Well, you did.
So now you want to go down that road.
So you were
So
eating.
nobody. Why did you want to get out of there so fast? I couldn't believe you've never done that in 8 years.
Everybody
and then
wanted
you go, well, let's set up a shop somewhere else. That hurt me. Even the bartender goes, what happened? I go, maybe that's what happens when he pays my bill. I don't know. So I got in the caddy and we hauled ass back on 80. And not once did you text me, hey, Guru, where are you at? Because you didn't care.
Because I knew you left.
No, you're tired of me.
We were all.
I was not. I was good.
As the kids say.
I had one-on-one.
It was me, Carter, Ken, and Talk. We knew what time it was with you.
And I didn't know that lady Roseanne personally. It sounded like it, but I did. Who was that? Anyway, Evan, you didn't miss much. Dude, how dare you, man?
How am I the bad guy?
You left me.
Oh, my God.
You left me.
Is anybody working in here that was there?
You left me. Uh-huh. Interesting.
Okay. See, this is what
We're
you
going
do.
Somewhere else, huh?
Yeah, we left you.
All right.
No, we did.
Huh?
Why do you think we left you? Why do you think?
I'm done complaining.
Because we want one time you to pay a bill.
Please.
The Irish goodbye is a sound strategy.
No, I didn't. It wasn't average
Not
goodbye.
when you
They
owe
left
money.
me. They left me. And I didn't owe any bread. Joker.
All right.
Can you really Irish goodbye someone if you see him 20 hours a week?
They left me. I didn't. I just got in my car.
Now it's just this guy is.
If you want to now you're bringing up old stuff that I just was going to bury under the rug because that's what I do. You know, I just keep moving forward, positive Daryl. But now you want to bring that up. Y'all left me.
I'm not kidding you.
I hear you, Jerry. That was odd.
It's not your job.
That happened since we've been.
We were just all up there saying, I guess he's stiffing us. Hey, it's September. You know where Jonathan Kuminga is?
Still a Warrior. Uh-oh, Carter just texted.
What'd Carter say?
Let's get his side of it.
No, by the way.
We missed you at Grumpy's, Goo. I could tell by the text messages.
So
what?
Which part,
It
Bob?
matters, Bob. It matters.
All right.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
That might be that is the best audio in the world. The story of my life, man. One more time for me, if you just listen to him.
I met the criteria to be selected,
No, you
but I
didn't.
wasn't.
Hey, Evan, you know, Joe Lacob spoke last week.
Oh, really? Where?
KCBS. They were interviewing him about the Valkyries, but they snuck in a question about the Warriors. Do you think he's optimistic about this year?
He always is.
Well, let's listen.
I think, you'll see that we are bringing in some very good players this summer. It hasn't been announced yet because of technicalities, but people are going to be added to the team. We think we've got a team that could have made the Final Four last year if Steph hadn't got injured. And though our core is aging, we still think we're going to be very good. And honestly, our expectations are that we're going to be among a handful of teams that are in the running to win a championship.
How many is a handful, Evan? That's what we talked about on Friday.
Well, 2 hands, 5 fingers, 10.
Huh.
We had it. I tried to argue that at
Ken
the beginning.
had 5
yeah.
for a hand, 1 hand.
Told me I was wrong. It wasn't hands.
It wasn't hands full.
Well, 5 in the West, 5 in the East.
Yeah, that's true.
So, top 5.
510 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line.
I don't have
the
it up
510. Seriously, what is Goo going through? You all right?
Yeah. I do a show with you 20 hours a week, whatever you call that. Steiny-itis. I am the system of this show. Not anymore.
All right.
Is it because of Micah?
No, it has. I'm fine.
No,
dude, you just got a $20 bill. You're welcome.
That's what he's mad at.
Oh, because he gave you the 20.
For goodness
Evan,
sakes.
see, now that hurt.
Oh, boy.
Man.
Oh, my God.
Let me get him back on my good side. Here you go.
I wouldn't touch that
Now that you
$20
mention
bill.
it.
Here you go.
I wouldn't touch that thing if my life depended. Evan, it hurts that you played.
The energy in the room did change about 12 minutes ago.
It did. Here you go. Let's be friends again. Let's be friends.
Money
Here's
can't
20.
buy me. This is bigger than money.
It's just a Jefferson.
Yeah. Money can't buy my happiness. No, Steiny, it's what you said.
Which one?
When you left Friday. Changing venues hurt. And we had to go through this, and this what you wanted, and this what you're getting.
Dude.
I didn't appreciate the way you got out of there Friday.
You don't.
And if you want to bring it up, you brought it up, and we're here now, man.
Were you on
just
Amtrak?
Own it. No, I was in the
Dude,
caddy.
this guy.
3.5 hour, commute.
I thought that was this morning.
That was Friday.
All right.
See, there you go again.
But what?
You did it again.
What?
I thought that was this morning. I love you.
Every day.
Yeah.
All right. We got a crossover coming up next, Goo.
Are you going to tell Willard?
No.
See, and this man.
Nah. Why? He knows.
But you said you would, but now you're scared.
What do you want me to say? I'll say whatever you want me to say.
I'll set it up. No, you don't even worry.
Nice. You want me to call him a fair weather fan? I'll call him a fair weather fan.
That would make me happy.
Okay.
But say it with your chest out. Not, hey, we were talking and say it like you talk to me. Or I'll let you talk to me. Because that's what
I'll give you your 20 back.
I don't.
All right. Imbecile. I will. I'll give it back.
I don't
to
want
you.
it back.
I'll stick it in your shoe after the show. It's the 2025 95.7 The Game Red and Gold Summit, and it's happening this Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibs. They'll be there from 2 to 4, and then the summit starts at 4, and it lasts till 6. Come on, hang with us. Great food, great place. Your chance to hang with all the hosts. And that is Thursday, day after tomorrow, September 4th, King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Come out and get the season going with a bang. Experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair. It's your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. All right. What do we here? Oh, we got a minute left. Oh, Goo, you got Steiny on the ropes.
Who put? I don't got it. I don't even have the text line up today.
This is the YouTube chat.
Oh,
do you have that one?
Yeah, I'll see it.
All right. What do you want? All right, let's just get out. We'll give these guys more because you've checked out this segment. I can tell.
Why would you?
It just feels that way.
No, it's when the person in the A chair throws it to the person in the B chair. How can I check out if no play was called? I thought you were doing, tighten up the spot.
I'm out.
That's not what I'm doing.
Are you not going to ask me, Goo, you're having a bad hair day? Normally, come on, man, this is raggedy as I think it's ever been. Evan ain't said that. I'm going to see
Marky
Marky
D. I feel I want you to grow it out. I've told you that a million times.
You've never said that to me.
Usually when you have a hat on, you're a little self-conscious.
Oh, no doubt. You figured it out.
Well, but I don't want to,
I'm not a
make you
I'm
aware.
not a man of many hats. How about that?
I know. They all got stars on them.
Call me Samson.
Segment was brought to you by Safeway.
So how much love do you need? We all need love, hey.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA choice beef ribeye, New York strip steak or boneless beef tri-tip roast, bone-in steak or untrimmed tri-tip roast. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. See you in the aisles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Here we go!
Starting with a Week 1 NFC North rivalry between the Lions and Packers.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace. Grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly. And catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
I am mad at you now.
I don't care.
No, you will.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Crossover time. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs.
The fellas.
What's up, guys?
Oh,
Boys.
so much.
Oh,
so much is going on.
What a great week for our station. It really feels like a fraternity this week. I'm happy to be here.
Man.
We're going to come in, at least as many of us as possible, and draft the first round of our...
That's amazing.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Then we're going to go to our separate spaces, or maybe not, after everything's done.
Look at him.
And do our full draft. And then the very next day, we have the summit.
Dude, it's here.
Yeah. And then we got football.
Thursday and Friday. I forgot about the Friday game that I thought I hated so much.
Friday game. That's right.
Mahomes.
Want to know how I got reminded of that? This is how badly I've infected my children.
Uh-oh.
So my son my 11-year-old is on a basketball program that is going to track for him to.
He needs an intervention with his fantasy football involvement.
It's an issue.
Either an intervention or
young.
he becomes our producer of the show.
It might be both. But anyway.
Dad, I got you Scott Hansen tomorrow.
She literally says to me, I'm like, we're back at school today, so here's the schedule for the week. And as part of this basketball program that he's a part of, he has open gyms on Friday nights. Wow. Friday night open gym starts this week. It's at the high school, right down the street.
I remember.
Oh, man, you walk down there with your new kicks. Let's go. Season starting. And I tell him the whole schedule, and he waits about 5 minutes. He goes, Dad, we need to talk about open gym on Friday night.
Man, oh, man.
I go, why? What's wrong with open gym? Well, I don't want to go this Friday. I can go next Friday. Why don't you want to go this Friday? Well, because the Chiefs are playing the Chargers.
That is amazing.
And I completely forgot that the Chiefs were playing the Chargers, but that wasn't what mattered to me. What mattered to me is, oh, my God, I've infected my child. He doesn't even want to.
Did he get the clearance, though?
No, he's going to basketball. I'm not sitting here.
Dad, can I dribble with my phone in my hand?
Because you turned him out, Will.
No,
you could have been
not staying home from your friends and from your basketball work.
And you didn't bet no chicken on it.
Because people in Brazil are playing football on Netflix or YouTube. No.
I thought you were about to say Dad of the Year.
No, Dad of the Year. Dad of the Year I am not. Anyway, hi, Steiny.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah. What did you guys make of your picks in the lottery? The first ever lottery on the morning roast this morning.
I'm picking third in the fantasy draft, which is it's kind of ironic for me because Mark and I have talked a lot about the fantasy league and, who you like, who you're hot on, who you're not. And the one guy that I've kind of been fading is Saquon Barkley, coming off a monster year, a lot of touches. And I do think that when you go through that much of a big year, you might be prone to have a letdown. And here I am at number 3. And Saquon Barkley likely will be there at number 3. According to most drafts, it's Jamar Chase 1, fine. Bijan Robinson 2. I hope whoever's number 2, which I guess is either Lubman or Spadoni, I think that if they take Saquon, that would relieve my burden a little bit because I like Bijan, and there are other running backs that I have an eye on. But yeah, for me, McCaffrey at 3 might be a little bit aggressive, a little bit thirsty. So I just thought that it was kind of ironic that I sat in that spot where Saquon Barkley will be there, and it's very reasonable to take him at number 3. Mm-hmm. I won't.
You won't.
I might. Where are we? Tomorrow at the draft is tomorrow.
9 a.m. on the morning show.
So at 9:00.
We're
going to be in person.
We'll do round 1.
Allegedly.
Steiny, you're right after me.
Yeah, I know.
That's a fun.
Are you coming in for that, Willard?
Yeah.
Look at Mark.
I'm gonna come in, and then whoever wants to get a coffee afterwards. Well, you guys got to do your show. Your show. But I was like, I'm gonna have some time to kill, so let's all go get.
We had a couple
coffee.
shows today.
Yeah, I can get some coffee before the morning show's over with you guys, and then some more coffee with the morning show guys after they're done, something like that.
There it is.
Hey, Steiny, you said something earlier that I want to explore.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh.
What?
Because you came up in our show today.
How so?
About the Giants.
What about them?
Well, they're back.
Not yet. Got to win tonight.
But the math is there.
Of course the math is there.
Okay.
But I don't like talking.
Tell them, Steiny.
I don't like talking about playoffs with teams that have not won more games than they've lost. So, period. I don't. It's a no. It's like we're bowl eligible because we're 6-6. Shut up. You're bowl stupid.
Oh.
Like, honestly, talk to me when you've won more games than you've lost. So we can talk tomorrow if they win tonight.
It's more about that you kind of given up. You had given up.
I mean, it's not like they're gonna make it. They got to go.
Tell that to Goo.
I mean, they could. It's still
You were
wildly.
doing such a great job. Tell them.
I saw 2 former Giants tweet at each other over the weekend.
Oh, you got to give it to us.
And one of them is like, "Hey, we're going to Colorado. Don't slip. Like, you like, don't give up yet. Like, it's not over yet." And another former Giant just responded and goes, "It's over."
Who were they? Pence. Pence was the positive.
Pence was not. Pence was not. I'll give you a couple more guesses. Who was the positive and who was the negative, Nelly?
Will Clark was positive. I can't guess.
No, you got any guesses?
Kirk Reeder.
No. No, Johnny Positive was FP.
Oh, okay. He always
on the payroll.
My goodness.
Sure.
We get that.
And Mr. Nelly was JT Snow.
Oh, okay.
JT Snow.
But what I was telling Steiny,
also on the payroll, but in a different way.
Correct.
They're hitting the snot out the ball. And Dibs, I just throw the question out as to why now. They look like they were supposed to when we had Jim Bowden and Bowden. Hey, they might. That's what I'm just telling Steiny. I ain't saying what's going to happen. They're hitting the snot out of it.
Devers just won Player of the Week. Him and
9
Schwarber.
homers last month.
Co-National League Players of the Week.
But what happened? Do you really think, the pressure's off, let's just go, I'm going to hit the best?
I don't know. What do y'all think? Adames said that they finally gelled. I never really understand gelling in baseball. Like, I get clubhouse chemistry. I get that. But, like, when you're at the plate, you're like, I can hit the ball now because I've gelled with my
runners
teammate.
on.
I don't know. But
they're hitting it.
I think it's more for a hitter like Devers. It's more about, like, first and foremost, new city, new location, new apartment, where's my family, whatever. And then level 2 is, who are my teammates? What's our philosophy? What are we doing? I'm playing first base. Level 3 is the actual physical idea of batting with a new batter's eye. Yep. And I don't think that we give enough credit to the batter's eye, which is that big thing in center field where it's new. And, your batter's eye is different. And also the ballpark. Rafi Devers made a huge career out of, you're going to pitch me away? Whap! Off the monster. Whap! Off the monster. And now you got this new park where, the pull side is kind of the monster, but not really. It's really high, and he's not that kind of hitter. He's a hitter where you hit it where it's pitched. And if you're at Oracle Park and you have a pitch that's middle away and you crush it to left center, great job. That's an out. And right center, that's an out.
Maybe. I
do think that there's a lot of these things that, the comfortability of a hitter, it takes you time, new teammates, new manager, new park, new airflow, new everything. And so, looks like he's adjusting well. And I look at Adames, and Adames over the past, even like more than 2 months, he's been exactly what you've wanted him to be.
At minimum, this is going to make everybody feel more comfortable about next year. And it's probably, I never really thought it was, they're probably in the process of saving Bob Melvin's job. Probably.
I brought it up to Steiny.
So, anyway, Steiny, let's talk tomorrow.
What about, do we have our right fielder? Drew Gilbert?
TBD.
What do you mean?
TBD. It's too early.
Very enthusiastic.
He is nuts.
He's a lunatic.
He's nuts. I decided.
First of all, he looks like he's 14.
He does. He looks like he's. So I think that feeds into what I'm about to say. He gives me very, very big SEC drunk frat boy energy. That's what. And
it's better than no energy.
Yeah. I'm not. That's not a rip. But that's like Drew. Like, Everyone was talking about how excited he was when he homered yesterday. Did you see him greet Devers in the first inning?
I did.
It's 1-0 at Coors Field. 1-0 at Coors Field in the first, and he's screaming in his face as if they've just won the Powerball.
Yeah.
Like, which they didn't.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Hashtag Wednesday. So you don't think the Juwan Jennings thing is over yet, huh?
I don't.
Yeah. Until we hear him talk, I don't know how.
Yeah.
But it feels like
forget his words. It's about his whereabouts, right?
Like, I mean,
he's at work.
I mean,
he wasn't at work. He's at work now.
We've all done this at work. You tried, you lost.
Yeah.
I wonder if they didn't say get in here and we'll do something in good faith for a couple mil. But I don't know. I don't know. I know they're as healthy as they've been in a while, though, right now going into the Seattle game. So that's good news, obviously. Right?
Definitely. And if he's out there running around and playing, either they're going to do something quietly and it's done behind closed doors, or he's just going to have to play with that chip on his shoulder. And I don't mind either one. If he plays with that chip, he knows that, okay, I didn't get what I wanted, but if I play well, then I go out there as a free agent and I make what I was hoping to make now with this team. So I don't think that either one is bad, short of him going out there and getting hurt. And I heard you earlier intimating that, Brandon Ayuk got hurt. His knee got torn up because of the holdout, which I thought was a little bit reckless, but those were, the things that you kind of hinted at.
Yeah, he wasn't ready to play.
Right, which led to 2 ligaments being torn in his knee.
Maybe. It might have had something to do with it. If he would have been in the camp, maybe things would have changed. I don't know.
You never know, right?
Yeah.
Like if you leave today at 2:08 and, you walk out of the building, you could be, hit by sniper fire, or you could leave at 2:14 and that would already have been happened. So
that was dark,
very dark. But it's kind of
I thought it was going to be
thing about what
the sniper fire,
closing doors.
I did too. I'm like, maybe there'll be like a Waymo that just broke. But Dibs went, no, there's a man on a building who shoots you.
You never know. Your whole thing is it sliding doors or
sliding doors? Yes,
sliding doors.
Yeah, good pull.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an old Gwyneth Paltrow movie where your entire life changes as to whether or not you catch the subway. Like you're running for the subway and the doors are sliding. And the movie goes in 2 different directions because one time he catches the subway and then the next time he doesn't, and his life goes in a complete...
Sounds like a Tarantino film to me, man. Check it out.
Is it like he misses the train, and then the first half of the movie is he misses the train, and then it starts over with him making the train, or is it interspersed
it goes back and forth? It goes back and forth, and they kind of play with hairstyles and stuff so that you know which life that you're watching. But the basic idea, when he catches the subway, he makes it home in time to catch his wife cheating. And so life goes one way. The next time he misses the subway, by the time he gets home, her other guy is already gone. So he stays with the family.
What's the name of this?
Sliding Doors.
All right.
Yeah. Makes you think go catch the elevator.
My first
you don't
thought
know what's
would be
going to happen.
My first thought would be, so he finds out 3 days after that.
Maybe.
You could have saved yourself.
I don't know. We're dudes. Stuff gets past us.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ryan Baldinger was on with the morning show, and he says it's all coming down to McCaffrey. He would give him a heavy workload early and then work in Robinson. Your thoughts?
What if I threw this at you? If I said to you, do you want Christian McCaffrey to get over or under 300 touches this year? How would you answer that?
I'm going to keep it real. I want over 300.
You want over?
Right.
Dibs, what would you say?
Probably under.
What do you want? You want under.
I want under because, if you go under, that tells me that you've got Robinson working and you've got leads where you don't need him.
Or he missed games.
But I also would love to go under, and that way he is maybe fresher and readier for the playoffs.
What would you say, Steiny?
I think I would say...
What should a Niner fan want?
I think they should want under. Because I feel like he's if they're in a lot of close games, then he's going to use McCaffrey as much as he can. But I do think that even though he's never done this in the past, I think he will use some wiggle room and give him some breaks here and there if they're up a few scores. Like, he's got to do that, right?
I'm with Goo. I think that the first thing that goes in my mind is if he goes over 300 touches, that means
he's healthy.
He was healthy.
Oh, man.
He played. And 300 for Christian is not a crazy number. When you combine catches and carries, I mean, gosh, back in Carolina days, he went almost 300 carries one time. Just carries. Forget catches. So he can do and has done, north of 350 before. So to me, if he can do 240 carries and 60 catches or 250 and 50 or whatever, something along those lines, just to me, that means he's healthy.
I'll say this to that. I do wonder if the B-Rob acquisition is more because they want to spell him a bit or just, no, we had a chance to get a dude, we're bringing him here and we're better. But there's I can't wait to see if Kyle has, a run count, Dibs, or a pitch count, or is he going to blow past it and use him and try to get to that 300 number? He will use him and blow past it. I don't think that, and Kyle's addressed this, he does not look at it in terms of, numbers and stuff. I'm not trying to look at his carries and stuff and his touches, and I'm just out there trying to, win the game and stuff, and it's going to do what we can in that moment and stuff, and, if Christian's, giving us the best chance and stuff, we're going to go ahead and use him, and we're going to give him the ball and stuff, and that's just the way we're going to do it.
You are listening to Kyle Shanahan's press conference right here on 95.7 The Game.
And we like Brian Robinson and stuff, and we're happy to have him in, and we think we have maybe the best 1-2 combo in the league and stuff. And I think about last year and stuff, and we had Jordan Mason, and he was really good and stuff. And I think that having Jordan was great and stuff. And we didn't anticipate Christian being out and stuff, but if we had him, and it would be a good 1-2 punch and stuff. And Isaac Garendo last year, same thing and stuff. And so I look at this year, and if we have to run it 400 times, is Christian going to run it 400 times? Of course not. But is he going to use it? We're going to use him a lot and stuff? Of course. Yeah. That's what we do.
Possibly.
I just need some more.
17.6 touches per game gets you 300.
That's not that many.
Then he'll blow.
If you're playing 17 games.
Yeah, that's not that many.
No, at all.
Yeah, so
25 minimum weekly for me with the combo of that, and that's light to me.
15 carries and 3 catches. Yeah. That's not that many. Yep. So I pull for the over. I understand everybody's concern, but I think it's just based from out of fandom. Sure, he's had injuries. He's a little bit older than some of the other backs around the league, but I actually don't know why we would look at, for example, Christian McCaffrey, is he more of an injury risk this year than Saquon Barkley? I don't think he is.
Well, he's a little bit older and stuff.
Yeah, and he's had more. His Carfax is longer.
Saquon has torn ACLs, and Saquon's coming off of a way
I get it, but to Baldy's point,
workload.
It was like Father Time comes and snatches running backs, and they feel good, and they don't need, and he could be wrong, but the way he said it, I'm like, man, does it happen like that, I mean, you kind of don't even see it, Will.
Is Christian 29?
29, I want to say.
Yeah, he just turned 29. And Saquon is going to be 29 in 5 months.
And let's be real, nobody was taking a flyer on Saquon.
They're pretty that's pretty close in age. Both have an injury history, and both have a history of when they come off of a huge workload, something bad happens.
Who do you think has more touches in the National Football League?
Between Saquon and Christian?
Yes. Giants.
I would say Saquon Barkley.
I'm saying McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, Barkley, Mark, break the tie.
Mark looking.
No.
McCaffrey, 8 years. Did I catch him? Barkley, 7 years.
I'm going but McCaffrey missed so much.
It's close. I'm gonna go Barkley.
And the answer is McCaffrey.
Let's go.
1871 to 1867.
Oh, wow.
So you were right with it's close.
Just wait till next Monday. Let's try this again.
But the Bucks are in.
That's fascinating.
Fascinating.
It's that close?
Yeah, it's that close.
Woo.
And, you mentioned the ACL, and that was a year where Barkley played 2 games.
Yep.
And McCaffrey played 3 one season, 7 one season, and he played 4 last season. So he has 1 extra season, but he's got 3 years where it was like piecemealed. And last year, Barkley led the league with 378.
But before then, Dibs, how many what's his lowest amount he's ever played in a season?
Barkley, 352 touches, 269. He got hurt. 203, 352. 288 and then 378.
I wonder what a doctor would say. I wonder what Doc Pandy would say, and it's just an opinion.
Right.
But in terms of who would you bet on more physically? Someone coming off of whatever Christian dealt with last year,
PCL
and PRP and all that stuff that he did, right? Versus somebody who's coming off of almost 400 touches. I wonder.
Huh?
And Doc Pandy, if you're listening, text us.
If I had a bet, I think I might bet on McCaffrey to have more touches.
Than
Barkley.
Saquon?
I do think there is something to that. Where
has to be,
the
right?
season after the big season.
But Barkley and go ahead, Steiny, have done that back to back before getting hurt.
Well, McCaffrey got hurt last year after a monster touch year, I believe.
2 years, 23 and 24.
There you go.
Just looking at most touches ever in a season, Christian McCaffrey 403 in 2019, and the next year 76. He played 3 games.
Yep.
He got hurt.
So that's paying the piper.
Saquon, just in terms of carries, okay, just hand the ball out of the backfield. Last year was 50 more carries than he's ever had before in his career.
He didn't slow down. He got stronger at the end.
No. He was great. But he also.
I hear you.
He played all the way till February.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not rooting for either to get hurt, and I don't think it's a rule that both of them have to get hurt. Yeah. But
I got you.
The concern has to be pretty similar, at least I would think.
No doubt about it.
It's a lot of touches, and that's 2 extra months of the season and all of that.
Yeah, just looking at the biggest touches of all time, and I looked at Larry Johnson, not the Nick.
The Chief.
Yeah. He had 457 touches, including 416 carries. He went 416 for 1789, 17 touchdowns. That's the second most touches ever in the National Football League. The next year, he played 8 games.
Wow. Who's number 1? It's got to be Campbell, right? Earl?
No, it's a guy named James Wilder.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
1984,
in the orange, in the creamsicles.
He had
DeBerg might have been his quarterback.
492 touches.
Damn. And then what did he do the next year?
Numbers?
He had 407 carries for only 1,500 yards. So you talk about 3 yards in a cloud of creamsicle.
3.6 a carry. Or
85 catches for 685, and he wound up with 13 touchdowns.
What did he do the next year?
And this is what I wanted.
16 games.
Wow.
And he had
that was a Karl Malone, Stockton, Jordan.
Yeah, he was down to 418 touches the next year.
He's down. Okay.
Yeah, they really kind of scaled him back. But
damn,
407 carries, and that was 1984 Tampa, and they were 6-10. Nice bounce back year.
Strong
for John McKay's boys.
That is the year after they were winless?
No, they were winless before that. Yeah, I think they were winless as an expansion team. Didn't they go like 21 straight?
They very well may have.
You're so checked out.
The lovely Christie's dad feels that he was one of the first ever fantasy football players. He's been playing since 1968. I got to text him and see if he ever had Wilder on his teams. Back in
does he
what
go
year?
back that far?
Oh,
I love the young people.
It sure does.
Well, you did it by hand?
By hand. And you would find out if you won like on Tuesday or Wednesday whenever the commissioner got done going through the newspaper with a pen. And then, I don't know, then they would send a telegram to you and let you know if you won or whatever the hell happened.
Pony Express.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe you did something really crazy.
This is incredible, man.
You might call a friend. So, kids, This is what used to, anyway. Yeah, you would call them, and then they would answer.
He said by Tuesday.
You'd be like, you won. 78-76.
Yeah, you had to trust that. Yeah, the trust was there.
We're not doing PPR, okay?
Just real quick, Steiny, before you leave, and this is for Grandy as much as anything. Like, if I say long distance bill in your phone bill, did you ever see that, Grandy?
I don't know if I ever saw it, but I've heard it before.
You're aware that that was a thing?
Yeah.
For example, if I was to call, like I lived in the 415 and I moved from Petaluma, and I would call my old friend Jeff Ferreira in Petaluma, and it would be about 8 cents a minute.
Yeah, long distance.
Long distance.
And if you did that and your parents didn't know you were doing that,
I done had the bell to me a few times.
My mom would fly out of the bedroom with that phone bill in her hand.
Shout out Hurricane Gale.
Who called Nevada?
That's why I got nervous when he brought it up, man. Like, who we been talking to? Long distance.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you have that, Steiny, back in Podunk, Pennsylvania?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Did you guys ever dial popcorn to get the time?
The time is... No, that's movie phone.
Yeah, movie phone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, popcorn,
so
for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Great job on the crossover today, Steiny.
Appreciate it.
Those were big opinions.
Just real quick before you go.
Yeah.
I need to make sure that this gets out. You don't get to call anybody a Fairweather fan because you're not a fan. You're a fan of nothing.
Who'd you call a Fairweather fan?
Guru.
Of what?
Of the Cowboys.
Everything.
Oh,
yeah.
the Cowboys.
Because I did like you with the Giants, with the trade. Now I'm back. I'm going to watch.
And you called me a Fairweather fan?
Oh, Will. I think it was 11-4. Hey, but Will.
You kind of gave up on it.
That's a wildly incorrect statement.
You kind of gave up on it.
No, that's not being a Fairweather fan.
Not kind of. Say it
we
with
can
your
discuss
chest
it on the
out.
others.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
You took shots.
Right.
Yeah,
And
there we go.
Where did you take those shots?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Right here, Dibs.
He needs it.
Right here. I got you. I got your shots right here.
I took shots on 95, 70.
You forgot your thing. You forgot your thing, man.
The game, Grandy.
Right. We'll see you tomorrow, Steiny.
Willard's bugging me.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God. Let's go.
Are we here?
We're here. We're here. We did it.
Oh, my God. We're here.
We did it.
You sound like Dora the Explorer.
We did it.
We did it.
Oh, baby.
We did it.
Oh, baby, we did it.
We're here.
I'm so excited. It's football season. There's a game in 48 hours.
Wow.
There's a fantasy draft in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Ish, whatever, give or take, depending on if you're talking first round or last round. There's a summit in 50 hours, a little bit less than 50 hours. We'll start the summit.
Yep.
And it's game week. The 49ers have a division matchup against the Seattle Seahawks on Sunday. Happy Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa to everybody. This is it. This is it. We did it. We made it. And I'm fascinated, and we'd love to hear from as many of you as possible. By the way, fun guest list today. Stink. Mark Schlereth is on in 45 minutes. Exactly 2 hours from now, Cheryl Bosa is going. Yeah. You might do a better Cheryl than you do a Kyle Shanahan.
No. Come on.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Anyone but Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Sorry, I need to sharpen that up.
No, the Harbaugh was amazing. That was
not
amazing.
Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
So good. And now her sons no longer play for Harbaugh. One of them plays for McDermott. One of them plays for Shanahan. Let's ride. Plus, of the most importance, she needs to give us the menu this week. She needs to give us the menu. If Nick is eating some sort of a 7-egg omelet, I'm going to make that thing. I'm going to film it. We're going to take everybody through how to make it. We're going to make it, and then I'm going to eat it. And that's what we're going to do, because the last time we did that, the Niners went to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So I told Cheryl, I'm like, this is not just like, oh, would you do us a solid and come on the show? Look, you did this 2 years ago and it worked, and then you didn't last year and it didn't work, so we're doing it. And she's like, let's roll. So that's happening at 4:15. I don't know that I've ever seen in August where the opinions are this varied in terms of the Niners are a Super Bowl contender / favorite, all the way over to, oh, the Niners are kind of in some sort of a reboot transition deal. And, like, whatever. This is not supposed to be the year for the 49ers. I've heard those, both opinions, and everything in between. And I've actually grown to a spot, Dibs, where I'm excited by that. I don't know what we're going to see on Sunday, but that's kind of exciting to me because I do liken this to 2019, the year that made Robert Saleh, the year that made Nick Bosa. And the Niners had what they have, 2 road games to start the year. And a lot of people predicting a finish somewhere around 500. And they came out and went whop, whop, and nailed the Bucs and the Bengals in back-to-back weeks en route to an 8-game win streak to open the season and a trip to the Super Bowl that they then lost, yes. But I'm not like saying this is that, but I am saying this could be that or anywhere in between. And so that's kind of fun for me. That's fun. There's a real excitement and anticipation into who they're going to be this year.
No doubt. And I think 2019 is a great comp when you look at where that team was and where this team is, which is a little bit of kind of a mixed bag of expectations. And I think about 2019 and the over-under for that season, the win total set by Vegas was 8. And if you wanted to bet the over, it was minus 120, so slightly juiced to where if you wanted to bet over 8, you would have to pay a little bit in the juice category. And then I thought about it, and they went 8-0. They opened up 8-0.
8-0.
So if you're betting the over on 8 and they open up 8-0, I like your chances. And they went 13-3, and they went all the way. And the other thing that I've done, and I can get into this a little bit deeper as we do maybe a deep dive on 2019 versus this year, but the quarterbacks they faced, and we talked about it in the green room when they came out of the chute and the QBs they faced. But the one thing that I noticed about no matter who they faced, and they weren't a who's who of great quarterbacks, but I'm looking at the sack totals, and in order, the first 8 weeks, 3-4-2, 4-4, 3-7-3. That defense got after the quarterback.
They were nasty.
And those quarterbacks weren't very good, and as a result, you got turnovers, you got pick sixes, and Jimmy Garoppolo in a running game that was cemented by guys who are barely still in the league.
Classic Shanahan running back.
Exactly.
Yep.
Give me the ball. Let's take it from them, and let's run it with Mostert, Coleman, and Breida.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and start 8-0, and then we can kind of go from there.
And then just cruise through the playoffs. NFC Championship game, one of the most boring games I've ever seen. We don't even need to throw the ball. We just hand it to Raheem Mostert, and we're going to the Super Bowl, and that game was over early.
Yep.
That's right. That's how good they were. So I'm not projecting that kind of dominance this year at all. I'm really not. But I do wonder how y'all would answer this question. Which statement sounds closer to reality or closer to how you feel right now, each of you as fans? Week 1 is here. The Niners are relatively healthy. Jawan is back practicing. Still hasn't spoken yet. We'll get more information as the week unfolds. But Jennings trending toward playing alongside Ricky Pearsall for Week 1 in Seattle. 888-957-9570. We will take your phone calls right now. Which statement sounds closer to how you feel? Statement 1, the Niners are a Super Bowl contender. Statement 2, the Niners are rebooting. Which one sounds closer to how you feel right now? They don't need to be a perfect snapshot of how you feel, but which one sounds closer to how you feel right now?
Yeah, it's Super Bowl contender.
You think so?
Yes, absolutely. And I look at their quarterbacks they're going to face coming out of the chute. You've got Darnold, Rattler, Kyler Murray, fine. You've had problems with him. Trevor Lawrence, he might be in line for a reboot. Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Penix Jr., and Stroud. And are you going to go 8-0? Of course not. Maybe not. Of course not.
Maybe.
You're allowed to. You're also allowed to go 0-8, which 0-8 might put Shanahan on the hot seat. I don't think that he even has a seat currently. But if I think about which of those two, yes, they're much closer to being a Super Bowl contender. And for me, Super Bowl contender means you make the playoffs, and you make the playoffs with a team that is, not fluky. Like if you win the NFC South and you go 8-9 or 9-8, are you a Super Bowl contender? I mean, no.
You got to at least win 10 games. At least.
Sure.
At least, don't you think?
I do think that. I also think about this in terms of Steiny and Guru, and they're talking about, well, if they miss the playoffs, ... Well, if they go 11-6 and miss the playoffs, it's different than if they go 5-12 and miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
So everything for me, Shanahan, like Purdy, everything else, it's all so contextual.
It's pretty interesting that you just did the first half of the season with those quarterbacks. I'd argue that the second half gets even juicier. Even juicier.
Weaker?
Yes. Think about it. You stopped at week 8 with C.J. Stroud. When you go to week 9, the answer is, I don't know. It's either Russell Wilson or Jackson Dart, most likely. And yes, both halves have a Stafford and a Murray in there, as does the second half. But then look what happens down the stretch. If you are in need of victories, you will face Bryce Young, followed by whoever the hell Cleveland decides is a quarterback that week, followed by bye week, followed by rookie Cam Ward, followed by Daniel Jones, followed by Caleb Williams, and then followed by Seattle here and most likely Sam Darnold. I'd argue that second half looks even more inviting than the first.
Yep, definitely. And, just looking at the 2019 defense and what they did to, it was Jameis Winston, Andy Dalton, Mason Rudolph, Baker Mayfield, who went 8 for 22 against that solid defense. Jared Goff threw for 78 yards, and the next week, Case Keenum in Washington. I know it was a monsoon. The Niners won 9-0 in that game. Keenum threw for 77 yards. Then Kyle Allen, then Kyler Murray. That was your first 8 quarterbacks, and you beat all 8.
Yep. So 888-957-9570 is the number. What sounds closer to how you feel? The Niners are a Super Bowl contender, or the Niners are rebooting? Let's go to Jose in Vallejo. Thanks for leading us off, Jose. What's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? How's it going?
What's up?
Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I think the Niners are totally more towards Super Bowl contenders because of the players they have and the coach they have. They're not just regular players. They're the players with experience, veterans that are hungry, so they have a rapport. The new acquisition of Robert Saleh as a DC, we here in the Bay know what he's about. That's something that's going to help us. And, I just think that they're closer towards Super Bowl contenders. Obviously, the question was, what are they closer to? I don't think that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but I definitely do not think that they're in reboot stage at all. I think they're far from that, maybe 2 to 3 years if we don't end up winning anything at all, where we would be closer in that time frame towards rebooting than we would Super Bowl contenders. That's my take, guys.
Yeah, Jose, thanks. I think the whole idea of could they actually win the whole thing is maybe a conversation that happens later in the year. My mind, I was telling you this earlier, my mind doesn't go to the end of the year yet. Maybe 12-5. I want to see who they are. All these teams are about to embark on a huge journey. It's going to be filled with ups and downs and injuries and problems and highs and lows and all of that. So are they actually a contender to win the whole thing? To me, that's a question for later. But out of the gate, we will get a sense of just are you a good football team, or are you not ready for this action?
Right. Are your young people ready to step up and be pro football players? And I know the depth chart came out today, so we can poke through that and see where young people are going to actually have to step up and do big things. And there are a number of them, but between now and January is a lifetime of football to be played.
Mark Schlereth in a half hour. What do y'all think? 888-957-9570 of the Niners closer to being a Super Bowl contender, or do you like the idea of, no, they're rebooting? And we'll get you the latest on Jawan Jennings. Also coming up tonight at 7, the Valkyries, red hot are taking on a tough one. New York Liberty. You can hear the game right here, 95.7 The Game, and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus pregame at 6:30. We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. This is Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Keeping your family safe starts with making an emergency plan. Visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com to get started today. And join PG&E at the Marin Fairgrounds for the 4th annual Ember Stomp Wildfire Preparedness event on September 6th. For more details, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Roster gymnastics.
Yep.
As we speak.
I love it.
Want to hear it?
First, let me share a 20-second story from my weekend in Monterey with my wife and daughter.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you guys were going there.
So we're at the beach, and the waves are coming, and, the wave, oh, Daddy, a wave.
Yeah, was she yacked in?
She was totally yacked in. Oh. And then I would say, oh, here comes another one. And so I kept doing the DJ Khaled, which made me think of you. And another one.
Another one.
And it made me think of you, which disturbed me. Yeah. But it also made me smile because I would tell her, here comes another one. And then I'd say it in my own head, another one. So anyway.
We the best waves.
Yeah.
Anyway.
She was into it. Only 85 down there, which, well, it was like $1.05 up here.
Dude, yeah.
Dude, so hot. We had no idea.
Oh, my
85
God.
in Monterey, and you're there, and you're like, oh, my God, this is beyond perfect. And you're thinking,
it was so hot.
Must be like $1.10 in Livermore.
It was so hot. And whatever they told you it was going to be, it was hotter than that.
Always.
And then the second day, they're like, it's going to cool down a little bit. And then it didn't.
Nope.
And then the third day, it cooled down just a little bit. But I'm like, but it's still hot.
So hot.
Yeah, it was great, though.
That was my
beautiful weekend.
My Willard and Dibs moment where
I love
another one. It just,
the Niners have been playing that game at wide receiver all month long.
Look at you.
Another one.
You're elite.
And so here we go. We got some roster gymnastics, and with a hat tip to David Lombardi, I think I know what the Niners are doing here. Because a lot of people, as soon as they saw this, the Niners are releasing Russell Gage. And the Niners have sort of been indicating that he was going to be one of the receivers this weekend. Now, Juwan's back, so the thought was going to be you got Pearsall, you have Juwan, you have Sky Moore, you'll have Russell Gage, and they'll pull Marquez Valdez-Scantling up from the practice squad. But now Russell Gage has been released with the idea that they're hoping to sign him back to the practice squad. And you might think to yourself, why the hell are you doing that? Because when you release him, it exposes him to all of the other teams out there. Well, the Niners believe, I think, and this is a guess, but again, hat tip to David Lombardi, who sort of threw the idea out there. You elevate Valdez-Scantling from the practice squad now, get him on the active roster, and then release Gage with the idea we think we can sneak him through waivers. Get him on the practice squad, then elevate him for Sunday, as opposed to the other way around, because as many of you football fans know, if you're on a practice squad, you can essentially get poached by other teams if they want to give you an active roster spot. Well, we know that Aaron Rodgers wanted his old buddy Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He wanted him on the Steelers. And the fact that the Niners have Valdez-Scantling on the practice squad exposes him to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So again, this is just a thought. But maybe the idea is they don't want to lose Valdez-Scantling to Pittsburgh,
So get him on the active roster, which, by the way, that hasn't even been made public yet. But that might be the corresponding move.
Right.
Gage gets released. Make that through waivers. Gage to the practice squad, and then pull them both up for Sunday in Seattle. And there you go, your patchwork receiver crew that's needed for 3 weeks. There's one. And then stay healthy, boys.
Right.
Stay healthy while you're running around out there.
And I wonder if Jawan Jennings will actually be ready to go and up and at him for Sunday, because we're now just, 5 days away?
Yeah, I would think, just from listening to the way they talked about it right after the preseason ended, when Kyle was like, yeah, he should be ready to go for week 1. And I know he didn't practice for a full week after that, but we've seen it before. We've seen guys show up this week and then play. And at least Jawan showed up at the beginning of the week as opposed to, Thursday, which I think is what Nick Bosa did a couple of years ago.
Right.
And then played in Pittsburgh.
We can ask Cheryl later today.
Exactly.
Nick Bosa's mom, Cheryl Bosa, and how that all went now that we're a couple of years removed. But even if Jawan Jennings does play, I would be surprised if he got a full rack of 65 or 70 offensive plays, right?
Right.
And that's why, if it's Gage and Sky Moore and MVS and it's, Ricky Pearsall, you're going to have enough bodies to where you can kind of mix and match on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how this all plays out, but this is how it's going to be. There's going to be a lot of Band-Aids getting stuck on people's shoulders until DeMarcus Robinson comes back or until Jawan is fully up to speed. Remember, Jordan Watkins is out there as well. The rookie is running on the side, but probably won't be ready this week. But I think it's a viable option for next week in New Orleans. So you're going to factor him into the mix as well. And then at some point, Jacob Cowing becomes eligible. And then at some point, Brandon Ayuk becomes eligible. And then who knows? Maybe like around week 10, we'll actually know who the Niners receiving core is for the second half of the year.
Yeah. And I mean, that's where you get down in the trenches of the postseason run. And if you and I both are in agreement, and I think that you're with me, like the Niners are much more of a Super Bowl contender than they are a retool or a rebuild.
I do agree with you.
And
yes.
then, you mentioned the quarterbacks down the stretch, and I just was looking at it, and it's, you got B. Young, you got Ward, you got Danny Dimes, you've got Flacco or question mark. You've got Williams. I mean, you've got a lot of quarterbacks who are not that well established in the back half. And so if your defense is getting better because you've got young people and a new coordinator, quote unquote new, and you've got a receiver room that's getting solved as you get into week 11, week 12, I do think that this team can really hum in the second half.
Stink is joining us in 20 minutes. He goes by the name Mark Schlereth, and we're going to have him every other week throughout the football season, so we're excited about that. We're throwing out to you, though, which sentence hits you better, like sounds more like where the Niners are at right now? Super Bowl contender or they're in a reboot? 888-957-9570. How about Guru in San Jose? What up, Guru?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for making the call.
All right. Yeah, I mean, going through the Niners roster and looking at it, I think that they're going to be dependent on a lot of first and second year players this year. If you're just looking at the defensive side of the ball, I think the players who are the established veterans on that team are going to be Warner, Bosa, and Demo, right? DeAndre Lenore.
Yep.
Yeah, and so. My thing is that it feels like every other starter, or at least for the most part, are going to be first and second year players. And especially considering Malik Mustafa is a second year player that's going to be coming off of injury. And I do believe that even though the unofficial depth chart came out today and Jair Brown is the starter at free safety, I think Marquis Siegel does take that job eventually. So just looking at that scenario, how much youth there is, I think there's going to be a lot of inconsistency on that side of the ball. I don't think you're going to be able to see like market improvement over time, just because it's hard to play defense in this league, and you learn a lot of lessons there, right? And then looking at the offense, like the wide receiver core is going to be sort of patchwork until Ayuk gets back. I think we're all in agreement there. And the offensive line still leaves, I think, a little bit to be desired. So I do think they can still make the playoffs, but for me, it's more of a 90th percentile outcome instead of the median outcome. which I think is what you guys are saying with respect to like them being closer to the Super Bowl. But I'm really going to enjoy this year. I think that the Niners did make the right moves in the draft by getting younger and actually playing some of these players. I think it's going to serve them well in future years, and I am really excited about this year along with you guys.
Yeah, Guru.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
really
thanks for making
Thanks,
it, man.
Guru.
Yeah, I think that whole thing makes a lot of sense in the way it's broken down. There's a couple things that I would have said maybe a touch differently, or at least just add this thought. For instance, one thing he said was the Niner receiving core is going to be patchwork until Ayuk gets back. I don't necessarily see that as absolute. We'll see about health, but I would argue there is the opportunity by week 4 that you are Pearsall, Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, and flanked by Jordan Watkins and whatever else. Maybe even Cowing has to be out 4 weeks, but that doesn't feel patchwork to me. I think if you then get Ayuk a number of weeks after that, you could actually, while it doesn't pop at the top, that could be a pretty decent group. So for me, I'm kind of circling week 4 as when the Niners have the first opportunity to have some continuity at receiver. And then as far on the defensive side, relying on young players, that can be such a mixed bag. Yes, you're right. They do need to learn, and there is a curve, and they will maybe not fully be ready at the beginning of the year. I'll also say this, though. Youth on defense is not always a bad thing because, man, you need some 21 and 22-year-old legs out there sometimes, because that's where that passion. Think about Mustafa last year. Like, just, wow, you're 22, you're an athletic freak, and you're nuts. You're absolutely nuts, and that's what you need on defense, those people who have no fear, and they will come in. And, yes, they'll make a mistake or two, but they'll also make a play or two. It kind of feels like, to a degree, that's a little bit, again, who they were in 2019 under Saleh.
You think?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. And I'm looking at the starters on defense, and you had 2 guys who were rookies. They were 22, Nick Bosa and Dre Greenlaw. They were rookies on that team, and they were 22. And you had Fred Warner in year number 2, Emmanuel Mosley, year number 2, DJ Jones, who was awesome, 24 years old, year 3. DeForest Buckner was in year 4. Eric Armstead and Quan Alexander, year 5. Kwaski Tart, the same. Richard Sherman was in year 9. Yep. He was the only starter over 30, but it was a young defense where you had guys who turned out to be very good. And, Fred Warner, Hall of Famer, Nick Bosa on a track if he continues to do it. And
Greenlaw was a 5th-round find.
Correct.
You could say, wait, Bosa was a rookie, but Dibs was the 2nd pick in the draft. But what about Greenlaw? That's 5th round. So, again, there's no rule.
And what about Solomon Thomas, who was also a top pick? It doesn't mean that just because you were number 2 overall that you're going to be great.
No, it doesn't at all. There's no rule against producing right away. There's no rule against it.
Right, especially on defense.
Especially on defense. And we watched some guys do it last year. It took a minute, but Renardo Green was really good for a while on that team last year. You're hoping for Upton Stout to be that guy this year. And obviously the guys on the defensive line in the interior, can Michael Williams and C.J. West, can they do some of these things? I'm not saying it'll be perfect. I'm not saying it'll be right away. But I think having some youthful energy on the defensive side, where everyone has to be half a cup of crazy, the energy of Robert Saleh, think about that now. The difference between a Wilkes and a Nick Sorensen and a Robert Saleh in terms of the energy on the sideline and how that pairs with young players.
Exactly.
I think that works really, really well.
It does, and if you look at the possible depth chart, you've got Michael Williams, Marquise Siegel, and Upton Stout, 3 rookies who very well could be in that starting lineup. It's not totally unlike the 2019 team. And then you look even at D. Winters, his 3rd year. He's going to step in and have to really contribute. And then you've got some veterans. You've got Nick Bosa, who's obviously a vet, and Fred Warner. Those are the 2 OGs now on a defense that's going to be hopefully a little bit like 2019, where you've got 1st year, 2nd year, 3rd year guys. You've got a sprinkling of veterans. Even Diamador Lenore now in his 5th year. Now quietly he's going to be a guy who's a little bit more of a vet.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. How about Gene in Oregon on the Niners? Hey Gene, what's up?
Hey guys, thanks for answering the call. So
I'm surprised no one has ever on your guys' show has ever said that Brock Purdy doesn't have a strong enough arm. He's great. I love him. He can dink and dunk with the best of them, high football IQ, but he can't throw that long ball. By the time he throws that long ball to our quick receivers, the safety is going to be there, and he's going to get picked. Right? Would you agree?
No.
That's the problem? No. Okay.
No, I don't.
I want to hear this.
I don't.
I want to hear this.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you want me to give my whole dissertation on it? Gene, I don't think that's how quarterbacking works. Joe Montana didn't have a very strong arm. So, it's not like I can just debunk your entire point. I just don't happen to think that that's key to moving an offense. Greg Cosell, I want to invite you to listen to his segment with us tomorrow. He does it every Wednesday, and he will tell you that every single player, it doesn't matter the position, is going to have some sort of a weakness. That's what being a human being is all about, right? And then it's the coach's jobs to kind of gather those strengths, gather those weaknesses, and then the player has to know them as well. What are they really good at? And then work around that and build your offense that way. The Niners are not an incredibly vertical offense. I think you're underselling his ability to throw a long ball a little bit. I'll agree with you. He's far from elite or the best in the league, but he can throw the ball downfield when it's there. But it's not the way the Niner offense, that's not the straw that's going to stir the drink. And there are a lot of offenses around the league that succeed without somebody that has that howitzer arm. You know what I mean?
I do know you, but tell me who does not have a strong arm. You got Mahomes, you got Burrow. All the QBs have strong arms. If there's 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter and you're down by a touchdown, you're just not going to get it done. He can't sling it.
Well,
you got some fast receivers. Don't have the arm.
I don't even know if it's about the arm strength.
Thanks, Gene.
When it comes to why they can't come from behind, and just looking at the numbers, and I know sometimes numbers bother people, but in terms of intended air yards per attempt, which means how far did the ball fly past the line of scrimmage based on every throw you've made, he was 10th in the league in intended air yards. And if you want to look and find Patrick Mahomes, you have to go way, way, way down to 34th. So is Mahomes a dink and dunk guy? Well, no, when we watch it, Mahomes is amazing.
Well, but Andy Reid is.
Exactly.
See, that's the point. You're right. Yeah, he's got a howitzer arm, but that's not the way Andy calls a game. They got rid of their deep threat.
And that's the way that Kyle calls a game. Although, if you look at just the numbers last year, he threw more passes further in the air than almost every other quarterback. And if you want to go to completed passes by air yards, he's number 3. So when he does throw it further than most, he completes a lot more.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback. But yeah, sure, he's different. You know what I mean? I love right now, it's a weird year for people to be like, yeah, Joe Burrow, right, the guy who didn't make the playoffs also. So, what does the howitzer arm buy you? It is a characteristic. Would I rather have it than not? Yes. Does it automatically buy you wins or come from behind victories when you need to do this, that, or the other with 3 minutes to go? I'd argue no. Again, if you're giving me, do you want it or do you not? Yes, I want it. Do I need it? No, I don't need it. Do you know what I mean? You want to give me $1 million or $1.3 billion? Sure. Do I need it to get through my week or my month or my year? No, it'd be nice.
Who's the greatest closer in the history of Major League Baseball?
The greatest closer in the history?
If I said it was Mariano Rivera, you may not argue. And Rivera did not throw 103. He threw one pitch. It was one pitch over and over, and go ahead and try to hit me.
Right.
And Greg Maddux is one of the best starting pitchers ever, and he threw 89.
Right, Trevor Hoffman.
Fine, yes.
Yeah. Right, so
you don't have to have a howitzer to be a great quarterback.
I could go around the league, and some of these are yes, and some of them are no. Sure, Allen and Burrow and Mahomes, they've got the howitzer arm. Lamar's is certainly strong enough.
Yep.
It's not a howitzer. Dak Prescott, not a howitzer. Jared Goff, not a howitzer. Jordan Love kind of does have a howitzer. Whatever. Jaden Daniels, somewhere in the middle there. Justin Herbert, really great arm, and a really good quarterback. What's that bought you? Still waiting for his first playoff win. Still waiting.
Yep.
Bought you 4 picks in the playoffs in round 1 last year. That's what it bought you. So that's all I'm saying. Like, it's a characteristic that you'd rather have than not, but I just don't see it as a linchpin.
And I think that as I look at this list of quarterbacks ranked by intended air yards per attempt, a lot of these quarterbacks are on teams where you probably have 3rd and 20 a lot. Anthony Richardson, far and away the most air yards per attempt with Indy. It's because they probably are facing 2nd and 17 and 3rd and 24 where, okay, now we're going to go ahead and throw it as far as we possibly can. Trevor Lawrence, Jameis Winston, Joe Flacco. These are quarterbacks who have, big arms, but they're on teams that need to throw a lot of yards on 2nd and 3rd down, right?
I think Brock Purdy would tell you that this year he would like that stat to go down.
Of course.
He would like his intended air yards to go down. He admitted that he was trying, with injuries at key positions, he was trying to be that guy that so many people have told him he needs to be. Go be the dog. Go put everybody on your shoulders and carry them to the promised land by yourself. This weird chapter 15 of your book ending that you all want out of a movie that's not the way it actually works. Like, dude, just hit the guy who's there. He's there. Just throw it to him and then move the chains. You don't need 38 yards on every play. Give me 8.
Yep.
Give me 6.
Sure.
And then do it again on the next play.
Would you say that Tom Brady has a howitzer?
He had a good arm, but no, I would. It did not rival some of these names that we're throwing out there now.
Right. He was a guy who was able to read the defense and figure out who's open and deliver the ball, and he did it for 20 some odd years. And so the idea of like having a big arm, it only suits you if you have an offense that is going to go ahead and do like 4 verticals, and the Niners don't ever do that.
Actually, very few teams in the NFL do right now.
Anymore, right?
It's funny that you brought up Mahomes. Do Josh Allen next. Josh, if you dive into numbers, it's fascinating to watch how many of the great quarterbacks that we really admire around the league do a lot of stuff right next to the line of scrimmage. Right next. The Bills have given a contract to Khalil Shakir. I don't think he's ever run more than 5 yards before the ball hits him. That's not what they do. The idea is to get the ball into the playmaker's hands and then let them make the play. Get them the ball in space. The idea is not like go long and I'll hit you like we do down at the park. Joe in Concord is next up. Hi, Joe. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, hi. I heard one gentleman earlier saying touting arm strength. Well, I remember, because I kind of go a little back, the Niners had a guy, and I think it was around the time that Bill Walsh came back, because he took a time off or whatever was going on, and he came back, and they asked Bill Walsh, and the Niners had a guy named, I think they might have just drafted him. His name was Jim Drunkenmiller. And he had the big arm, right? Just like what you guys are talking about.
Yep.
And then the guy asked Bill Walsh, what do you think of Jim Drunkenmiller? And his response was, arm strength never impressed me.
Uh-huh. That's exactly right.
And who better to get that observation than Bill Walsh?
I'm with him, Joe. Thank you very much for the call. Do you notice, and I wonder if he finally just changed his name? You notice how everybody still calls him Jim Drunkenmiller?
Right.
You know that first N is not in his name.
It's Druckenmiller.
It's Druckenmiller.
Right.
But wasn't there like an alcohol-related thing at one point? So people started joking that it was Jim Drunkenmiller, and then it stuck.
Yeah.
Or people are just mispronouncing it. I don't know.
Mispronouncing it on purpose, I think. And
Druckenmiller.
Right.
Jim Druckenmiller.
Do you know what his record was as a Niner starter?
Not good.
1-0.
Oh.
What's wrong with you?
Not good.
Perfect. The answer is perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, he was 21 of 52 in his lone start for 239. Winner!
If you say so.
First round pick in 97.
Did he have a thing or did I just make something up? Was there something? Did he get like, oh yeah, he got into a bar brawl.
Doesn't mean he was drunken.
Miller. I mean, if you get into a bar brawl and you're not drunk, you're doing it wrong. I'm pretty sure. I've never been in one. I think you're supposed to be drunk. Because if you're really an idiot if you just do that sober. Like you walk in, like I've been here for 4 minutes, let's fight. Like you should be drunk if you're going to do a bar brawl.
His bar fight record is the same as his NFL quarterback record, 1-0. Mm-hmm.
One witness quoted Drunken Miller as saying to him, quote, "Did you see me kick that guy's butt?" That came up in court. Jim Drunken Miller.
Yep.
All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Stink. Mark Schlereth is going to join us next. We'll do it every other week. Football season's here, all you crazy people. Let's do it. It's Willard and Dibs.
And we got to fight. All right, what you got to fight now?
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Partner with the business that's ready to work for yours. The Home Depot. We supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. Streamline operations and get more done with the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, right.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's that time of year.
Oh, it's the best time of year.
And it's also, a special stink this time.
Whoa.
Because, it's one thing to hear stink, but our YouTube audience this year is going to also get to see stink.
You can see stink?
You can.
Wow.
Yeah, usually, I know that sometimes you think you can just smell it. No, you can hear it and see it as well. So go to our YouTube page, youtube.com/957 The Game, and Mark Schlereth will be there. And he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Hey, Stink, what's going on?
What's happening, fellas? Good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You know what that means if you're talking to us? It means it's football season, Stink.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Goodness.
Which is, right? The long drought is over. It is time to go. I'm excited about it.
We are too. And why don't we just get an initial thought, because we've been spending the last hour talking about how there's a very wide range of opinions on who the 49ers are going to be this year and sort of what their opportunity will be. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they're going to be good. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's got to be healthy, right? And that it just adds so much to their passing game, what you can use with him. He becomes an offensive weapon. So outside the numbers, his motion, his ability to run routes out of the backfield, their route tree or the routes they ran were essentially without Christian McCaffrey, check B. Check slow off the outside gap or the inside gap. So, it's dumping balls off. Now, all of a sudden, he becomes a legitimate part of the passing tree in that offense. So now, all of a sudden, you can make decisions. Hey, man, let's go two back, but let's really use Christian as a wide receiver. Hey, let's go one back where he is the back. Let's go, two back heavy personnel, two back, just two, tailbacks. It gives you so many options as a play caller and so many things as a defense that you have to think about. So that's going to be big. And obviously, the wide receiver position, I really think that toward the end of last season, when I watched the 49ers and I did one of their last games against Arizona, and they were so beat up, it was that. But watching their film going into that game, Ricky Pearsall, I thought, had made such unbelievable strides toward the end of the season. Like, that kid feels to me like he's ready to break out. I haven't watched them in the preseason, so I haven't seen any of that. But last year, I thought he made strides. Juwan Jennings, if he can stay in the games without getting kicked out, Juwan Jennings is one of the great football players in the National Football League. That dude just kicks people's ass. I mean, I love watching him play, and he sets the tone from the offensive possession standpoint. In the run game, he mixes it up with people. He has zero fear, and I think he's a really good player. And then last year, when he finally had to get pressed into duty playing X, he proved that he can actually play wide receiver in this league. He's just not a guy that's going to mix it up and fight people. So I love that aspect. Getting your left tackle back, who, to me, I have just got a man crush on Trent Williams. Watching him play is like, that is like, close the study door and put a tie on the doorknob and tell my wife not to come in when I'm watching Trent Williams film. It is like, that is like, do not come in here. It's ridiculous how good that guy is. And then I just thought they had some young players on the defensive side of the ball who stepped up and really played well. And I'm looking forward to watching them play. I think they're going to be right in the end of this thing, fighting with the Rams for a division crown.
And how much of your defensive optimism is really hinged on Robert Saleh coming back? Because Mark and I were talking about the 2019 team. A lot of young guys. Saleh was there. Is he the perfect fit for a young defense?
A perfect fit in several different facets. One, he's incredibly energetic, and he gets his guys to play exceptionally hard. And one of the reasons they can play exceptionally hard is because he's really simple. We're just going to out-execute you. And that is something that I absolutely love. Let's keep it simple, and let's just go out there and play our butts off. And that's part of his mantra. That's part of the way they operate in San Francisco under Saleh, and I'm excited for them to have him back. Obviously, the last couple of years after DeMeco Ryans, his disciple, left to go coach Houston, it's been Steve Wilkes didn't work out. Sorensen didn't work out. Just didn't necessarily mesh with the head coach. I know their philosophies mesh between what Kyle wants to do, the aggressiveness that he wants to use on the offensive side of the ball, and the way Robert Saleh plays, or has his guys play. So I think it's a really good match.
Mark Schlereth is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Stink, those were some big comments you just made about Juwan Jennings. What is your read on what has been pitched to us as a calf injury? But let's be real, it was some sort of a contract holdout as well. Nothing really happened, though. No news yet he returned to practice this week. So what's your read on the way that went down and his potential readiness for this weekend?
Yeah, I think I think that guy, he'll be ready to play. Let me just say, there's very few receivers that I've ever watched in the NFL. There's a few that come to mind: Hines Ward, Steve Smith Sr. Beyond that, I can't really recall. I'm probably missing one in there. Maybe Keenan Allen, that set the toughness tone for their offense, for their football team. He sets a tone. He's nasty. And yeah, he won a new contract. I know that. I know, they talked about that. I don't know what extent they talked about it. He obviously doesn't have much leverage at this particular point in time. And I don't know if some incentive-laden deal will be had like they did here in Denver last year with Cortland Sutton. Give him some incentives, let him make some more money. That's great. But he is a true competitor. And I'm telling you, I just like getting involved in the run game, doing all the things that he does. I am a huge, I couldn't be any bigger fan, especially in a day and age where guys don't want to do that. They have got an overinflated opinion of what they do and the importance they have to the game of football. This is wide receivers I'm talking about. Guys who won't run the for the love of the game routes when they're not a primary. Guys that don't want to sell out and get involved in the blocking game. There's a lot of these guys out there, and if I was a coach, and probably why I'm not a coach, I'd make those guys line up at guard one-on-ones, and I'd beat their ass. I take defensive linemen and beat their ass. So you have to see what other guys have to do for you to sniff a football. It's the most dependent position in football, wide receiver. And so for me, watching guys do it the right way, like Jawan Jennings those guys deserve to be rewarded. And those guys add value to your team that the general population, the general fan just don't see.
Does Ricky Pearsall have some of those same characteristics when you watch him on film?
Yeah, last year, it was a short, like I broke down 3 games before I called the game, and watching Ricky Pearsall do what he did, man, I just was so impressed with his ability, man. He is in and out of breaks, and I mean, I just thought that Ricky was great. And of course, if you play for San Francisco, you play for Kyle Shanahan, much like if you played for Mike Shanahan. If you're not going to get involved in that, then you're just not going to play. If you're not willing to do those things, you're just not going to have opportunity. So yeah, Ricky's got that about him. He's got that ability. Hell, he got shot and he came back and played. So he's got some toughness to him, right?
Stink, I'm so glad and love talking anything Shanahan related with you because of your personal knowledge of it. I want to run these by you because as we start another season, this is not the whole fan base by any stretch, maybe not even most of it, but there are a lot of questions about Kyle, and there is some negativity. I want to throw with you, we compiled the top 5 things that are negative that we hear people say about Kyle Shanahan, and I want you to tell me if there's any merit to any of these things. Here are the 5 that we've kind of put together. Number 1 is play calling is too conservative. Number 2, he shrinks in big moments. Number 3, he's not a leader of men, just a play caller. Number 4, never takes accountability. And number 5, he thinks he can win with anyone / arrogance. Is there merit in any of that?
I think as you look back, the Super Bowl loss against Kansas City, the second one, I just would never want to give Patrick Mahomes the ball last in any circumstance. Now, that is not shrinking in a big moment. That's making a bad decision. So, thinking you can win with anyone, that one would be a fair criticism in that I think I can coach guys. I think I can coach guys and get the best out of guys and have a chance to win. But, I'll be completely forthright, and I did games when Nick Mullins was starting for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. Kyle knows the limitations of Nick Mullins. Nick Mullins is a really good, he's the type of guy that, my words, not Kyle's, he's the type of guy that coaches say, he's going to make a great coach someday. That's like saying, well, he can't really play, but he really knows what he's doing. That's like saying, hey, man, the guy's a crafty lefty. Means he can't throw hard, right? But, he'll figure a way to get you out. So, he knows. I mean, it's not arrogance. I think it's one of those things trying to instill the most confidence you can in the players that play for you and give him what he's had. And the last, when he has mass injuries, that would be my biggest concern is what are we doing as an organization that is allowing our players to get hurt at the rate that they're getting hurt? That would be and that would be, you call it a criticism, whatever, science project you want to do on that. I'm sure you've got some nerd in your building that does that, right? That crunches numbers and does science projects for you, right? Put one of those diagrams together.
I'm sitting right here, Stink. You're talking right to me.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's somebody that'll crunch those numbers. But you look at the injury issues that the Denver Broncos had pre-Sean Payton and post-Sean Payton. And they were, I think, the healthiest team in the league last year. And before Sean got here, they had a lot of injury issues. So like that would be something I would dig into. But I think most of those complaints are, are fans that are passionate fans that want to win. And I understand that. You got to have something to complain about. We say it all the time in this business from a national perspective is Kyle's one of the best, not a play caller, he's a caller of offense. And the wide open looks he gets his guys, when you look at, what an explosive play adds to your team. Every explosive play is worth almost 3 points, if you do all the analytics stuff on that. And the amount of wide open explosives that he designs based upon the way he calls an offense is, I would say, as good, if not better than anybody. And, we always say if they got rid of Kyle Shanahan, it'd take about 30 seconds for him to have a new job in the National Football League. So, I'm a firm believer in what he's doing and Kyle as a coach.
Is he a good leader of men?
Well, I mean, I haven't been in those meeting rooms, but if he's anything like his father, I will say this. I have through Mike. I mean, I studied the game with Mike, and I'm over at his house looking at stuff, and I've seen Kyle run a meeting, and Kyle is awesome in meetings. Awesome. Presenting, talking to the coaching the coaches in front of the players, coaching up the players. He's dead level awesome in those meetings. And so I'm not sure what being a leader of men means. I guess I know what the media wants, but I would say that all those years in New England that Bill Belichick was a curmudgeon, a lot of people would say, he wasn't very good or wasn't, dynamic or wasn't this or wasn't a leader of men, whatever it is. I think a lot of that stuff is just an excuse you make up when you're pissed. So it doesn't really mean anything to me.
And what does it mean for you as a former player in the locker room when you talk about a leader of men? It's not necessarily only the rah-rah stuff like Dan Campbell, we're going to go out and bite a kneecap. But when you're a pro and you're a veteran, what are you looking for in terms of that level of leadership from your head coach?
I want a guy that puts us in a position to win. Like I want a guy that says, hey man, if this time we're meeting and this is what our structure is, we're going to adhere to it, right? I want to ultimately, what makes you a great leader of men is winning games. And if you put me in a position to have success, that's what I want as a player. I want to get better. I want to be in a position to win. And let me tell you, there are plenty of coaches in this league that don't put their players in those positions. I always say it, guys all the time, coaches all the time, put a player in a position to lose. Don't be surprised when he loses because you're the dumbass that put him there. I want to be put in a position to have success and to win. And I would argue that Kyle does that as well as any coach in football.
Mark Schlereth, Stink, is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. We do it every other week throughout the football season. And maybe the best feeling that we've had in many months, Mark, we actually have a game right now that we can ask you about. What kind of a challenge do you believe the Seahawks will present this Sunday?
Yeah, I actually watched some Seahawk film, preseason film, because I was doing something for somebody. And man, they got their run game was pretty impressive in the preseason coming off the ball. They got a couple of running backs that can really play. I like the Charbonneau kid coming off the bench, so they got a great 1-2 punch there. I thought, at the line of scrimmage, I thought they were winning the line of scrimmage, which was big time. They got a couple of fullbacks that will just flat out shorten your neck, a couple of 270-pound dudes. They got a kid from Alabama. I don't even know if he made the team, but the film I watched, he was making the team. He became my favorite player right off the bat. And he was just crushing people. And so I was like, that dude, winner. And defensively. So I like what they're doing. I think they're going to be a much better football team. We'll see exactly what Sam Darnold is in his first year in Seattle. But I think they're a pretty damn good team. And I know one thing, based on the offense they have and Kubiak, who's running that offense, they're going to be a much more physical football team than they were a year ago.
No doubt. And you look at this division, and you've got a great running back down in Arizona, a great running back and a running game in Los Angeles. How do you see the West in totality shaping up, Stink?
I think it's tight, man. I mean, it depends on if Stafford's back is good. I think it's going to be a neck-and-neck race between the Niners and L.A. with, the Seahawks coming in third there. But I think the Seahawks are going to be relevant all the way down to the end for a wild card berth. And then as much as I love my guy Jonathan Gannon down in Arizona, they are the Cardinals. So they'll be bringing up the rear.
Stink, I'd love to get an idea from you on sort of what you saw from Brock Purdy last year and what you'd still like to see. Like what do you want to see him do this year that maybe you didn't see last year?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of change, obviously, a lot of injuries, obviously, all that kind of stuff. I'm a huge Brock Purdy guy. I just like if I could see him grow like 3 inches, that would be awesome. But I don't think that's going to happen. So, like, I still think the quarterback position is played from the neck up. I don't think you have to have the biggest physical traits with arm and all that stuff. I think he's a far more mobile guy than most people give him credit for. But he is so good at on time and getting through progression so quickly. So just to watch him continue to master that and then, develop that kind of rapport with multiple different guys, because obviously that was an issue last year, rolling through so many receivers and not having Christian back there. So, it's ultimately it's time to take it and make it your football team. And I think when you come in as Mr. Irrelevant, you come in as Mr. Irrelevant and you got Christian McCaffrey and you got Debo and, you got Trent Williams and you got all that stuff. It's hard to take that step as this, I'm in charge here. And you'd like to see that just continue to grow for Brock Purdy.
Stink, I've been looking forward to asking you this, and this is away from the Niners, but as a guy who, A, loves great football players, but also, B, you really don't like it when players start to make it kind of about themselves. I really want to hear how you read the whole Micah Parsons situation and whether you think Dallas messed that up or if you think that they got rid of a me guy.
No, I think that there's an unwritten rule, especially with this rookie wage scale, that after year 3, when you've become a superstar and you've outperformed your contract, there's an unwritten rule in the NFL that this thing gets done. And it usually does because the sooner you do it, the more manageable it is for the player, for you as a franchise and the player kicking the can down the road. When you continue to shuffle your feet and make it about you as an owner, and like every guy gets to the 11th hour before he signs, it's just piss poor management. And inside a locker room, I believe.
Oh, we lost him. Okay. Well, we got most of what we were looking for.
Did we dump him after piss poor management?
Oh, he's back.
No.
Okay, we lost you there for a second, Sting. Right after piss poor management. You can pick it up right there.
Right. I was just going to, it creates, I'm sorry, I got another interview I got to do in New Orleans. But just creates a situation of independent contractors in the locker room, and that's never a good thing.
Sting, say hi to New Orleans and tell them we're going to kick their butt next week.
All right, sounds good.
All right, there you go.
Thanks,
All right, there you go. There's Mark Schlereth. Sorry for calling him we. I know I don't play for the 49ers.
I know, but that was a good way to transition, and clearly he was getting another call or another Zoom, or when you're Mark Schlereth, you're busy, and you got him ramped up with piss poor management.
I know.
And,
Fox used to have that show When Animals Attack. This is when Zooms meet. And it gets crazy out in these streets.
That's what we learned from the pandemic. And, man, had I known then what Zoom would be, I probably would have tried to buy stock.
Invest in that sucker,
sure,
no
in video
doubt.
Conferencing or whatever.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, Valkyries take on the New York Liberty. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, boom, there it is. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pregame is at 6:30. Okay, Kyle Shanahan questioners.
Yep.
Your turn. 888-957-9570. You heard exactly what Stink said. Wait till you hear what Brian Baldinger said this morning on the Morning Roast. And in fact, he put out a challenge to so many of you. If you've got questions, if you have doubts, if you have any sort of hate toward Kyle Shanahan, I'd stay right where you are and also get ready to call us because you've been put on alert by two former great offensive linemen. So here we go. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It's a little heavy on 101 northbound, a little bit better on 280 northbound, but crowded from the Mariposa Street exit. 6th and King, also very heavy right now. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Brian Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Here we go!
Starting with a Week 1 NFC North rivalry between the Lions and Packers.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
NFL fans, Week 1 is your shot to play free and stack $1 million cash bag with DraftKings Pick 6, an official partner of the NFL. Here's how. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app, DraftKings' easiest way to play fantasy. Enter for free and pick more or less on 6 player stats for Week 1. Share your link with friends and add more cash to the bag and get bonus shots to win. Hit all 6 picks and you'll be splitting a bag that's already already at $1 million or more. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and use code THEGAME. Opt in for free and start stacking entries for NFL Week 1. Zero cost, huge upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. Must claim token for free entry in Bag Builder contest. Only perfect entries earn share of cash prize. Tokens are single use and expire September 8th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are we boys, or are you just trying to trap me, bro?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, before we get into Kyle Gate, because that's about to go down.
Is it a gate?
It is.
It's a gate.
It's a gate.
What are you asking exactly?
You'll find out.
We can talk about it.
Settle down, Kyle.
I've got all kinds of info on this gate you're talking about.
Cheryl Bosa at 4:15. That's coming like a freight train.
Come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
No, come on.
For real.
Yikes.
Should I do my Cheryl for Cheryl?
Ooh,
I don't know if I'm quite ready.
That's pretty saucy.
He had a Wagyu steak.
Yeah, Granny says no.
7-egg omelet.
Just the idea makes me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like me doing Kapler for Kapler is different than you doing Cheryl for Cheryl.
Fair.
I like that.
I could do my
One's embarrassing. The other is a little scary.
It's just like...
No. Come on.
Do me a favor. Let me get the menu first. Then you could do whatever you want.
All right.
I'm going to need that menu. What do you think if I say, hey...
Anyone but Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Anything but Harbaugh.
You have to stop.
Okay. No. Come on.
It's probably...
No. Come on.
Yeah. I'll stop. It's
oh my God.
It's a little too pitch perfect to actually.
It's a little too pitch perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So basically, I sound naturally like a realtor from Florida.
Put it this way: I'm gonna need you to get a wig, and you're Cheryl for Halloween. I don't want to hear no. I want you to do it.
Oh, yikes.
Seriously.
Do it.
I'm going to get a Bills and Niners split jersey. No, come on. I'll do it.
I know you will.
My wife would be mortified. Mila is a cute little kitty cat.
Oh, my God.
And I'm Cheryl Bosa.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. I'll tell you what. If I'm in last place in the fantasy league at that point, I'll do it.
Okay. I just had a joke that did you hear me on the air choose to not do it? I chose to not do it. Anyway.
Which is a disappointment. Because it would have been wildly inappropriate. I can guarantee it.
I mean, your daughter, and then it just, no.
Okay.
Okay?
Let's pivot.
Just let me get the menu first. Like last time, that 7-egg omelet had grilled onions and broccoli in it. I need new omelet mixers. And I'm hoping for a protein this year. That's the one thing. I'm like, Nick, I don't know, some chicken apple sausage or something. Something. You're a big boy.
Right.
Put some bacon in there or something like that. I don't know.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
But they're very health conscious. So I understand. So we'll be getting that menu and much more from Cheryl here shortly. Before we get to Kyle, courtesy of Nick Wagner, who covers the San Francisco 49ers. And we're getting used to these tweets because we know Niner Nation travels for road games. But what do we also hear about Seattle? Ooh, it's 12th man. Boy, they're loud up there. They bring it. It is, Trent Williams said, one of the toughest road environments in the whole NFL. Ready for this? According to Vivid Seats fan forecast tool, 49er fans are expected to make up, what do you think the percentage is going to be?
Probably 28%.
Okay.
2 of every 7.
53% of the crowd.
No way.
On Sunday.
Come on. Sorry, that's my last one. I promise. I got Cheryl Bosa on the brain. No, come on.
53% of the crowd is expected to be Niner fans.
We know that from such places as L.A. That was crazy. My husband had to do the silent count.
But that's always that way in
Arizona,
LA.
yes. L.A., sure. And the majority of other places not named Lambeau, yes, we've grown to know that. But Seattle, really? That seems a little bit high to me.
53%.
So high.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. The West Coast games, the Niner fans go. But you're right. L.A., Arizona, Vegas, these are places you would expect a Niner takeover. But more than half the crowd in Seattle this weekend? That's awesome.
That is awesome.
That's awesome is what that is.
And it surprises me because Seattle is not expected to be bad. They're expected to be right in the mix. And Mark Schlereth, who joined us last segment, talked about, a healthy Stafford and the Niners right there. And, Seattle not far behind. And then apologies to his friend in Arizona. They're going to be in 4th place. But some people think Arizona is going to actually be better than that.
Greg Cosell is going to tell you tomorrow now that they got defense. They got defense in Seattle. He really likes them. So I don't know, but that's awesome that it's going to look like that. I do want to, can we sometime, maybe next offseason, I want to talk to whoever runs the Vivid Seats fan forecast tool. How the hell do you know? I've bought tickets to many of an event in my life. Never has it asked me, and so who do you root for? How do you know? Are you profiling just because wherever that ticket was bought, it was from the Bay Area? It can't be that simple. There are Niner fans all over the place. Niner fans live in Seattle. Seattle fans live in the Bay. How do you measure this? I would like to know.
I bet a lot of it is zip code of purchase or, where you actually have your credit card registered. But you're right. If you are living in the Bay Area and you're going to travel up to Seattle, fine. But if you live in Seattle and you're going to that game and you're a Niner fan and you've been there forever, my buddy Dion Lal, who was my pledge brother, way back in the day, he's married to a woman from here who is a diehard Niner fan, and they live in Squamish or Issaquah or one of those Seattle suburbs, and she goes to all the Niner games when they're up there, but she would register as a Washington resident.
Right.
So how do they know?
I don't know.
How do they do it?
Or maybe it's just an estimate, so they could be wrong, but that's what they got. Vivid Seats fan forecast tool says Niner fans are expected to make up more than half the crowd this weekend in Seattle. Now, of those 53% of fans that will be in Seattle, Dibs, how many of them like Kyle Shanahan? Answer that for me.
Of the 53%, what percentage of those 53% like Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
I would say a fourth of the 53%.
That's it?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that where we're at? Can we dip our toe in the water on this?
We can, and I went low on purpose just because you were kind of leading me to that answer. You and I are cut from a little bit of a different cloth where we look at things in a bigger picture, and also, like what Mark Schlereth just said in our interview, if you cut Kyle Shanahan, if you cut ties with Kyle Shanahan, he's out there on the open market for about 30 seconds before somebody claims him.
Well, and you know where I come from on this, because we were even talking about Steve Kerr last week, and I kind of went off at the end because I'm just like, I just don't understand. And that's different because he's won championships, and I understand that. But I don't understand when a coach comes in and has what I view is a very, very high level of success. Now, there's a different backdrop to all of these things. Steve has won 4 rings. I don't understand the disrespect. I don't get it. I don't understand why fans think that he's an idiot. And a lot of you, most of you don't, but some of you do. Some of you literally think he can't call a play, develop a player. He's just clueless. He's just out there smiling and clueless. Now, the Kyle thing's different because he hasn't won a ring. And then people will talk his career record over his head, which I'd also argue is not fair because he took over the worst roster in football. And that's actually the genesis of why I support Kyle so much. I don't understand why fans aren't more across the board thankful that this regime, it took us all from being the worst team in football to this. That's worth so much to me. They built this thing from what was, quite frankly, the worst era of 49er football of my life. My life. I'm 50. What was going on when Kyle and John got here was the worst football I've ever watched in the San Francisco Bay Area. 3 years later, they're in a Super Bowl. And a lot of you are lined up to be like, choke artist. Doesn't do good in big moments. What is that? I don't get it, but that's fine. Let's have a conversation about it because we tried like hell to put a voice to this, and maybe we're not the ones to put a voice to this because we both are fans of Kyle Shanahan. I'm a fan of Kyle. I don't think that he's coaching for his job this year.
No.
I hear that a lot. Y'all think he's on the hot seat or something, and he's not. So this is what we came up with. This is what we said to Stink. These are the 5 things that I hear the most from those of you who are not fans. You're not Shana fans. And then we're going to play the Baldinger cut for you so that we can kind of further this conversation. But line it up. I'd like to know if these ideas is this what you think or not? 888-957-9570. The top 5 things that I hear people say about Kyle Shanahan that are on the negative side of the fence. Play calling is too conservative, shrinks in big moments, not a leader of men, just a play caller, never takes accountability, and thinks he can win with anyone, /arrogance. Does that kind of cover the bases?
I think so. And the one that I would assign the most credibility to is the conservative play calling.
Okay.
And maybe that goes alongside of the shrinks in the big moments where, you've got a chance to do something bold and he tends to not do that. And, whether it's a 3rd and 1 call or 4th and 2 around midfield and we're going to go ahead and punt it because we don't want to go for it. They went for 4th downs the 3rd least amount of times last year, and I do think that is part of the criticism, and I wonder about this year with Jake Moody, if that changes, if you find that Jake Moody's maybe not the kicker that you are hoping that he is in this moment. Now you're going to be more aggressive, or maybe you trot him out and hope he makes it. And if he doesn't, then you replace him. That would be the one that I would lean to the most. The whole idea of leader of men. And Steiny and Guru had a fun little back and forth on this. And, Guru was like, "Are you a leader of men?" And Steiny's like, "No." "Are you?" And Guru was like, "Well, I got, 2 black sons and I've raised them to be great men. And, they're not behind bars." And, Guru took it to a place. And I was like, yeah, as a father, you have to be a leader of men. You've got, 2 men in your house and a young lady and 2 other ladies coming in your house. And so the whole idea of leader of men in the NFL, like, what does that really mean? Like, Dan Campbell, we're out there biting kneecaps. And, Mike Tomlin, and he's energetic. And is Sean McDermott not a leader of men because he just kind of quietly sits there with his hat on?
I mean, there's just such different kinds of leadership, right? I mean, Dan Campbell is a great kind of poster for that whole, like, rah-rah leadership thing.
Sirianni and McVay.
But then there's Tony Dungy, who, like, wouldn't even swear. But he led people to a certain place. Kyle Shanahan has led people to a certain place. He just hasn't won the fourth quarter of the last game.
Right.
That's always the thing that I kind of fire back about. I mean, at no point am I going to sit here and say, y'all are wrong because Kyle's perfect. Like, I have no issue if someone wants to come in on a Monday and be like what you just did. I didn't like that play call, or I didn't like that Jake Moody's still on the team. I kind of don't. I don't really like that Jake Moody's still on the team, but that's the decision they made. But I go bigger picture. He brought you from crap to this. He clearly knows what he's doing. He clearly gets his players motivated and to do things. And I love what Baldinger brought up, which is a point that neither of us have made yet. Take a listen to this. This is from the Morning Roast today. And here's what Baldy said with regard to Niner fans who doubt Kyle Shanahan.
I'd like to challenge any 49er fan out there that questions Kyle Shanahan, says, what other coaches would have done what he has done with Brock Purdy? Would you be an elite team, an elite offense, if Trey Lance didn't work out and you had to go to Brock Purdy? Would you have been able to do this? And then you go, Debo got paid. Ayuk got paid. Like, everybody got paid in this offense. They've all benefited. And on defense, too. I don't know. Would Lenore have gotten paid? Would George Kittle gotten paid twice if it wasn't for Kyle Shanahan? There's a reason why these guys have become the top of the leaderboard at their positions. So all those guys that I just mentioned, Aaron Banks, it got paid. Like, would have Aaron Banks been paid if somebody else was the coach of the 49ers? Probably not. Like, they've got 8 or 10 of the top players at their positions under Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams been paid 3 times. Washington gave up on him. You just have to kind of look and scratch your head. Like, these guys, because they've been an elite team, they've gotten elite players have gotten paid. And so I question some of those people that question Kyle at this point.
Okay, so there's that. And again, what Baldy is saying is also big picture. And so I'd like to attempt to kind of like, I don't know, create that line. And it doesn't need to be a hard line or a Sharpie or anything like that. But for me, that's where the discussion sometimes, I think, gets batted back and forth a little bit. For me, there's no issue whatsoever if on Monday mornings we all want to get together and be like, didn't like that play call, didn't like this situation, didn't like that draft pick. Okay, fine. But it feels like on some occasions we take that conversation to the big picture. Big picture. Okay, Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Not that long ago. Let me scroll to it because a lot of texts are coming in. I want to get the area code. Here we go, 408. Kyle and Kerr are not on the hot seat, but they should be. What? Like, that's you're the fan I'm talking to. You're the fan Baldinger is talking to. You're the fan that Schlereth is talking to. And then someone on YouTube a short time ago, and this is an interesting way to react to it, says, these national voices, they always like Kyle because the situation's very nuanced. So you need to be here in order to know why Kyle gets criticized. And I kind of threw out, I go, is it possible that we're the ones who don't understand the nuance, considering that, for instance, Mark Schlereth has literally played for his dad, been in locker rooms with Kyle constantly. They've been coached by the Shanahans, therefore they understand what they're trying to do out there and can much better answer the questions of what goes on behind the scenes than you or I or anybody listening could.
Right. And I think for me, that's a big part of it, where experts, Mark Schlereth, who's been in many locker rooms and he is working for TV, so he talks to these people in pre-games leading up to the games that he actually does TV for. So he has conversations that even you and I will never have behind the scenes, like background and analysis and these convos that it's very rare for anybody in our business, let alone anywhere else. And the one thing I think about the whole idea of the hot seat with Kyle Shanahan, you don't sign a quarterback to that sort of a deal if you're thinking at all about changing the head coach. And it's even the same way with Steph Curry and Steve Kerr. You're not going to replace Steve Kerr until Steph Curry's gone, unless Steve Kerr wants to leave before that. So you give the quarterback $53 million a year for 5 years. You give the quarterback $265 million. When you do that, you do it thinking about Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. It's not Brock Purdy and fill in the blank.
Right.
Because if you want to get rid of Kyle Shanahan this year, let's say they go 6-11 again and it's a bad year. Okay, you want to get rid of Kyle Shanahan? Fine. Who are you going to bring in? You better bring in somebody who thinks Brock Purdy is a really good quarterback and somebody who can get the best out of Brock Purdy like Kyle Shanahan has.
Right.
So you're looking to bring in Kyle Shanahan. You're going to fire Kyle Shanahan to bring in Kyle Shanahan, somebody who can make the most of your quarterback, because guess what? You can't just, all right, Brock, Kyle's gone, we're cutting you. All right, the dead cap is probably about $110 million. Hello, you're not doing that.
Yep.
So when you sign Brock, you're basically telling Kyle, and you're telling all of us, we like Kyle. We want Kyle here for at least 2 or 3 more years minimum, and that's the way I look at it.
Does this help the conversation at all? Ted Wynn writes for The Athletic, and he did a piece that just happened to come out earlier this morning. And what he did is he wanted to put together a list of the top 10 offensive minds / play callers in the NFL. To do that, he didn't do what so many of us in the media do. Let's get a roundtable together and yell at each other about it. That's not what Ted did. Instead, Ted decided to actually go to the defensive game planners in the league. He spoke to six defensive coordinators / defensive coaches. And all he said to them was, hey, will you jot down a top 10 list of who's the hardest offensive mind against whom to game plan? Okay? So for you, you're getting ready for a game. Who's the toughest offensive mind to go against? Make a list 1 through 10, and then I'm going to grab all 6 lists, and I'll do an aggregation sensation.
That's a buck.
And I'll come up with a list of the top 10 based on what the 6. Thank you. What the 6 of you have said. And I'm bringing this up so you all damn well know where this is going.
Where's it going, Mark?
Number 1.
Number 1.
Kyle Shanahan. Here's a couple of quotes. Defensive coordinator in the NFC. Says, quote, they challenge all your rules. Obviously 21 personnel, but whatever you try to do, they've always got an answer for it because they can align in anything out of that personnel. So if you don't go base defense and try to match them in nickel, then they've got all the answers. Or they can run it. And then if you do go base, you're really limited coverage-wise, and you always have to worry about the matchup on McCaffrey. Another coordinator says he understands defense. He understands your rules, and he tries to manipulate your rules, tries to flush hook guys out of the hook zone and throw in breakers. Lastly, he will look at everything about each defensive player, see where they're susceptible, and just try to figure out where they can get a step. He finds a weakness as small as a linebacker's footwork. Those are the quotes from defensive coordinators around the league who ranked Kyle Shanahan number 1, the hardest dude to go against in the league.
And I love that, the breakdown, and I love when you talk 21 personnel to me because
I did that.
I appreciate that, and I got goosebumps, I'll be honest, and the season's about to start. We had Mark Schlereth, and you're talking 21 personnel, and This is kind of what I've always said about Kyle Shanahan, and Lorenzo Neal taught me so much about football and the whole idea of matchups. And when you have McCaffrey on the field and you're a defensive coordinator and you get into that defensive huddle, you don't know what he's going to do, where he'll break out of the huddle, in the slot, in the backfield, how they're going to use him. And so that breakdown right there tells me everything about why Kyle Shanahan is elite.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Any rebuttals? Rebuttals welcome. We'll take any rebuttals. Any thoughts on Kyle Shanahan after hearing what Baldy just said? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls next. And then in 20 minutes, Cheryl Bosa is on the show. This is Willard and Dibs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this? Hey, it's Willard. My dog's name is Penny. I've mentioned her before, and Penny means everything to me and my family. And I bring that up because on Saturday, September 6th, from 10 to 5, Habas Law is teaming up with the Humane Society Silicon Valley and covering every single adoption fee on that day. So this is very, very near and dear. Remember, these are real furry lives we're talking about. There are only so many puppies, kittens, cats, and dogs, and the day could get busy. So come early. Bring some patience, a smile, maybe leave with a new best friend. Details on the event at hssv.org. That's hssv.org. Habas Law, rough on injustice, big heart for paws.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit AtGoPestControl.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our 2025 Q3 Game Changer, Frankie Fan. She's the go-to pro for fast answers, flawless support, and always going above and beyond. Frankie doesn't just help, she leads. Frankie, you truly are a game changer.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. It's the latest genius invention from Skechers, the comfort technology company. With Find My Skechers, there's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. You just pull up the insole and pop in the AirTag. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel it or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Imagine that, just one look at the phone and you can see where your kids' shoes are. No more wondering or worrying. It's as easy as that. Plus, they're machine washable and durable, so they're long lasting. And Find My Skechers are available for boys and girls. Look, we all know Skechers is famous for comfort, and now they're giving us comfort of mind when it comes to our kids. Get Find My Skechers, Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTag sold separately.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally.
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Steve. Steve Young, ladies and gentlemen.
That is singing. It might be talk singing, but it's singing.
It's the only kind you're going to want to hear me do.
Right.
You don't want me to, let loose with these pipes.
You've never, done the national anthem? The Star Spangled Banner?
I mean, who hasn't?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out Mark Willard for tonight's Star Spangled Banner.
Not by myself.
Not in front of a crowd?
I told you the best karaoke experience I've ever had is when I went up with multiple people, and what got selected was Boys to Men. And it wasn't going well, but it wasn't my part yet.
End of the Road? Or?
I don't even remember which one. Yeah, I think it was End of the Road. And then right when it got to halfway through the song and everybody's like, oh, God, these guys don't sound good, I just grabbed the mic and I did, girl, you know we belong together.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can do that part. Let me be that guy who just talks in the middle of the song. I can do that. Outside of that, you don't need me singing.
Yeah.
You don't need me singing.
You nailed that 3-letter NYC.
Right.
That's singing.
Telly Savalas.
Right.
Daddy Warbucks. Let's go.
My only karaoke win was in 1993. I was lost in the Netherlands, and I couldn't find my cousin's apartment. And this was pre-internet, where you get off a bus and you're lost. And I walked into it was like a youth group having karaoke night, and I launched into "We Are the Champions" because I asked for directions, and they said, "You sing, and we'll give you directions."
Oh,
so me in front of 200 Dutch teens. I launched right into it, yeah. And then they ended up walking me 3 blocks to my cousin's house.
Okay, perfect. I love that story. That's why does your cousin live in the Netherlands?
She still lives there now. She moved there to be a genetic researcher.
Oh, great.
She's lived there now for almost 40 years.
I smell a remote coming. Let's go.
Rachel, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Hey, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and Cheryl Rosa is going to be on this show in about 10 minutes. And also, speaking of appearing, It's appearing on YouTube right now a little bit more than normal. I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, but our faces.
Yeah.
So, I told you that I've been watching that F1 on Netflix, and one of the more impressive things that happens in sports is the pit crew in action. Like, how do you change tires and fix a car in 2.5 seconds? It's absolute insanity to me. I bring it up because that's what's been happening during the last 2 commercial breaks. The 95.7 The Game pit crew basically came in here and swapped out the mics. And now there's a lot less, like before it was like we were sitting at Wrigley Field or Fenway Park where we had the obstructed view seats.
Oh, yeah.
And now we got box seats, dude.
Yep.
Look at your face. I can see you much better now.
I can see you.
Yeah.
Right between the cameras and above the monitor.
Right between the eyes.
That's right. Kevin Harlan. We got to get him on here pretty soon, too.
Pretty soon.
As we're getting into...
He's about to get busy.
He's about to get really busy. And Scott Hansen coming on the show.
Tomorrow's a big day.
Win the big days.
Tomorrow, y'all, is a big day. All within 1 hour. Scott Hansen, Greg Cosell, Brandon Podzminskis.
Pajemski.
Yeah. 3:15, 3:45, 4:15. Pow, 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 pow. That's what's coming at you tomorrow on Willie and Dibby.
And the 95.7 The Game draft.
Round 1, 9 a.m.
Rounds 2 through 15, 7 p.m.
Correct.
Not to be aired, but round 1's going to be fun. Super fun. And I know a lot of you are coming in. I wish I could.
I'm coming. No, I get this.
Hopefully do it on Zoom. I'm going to try to get the Zoom link from Lucas and maybe at least do like a 4 or 5 minute Zoom. And, knowing my daughter who will be home with me, she'll probably want to chime in.
I'm mainly coming in to...
That pig stinks!
Yeah, exactly. I'm mainly coming in... I want to try to intimidate Carter Chickering. I know that our audience may not know... maybe you hear that name here or there. One of the technical directors, producers. I don't get to see him very much, right? Because he works in the morning and we work in the afternoon.
Defending champ.
But he's the defending champ, and he is 7'8" tall. He's just an absolutely gargantuan human being who's never not smiling. And I'm going to come in here, try to knock him off his perch a little bit. I want to look right between the eyes. I want to look in his eyes, and I want him to see that I'm coming back for my crown.
Oh.
He took my crown.
Yep.
And I'm about to take it back.
I like that.
That's what's happening tomorrow morning.
You taking the crown back.
Mine.
That's a ferocious approach. And, you're probably 6'2", about maybe $190, soaking wet, maybe a touch more, but yeah. Less?
Yeah, less.
Look at you.
I'm sub 190.
Chrissy's got you in tip-top shape.
I think we worked in at about $188 this morning.
Yeah, and Carter Chickering is a legit 6'8", and when you get to be taller than I don't even know anymore.
I know. I don't look
your
up at a
own
lot
kid,
of people.
You said he was 6'5" today?
6'5". He's 6'5".
He might be 6'5" and a half by the time you get home.
I stopped. It doesn't, I don't look anymore. Whatever, you're up there.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Both of my kids are 6'2", and every time I see them, it's like, they're almost dueling on who is now taller. They might both be 6'3" now. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know I'm not.
So we may fully, after the conversation that we just had with regard to Kyle Shanahan, I get it. We might be again knee deep in the echo chamber. Because like the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, I just find I find it fascinating, hilarious, and I do mean that sarcastically. 408. What are the chances they're better than 6-11? Very low. I'm ready to do like one of those egg on face bets. Egg on face, or I'll walk 20 miles or something. But outside of a quarterbackial injury, there's no chance that the 49ers don't win 7 games. And whoever you are, I'll bet you. No problem. Let's do it. We'll do something for charity, whatever. The Niners are going to do better than 6-11. The chances are not very low. They're almost assured. Playing a fourth-place schedule that if Brock Purdy plays north of 14.5 games this year, they're going to win at least 7 of them. I feel that. Never been more confident about anything.
Right. And if you wanted to bet over 6.5 wins in the Vegas line, it would probably be minus 1,000.
Right. Your odds
You'd have to bet 1,000 to win $1. And if you just look at the Shanahan trajectory, his first year, he takes over a team that was 2-14, and they stunk. They've got Jimmy Garoppolo. They wound up 6-10. Okay, we got something. The next year, Garoppolo gets hurt early. You go 4-12. The following year, Garoppolo healthy. You go 13-3. You win the entire NFC. The following year, Jimmy got hurt again. And when he finally got hurt for the last time, they were 4-4. And then they went 2-6 the rest of the way. Beyond that, playoffs. Last year was not the playoffs, and Steiny did this earlier. 4 of the 8 seasons they've made it, but 4 of the 8 they have not. And if they don't make it this year, that would mean more seasons without than more seasons with. I'm just playing the devil's advocate because
it's so disingenuous, and I know you know that. It's so disingenuous. Just don't do that. Don't do that silly math. I don't even. What's the point you're trying to make? That Kyle is as bad as he is good, he's bad as often as he is good. That's what you know what I mean? Pin Steiny into that tomorrow. What are you saying when you say that? You're completely removing that he took over the worst roster in football when he arrived and had no quarterback. You're completely removing that. The fact that he was in a Super Bowl 3 years later is bananas. It's an incredible, incredible achievement. So I don't know what someone's trying to say with that. And then here's the other one. This is the one I get a lot, and I would like to actually, and maybe it'll help some of you Kyle haters or doubters or whoever you are. But there's this thing that when we have this conversation that people will say every time, and Theodore Rand, I see you on YouTube. You're the one doing it right now. What is this deal that when we have this conversation about Kyle Shanahan, someone will go, God, it's just patently ridiculous that you're not allowed to question the coach. Nobody's saying that.
No, question him.
Question him. I've already done it this year. Why are you keeping Jake Moody? What are you doing? Now, you didn't agree with me on that take, but whatever. There's plenty of room for questioning within games, within play calls, draft picks, roster construction.
Sure.
These are day-by-day things. What I'll never understand is the questioning of the larger picture. Those of you who have arrived at Kyle's an idiot. Kyle doesn't know what he's doing, even though half the defensive coordinators in the league have decided he's literally the best in the league at what he does. That's what they've decided. So where does that gap come from is what I want to know. And again, I freely realize this is not the majority of the fan base. It might not even be half the fan base. But I think you would agree with me. It's not nothing. There's a portion of the fan base that has had it with him.
Yeah,
so,
you can have it with him, but moving on from him is a totally different thing.
Cheryl Bosa in a moment. Coming up tonight at 7, the Valks take on the New York Liberty. The game's right here on 95.7 The Game. Valks channel on the Odyssey app as well. Download the app, search Valkyries. It's there. You can also watch the game on KPIX Plus. Pre-game starts at 6:30. Here comes Cheryl Bosa. We'll get the menu. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you are headed to Chase Center, both 280 and 101 northbound are pretty heavy at the moment. The Bay Bridge westbound is a pretty nice ride as you get past Yerba Buena Island. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca Goodyeon.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, Dan Dibley here, and are you thinking about covering your patio? I know that I am. We've got all kinds of pine needles falling on our outdoor furniture, and I've had it. Perhaps you're looking to build some shelves to get more organized than you currently are. Well, whatever your next project is, the products you use to build it matter, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. They're engineered for strength, and they are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. And you know that we have both of those here in the Bay Area. Professional builders appreciate the many options that Simpson Strong Tie provides for all you do-it-yourselfers, and you'll love the confidence that comes from getting these professional results. So, whether you're building a backyard retreat like me or just tackling your weekend to-do list, Choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Go to goldenstatelumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Save on coffee cravings at Whole Foods Market. Get 33% off select ready-to-drink multi-serve coffees with Prime through September 2nd. Make mornings easier with a quick boost. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
In San Francisco, it's 68 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Join 95.7 The Game at our annual Red and Gold Summit on September 4th at Westfield Valley Fair Mall in Santa Clara. We'll be live from King's Fish House from 2 to 6 p.m. See all of your favorite hosts kick off the new football season. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so a lot to do here. You hear right there, that's us talking to Cheryl Bosa about the menu.
Yep.
And we need to talk about the menu. That goes for food and football, by the way, because it's a whole new menu for her this year, too. She's heading to Buffalo this weekend.
That's right.
Sunday Night Football. Her other son is on a new team this year.
Yeah, he is.
Why do you say it like that?
Because it'd be kind of fun if she could just focus on the Niners if he had Bosa to the right of me and Bosa to the left of me, but we don't have that.
It was rumored. I don't know how real it was. We should probably find out. We'll tell you also about the Red and Gold Summit that's coming up on Thursday. More on that in a second. But right now, out to the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibs to welcome in Mama Bosa. Cheryl Bosa is with us here on the show. Hi, Cheryl. How you been?
I'm good, you guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Like, why don't we just jump right to it? Like, was that a thing at one point this offseason, the idea of Joey joining Nick with the 49ers?
I mean, there was a little talk about it. There was some chatter going on.
How about from you? Did you try to, like, sway that in a certain direction?
I mean, I would, obviously, that would be a dream come true for me. But, I honestly, I didn't know what direction Joey was going to go in. There was a few different options, and it's so funny that he ended up in Buffalo because it was definitely not one of the options. We were talking, either San Fran, the Dolphins, so he could be home, or retirement. So those were the three options we were talking about.
What, retirement?
He was thinking about retiring, yeah. And so, when all of a sudden his agent called and was like, Buffalo's calling and, this and that. And my nephew used to play for Buffalo. So, I was over at Joey's house when this was all happening, and Joey called his cousin Jake to talk to him about Buffalo, and Jake was like, it's great. I loved it there, So Joey just thought about it, and he was like, all right, let's do this.
Let's do Buffalo. I mean, it makes your travel schedule is going to be a little crazy going from Buffalo to Santa Clara. But I want to ask first about the summer. How much time did you have with both the boys home and, both kind of bounding around your house?
I know. Well, this summer wasn't the greatest as far as like spending time with the boys because they both went to OTAs this year, which is literally the first time since they've been in the NFL. They've always, trained down here privately, so they've always been here from, the end of season until mini camp. And so this year with, obviously Joey was the new guy on Buffalo, so he had to go to OTAs. And Nick, being the vet, he needs to be in San Fran now for that. So, I saw a lot less of them this summer than I normally do.
Cheryl,
but,
Yeah, Cheryl Bosa with us on Willard and Dibs. It's funny that you say that. Like, usually at least someone is not at OTAs. I'll ask it this way, Cheryl. Because Joey had to find a new home this offseason. When's the last time that you guys didn't deal with something, some sort of contract negotiation or drama in the offseason?
God, I don't know. I mean, trying to think. It's not... Yeah, I'm thinking of there's obviously last year with Joey and the free agency and everything. That was crazy. That was kind of like the draft all over again. And him getting his contract a couple of years before that, or the year before that with the Chargers, that was nerve-wracking too. But there's always something, isn't there?
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, yes.
It's always something. So you look at your two sons' teams and, Buffalo with their super special quarterback and their amazing year that they're coming off of. And, Brock Purdy got his big contract and the team looks to be better with a fourth place schedule. If you had to pick between the two, and I know you probably won't, but how do you like, your chances of having one of those teams be in Santa Clara in February for the Super Bowl.
Why don't we just have both of them?
We're in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sign us up.
I mean, it's doable. It can happen, and I'm manifesting it.
I like that.
I like it.
Yeah, and you could wear your split jersey. I'm sure you'll have one concocted by then.
Well, I'll have to get a new one because of the last one is the Chargers 49ers, so I've got to change that up a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's enough of the Chargers, right, Cheryl?
Yeah.
By the way, Cheryl, since you brought up the Chargers, you need to help us out because we have this clip of you the last time that you were on, and I want to know what. We're trying to remember what the basis behind it was. Here, Grandy, go ahead and play it.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Okay, was that now that was before he became the coach of the Chargers, so was that like a Michigan-Ohio State thing or
I'm
what?
a Buckeye. Of course it is.
Okay.
Yes, of course. Of course.
So then,
and I never thought I would change my mind on that, but he's amazing. I love him. Yeah.
Really?
He's great. He's great. Joey loved him. I just dropped my phone. Joey loved him. They had a great relationship. He's a nice guy. Obviously, he's a phenomenal coach. So don't let Buckeye Nation hear me saying this, but I love the guy.
No, we won't. We'll keep this totally private, just between us. But no, Cheryl, you know what is? It's interesting that you say that because just a couple of weeks ago, one of the analysts who comes on our shows a lot, Brian Baldinger, was kind of doing a comparison of Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. Jim had his time here with the Niners, too. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to at least be around or hear a lot about them as coaches. How would you compare the two?
Oh, God. I mean, I don't think I have enough football knowledge to really judge that. I guess all I could say is that, Joey was with the Chargers for 9 years with 4 different coaches, and finally they got a coach where it's going to make a difference. And I think everyone will see that this year with the Chargers. They're not going to be a joke this year. And it's going to be fun to see some of the kids that, Joey's played with playing well, I mean, I'm not afraid of them for any of us, but, I think they're definitely in a growth period, which, is good for them.
Yeah, and the kids, I mean, Joey quietly now is 30 years old. So it's just, it's hard to believe that these kids, as you call them, just keep getting older. I wonder about Nick playing again for Robert Saleh, who was his coordinator his rookie year. How excited is he, and how excited are you to have Robert Saleh back with your son, Nick?
Both of us are beyond excited. Amazing coach, amazing person, beyond. And Nick couldn't be happier that he's back. And, I think he's a game changer. I think he brings the energy that, the team needs. And, I think it's going to be a really fun year, you guys. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, how's Nick doing? Like, how was his off season? And we hear him talk a lot about wanting to be more of a leader this year. Like, how would you give a snapshot of how Nick's been doing the last few months?
He's great. Like I said, I haven't really seen that much of my boys. And then also with, the first home game being the third week into season, when he left, when did he leave? July 21st, I think, was the date I drove him to the airport. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm not like months. I don't go months without seeing my kids. So, yeah, it's been really strange. Obviously, we FaceTime and, text daily and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, but he's fantastic. He's excited, and and Saleh's a big part of that excitement.
So,
absolutely.
What is the Mama Bosa schedule? I know when the schedules come out, you look at Joey, you look at Nick, and you try to figure out how you can keep it fair. You're a mother, and they're both your children. But what's your schedule looking like, and how many air miles are you looking at this year?
Well, just like I did before. I always, try to get to their home games. And oddly, this year's schedules really are work for me. So, I'll have a couple of conflicts where, I'll probably be in San Fran rather than Buffalo because Joey's there with his fiance. So, he's got, somebody that's always there with him. But the schedule it aligned pretty nicely for me. And obviously me being in Florida, if I'm just doing like a weekend turnaround to Buffalo, that's a piece of cake. That's a 2-hour flight for me. So, yeah.
Are you ready for snow games up there, though, Cheryl?
I'm from Chicago originally.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've been there, done that. But it's been a while. And, I've got the gear. I've always had the gear. The kids played at Ohio State, so I had the gear then. And, I know how to do it. This isn't my first rodeo.
All right, and you said Joey's engaged, huh? Does his fiance have the Mama Bosa seal of approval?
I love her.
Okay.
I love her. She's amazing. But let me tell you, talk about the snow. She's a Florida girl, and she's putting together these cute little outfits, and I'm like, oh no, babe, that's not gonna cut it in Buffalo winter. Yeah.
I love it.
It's an adjustment period,
Yeah.
and you always forget about the girlfriends and the fiancés when a player signs in free agency. So that's part of her growth curve or her learning curve, so to speak, is to figure out how to navigate Buffalo, right?
Can I tell you though, they love it. They are so happy. It's it's very different. They were living in LA and now they're living in like a suburb, like with pine trees everywhere and hills and it's like so very Midwest feeling. It's very like small town. Yeah.
Cheryl
Really,
Bosa. Yeah, go ahead.
no, they're really enjoying it. So
Awesome.
It's cool.
Cheryl Bosa is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Okay, Cheryl, I told you that we were going to do this, and I feel like it's both fun but also a little superstitious. 2 years ago, you came on and you told us about the 7-egg omelet that had the onions and the broccoli in it that you'd been making for Nick. And so I took on the challenge of trying to make that and eat it, and I did it. It was delicious. And then last year we did not do this, and instead of going to the Super Bowl, they went 6-11. So we have to turn this thing back around. I know you didn't see him a lot this summer, but what kind of a breakfast item had you been cooking Nick back in July before he left?
Oh, Nick is a creature of habit.
All right.
When he is training, it is, he follows a regiment and he doesn't stray from it too much. So we're going back with what works. It's the 6-7 egg omelet for sure.
Is it,
and always the onions.
It's always onions and broccoli, or is there's ever no deviation?
You could throw broccoli, you could throw some spinach, but yeah, always the onions.
Does he ever throw another protein in there, maybe some sausage or something like that, Cheryl?
Not really, no, because that would be too fatty.
Understood.
Have you seen the kid?
Yeah, I have. Now, what do you cook? What about Joey? What do you make him?
Well, Joey's got Amanda. Amanda's an amazing chef, so he's got his girl.
So
I've passed my baton.
Okay. So you're suggesting that because I'm doing this, Cheryl, I have to make this exact same thing again?
Do it again. Do it again.
I mean, we can do that. It's delicious. It is. No, it's delicious. But like, how long back does this go? Did you ever have a different omelet that you made him back at Ohio State days or anything like that?
Well, Nick wasn't as, crazy disciplined back in the days. He used to, allow himself a slice of toast. But, now.
Yeah.
I love
really splurging.
Yeah, I love
Nick
that you
Bosa,
said like that. I swore you were going to say bacon or something, and you're like, he would allow himself a piece of toast.
He actually would put a carbohydrate in his body back then.
Yeah. Oh boy, living on the edge. I'm crazy.
Going crazy.
Going into this year, have you sensed? And I'm going to use the word hunger, pun intended, because we're talking about food. But is he extra hungry coming off a 6 and 11 year? Is that how he's hardwired?
You mean to win?
Yeah, to win and to make things right here in Santa Clara.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Nick has always got that, but he's got that quiet energy about him where sometimes you don't really know that it's there, but yeah. I mean, if you know Nick, it's there's nobody more competitive and focused than him. There's just nobody. It's like it makes me think of Fred Warner. They're like Fred and Nick are like complete opposites exterior. You know what I mean? But like so much alike as competitors, as teammates and competitors. So it's interesting.
So he feels like they're going to be a winner this year, huh? Like, how would you compare? What is he saying to you versus what he has said in years past?
Well, I mean, I think like it, in the beginning when they were still here, when Joey first went to Buffalo, we were touting Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo's been on the cusp, for years now, and everyone's been talking about Buffalo, winning. And so we were talking about that, and Nick would be like, don't count us out, so he definitely wants us to, like, don't forget me, Mom.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right. Bosa Bowl, February, Santa Clara.
Let's do it.
We're in.
Yep.
We're in.
Come on out.
Cheryl, you're a great sport. And just as I did a couple of years ago, we'll make sure that you're tagged on Instagram on the 7-egg omelet that now we're going to have to make on Friday of this week.
Let me see the omelet. Make sure I know. I get to see it.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
All right, Cheryl. Thank you very much.
Go Niners.
Go Niners.
Yeah.
All right. There it is. That's
Niners Bills.
Cheryl Bosa, Niners Bills.
Shoot your shot. It's all you got. And she shot it. And I mean, kind of led her to that. But she's like, why not both? Okay. Both it is. Bills and Niners.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
That's right.
Why we got to stop with just one?
Don't have to.
No, come on.
Nope.
That's right. Anyone but Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh.
Not
Anything
Harbaugh.
but Harbaugh.
Now you got to change it. Harbaugh turned her. She loves the guy.
Yikes.
Loves Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Joey loved Harbaugh.
Yep.
Which, I don't know how many players you have come out and, crush Harbaugh. But then again, we've talked about it. He's usually there for, 5 years and 5 and I'm out. And so
good coach though. Like, I think, you know what I mean? This is kind of, I think it's how players are wired. Like what excites them. They don't need to get along. You know what I mean? Like that last year with what Nick did there on Sunday Night Football or Thursday Night Football or whatever it is, people get into politics and they're like, what's the locker room? Boy, the players are the ones I've talked to, they're not wired that way. They want to know if you can help them win. Can you help them win? And that's why players do like Kyle Shanahan. It's why players like Jim Harbaugh, and it's why players put up with Bill Belichick. I mean, one of my ex-hosts was a Patriot.
Yep.
It's hell. They don't have a life, they often feel like. But they're so willing to do it because they knew that they had a great shot to end up in the Super Bowl. That's it. They'll put up with anything if it helps them get to that final goal.
And if you're with somebody who you think is not only competent but excellent at what they do, then the other interpersonal stuff, you don't have to necessarily love your head coach. If they're putting you in a spot where you can be the best you can be and the team is winning, then you can overlook certain things about the personality that may not jibe with you.
All right, so we're doing this again, I guess, on Friday, huh?
We're doing it. 7 eggs.
Although she gave me a little out there. Did you hear that?
She said 6 or 7.
She said 6 or 7.
Right.
All of a sudden now it's 6.
But it's about the onions. She said that the onions are always in there.
I got onions, yo.
Yeah, you do.
I got some onions.
You can get some spinach in there too, perhaps, or
you want me to do spinach or broccoli? We did broccoli last time.
Yeah, whatever you think
we can do
is
both.
Right. I mean, the key is the 7 eggs. And
7 eggs will happen.
And apparently, Nick, when he lets his hair down, he'll have a piece of toast. What the absolute?
That was absolutely amazing.
You and I were thinking the same thing. Like, 8 slices of bacon,
right?
7 sausages. Sometimes he even will have toast. What, Cheryl? Like
a piece of toast.
That's him going crazy?
Well, then I'm going crazy. We're doing toast also.
Yeah.
We're doing sourdough. Toast. Yeah.
He used to, allow himself a slice of toast.
Allow himself a slice of toast.
Oh, God. Used to.
Sure.
Not anymore.
No, not off of 6 and 11.
In college. Most people are like, back in college, I used to get high. Other people are like, yeah, back in college, I just used that meal plan and went crazy every day. Not Nick. He had a piece of toast.
Right.
In college.
And no butter.
Right.
I mean, she didn't even think about butter.
Remember that one time in college that I had a piece of toast? Just built different, man.
Totally.
Just built different.
And, she was even saying, like, back then he wasn't that serious.
That would be too fatty.
And now, have you seen him? Yeah. Cheryl, we've seen him.
Tell me, have you seen him?
Pretty lean.
Yeah.
He's pretty much one of the most fit, monstrous human beings I've ever seen. So,
oh, my God.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm ever going to look at a piece of toast the same way again. Every time it's sitting there in the plate in front of me, I'm going to be like, jeez, am I going to let myself go?
Yeah.
I'm going to allow myself this decadent piece of bread.
Yesterday at breakfast, I had my piece of toast, and I had my daughter's piece of toast.
That's the rules.
Because she wasn't going to finish it.
Right.
We're not throwing food away.
No.
We're not doing that.
No, we're eating it.
Right.
That's what a dad does.
Exactly.
It's what a kid's menu is.
And somewhere out there, there's a defensive lineman looking at that same piece of toast and saying, dude, get that away from me. I'm trying to get fit here for the season.
What do you think I am, an animal? Not having a piece of bread. All right. 888-957-9570. Let's get back to it, okay? Those of you patiently waiting on hold on the Shanahan issue, stay right where you are. We'll come to you next. We'll tell you all, we're about to fill you in on everything Red and Gold Summit related. We hope all of you will come see us on Thursday. The latest on the Jawan Jennings situation as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley over here putting down the bread for just a moment to talk about the other bread, the bread that we all love, and the bread that certainly a defensive lineman can enjoy if he's making this much bread. It's money, and my bread resides at Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they're contributing to my bread, and they're deeply committed to that as a client and my goals in trying to accumulate as much bread as I possibly can. They started this bank 61 years ago, and Fremont Bank set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem that is built around people benefiting the Bay Area communities. When you deposit your bread into their oven, they reinvest it into nonprofits and philanthropy and businesses and home ownership and everything else that makes Fremont Bank and our Bay Area so strong. You don't want to put your bread in a big box bank. You want to put it into a local bank that supports local people, and that's what Fremont Bank is. I encourage you to go into one of their 21 branches and see exactly for yourself what I'm talking about. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!
The red and gold are back.
Purdy spins out of the pocket. Throwing back of the end zone. It's caught! And the toe tap by George Kittle.
Your station for everything 49ers.
The Bay Area's football station. 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle. And with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at stanfordbloodcenter.org/touchdown.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
He used to, allow himself a slice of toast. Oh, no, babe, that would be too fatty.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Please, if I know Mark Grandy at all, Lucas, you two, you guys are already working through how many different drops you can create out of this conversation that we just had with Cheryl Bosa. But please, please, please clip. Oh, no, babe. I'm going to need just that. Oh, no, babe.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, let's just have that.
Oh, no, babe.
I'm disappointed. You think I already have it?
Oh, no, I'm just
no, babe.
Just confirming. I knew that you would. I don't know how quickly you'd have it.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, that's going to be...
That would be too fatty.
All right.
Oh, no, babe.
It's pretty good.
No, come on. Oh, no, babe.
Oh, no, babe.
Steiny picks 11th. I pick 10th. So in every even-numbered round, I'll play that drop as soon as Steiny makes his pick.
Oh, no, babe.
Oh, no, babe. That was the wrong selection.
No, come on.
Anyone but Bucky Irving.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever works. It all plays.
Yeah, exactly. That was fun.
Yeah. So you picked before Steiny and then after Steiny coming in?
Yeah. Before on the way out, and then after on the way back
good.
in. And then before on the way out.
Yeah.
After. So you get to both make that person mad, and then also they get the opportunity to make you mad.
Well,
in this case, bugging me.
Yeah,
he probably won't make you mad too often.
No.
I don't think.
I probably won't make him mad either because I don't think he cares.
Sure.
I don't think he cares.
There's that.
What does he care about? Does anybody know?
Golf.
Okay.
First and foremost. And, he plays probably close to 100 rounds a year. Darn near it. So.
God, it feels like at least.
Yeah.
Like, what's a normal week? He plays at least, right? On the weekends for sure.
No. If it's twice a week, that's 104 rounds a year. Twice a week on the average. And you do get into those winter months where...
Yeah, but then you also take a trip to Oregon and play 8 times in 6 days.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's those.
There are those, yeah.
There are those.
A few of those, yeah. So,
anyway.
But what he cares about, golf. First and foremost,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
It's going to take you a minute to get out of this, isn't it?
I can't stop. It feels like a Friday. And this whole week is going to feel like a Friday because...
It is a Friday.
We got Scott Hansen coming on. We've got Greg Cosell. We've got the ambassador to the Valks, who are now a 6 seed.
They're humming.
Dude.
Now, they got a challenge tonight.
Sure.
New York can play.
Right.
So they got a challenge. But, yeah, like...
And I would call it a scheduled loss in my world of, like, could you win? Should you win? Will you win?
And I don't want
a tough one.
Yeah, it is. And I don't want to jump. I don't want to jump to conclusions. But right now, they are a good, solid 2 games clear of the Sparks. In other words, the 9 seed. Everyone else has been eliminated. The Sparks are the only team that, in theory, would have a shot to knock one of the current top 8 out of the playoffs. And there are 2 teams between them and the Valks. So, like, it's looking like they're going to make it. Let's just put it that way. It's not done. It's looking real good for the Valks in the playoffs.
It looks incredible.
Yes,
and it had me thinking about most surprising seasons in the Bay Area in recent vintage. And we talked about the 2019 Niners coming off a bad year, and they go 13-3. And, of course, the 21 Giants who won 107?
Yes. Yep.
That was a surprise.
I mean, 2010 Giants, start of September, they were 5 games back. And then they won the division and won the World Series for the first time in the history of San Francisco.
Yeah.
That was a surprise.
Super surprise. Yeah.
Didn't see that coming.
Right. And this Valks team, the Valkyries, are an expansion team that the over-under, I believe, from Vegas was 8.5.
So great.
In a 44-game season, they were expected to go 8-36.
Yeah.
And here they are as the 6 seed.
Yep.
I mean, stunning.
Yep. And New York, by the way, New York has been struggling a little bit of late. If you want to, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't, you're right, okay, scheduled loss. Like, the Valks are the 6 seed. They're the 5. You know?
Yeah.
They have 4 and 6 in their last 10. Like, they've been struggling a little bit. So, we'll see. Valks will give them a fight tonight. No doubt about that.
Always.
So, anyway, that'll be on 95.7 The Game. And then the other thing this week, before we go back to the phones, to remind you about is our big party that we're throwing on Thursday. By the way, we should just call it that because that's what it is. It's a big party. You get to come. There's food. We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff, Niner-related and beyond. We're giving away that beautiful Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, signed, framed, matted picture and poster So just be out there in Santa Clara, Westfield Valley Fair at King's Fish House. And this is going to be on Thursday, okay? In about, 47 hours from now, the summit starts. 45 hours from now, our show starts. Like, Dibs and I will be there from 2 to 4. That's when you get the best seat in the house. Get there early, but then from 4 to 6, the whole gang of 6 of us will be there. Spadoni, Shasky, Steiny Guru as well. Great food, great place, and your chance to hang with all of us, and we'll have some special surprises, I promise. So that's this Thursday, the 4th, King's Fish House, Westfield Valley Fair, Santa Clara. Get the season started with a bang, and you can also experience the ultimate in shopping, dining, and entertainment at Westfield Valley Fair. Your game day destination. Catch all the games this season at King's Fish House, the go-to spot for fans. And obviously this leads in to the chunk of actual kickoff with the Cowboys and Eagles, which is coming up in just over 48 hours. NFL season ready to roll.
We have arrived, and our fantasy draft tomorrow. We got Scott Hansen from the Red Zone channel on tomorrow as well. I don't know if you're going to be able to contain your excitement.
No chance.
Which is channeled through your kids' excitement, which is also part of your excitement. So I'm looking forward to just watching you during the Scott Hansen tomorrow and just how geeked up you're going to be.
Well, we got this thing across the goal line because I texted him, and instead of doing what all of the shows do, and saying, like, we'd really love for you to come on the program because he gets requests from everywhere. But I decided to take a little bit of a different angle. And I'm like, so, Scott, you are essentially like, I have a daughter, and there's Taylor Swift. And then to my sons, there's you. You're Taylor Swift to my sons. You're that big of a celebrity. You're that big of a deal. The text came back, let's talk about a date, and you tell your boys that Uncle Scotty is coming to a TV set near you.
Nice.
He referred to himself as Uncle Scott, and so that's it. He's invited to Thanksgiving. I don't know what else you want me to do.
Exactly.
He's my kid's uncle.
Yeah, and
so,
I do think that he is free on Thanksgiving because
that's right.
That's not a Sunday.
That's no.
And even the following Sunday, it's a little bit of a lighter load for him, so he can go in there all jacked up on tryptophan, full of Mark Willard's turkey, and still be able to navigate.
I'll invite him. They do that show in L.A., right? That's where it originates?
Sounds right.
I think they originate that thing in L.A., and
you know what that would be, right?
It would be Origination Sensation.
That's right.
And Thanksgiving, because of where my family located, a lot of it's down in Southern California. We'll try it tomorrow. Tomorrow at 3:18, I'm going to invite Scott Hansen to Thanksgiving. All right.
That would be too fatty.
No. Perfect.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, no, babe.
That's going to be his answer. All right, let's go to Jeff and Marin here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jeff. What you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I've got a comment about this issue with Shanahan, and I'm going to preface by saying, look, I think he's a brilliant coach. So I agree with you, Mark. I think in terms of why people may sour on him is a couple things. One, first of all, I'm 20 years older than you. I grew up here, going back to Kezar days. The Niners they had some pretty crappy teams back in the day, including 2 years in a row where they were 2-14, and then 6-10, and then the Super Bowl. But I think the point is we compare any head coach against Bill Walsh, and that's like at the apex of the apex, and so it's kind of unfair. We go to the Super Bowl and we won, and even some of the Niners from back in the day, you've heard them say it, on interviews. The Niners go to the Super Bowl, you win, and we have it now. So that's part one. The other thing is, I think clearly Shanahan is a brilliant offensive coordinator, but I suspect that there's probably a lot of people out there think, yeah, great OC, not a great head coach.
Yep.
And there's a difference there. I mean, Walsh did both, obviously, and he also had brilliant coaches around him, the Walsh tree. But I have a feeling it's that. It's, how do you compare Shanahan to Bill Walsh? If we hadn't had Bill Walsh with the Niners, most people would probably have a much more favorable view of Shanahan. And the last comment I would say is, we're going back into history. I don't really remember, the years with Walsh or Seifert ever going, well, maybe it was Seifert, but I really don't remember a time where I see Walsh make a play call and go, what the heck are you doing, Coach? Where there's been a few times where I've done that with Shanahan where I'm going, what is he thinking, right? So, again, it's an emotional thing. It's maybe not that rational. But, again, the fact that he got rated number 1 offensive mind, I agree with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's the number 1 as a head coach.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious what you guys think about that.
There's a lot to chew on there, Jeff. Thank you very much for the call. And before Dibs and I dive into that answer, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Lots to chew on there. I mean, comparing anyone to Bill Walsh, what we can do. We can do. So if that's what it is for some people, then sure, I understand. Like, not only because he was so great, he was kind of the first through the door in making the 49ers such a wonderful brand and a thing, and the team of the 80s and all of that. And plus, absence through the years, we look back on things more fondly when they were good because the years go by. Like I was struck a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember if it was I think it was the morning show, actually. I think the roast is doing this whole, is before the Chargers and Niners played in the preseason.
Right.
And the roast is doing this kind of Harbaugh-Shanahan thing, and who would you take? And everybody's calling and saying Harbaugh. Harbaugh. And I'm thinking to myself, it's not that that's a wrong answer, but I would love for someone to explain to me why.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Thank you. Like again, that can be your answer, and I think that there is a way to spin that, but I was waiting for someone to go, here's exactly what Harbaugh was really good at that Shanahan sucks at, and I never heard it. And in fact, the only thing that I hear people get mad at Shanahan for, Harbaugh did too. You went to the Super Bowl and you lost. And is Shanahan worse because he had a lead? Or is it worse to be favored and walk out there and get your doors blown off by Joe Flacco in the first half and you need Beyonce to bring you back? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. What makes, other than the answer of time, because that's what I think it is, what makes Harbaugh more desirable than Kyle Shanahan?
I wonder if it's the rah-rah versus the quiet arrogance part of it.
It's a good answer.
You know, when you're Jim Harbaugh's your coach, and who's got it better than us? Nobody. And the first 3 years of Harbaugh were phenomenal, and he took over from Singletary and Tom Sula, and the team was in a better spot than what Shanahan took over, but it was 3 great years, 1 mediocre year, and then he was gone. And so once he left, what replaced Harbaugh was not nearly as good. And so I do think that part of it comes from just the personality themselves, because Shanahan is not a rah-rah guy out front. He might be in the locker room. We don't know that, but he comes across as more arrogant, and Harbaugh was Captain Comeback as a quarterback in the NFL. And so Harbaugh's arrogance, I think, is of a different sort of caliber. You know what I mean?
It's a fascinating statement, because I know we all know people who have been working in the organization the whole time and therefore worked with both coaches. And sure, they'll admit to you a little bit of an arrogance to Kyle Shanahan. They sure as hell ain't going to tell you that Jim's not just as bad, if not worse, when it comes to that specific characteristic. Jim Harbaugh, there are a lot of people in the organization that are like, forget arrogant. He's just a bleep hole.
Right.
Like a complete and total bleep hole.
Those are people in the building who work with him. And if you're outside like we are, or you're a fan, and you see Harbaugh doing the rah-rah stuff and coming over and pitter-patting on people's shoulder blades and shoulder pads, and, you know, you're Captain Comeback and you played in the league, and meanwhile you've got Kyle going monotone. He's got the laminated play sheet, and he won't go for it, and he's, you know, not that he turtles up, but some people think he turtles up in the big moments, and he doesn't know the overtime rules and all the rest of it.
I mean, we're sitting here going like, because I really think the answer, it's a good sort of answer that you're giving me, but to me, it's time. It's simply a matter of time. I think you're going to remember Kyle very fondly when he's gone, but the triggers are that he's still here. So like even looking at the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, a lot of people are firing off the specific thing that ticked them off, the specific play or whatever, whether it be the overtime decision that he made against the Chiefs, whether it be not reviewing that that play against the Eagles on the opening drive of the NFC title game. Those things all frustrated me too. Did you all not want Frank Gore to run on that final 1st and goal and 2nd and goal and 3rd and goal and 4th and goal? You didn't want Frank Gore to run? I wanted Frank Gore to run. I was yelling at my TV screen, run. They never ran, and they lost. And so we could do this with any coach. So that I really just think it's a function of time. And he's here, and it's now. And so that's understandable, I guess, to a certain degree. It's all still raw and fresh and in front of you. But I also think what you just tapped into is a wonderful answer that is not just even about football. It's all the coaches. There's something about when fans see someone who's not a rah-rah guy, they decide that person is like a dead, arrogant fish. We're seeing it with Bob Melvin. Like we saw it with Gabe Kapler. And we do see it some with Kyle Shanahan. And it does come off as this like over arrogance or something. And so we hear people go, good offensive coordinator.
Right.
Not a good head coach. Not a good leader of men.
Leader of men.
Nobody who's actually being led says that. Like, go listen to Sherm's podcast. He doesn't think Kyle Shanahan's a bad leader. Even Charvarius Ward, who didn't get what he wanted, but what did he say? Nothing but respect for those two guys because they look you in the eye and they're straight with you. And they tell you what it is that's going on and what you're going to get, whether it's what you want to hear or not. I think that is leadership. I think that is coaching.
Absolutely.
As I see it, at least.
And when you're the head coach in an NFL situation, you have to coach the coaches, you have to coach the players, you have to motivate, you have to, if you're the offensive coordinator, devise a game plan and go ahead and make those calls and the play calls, and you got to manage the game and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, Kyle Shanahan's not going to be a 10 out of 10 in all those areas. And if you go back to the Harbaugh 49ers, that was a team that was built on defense. They had a very good defense every single year that they went to the playoffs, and Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator. So to compare Harbaugh to Shanahan, for me, is a little bit misguided because they are completely different coaches the way they go about it. Harbaugh is much more of a CEO type of a head coach, and Kyle Shanahan is the offensive coordinator and the head coach. Now, you could say that Kyle's bit off more than he can chew, and I'm here for that discussion as we get into this year.
Yeah.
You know, whether or not he needs to have more people helping him with game management and situations and all the rest of it.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, and so that's why, again, like, I don't know if it changes the conversation at all. We can all pick a thing, and or 5 things or whatever, and totally good with that. You and I did a show 2 weeks ago where I'm like, Jake Moody can't be the kicker of this team. And then they came out and they're like, Jake Moody's the kicker and stuff. And then that's it. Jake Moody's the kicker. I don't necessarily think that I would have done it that way. So there's plenty of things. The Super Bowl overtime thing, I'm with Stink. The same way you are. It's not a great decision. I don't think we need to paint it as moron didn't know the rules. I don't know if that's how it went down. You know, it might have been that the defense was tired and that was his read. It might have been that he thought, dude, we're going to go get a touchdown and we're going to pin them in a spot where they have to have a touchdown in order to just stay in the game. And again, poor decision, but like, I don't think it makes him a moron or somebody who's incompetent, which is often how he's portrayed. So all of these things, I think with any coach, you can sit here and go, I didn't like that. When the Chiefs lost the AFC title game to the Bengals, and they did that super, quote-unquote, arrogant play right before halftime, where instead of kicking the field goal, they went for a touchdown, and they didn't get it, and then they lost the game. Andy Reid made a bad decision, okay? He made a bad decision. That does not make him a bad coach or an idiot or somebody who doesn't know what he's doing or someone who's overly arrogant. Like, I just think we can do that sort of the nitpicking is not a problem. It's the grander stuff. The list that you and I made earlier, that is the stuff that I would debunk. He never takes accountability. He's not a leader. He shrinks in big moments. Oh, except for all the playoff games he's won. Are those not big moments? You know what I mean? That's
pretty big moments.
Those are the things that I sort of don't like hearing. The overarching labels that we put on somebody who flipping saved this franchise. Saved it.
He's turned it around. I mean, saved it's a little much for me, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He turned it around.
That was about as bad as it's been.
Yes.
And he turned it around.
It was terrible. And I just have to always go back to the Andy Reid part of this, where Andy Reid, before he went to Kansas City, was a very successful coach in Philadelphia. He was there for 14 years. He won 58% of his games. They went to the playoffs 9 times in 14 years. If you just took that and took his name out of it and you said, hey, NFL team, we're going to give you a coach for 14 years. He'll win 58% of the games. You'll go to the playoffs 9 times in 14 years. Will you take it? Every single team would say, yeah, we'll take it. Yet Andy Reid, and he wasn't run out of Philly because he got 14 seasons, but he went to Kansas City and the rest is history. And so you look at Shanahan, 9 years, 4 playoff berths. This is now his 9th year, but 4 out of 8. He's been to the Super Bowl twice. He's been a step away 2 other times. If you gave that as a resume to any other team, they would take it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where it goes. Because people have done this before, and it is an interesting comparison. Andy Reid in Philly, Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. Yeah. Go back a handful of years with Philly, and it's like, would you do that again? Because he quickly went to Kansas City, drafted Patrick Mahomes, and then became everybody's pick for greatest coach in the game right now, right? But Philadelphia has also thrived as well. With 2 different coaches, they've gone on to win Super Bowls and appear in 3. So this may go that way. I'm open to that. This may go that way, where Kyle becomes the guy that just couldn't get the Niners quite over the top. Good, but not quite over the top. The Mark Jackson of the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe, or maybe he will break through one of these years. And will we lose our patience? You said it took 14 years in Philly for Andy Reid. We're just over halfway there. But I honestly think if Kyle wants that long, he'll get that long. You know, that's the other thing I do hear. I hear a lot of people call our radio station and go, man, like, this is it. Kyle's you got to prove it this year. And you hitched your wagon to Brock, so you better be right, and I'm like, or what? Even if you're right in your mind, I do not think the 49ers are of like mind with you. I don't even think that this has crossed their mind. Not even in the slightest, not even once.
The or what part of it?
Like, we would move on from Kyle Shanahan.
Of course.
I don't even think that has crossed Jed York's mind. This idea that Kyle is the one who did Brock Purdy's deal, was Jed not in front of a microphone over a year ago?
Right.
Saying Brock's going to reset the quarterback market. The owner said that.
Right.
Kyle didn't need to twist anyone's arm to do this.
No, and John Lynch is of the same mind as Kyle and as Jed. And I said this earlier in the show, you're not going to sign a quarterback to a contract like that unless you believe that the coach that you have can get the most out of that quarterback. I don't think that it does you any good as an organization to give a quarterback $265 million, and then the head coach has a second straight bad year, and you're just going to run him. So now you're going to have to find a coach who loves Brock Purdy that much, because you've got Brock Purdy.
Yep.
You've got him for the next 3 or 4 years, probably minimum, before you could maybe get out of the contract. So if you do want to make a change at coach, you probably should have done it before you signed that deal.
You know where else my mind goes on this? I want to run this by you, because this might be one of my new phrases for a little while here.
Okay.
And you're not going to like it.
Oh, then why say it?
Because it's how I feel.
Great.
And I don't want to make it sound like winning that damn trophy, that's everything.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, babe. It's everything. I'm with you.
Come on.
Winning that trophy is everything. I also think this, though. You don't have to win a Super Bowl to be a great coach. You just don't. And unfortunately, in my mind, we very much, when you rattle off the names of coaches around the league who are good coaches or great coaches or whatever, that is what we do. We go, okay, if they've got that ring, then it's like it's this get-out-of-jail-free card for a long time. You know, like Mike Tomlin and the Steelers fan base are starting to get a little frustrated because it's been a while since they've been able to advance in the playoffs. He always finds a way to get into the playoffs, but they don't do anything when they get there. But it's almost like, yeah, but that's Mike Tomlin. That's Mike Tomlin. He won a Super Bowl. John Harbaugh has been the head coach of a quarterback who is starting to gain a reputation for being regular season Randy. And then he gets to the playoffs. I think he's one of the most wonderful players in the league. But his playoff record is not great, Bob. But guess what? His coach has a ring. So we don't ever talk about that disappointment. We don't talk about John Harbaugh having home field and being the favorite in the AFC title game and choking that away. We don't do that. So if you have that ring, we just sort of like, we forget about it. We don't get into it. But I don't know if that's the correct way for us to do this. I just don't. I don't know if that's the correct way for us to decide if someone's a good coach or not. Once you've got a ring, okay, that's it. You know what I mean? If I gave you a draft of coaches in the AFC West, what order would you go?
AFC West?
AFC West only, those four.
You'd go Andy 1.
Okay.
You'd go, that's tough. I probably would go Peyton 2, Harbaugh 3.
Okay,
and then the gum chewer would go 4th.
But you're taking Harbaugh 3.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll won a ring.
Sure.
Harbaugh has not.
Right, and it's kind of your point about, how we look at this and how we rate these coaches. And it's not that the ring is everything and therefore you're untouchable. You mentioned John Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh. John has been there 17 years, and they've been to the playoffs 12 of those 17 years.
He's a phenomenal coach.
Phenomenal. So, yes, he got the one Super Bowl over his brother, but that doesn't mean that he gets to stay there forever. And the Mike Tomlin one is even more fascinating because he's been there 18 years, and there are 6 years where he didn't make the playoffs. So he's 12 of 18.
Right.
Even though he hasn't won a playoff game since 2016, we're coming up on 10 years, but it's a couple things here. 1, he has the ring. 2, they always have a winning record. And 3, it's Pittsburgh, and they pride themselves on not firing their coach.
No doubt. These are all great points.
So that's a special circumstance.
No doubt. However, I think we all, just like you labeled Pittsburgh, we all have to be aware of ourselves. And every fan base has its own things, its own quirks and personalities. Can you imagine what we would say to Kyle Shanahan if he took as long as Mike Tomlin is to replace Ben Roethlisberger? If that's what we were doing at quarterback every year, what would you say? You'd be like, hey, front office, are you here? What are you doing? What are you doing? You drafted Kenny Pickett. He sucks. And now you've gotten yourself into this vortex of like, grab whatever future Hall of Fame, but on the downside of his career, veteran year-to-year thing with no sort of like exit strategy to that whatsoever. Like, are you doing that again next year? Russell Wilson last year. Aaron Rodgers this year. Justin Fields, kind of, sort of. You can be here, but now you get out of here. What are you doing next year? Who's your guy? Especially when you win 9 or 10 games every year, you're never going to end up with a really good draft pick. What are you doing? There's no plan. There's just, let's piece it together and come in second or third every year and maybe get into the playoffs and get beat and go home. That wouldn't be acceptable here. We would be super annoyed if the last 5 years in Pittsburgh had happened here, I think.
Yeah, it just depends on the age of the fan and the fan base itself, because what Mike Tomlin's been able to do, and you're right about the quarterback situation, there hasn't been a real solid plan since Ben Roethlisberger, really. It's been, piecemeal, and failed picks and Mason Rudolph and all the rest of it, and it hasn't really been a situation where they found the answer. And you're right about finishing 9-8 or 9-7 and 8-8 and all those other years. You wind up picking 13th or 14th, which means if there is a good quarterback, he's long gone. And it's interesting about that because Pittsburgh is always in it. They always have a winning record, yet they're never a real threat to win the whole thing. Yet here in San Francisco, Santa Clara, you've had years of like, wow, 13-3, we're going to the bowl. And then, quarterback got hurt, 6-10. Last year, 6-11. Everything went wrong. Would you rather be Pittsburgh, always in it, always above 500, or have the meteoric highs and the tragic lows?
Yeah.
As a fan, you're a guy who kind of always wants to be in the mix.
Relevant.
Right.
Relevant. Yes, absolutely.
And the Niners were relevant last year until about November 1st, and then they weren't anymore.
Look, everybody has bad years. Everybody, I guess maybe not Pittsburgh, but everybody usually has some bad years mixed in there. And then just circumstances, And I know that like some of you want to look at this in terms of the number of years that you've had an opportunity. And so some of these names that I'll bring up have not had the same number of years of opportunity, but I wonder how we do sort of assess. Is Dan Campbell a good coach? Is he a good coach?
I think he's a good coach.
Okay.
But he's a good coach if you're a fan because you love his act, and they went 15-2 last year. Right. So
but
is he a good coach? I'm sure.
But does the act wear thin at a certain point where you're like, okay, you're rah-rah, you bite kneecaps, hard knocks, that's great, but are you going to keep losing in the playoffs? Again, I think Dan Campbell's a really good coach. Now, stylistically, it fit perfectly because what they needed was somebody to go in there and turn the Honolulu Blue into a group that could believe. They needed a full culture shift. He was perfect for that. But is he perfect to win a Super Bowl? Bow, bow, bow. We're going for it on 4th and 8 at our own 12. Woo! Okay. How many I'm up 24-7 at half of the NFC title game losses can you do before your fan base turns on you? You want to talk about these quote-unquote leads that Kyle Shanahan has had in the playoffs. You want to stop and think about that one for a second? It's 24-7 at half, and Dan Campbell blew it. And yes, his players helped.
Thank you. Yeah.
And so did the Niners. The Niners helped by making some good plays and all of that. But you get what I'm saying? Like, the act hasn't worn thin yet. That fan base has never won. They look at it through a completely different prism. Is Matt LaFleur a good coach?
Sure looks like it.
I think he's a good coach.
Yep.
But, I don't know. They're just kind of bebopping along. They're just good. Nothing special has ever happened there. Does Sean McDermott choke?
That's the one.
Let's talk about him for a second.
Let's talk about Sean McDermott,
okay,
who is currently the active leader among ringless coaches. He's got 86 wins in the regular season, and Buffalo, last I checked, has never won a Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan's second on that list, and I wonder about Buffalo fans. Are they beating a drum of hot seat for Sean McDermott? Are they?
Probably not.
Is it Super Bowl or bust? And by bust, I mean McDermott's going to lose his job. And they've been a part of, you want to talk about Baltimore and their inability to get it done. Buffalo's had equal opportunities to go out there and get to the Super Bowl with McDermott and Josh Allen, and they haven't. But I wonder if, and I don't know enough about the Buffalo fan base to know if there is a drumbeat or not, but I don't hear a lot about Sean McDermott and a hot seat.
I do not. And again, I don't know. We all have our different characteristics. If Buffalo's fan base, if their baseline is, well, there was that time that we lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. If that's their baseline, then yeah, maybe the fact that they haven't really tasted the Lombardi changes their view of it. I don't know. It's so middle of the nowhere. I've never been there. I don't know many Bills fans. Do you?
Cheryl Bosa. That's about it. Come on.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Oh, no, babe.
No, yes, it's possible. This could
that would be too fatty.
No, actually, I think it'd be delicious. But I don't know what the baseline is for all of these teams. Okay? Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. I think he's a wonderful coach. I think you see it. You see it with the way their offense moves the ball. Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, etc. But also, and he hasn't been there that long, but the recent history of the Vikings is when they're good, my God, they have an epic fold in the playoffs. First round, lose to Daniel Jones or whatever.
Wow.
Or last year when they just completely were the darlings of the regular season, and then with about 2 weeks to go in the regular season, they hit a wall, and they didn't look like they could play football anymore. So this stuff it happens all over the league. And I don't think you have to win a Super Bowl to be a great coach, and I also don't think that watching someone coach a whole year round, build your team, draft your team, construct your roster, coach your team, win your games, regular season, win your division, move through the playoffs, advance, and then you get to the last game and you're like, now we're going to start assessing you. Wow. That's hard. That's hard.
Super hard.
Yeah, you go play Patrick Mahomes and either you win or we would like to move on. That does not seem like an effective way to go about assessing any head coach and his effectiveness.
I have a good friend from school who's a Bills fan.
Okay.
Just one Bills fan. It's not a big sample at all, of course.
So he's about your age?
Yeah, my age. Who doesn't think McDermott's a terrible coach, but at a certain point feels like you got to at least make the Super Bowl at a certain point. And I think there's probably a good chunk of Bills fans who feel like time is running thin for McDermott in Buffalo.
No doubt. That Joe Montana thing was funny earlier today. He went on Pat McAfee, and they were asking him about quarterbacks, and Bruce Arians was sitting in the room with him going through quarterbacks, and Montana was on Zoom or on YouTube with him. And he's sitting there talking through, and I don't know if he said this or they just fed it to him, but they're like, who's your Rushmore? And he goes, and they said it. They're like, we know Brock Purdy's number one. And he's like, yep, Brock Purdy's number one. And they're like, okay, who are the other ones? And he starts bouncing through names, but he doesn't actually use the names. He goes, the guy in Buffalo.
Yep.
I like the guy in Buffalo. Then he said Joe Burrow's name incorrectly. He goes, I like Joe Burrow's.
Yeah.
And then he said he likes the guy with the Chargers. His name is Justin Herbert. And then he adds in, I like the guy in Philly, Jalen Hurts. But he wouldn't use any of their names, but he kind of bounces through that whole group. And it is a group of quarterbacks. I mean, sure, there's Jalen Hurts now just last February, but outside of that, it was a group of quarterbacks that are all under that exact same label, which is, you kind of haven't quite got there. Burrow, close, no cigar. Purdy, close, no cigar. Allen, not as close.
Yep.
And no cigar.
Goff,
Herbert,
same thing.
Herbert, you haven't even won the darn thing. So then they get back to the booth, and McAfee goes, hey, BA, which we think is Brandon Ayuk, but it's actually Bruce Arians. What do you think of his list? And he goes, well, I really thought he would have Mahomes on that list too. And Joe pipes in and goes, well, I would have put Mahomes in there if he was younger. So then I was like, how much older is Patrick than Josh Allen? The answer is 6 months.
6 months younger.
6 months older.
Oh, 6 months older, yeah.
He is 6 months older than Josh Allen. I mean, he's 29.
Right, and somehow
That's not old.
An old quarterback can't win the Super Bowl. Well, Tom Brady was 40-something.
Another good point.
When he won the Super Bowl, so I don't know. That to me is something that kind of misses me when you get down to the age of guys. You know?
Well, I mean, if you haven't had your 30th birthday, I just don't even think it's a consideration. Running back, fine. Not quarterback. Quarterback, these guys are all still in their 20s. All of them. All of them. You know, I think Lamar is maybe about to turn 30. I think he's about to turn 30. And Patrick is 29 and Josh Allen, I think, is 29.
Lamar's 28. Will be 29 in January.
Okay. These guys they're all the exact same age. And so is Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow's 28. They're all the exact same age.
And if you want to talk about Matthew Stafford with a bad back at 36, okay, his age is a factor. Aaron Rodgers, who lost his Achilles a couple years ago, and he's 40. Sure, Russell Wilson, these are older quarterbacks, and Tom Brady is the guy who broke the mold. But if you're dealing with 28, 29, and just turned 30, you're not old. Age is not a factor when it comes to talking about those quarterbacks, for sure.
No doubt about it. All right, if anybody wants to weigh in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Then the other thing that we're looking for, and I gather today was an off day, correct? So today on Tuesday, that's normally an off day. So back at it for the actual game week practice schedule that starts tomorrow. I don't know what day Juwan Jennings is going to talk, but they said yesterday he will talk later in the week, but no availability until then. Is that tomorrow? Is it Thursday? Is it Friday? I don't know, but certain people will be available starting tomorrow, and it's obviously question number one because Juwan is back at practice. Is it all good? Did somebody change his contract? Did he just come back tail between legs? The one concern, I mean, again, you and I said this last week. I'm like, he's going to be back because he's not going to. You don't miss games. He's not in position to miss games. But the one sort of concern, and I also don't think you play football if you're not motivated. Juwan will be plenty motivated. But I wonder how raw and how sensitive this whole issue is. It's not that I don't think Juwan will try. If he's about to be a free agent, he'll try maybe even harder. But once you do kind of run into this kind of a wall or that kind of a wall, does this bubble up? Are we having sideline arguments? Is the sharing of the ball feeling good? Those are kind of the questions that I have about this Juwan Jennings situation as it comes to a close. And I'd like to personally say out loud into a microphone to the 49ers right now, please don't say tomorrow, don't come to the microphone and be like, yep, it was a calf the whole time and now it's better. Nothing else to say or see here. Don't do that. Don't do that. Give the goods, and let's find out what the heck is going on.
I don't think that they're going to give the goods. I think that they're going to split the baby, which is an expression that I will never understand, but I use it anyway because people understand where you're talking about a situation where they're not going to say it's all the calf. You're not going to say it was all the contract unless there are some new details that emerge. I would imagine the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, I think tomorrow's a Robert Saleh day, actually, and he won't be asked about Juwan because it's not his side of the ball. But when you get to that point where there are going to be comments, I'm sure that there's going to be, more about, the calf and the precautionary and stuff, and it's going to be less about the contract unless the news comes out tomorrow that they gave him some fresh money. And if that happens, then Juwan can come out and talk to the media and say, yeah, they took care of me and this is all I really wanted. And now I'm all here and I'm all in to be a 49er. Unless there's new money, I wonder how the team will go about answering it. But I don't think that they're going to, quote, keep it real and just say, well, yeah, I mean, the calf was a non-factor. He was holding out. Let's call it as we see it. They're not going to come out and be honest like that.
I don't know. I mean, they were forced to that point last week when John Lynch spoke. He finally was like, yeah, two things can be true, calf and contract. I mean, they've already put it on the table. They put on the table that he requested a trade. I mean, these questions, you're not going to escape that tomorrow, right? Has Juwan rescinded the trade request?
Well, we're not doing that.
Okay.
I mean, he already kind of addressed that. John Lynch did.
No, he said we're not doing it. Has Juwan rescinded it? And you got to answer it because Juwan's speaking tomorrow.
But I don't think John is going to speak, maybe not again, in front of a podium, No,
but Kyle will. I mean, that's all. They know this. These questions are coming. They can answer them however they want. But nobody buys that this was a calf. There was a calf, but you know what I mean? Nobody buys that that's what was going on and that he just happened to magically show up for game week. Perfect timing.
Right. I don't think that, if Kyle's asked when he has his next availability, which I don't think is this week, it might be before the game on Friday or Saturday. I don't know if he even speaks again. It's already Tuesday and they got a game on Sunday, but he'll probably default to the old Belichick of, Seattle. I'm here to focus on Seattle. And, Kyle, I'm thinking about the game and stuff, and I'm more worried about, how we can get across and all the rest of it.
We're on to Cincinnati.
There's plenty of game conversations to ask about Juwan too, aren't there? You know what I mean? What is his snap count? What is his readiness? you've said in the past that, if you skip camp, it ups the chance of an injury, and, you got to ramp up and all of those things. So, where is Juwan on that?
That's a good question, and that's a fair question. One that he won't answer it definitively, but he'll say, we're going to try and see how he looks this week and stuff. And, we've got other options at receiver, and we're going to try to figure out who's, best able to go out there and help us beat Seattle and stuff.
I do think, he's going to be asked if the contract situation was changed at all. He's going to be asked.
Kyle will be asked.
Yes.
And he probably will say that, it's not something that he worries about or thinks about or talks about. And, he's just, trying to coach the guys who are here on the field, and Juwan's back and stuff. And I'm excited to see him out there and stuff. And I'm hoping that he can be ready to go on Sunday because, he's a hell of a player and he gives us a great chance to win and stuff.
Just what do you want? If you're the Niners, do you want to answer that, or do you want to let Juwan answer that? Because then Juwan is just going to get asked the very next day.
Depends on what the resolution is. If there's no new money, if he's just playing on his old deal and Juwan gets asked, then if the Niners haven't answered it or addressed it, even if they have, he's still going to get asked.
Sure.
So it's up to Juwan to answer it how he feels most comfortable.
If everybody walks in there and knows that Juwan Jennings, that absolutely nothing changed, the question is going to be, how do you feel about that? Are you happy here? You requested a trade. Have you rescinded that request, or would you still like to be moved? These things are going to be asked. They know this.
Hey, Juwan, is that a tail between your legs? I can't quite tell from...
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
By the way, Shanahan will speak tomorrow around 12:40 or so at the podium. After that, no one else at the podium, but the locker room will be open. So assuming Juwan is in there, he could be asked questions. Locker room also open on Thursday after Robert Saleh, Clay Kubiak, and Brock Purdy all speak at the podium.
Okay, and then nobody talks Friday. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Nothing's happening Friday.
Yeah. Okay.
But locker room open each of the next 2 days.
Yeah, and the Niners, I think, you just do this. You don't you know what I mean? You don't keep building. They'll make Juwan available tomorrow. I'm sure.
Right, and to your point, Kyle probably comes out and addresses it in whatever way he can tomorrow. And it's, I think the questions are, how's Juwan looking? What do you think is going to be his role coming up on Sunday? They might ask him about, any resolution or what changed for Juwan. Was it the calf or was it the cash? And Shanahan probably will deflect that as much as he can because it's really more of a John Lynch thing, even though we know it's a Kyle thing to the extent that he has a lot of sway in that building, but he doesn't have to address those things because especially now it's a game week.
Kyle, will you force feed Ricky Pearsall to keep Juwan's numbers down?
Well, we're going to do that and stuff and try to keep him from, getting a big deal in the offseason and stuff.
Chatting out the Niners on game week here on 95.7 The Game, which is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch the local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. There were some very, very big words about Juwan Jennings from Mark Schlereth. He literally was like, he's one of my favorite football players in the entire NFL. Called him a tone setter on offense with the way he goes about his job at wide receiver. It's not surprising that an offensive lineman loves Juwan Jennings because he's one of the few wide receivers out there who plays like an offensive lineman. He's one of the best downfield blockers in the game at that position.
Yeah, and Stink even said, Juwan can be great if he can, not get thrown out of the game, which was a nod to last year when he got thrown out trying to get to 1,000 yards. But you're right. The way he goes about addressing his role as a blocker is something that I don't know if Sky Moore is cut out to do that or Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who looking at his Pro Football Focus numbers, he is actually a good blocker, but nobody blocks quite like Juwan, so you need to have him out there.
Real quick, this is what Stink said about Juwan earlier today.
There's very few receivers that I've ever watched in the NFL. There's a few that come to mind. Hines Ward, Steve Smith Sr., maybe Keenan Allen, that set the toughness tone for their offense, for their football team. He sets a tone. Like, I mean, he's nasty. Yeah, he wanted a new contract. I know that, they talked about that. I don't know what extent they talked about it. He obviously doesn't have much leverage at this particular point in time. And I don't know if some incentive-laden deal will be had like they did here in Denver last year with Cortland Sutton. Give him some incentives, let him make some more money. That's great. But he is a true competitor. And I'm telling you, I just like getting involved in the run game, doing all the things that he does. I couldn't be any bigger fan, especially in a day and age where guys don't want to do that. They have got an overinflated opinion of what they do and the importance they have to the game of football. This is wide receivers I'm talking about. Guys who won't run the for the love of the game routes when they're not a primary, guys that don't want to sell out and get involved in the blocking game. There's a lot of these guys out there, and if I was a coach, and probably why I'm not a coach, I'd make those guys line up at guard one-on-ones and I'd beat their ass. I'd take defensive linemen and beat their ass. So you have to see what other guys have to do for you to sniff a football. It's the most dependent position in football, wide receiver. And so for me, watching guys do it the right way like Juwan Jennings those guys deserve to be rewarded. And those guys add value to your team that the general population, the general fan just don't see.
Very, very big words from Mark Schlereth.
Oh,
yeah, Brian Baldinger had some things to say about the situation as well, and as it relates to Brock Purdy. So we'll dive into that next. 888-957-957 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Still a very difficult ride across the Bay Bridge because of an earlier motorcycle crash that happened just after Yerba Buena Island. 101 northbound and 280 pretty crowded as well heading into the city. That's traffic. I'm Rebecca.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the 2025 Red and Gold Summit, and it is happening on Thursday, September 4th, live from King's Fish House at Westfield Valley Fair in Santa Clara. Me and Dibs will be live from 2 to 4, and then the summit from 4 to 6. So Steiny and Goo and Shasky and Spadoni are all going to be there, and we invite you to come over for the hang. Are we really doing this?
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
At Star One, we make saving simple because everything we do is in your best interest. That's why we provide super simple products with the best rates possible, like our savings account, which we have increased to pay an outstanding return at 3.51% annual percentage yield. That's way above the market average. Apply today at starone.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA. Rate current as of September 1st, 2025. And is subject to change. $50 minimum deposit to open account and earn APY.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Your first month is just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to billshappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
Billshappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to billshappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society's San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
Shasky and I will discuss that tomorrow morning.
My guy, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, we'll discuss that tomorrow morning when I crash his show at 9 a.m.
Well, we're all going to crash it. I'll be on the phone.
Yeah.
But you'll be here in person.
Speaking of crashing,
that's my Joda back.
That's your Joda back.
Yep.
I got my new quarterback. His name's Rafi Devers. All right, we got to talk about this. We got to talk. It doesn't matter. First of all, this is a big night, suckers. It's a big night.
Yeah, the Valkyries coming up at 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
Good point.
You're welcome.
Valk 7 o'clock, KPIX Plus. Yeah, you can check it all out. But it's a big night for the Giants because they are allowed to be relevant again if they win. But they have to win this game. My rule, don't talk to me unless you've won more games than you've lost. The Giants have won the same amount of games as they've lost. which has actually been somewhat of a Herculean effort as of late. But tonight, they've got a winning record again if they win. And it was off to a good start because Rafi Devers in the first inning hit another ball over fence. It's what he does on almost every at-bat right now.
He is hot.
Especially in the first inning. Problem is he got to first base, the pitcher Kyle Freeland started screaming at him, which caused Rafi to go run back at Freeland. And here we go, benches clearing. I wouldn't call it a brawl, but there was plenty of pushing and shoving and all of that going on. And now we had the 10-ton meeting of all the umpires to decide, A, who's getting ejected, and B, is it still a home run? Because Rafi never ran the bases.
No, he didn't even get to second, Mark.
I don't even know if he got to first.
He got to first.
Did he?
Yeah, and then by the time he got to first, the first base umpire was kind of getting in between he and the pitcher, and Rafi hits it, and to say he pimped it would be an understatement, and it would be disrespecting pimps everywhere. He holds the bat aloft and stands there for a good 3 count and watches it, as he should. That thing was majestic. And then it was a bat flip, and by the time he sauntered toward first, the pitcher Kyle Freeland had come off of his bump and started yelling things to him. I can't really read his lips, but
I did at one point. There was just run.
Yeah.
Just run.
Yeah. Hey, Rafi, how about you start running? And Devers took umbrage. The bench is emptied, including everybody's favorite Gilbert, not Dilbert.
Whoa, Drew Gilbert was built for this.
Here comes Gilby.
Yeah, Drew Gilbert is
Adames and Chappie, they're all out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I can tell just because as this is happening, Freeland has been ejected from the game. So the pitcher's been thrown out. I don't know what's happened to Rafi. I don't know if the runs count yet. They're talking to Bomel right now. But this is what I briefly want to say about this because we've now watched the clip. And here's the bottom line. I've had it, pitchers. I've had it. Shut up and pitch. Stop yelling at guys and telling them how quickly to get around the bases. That's not up to you. You do you. Stop with the mad bum BS about run fast around the bases because you hit a homer.
Or get that ball out of the ocean.
They'll get around the bases when they get around the bases. If it's inappropriate, the umpires will take care of this. Stop running down the first base line and yelling at dudes to run because you're embarrassed because you just gave up a tater. It's absurd, and he should be thrown out of the game, and Devers should not, and the Giants should not be penalized for Devers not rounding the bases because Freeland called him off of the bases.
Yes, he called him.
He started mother bleeping him.
Doesn't mean you can't touch them all.
I mean, come on, Dibs. Like that's
Mark,
he's going to touch them all.
And he's now going to touch them all.
Good job, umps. This is a wonderful job of umpiring.
And he has to touch all the bases. And I was thinking about the actual incident, and it was Robin Ventura, 1999. NLCS, when he hit a walk-off grand slam, but he only went to first base. And so he was not credited with the grand slam because he didn't actually touch all the bases. So, yes, Rafi Devers, even though he went to first and went out of the baseline, wildly out of the baseline, by the way, and I suppose
that would have been an incredible conclusion if they're
he's out. You went out of the baseline, you're out, and now he gets his tunnel celebration, and it is 2-0 Giants. And boy, that was about a 7-minute delay. And
Drew Gilbert just slapped Rafi Devers on the ass. All right, let's go to Grandy. What happened?
We do have the results of this play or this fight. Kyle Freeland ejected along with both Matt Chapman and Willie Adames.
Ooh. And they misspelled Willie. But anyway, that just flashed up on the screen. So Adames, it says Willie Adams. Oh, that's good news. Willie Adams has been ejected. Somebody talked to the intern who's handling the typing on the TV. Anyway, Willie Adames and Matt Chapman have both been ejected.
Oh, there's Chappie, yeah. First push.
Well, they made contact. They both made contact with Freeland.
Oh, and
Willie Adames did the stupidest little slap fight with Freeland I've ever seen.
He looks like
that was hilarious.
He looks like I do when there's a yellow jacket flying around me in my backyard.
Oh no, babe.
Oh, that was not a good look.
So Willie Adames gets ejected for 4 empty slaps of the air.
Yep, and Chapman came flying out and gave a little
shove,
little chest shove to Freeland. Well, look.
So the left side of the infield will be manned by.
I don't know.
Whom?
Is Schmidt hurt?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Is Marco Luciano available?
I think Wilmer Flores is about to play some third base. Christian Koss, get your glove and go play short unless he's already at second. I don't know. I don't know who the hell is going to play. As Guru would say, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
If they still do Kangaroo Court, that would be one of the most hilarious fines for Adames ever. You got ejected for 4 empty swooshy slaps to no one.
I can't argue with the ejection because they both made contact with an opponent.
Sure,
but this
contact.
But this is
although Willie didn't.
Yeah, but he did. Anyway, they both did. But this is Kyle Freeland's fault. Like in the bigger picture. I can't argue with it. It sucks. They're thrown out. They did make contact, so I get it. But I'm so done with this in baseball. And just so you players know, all of us fans are done with it. I don't care if you think you got shown up. I don't care. Do you know that in the NBA, almost after every single bucket, people are